Chapter 1. Prologue. In the year of the heroic era, 35, with a thunderous crash, the gates of the city known as the Unfalling City, the Demon Sky City, collapsed, faced with the relentless assault of players from the four great guilds. The elite guards of Demon Sky City swiftly succumbed to despair, with victory tantalizingly close after 6 months of arduous collaboration among the four strongest guilds in the Chinese region. The Demon Lord's fortress was finally entering its final phase. At this pivotal moment, Twilight, the leader of the mythic team, observed the players from the four guilds surging into the city, a faint smile gracing his lips. The strongest fortress, which had cost him countless sacrifices and seen him fall innumerable times, was at last being breached. Gazing at the colossal eye hovering in the center of the city, the location of the Demon Lord, he knew that it was also the last boss, the Demon Lord Tanariel. Legend spoke of Tanariel as a fallen saint, the mightiest boss of the Santra demon clan, bearing the world-ending artifact. Defeating the Demon Lord would not only grant them the artifact, but also etch their names into the annals of history in the next expansion. Was this not what he yearned for? Contemplating these thoughts, Twilight, shield and greatsword in hand, eagerly joined his teammates in the effort to eliminate the demon guards. However, just as Twilight and his elite team advanced with fervor, the previously harmonious partnership with the Chaos Dynasty and the Divine Retribution Legion began to encircle them. Boss, something feels off. The Beastmaster Hunter, Pure Entertainment, quickly sensed the shift in atmosphere. What do you mean? Twilight replied, lifting his gaze just in time to see the leaders of the dynasty, the Battle God, and the Prince of Retribution approaching with a throng of followers. Narrowing his eyes at the two figures, Twilight remarked, Battle God, Prince, what brings you here? This area should belong to Mythic, shouldn't it? Haha, Twilight, it's time for you to take a break. We'll handle the challenge of the Demon Lord from here, the Battle God chuckled. What do you mean? Are you backing out? Twilight's tone grew icy. Backing out is not the right term. Our previous collaboration was based on your tactical prowess and analytical skills. Now that we stand at the final hurdle, do you honestly believe that a penniless wretch like you can hope to share in our spoils? The Prince of Retribution sneered disdainfully. Hearing the prince's words, Twilight recalled the warnings from President Rose that he should be wary of the prince, who might renege on their agreement. It appeared her suspicions had proven correct. With a self-deprecating smile, Twilight reflected on how their past cooperation had been driven by mutual interests. Yet, as their ultimate goal drew near, it seemed they could no longer wait to lay their cards on the table. Do you think we fear the dynasty or the Retribution Legion? Twilight met the gazes of the prince and the Battle God with unwavering calm. Of course, the illustrious First Warrior has no reason to fear us, but the rest of your team might not share your confidence. That wouldn't you agree, Wenxiang? The prince's eyes shifted toward a woman standing behind Twilight. At the prince's words, Twilight turned to look at Wenxiang, who cast him a complex glance and softly murmured an apology before hastening toward the prince. Following her departure, dozens of others began to step away, joining the ranks of the prince and the Battle God, leaving Twilight's once robust team diminished by more than half. Observing his teammates hastily retreating, unable to meet his gaze, Twilight's smile widened, though his eyes grew increasingly frigid. What a clever scheme. Indeed, as he spoke, Twilight's gaze remained fixed on Wenxiang, the woman who had once shared everything with him, realizing that he had never truly seen her for who she was. Boss, let's fight them, roared the reckless warrior behind Twilight, unable to contain himself at the unfolding scene. Fight? With what do you intend to contend? The prince retorted arrogantly. The mythic team was indeed formidable, comprised of elite players from every class, but that was in the past. The current mythic team had been corrupted, and as the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. Coldly regarding the prince and his entourage, Twilight remained silent for a moment before hoarsely declaring, Everyone has their trump card. You have yours. And I have mine. This card was meant to be exchanged for benefits in crucial moments. But now I regret that decision. If you wish to defeat the Demon Lord, you may as well wait for the next lifetime. With that, Twilight produced a vial of dark red liquid, uncorked it, and downed its contents in a single gulp. Instantly, a wave of heat radiated from his body, and he let out a pained roar as crimson veins surged across his skin. System notification. Warning, consuming undiluted blood of the sovereign. Comprehensive bodily enhancement initiated. Skill enhancement. Strength enhancement, body demonic transformation commencing. Other unknown effects. At that moment, Twilight paid no heed to the system prompt. he noticed his skills had all transformed to a shade of red and had no cooldown. The vial of Sovereign's blood he had painstakingly obtained, its side effects were severe and laden with unknown variables, had finally been unleashed. Better to shatter like jade than remain intact, he resolved, determined to make those who had plotted against him pay. Stop him. The prince and his companions recognized the peril. With the battle god reacting swiftly to charge at Twilight in an attempt to thwart him, but it was too late. Twilight's shield collided forcefully with the charging battle god, sending him flying. Even as Twilight hurled his shield at a heavily armored knight standing before the prince, before the prince could react, Twilight charged at him, his blade of calamity gleaming with lethal energy, and in the blink of an eye, he delivered a devastating blow, instantly eliminating the prince. Next was Wenxiang, the woman to whom Twilight had devoted so much of himself. She made no effort to evade his attack and was swiftly cut down. With the prince and Wenxiang's demises, Twilight's skills flowed seamlessly into action. His signature warrior skill, Whirlwind Slash, was unleashed. Charge, execute. Whirlwind Slash, Twilight's greatsword, embodying a swirling crimson tempest, swept through the area, clearing everything in its path. Yet, once the Whirlwind Slash was initiated, Twilight discovered it bore no cooldown, and thus he continued to unleash it, relentlessly sweeping away all in his vicinity. With each Whirlwind Slash, all control skills became ineffective. It was unclear how long this continued. But soon the area surrounding Twilight was devoid of others. Even his own mythic team members had fallen to his blade. Now, his focus shifted toward the location of the Demon Lord, where the forces of the Chaos Dynasty and the Retribution Legion were most concentrated. Even as he moved toward the Demon Lord, the Whirlwind Slash showed no signs of abating, and Twilight sensed that his time was running short. As he approached the Demon Lord's perimeter, pain began to radiate through his body, blood seeping from his wounds. Moreover, he noticed that the radius of his Whirlwind Slash was expanding. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Desperate battle, completely overextending vitality, mastering the ultimate technique of Whirlwind Slash, Blade Storm. Twilight felt no reaction to the system prompt. He could no longer halt his momentum. Engaging the Blade Storm, he transformed into a whirling crimson cyclone, sweeping away all enemies within dozens of meters. While his body began to fissure with crimson cracks in mere moments, Twilight became a figure of blood, his body fully fracturing that instant. The system's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Player Twilight Zero successfully summoned the Sovereign of Destruction at the cost of his life. System error, all players forcibly disconnected. As the system's voice faded, everyone was abruptly expelled from the heroic era, while Twilight's entire being dissolved into a mist of blood in that fleeting moment of self-detonation. Twilight's once frenzied mind cleared, and vivid memories of laughter and toil flickered before his eyes. Reflecting on the recent system prompt, he chuckled wearily, wondering if this could be considered a mark of historic significance. Perhaps it could, for he had undoubtedly left an indelible mark on the second world of humanity, the heroic era, had he not? Chapter 2. Rebirth. With a dazed blink, Twilight awakened, his unfocused eyes gazing ahead. After a moment, as his mind reassembled, he jolted upright, taking in his surroundings, a humble wooden hut, through the window revealing a lush forest teeming with vegetation. What has happened? Wasn't I supposed to have been forcibly deleted after consuming the Sovereign's blood? Why am I not back in my bed? Where's this place? Twilight mused, tapping his head in confusion. The final battle was etched into his memory, and he vividly recalled his madness in the moments before his demise. Shaking his head to clear the dizziness, he instinctively summoned his character attributes, only to be met with a sight that left him agape. Character: Twilight 0 age, 18 level, 1 strength, 8 agility, 6 spirit, 6 endurance, 10 will, 20 rank, 0 tier, unranked, class, warrior, unemployed, experience to level up, 0 100 talent skill, resilience. Resilience is a warrior's essential trait, enabling one to persevere even in the direst of circumstances. Fury: you have consumed the blood of the Sovereign, which invariably renders you uncontrollably ferocious, difficult to restrain. Strive to master it. It will unleash your potential, significantly enhancing your speed and strength in an instant, yet will leave you weak afterward. Not fully activated. Bloodlust: unknown blood courses through your veins, instilling in you an extraordinary thirst for blood. Battling amidst bloodshed: Prolonged killing will leave you tireless, growing ever bolder with each encounter. Not activated. Gazing at his level and attributes, Twilight felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and inhaled deeply. If his level 1 was somewhat hard to bear, the subsequent 3 skills left him agape with astonishment. The talent skill Resilience was acquired when he first entered the Age of Heroes. He had little to say about it. However, it was the latter 2 skills that undoubtedly pertained to the Sovereign's blood he had ingested. Furthermore, Twilight discovered that his initial stamina reached an astonishing 10 points, and his hidden attribute of willpower soared to an incredible 20. Far exceeding his comprehension that in the Age of Heroes, initial attributes often herald future growth potential. The higher your initial attributes, the greater your growth value in later stages. To Twilight's knowledge, most players in the Age of Heroes hovered around 6 to 7 points, with 12 being the maximum. It was precisely because of his high strength and stamina that Twilight had chosen the warrior class. Yet, back then, his stamina was merely 8 points, not the 10 points he possessed now. He glanced again at his attributes, utterly bewildered. At this moment, Twilight's mind was rife with questions. With this curiosity, he sought to summon the system for assistance. However, no matter how he called upon it, the system remained unresponsive. Just then, a little girl with black hair pushed open the door. Upon seeing that Twilight was awake, she blinked her large eyes and turned to run outside. Shortly after, the girl returned, leading a black-haired man who bore a sturdy bow and 2 short swords. "You're awake." Upon noticing Twilight sitting on the bed, the man patted the girl's head and smiled. "Did you save me? Where am I?" Twilight inquired. "This is Anzel town in the verdant forest. I found you collapsed by the roadside while hunting, so I brought you back," the man replied. Twilight's first reaction was disbelief. The verdant forest had long ceased to exhibit such pure greenery under the scourge of the undead cataclysm. Yet the trees and grass before him were undeniably vibrant. Natural greens. The man claimed this was the verdant forest, and there was no reason for him to deceive someone as powerless as Twilight, who at this moment could be considered utterly defenseless. "Thank you for saving me. How should I address you?" Despite his confusion, Twilight did not forget his manners. "I am Decisive, Howen." "What?" Upon hearing the man's name, Twilight nearly dropped his jaw. Wasn't Decisive the name of the OSS of the rebel army in his memories? Coincidentally, it was indeed Decisive Howen. When Decisive revealed his name, a simple character profile appeared before Twilight. That name: Decisive Howen, race, human class, assassin, warrior level, 50, 5th rank. Seeing this succinct introduction, Twilight concealed his astonishment and regarded the cross insignia on Decisive's shoulder, asking, "Are you from the Culture Kingdom?" At Twilight's question, Decisive's previously cheerful demeanor dimmed somewhat. "Culture is but a memory now. Ever since Soth City was destroyed by those vile green demons, I fled with my family to the verdant forest and made my home in Anzel town." Decisive's words astonished Twilight once more. The demons he referred to must be the orcs. The destruction of Soth City likely occurred during the early stages of the second orc invasion. Contemplating Decisive's name and his statements, coupled with the changes within himself, an epiphany struck Twilight. "Decisive, what year is it?" "The 18th year of the era," Decisive replied. The 18th year of the era, which corresponds to the year 10028, places Twilight squarely in the midst of the second war between humans and orcs. How had he suddenly arrived here? It was utterly inconceivable that he had come to the very genesis of the Age of Heroes. Why had this transformation occurred? Twilight found himself at a loss for answers. At that moment, Decisive's voice broke through his thoughts again. "You've said so much, yet you haven't told me your name." "Apologies, I am Twilight Zero. You may call me Twilight," he responded, a hint of regret in his tone, but fell silent once more. Perhaps sensing Twilight's somber mood, Decisive stood up and said, "Enough of the unhappy thoughts. That I shall prepare dinner. Tonight we feast on rabbit." With that, Decisive took his daughter and exited the room. Watching Decisive leave, Twilight summoned his attributes once more, subsequently losing track of time. Eventually, the sun began to set. Twilight exhaled softly, recalling the age-old wisdom that it is better to live on than to die well. And the saying, "Since I am here, I might as well find peace." Having crossed into the world of the Age of Heroes, Twilight accepted his fate. Having come to terms with these thoughts, Twilight stood up and walked outside, where he spotted a young woman with golden hair alongside Decisive, preparing several rabbits. Beside them was the little girl from earlier. Twilight surmised that she must be the future leader of the rebel army. "Anissa Howen." Why aren't you resting properly, little brother? Is your body all right? Docris paused his work upon seeing Twilight emerge. I feel perfectly fine. Let me help you start the fire, Twilight replied, picking up some chopped wood and skillfully arranging it. That evening, the four of them enjoyed a meal of roasted rabbit, which Twilight had personally prepared, earning him Docris's enthusiastic praise. During their casual conversation, Twilight learned that the young woman with golden hair was not Anissa's mother, but rather Docris's younger sister. As night fell, the distant howls of wolves echoed in the air. Lying on Docris's hard bed, Twilight quietly closed his eyes, contemplating that tomorrow would bring a new beginning. Wouldn't it? Chapter 3. Slaying Wolves and Men the next morning. Twilight awoke early, stepping outside the small cabin. Facing the rising sun, he stretched and could not help but marvel at the vibrant life within the verdant forest, untouched by the corruption of the undead cataclysm. It was undoubtedly more lush than the windward forest in Ortlana. Twilight had thought things through clearly the previous night. To survive in the Era continent, he must possess formidable strength in order to enhance his abilities. He could only rely on the game system he inherently possessed to gain experience through monster slaying. And today he would test whether he could still acquire experience in this manner. Given Twilight's character, having arrived in the real world of the Era, he was naturally unwilling to lead an ordinary life. The Age of Heroes was so named because it was a land brimming with heroes. Within this realm, myriad races coexisted: elves, dwarves, orcs, half-orcs, humans, centaurs, and many more, resulting in a plethora of conflicts. The history of the Age of Heroes was essentially a tapestry of warfare. From the ancient Abyssal Wars to the contemporary human-orc conflicts, and the impending rise of the centaurs, followed by the cataclysm and the demonic forces, war was ever present as Twilight pondered these myriad thoughts. Docris emerged, clad in leather armor. Noticing his attire, Twilight inquired, Docris, are you going out? Indeed, I am going hunting, Docris replied, patting his bow and arrows. Take me with you. I might be of assistance. Twilight volunteered eagerly. Very well. What weapon do you prefer? Would a one-handed sword suffice? Docris did not refuse Twilight, but rather agreed with a smile, considering that as a fourth-rank warrior, he could traverse the verdant forest with ease, and Twilight would face no danger following him. That's fine, but a shield would be preferable. Twilight replied candidly, this. Docris chuckled, turned back, and retrieved a wooden shield reinforced with iron. Light short sword. Attack 1 to 10, sharpness 12, weight 5, durability 30. Iron reinforced shield. Defense 3, weight 6, durability 50 to in the parlance of the Age of Heroes. These were merely basic weapons. Yet Twilight understood that the real world of the Era differed from the game. Docris's ability to produce such weapons was already commendable. Shall we set off now? Twilight asked, holding the two weapons. Let us go. A fortune smiles upon us. We may even hunt a brown bear today. Upon hearing Twilight's question, Docris tightened the short sword at his waist and led the way out of Anzel town. After exiting the town, the two ventured deeper into the verdant forest, soon encountering a solitary gray wolf by the edge of the woods. Lonely old wolf. Level 3, this wolf had strayed far from its pack. Upon spotting it, Docris drew his bow and shot an arrow that struck true. The gray wolf, suddenly attacked, turned and lunged at Docris. Witnessing this familiar scene, Twilight felt no fear. Instinctively, he raised his shield and positioned himself before the oncoming wolf. The wolf showed no regard for who stood in its path and lunged forward to bite. Meanwhile, Docris kept a vigilant watch on Twilight, ready to intervene at the first sign of danger. As Twilight faced the oncoming gray wolf, he skillfully raised his shield to deflect its savage bite, and then delivered a swift strike to the creature's neck with his blade. Noticing Twilight's successful defense against the wolf, Docris stepped forward and released an arrow. When Twilight once again thwarted the wolf's attack, it let out a dreadful howl and collapsed to the ground. Upon slaying the gray wolf, Twilight received a meager reward of 4 experience points. This paltry sum nearly provoked a curse from him. It was utterly disheartening that defeating a creature of such caliber yielded only 4 points at this rate. How many wolves would he have to slay to level up? The disparity in experience gained compared to veteran players was stark, though he conveniently chose to overlook Docris, who had already attained the 5th tier. The gray wolf lay lifeless on the ground. Docris deftly unsheathed his short sword and began skinning the wolf. For a single pelt could fetch a silver coin. Moments later, the two resumed their hunt for the next target by evening, after dispatching yet another gray wolf. A warm surge of energy coursed through Twilight's body, signifying that he had reached a new level. Character: Twilight 0 level, 2 strength, 8.8 agility, 5.5 spirit, 6.7 endurance, 11 willpower, 20 tier, 0, uninitiated, profession, warrior, unemployed, experience to level up, 0 200 talent skills, resilience. Tenacity is an essential trait for a warrior. It ensures you do not easily succumb to despair in the direst situations. Fury: having consumed the blood of the destroyer, it renders you uncontrollably berserk. Strive to harness it, for it can significantly enhance your speed and power, albeit at the cost of subsequent weakness. Not fully activated. Bloodlust: an unknown blood flows through your veins, imbuing you with an extraordinary craving for blood. Engaging in combat will render you tireless. The more you fight, the stronger you become. Not activated. In the epic world, any non-integer attribute growth is displayed as 0.5, never as other figures. Observing his attribute changes, Twilight realized he had accomplished his goal for the day. As Twilight descended, he sheathed his weapon and declared, "Brother Decisive, let us call it a day." The reality of the epic world differed greatly from the game realm, where monsters could be respawned at will. In reality, one must scour the land for prey, some of which might flee. Indeed, today has yielded good results. These wolf and deer pelts should sell for at least a gold coin, Decisive replied, expertly continuing his work on the wolf skin. In the following days, Twilight often roamed the verdant forests, pursuing his wolf-hunting endeavors. Occasionally, he would stay at the inn in Anzel town, listening to tidbits of information shared by passing merchants. Decisive frequently ventured south to Black Sea City, where Twilight knew he had comrades. This mercenary brotherhood would eventually serve as the foundation for the future rebellion. One day, a warm sensation enveloped Twilight, signaling that he had reached level 5. He earned his first skill point, and finally unlocked the first active skill in the warrior template, Charge. In the epic world, learning any combat skill requires skill points, which are first acquired upon reaching level 5, granting 1 point per level. Initially, skill points are manageable. However, as one progresses, they become scarce, making the selection of skills a matter of great deliberation. Character: Twilight 0 level, 5 strength, 13.5 agility, 7.5 spirit, 9 endurance, 15 willpower, 20 tier, 0, uninitiated, profession, warrior, unemployed, experience to level up, 3 500 talent skills, resilience. Tenacity is an essential trait for a warrior. It ensures you do not easily succumb to despair in the direst situations. Fury: having consumed the blood of the destroyer, it renders you uncontrollably berserk. Strive to harness it, for it can significantly enhance your speed and power, albeit at the cost of subsequent weakness. Not fully activated. Bloodlust: an unknown blood flows through your veins, imbuing you with an extraordinary craving for blood. Engaging in combat will render you tireless. The more you fight, the stronger you become. Not activated. Skills: Charge: propel yourself towards a target with tremendous force, knocking it down or pushing it back. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Twilight contemplated his next move and decided against returning directly to Anzel town. Instead, he made his way to the nearby Morning Bell village. He recalled that during the cataclysm, the village had succumbed to infection due to a follower of the cataclysm, Tong, which had indirectly led to the devastation of the entire verdant forest. However, at this moment, Morning Bell village remained under the governance of Barren Valley. Upon arriving at the now peaceful village, Twilight followed his memory to an unassuming cabin constructed of logs, where the low-level mage Tong still resided. Albeit temporarily to outsiders, Tong appeared to be an inconspicuous second-tier mage, but his lack of magical aptitude had driven him to study shadow powers. His obsession with darkness eventually earned him infamy as the plague professor of the Cataclysm Legion, wreaking havoc in the region, which was why Twilight sought to eliminate him. Of course, he would never admit that his motive was to raid Tong's modest storeroom. Pausing before the door of Tong, Twilight peered through the crack and observed a mage engrossed in a tome. Noticing the mage's standard robe confirmed that this was indeed his target, Tong, silently equipping his sword and shield. Twilight pushed the door open with a creak. The sound startled the engrossed Tong. "Who are you?" the mage inquired, closing his book as Twilight strode confidently into the room. "Lord Tong, I have come to borrow something." Twilight spoke gravely, advancing toward the mage without hesitation. "What do you seek?" Tong began to ask, But before he could finish, Twilight had closed the distance and swung his sword towards him. Although caught off guard, Azjiantong managed to conjure a magical shield in time. Twilight's attack struck the shield, failing to inflict any damage. As Twilight's left-handed sword came crashing down, a blue-white aura erupted from beneath Azjiantong's feet. And as the aura reached Twilight, he found himself immobilized. The signature spell of mages, Frost Nova, had ensnared him. Seizing the opportunity, Azjiantong blinked to the opposite corner of the room, a chilling energy coalescing in his hands. Having been tormented by mages countless times in his previous life as a warrior, Twilight was well aware of their tactics. Observing Azjiantong preparing to unleash an ice arrow, Twilight swiftly hurled his left-hand shield at the mage. This was a skill he had invented in his past life, Flying Shield, designed specifically to interrupt ranged spells. It had once been his signature move and remained effective to this day. The shield struck Azjiantong squarely in the face, disrupting his ice arrow. In that instant, the freezing effect of Frost Nova dissipated, and without hesitation, Twilight activated his charge skill, surging towards Azjiantong, just as the mage recovered from the impact of the flying shield. He looked up to find Twilight already upon him, and with a powerful collision, Azjiantong was knocked to the ground. What fate awaits a mage when faced with a warrior at close range? The answer was evident in Azjiantong's predicament. As he fell, Twilight unleashed a flurry of strikes with his one-handed sword, and after 3 or 4 blows, Azjiantong's magical shield shattered, leaving him to succumb to Twilight's relentless assault. Twilight had slain the level 10 humanoid Azjiantong, earning 30 experience points. With a light-hearted complaint about the system's stinginess, Twilight exhaled deeply and began rifling through Azjiantong's dwelling. After a brief search, he discovered a small, square storage unit beneath the mage's desk, measuring approximately 1 meter on each side. Inside, he immediately spotted a dark golden box and a rolled-up scroll, accompanied by a handful of coins. Collecting the coins, the box, and the scroll, and after ensuring there was nothing else of value in the room, Twilight departed from Azjiantong's residence, closing the door behind him as if nothing had transpired. Strolling out of Morning Bell Village, he glanced back at the quaint hamlet, pondering whether the demise of Azjiantong would prove beneficial to the area. However, considering its strategic location, it was likely that Valley's fortress would still attract the attention of the cataclysm. As for the murder of Azjiantong, Twilight felt no fear of being pursued. In the epic world, the shedding of blood was common, and as long as one remained undetected, there would be no repercussions. Chapter 4. A farewell encounter. Having walked a fair distance from Morning Bell Village, Twilight produced the orange-red scroll obtained from Azjiantong. Opening it, a rare glimmer of excitement crossed his face. This was the skill he sought, War Cry, ripping the scroll apart with his hands. A flash of red light enveloped him, and he heard the system's notification echo in his mind. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill War Cry. War Cry unleashes your latent rage, rendering you uncontrollably furious, and lets out a thunderous roar. Skill effect instantly removes all control effects and enters a combat stance, significantly boosting the fighting spirit of yourself and your allies. It is precisely this skill, War Cry, that was remarkably potent in my previous life, however. It arrived somewhat belatedly. It is rumored that this tome was inadvertently acquired by Azjiantong during his research on the otherworldly undead calamity, and it had long been concealed within his abode in Morning Bell Village. Yet, such a humble locale hardly attracted the attention of others. It was only after the cataclysm of the undead disaster and during the clearance of the Emerald Forest that a player stumbled upon it. At that time, this skill was unparalleled, revered as the divine technique of warriors. Nevertheless, despite having acquired the Warcry skill, its icon remained grayed out, indicating that Twilight could not yet harness it. Upon inspection, he discovered that it required 5 skill points to illuminate, implying he must attain at least level 10 to fully possess this skill. In the eyes of mages and nobles, warriors were mere cannon fodder. However, once a warrior reached a certain level, they could become a terrifying force, akin to the later renowned berserker King Shalaben, famed for his boundless rage and infinite slaughters, a paragon of wielding dual-handed weapons with a single hand. Even Istar, the esteemed first warrior of the central kingdom of Darius, could not compare to Shalaben. In his past life, Twilight aspired to surpass Shalaben, and in this life, armed with his own prophetic insights, an elite growth template, and innate skills, he was confident that it was an attainable goal. Returning to the residence of Docries, Twilight immediately noticed that Docries Howen had returned. Sitting before him, Twilight addressed, "Brother Docries, would you be able to pick a lock? I stumbled upon this box and would appreciate your assistance in opening it." As he spoke, he produced the dark golden box acquired from Asgianton. Upon seeing the box, Docries was taken aback. Having once served in the Coltera army, he was no novice and recognized the rarity of such an item. Rather than inquire further, he retrieved a set of lockpicking tools from his bag and set to work. After half an hour, a soft click echoed as the metallic box was unlocked. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Docries pushed the box toward Twilight. Gently opening it, Twilight beheld a blue ring nestled within. Elemental Surge Ring, Strength 2, Stamina 3, Spirit 5, Speed 2. It shimmered with a faint magical glow. It was indeed a minor, yet exquisite green acceleration ring, though its attributes seemed more suited for spellcasters. Twilight turned to the playful little Anissa outside and called, "Little Anissa, come in. Uncle has a special gift for you." "Okay." Anissa Howen, already familiar with Twilight, scampered over. "Here, this ring is a gift from Uncle. Do you like it?" Twilight crouched down, taking Anissa's small hand and placing the elemental surge ring in her palm. "I like it," the little girl replied obediently. "Twilight, this is magical equipment. Why are you giving it to your daughter?" Docries interjected, surprised that Twilight would bestow such a ring upon Anissa, recognizing its enchanted nature. "Brother Docries, it's merely a trivial ring. Anissa calls me uncle, and I have yet to present her with a proper gift. So consider this a gesture of introduction." Twilight chuckled, ruffling Anissa's hair. "This is too precious," Docries remarked, his brow furrowed. "Enough, brother, it's time for dinner. I am quite famished," Twilight interjected, his expression firm. Realizing Twilight's determination, Docries reluctantly allowed Anissa to accept the ring. A night passed in silence, and by the next morning, Twilight rose early. Having hunted nearby lone wolves and brown bears for several consecutive days, the population of these creatures around Anzel town had noticeably diminished. Thus, Twilight ventured deeper into the Emerald Forest, though he dared not stray too far, as it lay at the junction of the Coltera Kingdom, the central kingdom of Darius, and the Smudo Alliance, bustling with merchants. This prosperity also attracted a number of kobolds, gnolls, and human bandits who specialized in robbing travelers, and at this stage, Twilight was not yet equipped to confront such marauders. That day, while listening to the passing merchant caravans, Twilight heard news of a sizable merman tribe emerging in the eastern seas adjacent to Soth City. The mention of this event stirred something within him. The merman uprising was a well-known occurrence as the Naga and deep-sea sharkmen waged war, forcing a multitude of weaker mermen to seek refuge on land and subsequently attack nearby humans. Despite multiple attempts by human forces, the situation remained unresolved, marking the first large-scale dungeon for players. Contemplating all he knew about this dungeon, Twilight understood that it was time for him to depart. Approaching Docries, he announced, "Brother, I believe I must take my leave." "Leave? Where to?" Docries stood abruptly, surprised at Twilight's declaration. In the days spent together, Twilight had seamlessly integrated into Docries' family, and his sudden intent to depart unsettled Docries. "I intend to journey east to Soth City," Twilight revealed, having long contemplated this plan. "Why would you leave so suddenly? What purpose do you have in Soth City?" Docries questioned, perplexed by Twilight's intentions. Hearing Docries' inquiry, Twilight felt a pang of frustration. After a month of camaraderie, he had discerned that Docries lacked the ambitions and assertiveness of his future self. It was difficult to imagine that this man would one day rise to lead the uprising against the Coltera and Darius's northwestern territories. "Mermen have appeared along the eastern coast of Soth. I wish to investigate. What do you say? Join me, and we shall fight side by side," Twilight jested. Unbeknownst to others, Twilight was aware that, before long, Docries would embark on his own journey against the orcs, igniting a complex tale of love and hatred with Darius and the Smudo Alliance, followed by the undead calamity led by the Decisive brothers that would ultimately devastate his homeland. As for engaging with the mermen, Twilight sought to persuade Docries to accompany him, for he recognized that Docries was an elite individual with immense potential, and he did not wish for Docries to follow the trajectory that would render him a stepping stone for others. However, upon hearing Twilight's mention of the mermen, Docries shook his head. He had already pledged to return to his comrades to combat the orcs, and he felt an obligation to safeguard both Anissa and his sister. Observing Dockery's silence, Twilight patted his arm and said, "Very well. I understand you have your own plans. Let us part ways here. Do remember to keep in touch." Twilight's words were more a formality than a genuine expectation. He understood Dockery's had family to care for, and through their interactions, he had come to know Dockery's well. Dockery's was fiercely loyal, and even if he left with Twilight now, it was likely that he would return should his brethren in Black Sea City require assistance. Twilight could only hope to aid him in the future. Wait! Just as Twilight was about to exit, Dockery's called out to him. Turning around, Twilight saw Dockery's approaching with a small red pouch, roughly the size of his fist. "A penny can thwart a hero. How can a man venture forth without funds?" Dockery stated. Pressing the pouch into Twilight's hands, feeling the weight of the coin pouch, Twilight gazed intently at Dockery's, remaining silent, yet nodding in gratitude as he stepped through the doorway. Sometimes, words of thanks were unnecessary. What mattered was holding them in one's heart. Bidding farewell to Dockery's, Twilight strolled leisurely out of Anzel, opting not to follow the main road, but to navigate the nearby forest, seeking encounters with unwary beasts. After 2 days of travel, Twilight's level had unexpectedly risen to level 8. On this day, a shout reached his ears, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce struggle. Intrigued by the commotion nearby, Twilight cautiously approached, crossing a small hill to witness a youthful boy with tousled brown hair, laboriously wielding a large sword against 3 kobolds. Kobolds were a quintessentially opportunistic race, typically following gnolls unless they were among their own kind. Faced with the towering gnolls, the diminutive kobolds were often the victims of bullying, and a single adult gnoll could easily handle 3 to 5 kobolds without difficulty. At that moment, seeing the boy struggling against 3 kobolds, Twilight called out, "Hey there, need some assistance?" "Absolutely," the boy replied amidst the fray. Without hesitation, Twilight drew his weapon and shield, charging forth. He swiftly knocked one kobold to the ground, and then struck its neck with his sword, dispatching it in a heartbeat. Following this, he raised his shield to deflect the axe of another kobold. Unlike in a game, this was the real world. Thus, when weapons struck vital areas like the neck or heart, it typically resulted in a fatal blow. Despite his lower level, Twilight's combat instincts had been honed through countless battles. And even without skills, he was undoubtedly a competent warrior, adept in blocking and parrying. As Twilight beheld the swift demise of a dog-headed creature, effortlessly dispatching one while thwarting another, the young warrior wielding the great sword found himself invigorated, his movements becoming increasingly exuberant. In mere moments, the 2 beasts lay vanquished at his feet. Witnessing their downfall, he jubilantly exclaimed, "Brother, I am grateful for your timely assistance. Let us divide the spoils equally." With that, the youth adeptly began to rummage through the remains of the 3 dog-headed creatures. "There's no need for that. I require nothing," Twilight chuckled, declining the offer. After all, the dog-headed creatures were notorious for their poverty. Having long been stripped of any valuables by the orcs, what treasures could possibly remain? Instead of the meager loot, Twilight found himself far more intrigued by the young lad. "How can that be? We vanquished these creatures together, so the spoils ought to be shared," the boy insisted, shaking his head in protest. Twilight, amused, crouched down to observe the diligent scavenger. "What is your name? Are you from around here?" "I am Tamar." Hailing from the town of Luogene, the boy replied earnestly. "Are you bound for Soth City?" "Indeed. I am on my way to the Soth City monastery to become a paladin." Tamar's face lit up with excitement at the mention of his military aspirations. Tamar, the name struck a chord with Twilight. Though he could not quite place it to encounter another aspiring soldier on the road was quite the surprise. "How fortuitous. I am also headed to Soth City. Let us journey together," Twilight invited. "Absolutely. Big brother, just wait for me a moment," Tamar replied, resuming his quest for loot. The 2 then set forth towards Soth City. "You are quite young. What motivates you to pursue the path of a paladin?" Twilight inquired. His curiosity piqued. Though he was not much older himself, Tamar's demeanor made him appear even younger. "To protect my home and defend against our enemies. My father wishes for me to become a noble paladin," Tamar declared with unwavering determination. Twilight smiled at Tamar's earnest words, choosing to remain silent. He sensed that beneath the boy's youthful facade lay deeper matters unspoken. Thus, they continued their conversation as they made their way towards Soth. 3 days later, Twilight and Tamar emerged from the verdant expanse of the Greenfield Forest, traversing the lofty bridge over the coastal gorge. marking their entrance into the realm of Soth City to by this time. Twilight had attained level 10, yet he had not yet advanced, for one must first secure employment to progress. At midday, they arrived at the grand gates of Soth City. Gazing upon this monumental bastion of civilization, arguably one of the finest cities in the human kingdom, Twilight was struck with awe. Despite his mental preparation, beside him, Tamar's face radiated fascination and fervor. Soth City, officially named Suthendine City, was the largest and most fortified city in the Darius Kingdom, second only to the capital, Daunus. For centuries, it had stood sentinel along the eastern coast, safeguarding humanity's peace. Within Suthendine lay a revered sanctuary, the tomb of the human saint Suthendine, and the Suthendine Monastery, a perennial gathering place for pilgrims and paladins alike. Suthendine was the first human paladin and a hero who had valiantly resisted the abyssal demons in ancient times. It was in his honor that later pilgrims and paladins established Suthendine City to commemorate his sacrifice against the demonic forces. As Twilight beheld the grandeur of Suthendine City, he could not help but marvel at the strength of the human alliance in this era, arguably the most formidable in history. Even the ancient elven kingdoms could not dismiss the current might of humankind. Yet, Twilight was acutely aware that the tides would soon turn, and the so-called Four Kingdoms alliance would swiftly unravel. Years of human advancement would be obliterated in an instant, and it would be during this tumultuous period that the once mighty Suthendine City would be reduced to ruins. With the Suthendine Monastery transforming into the headquarters of the fearless army known as the Oath of the Fearless, no one could have foreseen that the human alliance, which dominated the fertile southeastern lands, would soon face a cataclysmic decline, with the central kingdom of Darius and the arcane kingdom of Zinbola falling to ruin, leading to the collapse of years of human progress, accompanied by the near destruction of half the elven kingdom. Let us proceed. We must enter, Twilight urged, pulling Tamar, who was still mesmerized by the splendor of Suthendine City, toward the interior. Once inside, Twilight led Tamar in search of the employment hall. In the world of the heroic era, only guilds could officially issue occupational medals, thereby granting recognition and allowing for further advancement into roles such as soldiers, mercenaries, and guards. Otherwise, one would find no employment. Both Tamar and Twilight were uninitiated warriors, and completing their employment at the hall was a prudent step, as it would afford them guidance from mentors. Upon arriving at the employment station, Twilight observed the various proclamations of professions hanging within the towering spire. He confidently strode toward the nearest warrior hall, while Tamar hesitated, refraining from entering. Tamar had set his sights on becoming a paladin and had diligently pursued that path, dismissing all other professions as irrelevant to his ambitions. "Greetings. I wish to apply to become a warrior," Twilight announced as he approached an elderly warrior mentor. The aged warrior immediately discerned that Twilight was on the cusp of advancement. With a gentle tone, he spoke, "My child, you possess commendable strength. However, one must have a belief to guide one's life, and a warrior is no exception. As a warrior, you should be the most steadfast bastion for your comrades and the most resolute cornerstone for your nation, never yielding, never retreating. Can you embody this?" "I can't," Twilight replied, feeling as though he had been transported back to the moment he first became a warrior. "Excellent, my child. To become the shield that protects others is the honor of a warrior." With the mentor's words, a medal emblazoned with a sword and shield was presented to him. Upon receiving the emblem of a warrior, Twilight felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, marking his formal entry into the second tier. Accompanied by a transformation of his attributes. Character, Twilight 0 level, 10 strength, 22 agility, 16 spirit, 16.5 stamina, 25 willpower, 20 tier. First tier, uninitiated, profession, warrior. The previous indication of unemployed had vanished from his profession status, and his strength, agility, and stamina had all increased by 3 to 4 points. However, as he had chosen the path of a warrior, his spirit remained unchanged, while willpower was generally a fixed attribute, only increasing through rigorous training or significant life changes. To others, formal employment might merely signify recognition, but for Twilight, it was a transformative milestone. Following his formal initiation and advancement, his previously dormant skills, swordsmanship mastery and parry, were activated, and he even unlocked the skill War Cry. Upon exiting the employment hall, Twilight noticed that Tamar had not entered and merely shook his head. He assured Tamar that even after becoming a warrior, he could still become a paladin. Yet, Tamar remained steadfast in his singular focus on the path of the paladin. Thus, Twilight led Tamar towards the Soth monastery. After a brief passage of time, they arrived at a towering edifice in the western part of the city, the Soth monastery, walking along the stone path leading to the monastery's chapel. Twilight could distinctly sense the tranquility that enveloped this place, a stark contrast to the outside world. Passers-by instinctively lowered their voices, even refraining from sound altogether. As they approached the monastery, Twilight beheld two statues of stone. One undoubtedly depicting the first paladin, the hero of humanity, Soth, while the other honored Aces Campello, the founder of the Order of the Hammer of Justice. Big brother, are you also aspiring to become a paladin? Tamar inquired. Of course, Twilight replied, scratching his nose with mild embarrassment. This was the real world, and he was curious to see if he, like others, could simultaneously possess multiple professions. If he could choose, the paladin, known for their resilience, would certainly be a preferred option. Having passed the two statues, Twilight and Tamar inquired further and located the dwelling where the paladin trials were conducted. The initiation for paladins differed from other professions, for it did not require the demonstration of strength or prowess. Rather, the sole criterion was faith. Only those who could comprehend the power of the holy light had a chance to become paladins. Otherwise, their aspirations were futile. When Twilight and Tamar expressed their desire to become paladins, a young female priest ushered them to a statue of Soth. Gaze upon the holy effigy and take a moment to reflect. Can you articulate what you feel? Upon hearing the priestess's words, Tamar promptly closed his eyes in earnest prayer, while Twilight obediently followed suit, shutting his eyes before the sacred statue. After a moment, Twilight opened his eyes in confusion. He felt nothing. An overwhelming challenge lay before him. Just as he began to ponder the situation, he noticed Tamar emanating a faint golden glow. What is happening with him? Twilight exclaimed, pointing at Tamar in bewilderment. He has grasped the essence of the holy light, the priestess replied with a smile. I am well aware of that. I wish to know why I feel nothing at all. Twilight expressed his frustration. In the game, it was simply a matter of recitation to become a paladin, yet here, it seemed an insurmountable task. Because your heart does not harbor faith in the holy light. The female priest cast a sidelong glance at Twilight, her tone tinged with irritation. Observing the indifferent female priest, Twilight felt a surge of indignation within, yet wisely refrained from pressing further. It was evident that the priest held disdain for someone devoid of faith. After a brief moment, Tamar lowered her clasped hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, Elder brother, I can feel it. I can feel the holy light. Wonderful, Twilight thought, genuinely pleased for Tamar. Congratulations. Your devotion has allowed you to comprehend the power of the holy light. From now on, it shall be your guiding ally. Let us seek Lord Anzel, so he may ordain you as a paladin. At this juncture, the female priest stepped forward, eyeing Tamar as he regained consciousness. Splendid. Elder brother, let us go together, Tamar eagerly replied. He cannot accompany us. One without faith is unworthy to enter the sanctum. The female priest remarked with a huffy snort before turning away. Watching her depart, Twilight could not suppress a torrent of curses in his heart. What had he done to deserve such treatment? Was it truly a crime to lack understanding of the holy light? He resigned himself to wait in the side hall, watching as Tamar followed the female priest into the central hall. Just as Twilight began to drift into a drowsy stupor, Tamar emerged alongside the priest. Elder brother, I have succeeded, Tamar exclaimed, rushing over to Twilight, who noticed the medal and attributes adorning his chest that name. Tamar, race, human, class, apprentice paladin, rank, level 10, tier 1. Look at that, our future paladin, Twilight said, a broad smile illuminating his face. He was undeniably thrilled for Tamar. In the world of the epic, the most commonly registered classes were rangers and mercenaries, while paladins were exceedingly rare, surpassed only by classes like Dragon Knight, Blood Dragon Priest, and Death Knight. This class demanded not only a heart of devotion, but also exceptional combat prowess. Come now, paladin, we must venture forth to address our hunger. I am famished, Twilight declared, pulling Tamar along as they made their way outside. Chapter 6. The Winds of Ordination, Part 2. As they exited the monastery, Twilight and Tamar happened upon several recruitment stations. With a surge of confidence, Tamar suddenly exclaimed, Elder brother, is that the recruitment point for the Hammer of Justice? Let us take a look. The illustrious reputation of the Hammer of Justice was known throughout the continent. with a stone tablet at the monastery entrance detailing its glorious achievements. Brother, the Hammer of Justice only recruits high-tier paladins. Individuals like us would barely qualify for a standard regiment, let alone the Hammer of Justice. Twilight replied, somewhat at a loss for how to temper his brother's enthusiasm. Just then, two soldiers emerged from the barracks. Overhearing Twilight's words, upon witnessing the evident weakness of Twilight and Tamar, one of them voiced a mocking laugh. Huh. Two Tier 1 trash think they can join the Hammer of Justice. Twilight and Tamar turned at the sound, their eyes landing on two men clad in white plate armor, clearly members of the regular army. What did you say? Tamar shouted, his face flushed with anger at being labeled as trash. I said Darius does not recruit trash. You might as well return home and suck your mother's breast. Huh, the arrogant young man retorted. Scoundrel, may you rot in hell. Tamar, incensed by the disdainful words, charged forward, with Twilight unable to restrain him. Clang. The sound of Tamar's heavy sword striking the shield hastily raised by his opponent echoed through the air. Undeterred by the miss, Tamar swiftly kicked the opponent's thigh, knocking him off balance, then executed a low sweep that sent the man crashing to the ground. However, the other soldier quickly reacted, preparing to assist his comrade. Faced with opponents whose strength far surpassed their own, Twilight could not allow the odds to stack against them. He brandished his shield and charged. The impact of his charge struck true, albeit with little effect due to the vast difference in levels and strength, merely causing the soldier to stagger back a step. Seizing the moment, Twilight raised his shield high and slammed it down towards the opponent's head. The blow was deflected by the soldier's arm, yet Twilight pressed on relentlessly, delivering blow after blow, leaving the foe no time to counterattack. Meanwhile, Tamar continued to pummel the arrogant soldier beneath him, but was soon flipped over by the brash warrior. The chaotic brawl drew the attention of onlookers, creating a wide circle around the four combatants. Just as Twilight and Tamar were locked in fierce combat, a booming voice rang out. Stop. A burly middle-aged man clad in high-ranking Commander-S attire pushed through the crowd. Upon seeing him, the two soldiers engaged with Twilight and Tamar turned pale, halting their assault. However, the injured Twilight and Tamar had no intention of stopping, and Twilight struck his opponent's face with his shield. Just as he prepared to deliver another blow, a golden warhammer struck him on the head, and two soldiers seized Twilight's arms. As for Tamar, who continued to fight, he was unceremoniously kicked away by the commanding officer. Lock them both up. The newcomer commanded, surveying the bruised soldiers with ire. Wait, General, on what grounds do you imprison us? Tamar, having fallen to the ground, rose to confront the general. On what grounds? For assaulting my soldiers, the general replied, stepping closer to glare at Tamar. I refuse to accept this. They insulted me first. Tamar shouted defiantly. Refusal? Humph. This is a military zone, brazenly attacking soldiers. What right do you have to refuse? The general retorted angrily, then delivered a slap to Tamar's face. This. Two soldiers restrained Tamar, preventing any resistance. Do you submit? Do you submit? Do you submit? With 3 consecutive slaps, Twilight, witnessing his stubborn younger brother's silence, felt a surge of rage, his eyes turning crimson. The skill of war cry activated, and alongside it, his latent ability fury surged forth. With a furious roar, Twilight broke free from the grip of the two soldiers and charged at the general clad in the high-ranking Commander-S attire. The middle-aged man momentarily displayed surprise at Twilight's rapid approach, but swiftly countered, pushing him aside with ease. Enough, General Cunavilo. This ends now. Just as Twilight was seized once more by the soldiers, an elderly voice resonated through the crowd. An old man clad in a tricolored robe of gold, blue, and white approached, parting the throng. Upon hearing the elder's words, Twilight realized that the imposing general was none other than Cunavilo Rudin, the arrogant commander who had personally sealed the kingdom's fate and delivered Darius to the scourge of death. The robed elder, radiating an aura of wisdom, was none other than the pontiff of the monastery, the sole Archbishop Sarian Vio. Since the Archbishop has spoken, I shall spare you 2 ignorant civilians today, Cunavilo declared. Allowing Twilight and Tamar to be released, feeling his hands freed, Twilight rushed to Tamar's side, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Cough, cough. I'm fine, merely some superficial wounds. Tamar replied, attempting to rise, just as Twilight reached to help him. He suddenly felt his legs weaken, an overwhelming fatigue washing over him, nearly causing him to collapse. Sensing his body's discomfort, Twilight checked his status bar and discovered a negative effect. Activated talent skill fury. Extreme fatigue, stamina reduced by 50%. Realizing the cause of his condition, Twilight understood that it was the consequence of recklessly using fury. At that moment, a golden light enveloped both Tamar and Twilight, filling Twilight with warmth as his superficial injuries healed at a visible pace. Most importantly, the fatigue began to dissipate rapidly, and he recognized that it was the Pontiff Sarian Vio who had intervened. The Pontiff's mere gesture surpassed the efforts of many who dedicated their lives to training. "Thank you, Your Holiness," Twilight expressed sincerely, turning to the Pontiff. "Child, what is your name?" Sarian Vio inquired kindly, regarding Twilight with a nod. "I am Twilight Zero, Your Holiness. Regarding today's events, I hope you will advocate for us." Twilight lowered his head slightly as he spoke to Sarian Vio. "What would you have me do?" "Advocate for you?" the Pontiff inquired in return. "I wish to duel them. A fight to the death," Twilight stated, casting a resolute glance at the two soldiers who had engaged him, enunciating each word with determination. Despite still feeling the effects of weakness, with sword and shield in hand, Twilight felt confident in handling the two provocateurs. "Child, your latent power astonishes me, yet they are not your enemies." Sarian Vio stepped forward and gently stroked the top of Twilight's head. "Speaking softly, I hold great admiration for you." Twilight thought it is no small feat for a first-tier individual to instantly break free from the grasp of two third-tier soldiers, even at this stage. The three leaders of the Hammer of Justice lacked such prowess when they were first-tier. "I shall heed your teachings," Twilight acknowledged, knowing that with Sarian Vio around, there would assuredly be no life-or-death struggle, as this was merely his stance. "Excellent. Little one, you are commendable, displaying resilience. Focus on enhancing your strength. I look forward to the day you and Tamal shine brightly for Darius." Sarian Vio offered encouragement to Tamal, then patted both Twilight and Tamal on the shoulder as he made his way out. Upon exiting the military camp, Tamal appeared somewhat dejected, remaining silent throughout their journey, observing the slight bruising on Tamal's face. Twilight chuckled and threw an arm around his neck. "Why the long face? Have you suffered a setback?" "No, I just feel that this military camp is different from what I had imagined," Tamal replied with a hint of disappointment. "What is there to lament? In this world, a man must endure trials. Let us diligently improve our strength. We shall reclaim the honor of today in due time. Ultimately, personal strength is the most crucial aspect," Twilight proclaimed with fervor. "Indeed," Tamal nodded, a smile breaking across his face. After a brief moment, Tamal inquired, "Where shall we head now?" "Well, let's grab a meal first, perhaps unwind a bit," Twilight suggested, leading Tamal to a bar in Soth City named Rose and Sword. At this moment, the Second Orc War raged fiercely, yet Twilight remained oblivious to the precise unfolding of historical events. Thus he sought to gather information. Undoubtedly, a bar rife with diverse characters was an optimal place to do so. "Bartender, 2 mugs of malt liquor, please," Twilight called out to the beautiful barmaid as they approached the counter, giving a familiar whistle and ordering 2 strong Alish. "Here are your drinks." The barmaid, taken aback by the dark-haired, dark-eyed Twilight, swiftly presented the ordered drinks that in these times. While dark hair was somewhat common, dark eyes were a rarity. "Thank you." Twilight responded courteously, raising his glass and taking a slow sip, while his ears remained attuned to the conversations around him. Soon, 2 voices caught his attention. "Hey, it seems the Murlocs that were driven back into the sea a few days ago have resurfaced. I've heard that 2 nearby villages were raided." Indeed, Duke Sinman has issued a decree for all mercenaries and militia in the city to hunt the Murlocs, offering rewards for each Murloc brought in. Word has it that slaying a Murloc shaman could earn one the Duke's commendation. Listening to the conversation nearby, Twilight raised an eyebrow, recalling the details of the Murloc Tide instance from long ago. After all, so much time had passed that he surmised that this was likely the first Murloc Tide, which had been repelled once before, yet the Murlocs, undeterred, returned to shore. Duke Siman, however, seemed reluctant to deploy regular troops against such minor foes, suggesting that the human alliance was perhaps already strained in their efforts to counter the orc onslaught. Alternatively, the current Murloc presence may not pose a significant threat to Soth City, thus not warranting a military response from Duke Sinman. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Twilight couldn't help but recall the accounts of Duke Sinman. In the Age of Heroes, Darius Chronicle, Duke Sinman, Lord of Soth City, was a childhood companion of King Darius V of the Darius Kingdom, steadfastly loyal to the kingdom throughout his life, ultimately perishing during the Scourge. After about half an hour, having gleaned no further useful information, Twilight set down his glass, tossed 2 silver coins to the barmaid, and beckoned the rosy-cheeked Tamal to rise as they made their exit. Chapter 7. The Murloc Tide. The following morning, as the sun reached its zenith, Twilight arrived at the entrance of the monastery. Awaiting Tamal, Tamal had risen before dawn to attend the bishop's sermon, a customary first task for the paladins and priests within Soth City. Twilight, arriving precisely on time, did not wait long before Tamal emerged, and together they headed towards the city outskirts. "Brother, did you know? Lord Nysane is truly remarkable." Praying alongside him, "I can distinctly feel the radiant power of the holy light within me strengthening," Tamal exclaimed, his face alight with excitement and reverence. "Nysane? Nysane Campello, perhaps?" Twilight inquired, his mind racing at the mention of the name. "Indeed, it is the esteemed Bishop Nysane Campello. Brother, have you heard of him?" Tamal asked, looking at Twilight expectantly. Upon Tamal's confirmation, Twilight nodded. He was all too familiar with the name Nysane Campello, a figure of great significance who had profoundly influenced the course of history. According to the Darius Chronicle of the Age of Heroes, Nysane Campello is the grandson of Asus Campello, the founder of the Hammer of Justice, deeply devout in his faith in the holy light. His actions are often radical, harboring suspicion and hostility towards all races except humanity, making him a representative of the radical faction within the Soth Monastery. As the bishop of the Soth Monastery, Nysane Campello not only possesses formidable strength, but has also nurtured countless hawkish individuals, who later became the backbone of the fearless army. During the Battle of Ironclad Fortress, Nysane Campello single-handedly vanquished an entire city's worth of undead, yet it was in that very battle that he fell at the hands of the Lich King. Even in death, his unwavering faith prevented the Lich King from resurrecting him for his own purposes. He is a man who has steadfastly held to his beliefs throughout his life. Mr. Nysane is a commendable figure. You should learn well from him," Twilight advised, contemplating the accounts of Nysane Campello. "Yes, the bishop has told me that I can come to hear his teachings every morning from now on," Tamal replied, nodding vigorously, filled with aspirations for his future. "By the way, brother, shall we head directly to the East Coast now?" Tamal asked. "No. First we shall report to the Mercenary Guild, and then we will seek out the Murlocs," Twilight replied, having planned this the previous night. The two then made their way to the Mercenary Guild within Soth City to register, before proceeding northeast, passing through the coastal town of Tidewind. Soon, they arrived at the eastern coastline, and after walking for a while, scattered Murloc corpses began to appear in their line of sight. In the world of the epic, myriad humanoid races exist, with Murlocs being one of the most notorious. Murlocs are amphibious creatures, primarily found in islands and shallow marine areas, characterized by their vast numbers and numerous tribes. However, due to their low intelligence and lack of strong individuals, Murlocs are often subjected to enslavement and bullying by other races, just as warfare rages on land. Unrest also brews in the seas. Twilight understood that the current Murloc tide was triggered by a conflict between two dominant powers in the deep sea, forcing these feeble Murlocs to abandon their homes. The two major powers of the deep sea are the formidable Naga and the Merfolk, commonly referred to by humans as the Mermaid Clan. In ancient times, the Naga and Merfolk were once a single race. Yet thousands of years ago, during the Second Abyssal War, severe internal strife erupted among the Naga's ruling class and priests due to ideological differences and class disparities. Thus, the Naga split into two factions. The powerful ruling class retained the name Naga, while those who departed, led by the then great priest, called themselves the Merfolk. For centuries, the two races have remained in opposition, with conflicts frequently arising, and Murlocs have perpetually been the victims of their oppression. Digressing slightly, while Murlocs had previously attacked human villages and faced a harsh retaliation from human armies, the truth is that the damage inflicted by the military on the Murlocs was limited. Once the Murloc priests sensed that the army was too powerful, they would retreat to the sea with their kin, leaving the army helpless and merely consuming their supplies. Deploying a naval fleet would entail even greater costs, prompting Duke Sinman to devise a plan to utilize idle adventurers and mercenaries to eliminate the persistent Murlocs lingering along the coast and in shallow waters. At this moment, Twilight and Tamal encountered a group of 5 Murlocs congregated together. This indicated that these Murlocs were not entirely devoid of intelligence. Upon spotting the Murlocs not far away, Tamal shouted and charged forward impulsively, Fortunately, Twilight's reflexes were swift, pulling him back just in time. "Fool, we must lure them in one by one. There are spear throwers among them," Twilight cautioned in a low voice. Upon hearing Twilight's words, Tamal halted his advance. Slowly inching closer instead, Dottie picked up a stone and hurled it at a Murloc wielding a spear. The stone missed its mark, but successfully captured the Murloc's attention, prompting the spear-wielding Murloc to charge towards Tamal. As a proud, intelligent being, Tamal's actions not only attracted the spear-wielding Murloc, but also drew another armed with a trident. Fortunately, both Murlocs were of relatively low strength. Just as the two Murlocs were closing in on Tamal, Twilight charged forward, knocking one Murloc aside, and swiftly struck at the other with his sword. Clang, clang. Years of honed skills allowed Twilight to flawlessly defend against the Murloc's rudimentary attacks, executing precise kills, with Twilight absorbing most of the incoming attacks. Tamal's greatsword found its mark with ease. In a fleeting moment, two mermen fell successively at the feet of Twilight and Tamar, immediately drawing the attention of three additional targets. Thus began their relentless slaughter of the mermen. As the duo dispatched every visible foe with astonishing swiftness, severing their fins as trophies, leaving behind a gruesome array of corpses, the gruesome task of harvesting the fins was typically left to Tamar. Surrounding them, several other groups were engaged in the same bloody endeavor, as numerous mercenaries and adventurer parties arrived on the expansive eastern coast under the decree of Duke Essenment. As they journeyed, Twilight distinctly perceived the stark differences between the real world of the epic and the realm of the game. In the earlier instance of the mermen's initial surge, the wandering mermen at the periphery had posed no need for elimination. As they would continuously respawn, one merely needed to converse with the infantry captain leading the resistance against the mermen to access a small island, where the final boss, two merman priests, awaited. However, now, the closer they approached the sea, the greater the number of mermen became. Ignoring their presence was no longer an option, for they would attack from a distance. Yet, these details were secondary. The primary concern was the location of that small island, which Twilight could not pinpoint. He only recalled that, according to the map, it lay further north along the eastern coast. At this juncture, Twilight felt somewhat helpless. He could only continue to lure and slay the mermen alongside Tamar, while surveying the sea's surface for any sign of that elusive island. Convinced it could not be far from the shore. As the sun gradually descended, the pair stealthily traversed from the southern to the northern reaches of the eastern coast, only stopping when twilight enveloped the land. They tidied their belongings and hastened back to the nearby town of Seabreeze. Upon arrival, they found an inn, hastily ate dinner, and succumbed to sleep, exhausted from an entire day of conflict, after a day filled with carnage. Twilight's experience bar had risen by over a level, yet the island he sought remained elusive, and instinctively, he felt compelled to continue northward. Consequently, he resolved to search along the coastline alone the following day. While Tamar, now a squire paladin, was obligated to attend morning rituals at the monastery and listen to the esteemed bishop Nix Campello expound on the tenets of paladins, the latter being of utmost importance. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Through relentless slaughter of the mermen, Twilight had made significant progress, reaching level 15, and he had allocated skill points to unlock a shield bash ability. Meanwhile, Tamar's combat prowess had also noticeably improved, and due to his daily attendance at the monastery, he had grasped a paladin skill known as Divine Strike. During these days, not only had he surveyed the geography of the eastern coast, but he had also purchased a map for further study. Ultimately, he discovered a vague island situated at a remote location, distanced from both Soth City and Seabreeze. Upon spotting the distant isle, Twilight's spirit soared, as the saying goes. To strike the serpent, one must target its vital spot. If one sought to dismantle the mermen of the eastern coast, they must first confront their leader, the priest. However, Twilight did not rush into action. From his recollections, the two mermen priests were peak second tier, approximately third tier in strength. Even now, due to the passage of time, their power would certainly have reached the second tier and accompanied by a cadre of minions. Twilight, despite his skills, would be outmatched. Thus, he resolved to bolster his own strength, aiming to rise to at least the second tier. Chapter 8. The Disruptive Merman Priest. Just as Twilight focused on enhancing his abilities, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from a location along the eastern coast, swiftly plunging the area into chaos. Twilight, who had just dispatched a group of mermen and was seeking his next target, turned to observe a panicked human party retreating. closely pursued by a throng of robust merman guards. Behind them were two mermen wielding wooden staffs. One was a pale yellow, the other a blue-gray. And not far from them lay a bloodied man. At that moment, the blue-gray merman swung his staff, conjuring a bolt of electricity that struck a fleeing human, instantly reducing him to a smoking heap on the ground. Subsequently slaughtered by the approaching merman. Witnessing the merman's electrical prowess, Twilight's mind raced. Given the height and power of the attack, it was evident that this was none other than Medea, one of the last two shamans of the cursed Fin merman. The other pale yellow merman could only be Labu, the other shaman renowned for his healing abilities. The sudden appearance of Medea and Labu shattered the tranquility of the eastern coast, as Medea's every strike felled a human, who was then mercilessly dispatched by the merman guards. Observing the devastating power of Medea's lightning, Twilight wisely refrained from engaging, instead urging Tamar to retreat. These mermen certainly don't follow the expected rules, Twilight mused, reflecting on the historical suppression of the cursed Fin mermen in Darius. How could they not adhere to convention and lead an offensive? In truth, Twilight had erred in his assumptions. The cursed Fin mermen in his mind were those subdued by humanity. While the current mermen were experiencing their inaugural incursion upon the eastern coast, although they had suffered at the hands of the military, they bore no fear of humanity. Brother, shall we intervene? Tamar, witnessing the continuous fall of comrades to the mermen's spears, urged anxiously. Before Twilight could respond, another had already taken the initiative to attack. For Darius, a booming voice rang out, as a man in his 30s unleashed a radiant beam of holy light upon a merman guard, then charged toward Medea with his warhammer. Yet, before this paladin could reach Medea, he was encircled by a throng of merman guards. Recognizing the peril of the valiant paladin, Twilight understood that without assistance, this individual was doomed. Assessing the number of merman guards surrounding him, he felt capable of handling the situation and turned to Tamar with urgency. Stay here and do not move. With that, Twilight seized the moment, charging toward a merman guard. Upon closing in, he swung his sword at several nearby mermen, striving to divert their attention. Having drawn the attention of over a dozen mermen, Twilight began to retreat in an S-curve with his shield raised. He had no desire to be surrounded, nor did he wish to remain near Medea, whose gaze was a perilous threat. Twilight's strategic withdrawal was deliberate, utilizing the merman's own interference and obstructions to manage the number of foes he faced. As for the paladin, Twilight had successfully drawn the attention of the majority of the merman guards. He had done all he could, and whether the paladin could withstand the remaining onslaught depended on his own mettle. Just as Twilight guided the horde of mermen with his maneuvering, Medea had fixated on him. Perhaps due to Twilight's less than favorable appearance, Medea chose to unleash a lightning arrow directly at him instead of the nearer paladin. However, Twilight had been vigilant, and upon observing Medea's intent, he cleverly altered his direction, positioning a cluster of merman guards between himself and Medea. Despite the presence of his kin, Medea showed no inclination to relent. A deep blue chain of lightning erupted from Medea, striking a merman guard directly. The crackling energy surged, hitting several targets before linking to Twilight himself, overwhelming him with intense paralysis and pain, causing him to collapse. In that moment, Twilight's thoughts turned to curses. This chain of lightning could be wielded in such a manner. To compound his misfortune, Labu, who had remained passive until now, also decided to act. A radiant green healing spell emanated from his hands, casting a significant wave of restoration upon the mermen struck by the lightning chain, reviving them. As Twilight faced imminent death at the hands of the mermen, Tamar's bellowing cry pierced the air as he rushed to Twilight's side just in time to save him. However, Tamar's capabilities were limited. Twilight had come to understand that without assistance, Tamar was as good as lost amidst the throng of mermen. Struggling to rise, Twilight felt a warm glow of holy light envelop him at a critical moment, soothing his body and alleviating the paralysis and pain. Following this divine intervention, an ice arrow struck a merman with pinpoint accuracy. Twilight glanced up to see 3 men from the retreating group returning. The holy light and ice arrow had come from 2 of them. With renewed strength coursing through his veins, Twilight cleaved a merman in 2 with his sword and retreated alongside Tamar. The commotion along the eastern coast had likely drawn the attention of patrolling forces from Seabreeze, and Twilight knew that if they could hold out just a little longer, help would arrive. Just as these thoughts took shape, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. Growing ever closer, the valiant blonde knight charged forth on a warhorse, flanked by a cadre of infantry, racing toward the fray. With a swift motion, the knight's blade cleaved through several mermen beside Twilight, but she did not pause. She surged past Twilight and the beleaguered paladin. Heading straight for Medea, Lab, who had been responsible for healing the fishmen, slowly retreated a distance upon seeing the female knight accompanied by soldiers, creating space between himself and Medea. Meanwhile, Medea donned a shimmering shield crackling with electric sparks and launched a lightning arrow at the rapidly approaching knight. In response to Medea's attack, the knight let out a sharp cry, agilely dismounting her steed to deftly evade the incoming lightning arrow, simultaneously striking at Medea with her sword. This suddenly appeared knight possessed formidable strength and impressive agility. Medea found himself forced to retreat repeatedly against her fierce onslaught. It must be said that shamans from any race possess a certain level of melee combat capability, and Medea was no exception when it came to close-quarters combat. Observing Medea's predicament, Lab, who had been focused on healing the fishman, decisively abandoned his efforts to assist his kin and turned to fire a lightning arrow at the knight. The sudden bolt of lightning was narrowly deflected by the knight's shield, though the tingling sensation in her arm caused her some discomfort. However, such discomfort was trivial compared to the imminent threat of another lightning arrow forming in Lab's grasp. Just as Lab prepared to unleash the arrow, a circular shield flew through the air, striking him with the precision of a discus, causing him to stagger and interrupt his attack. The thrower of the shield was none other than Twilight, who, thanks to the assistance of the Darius soldiers and 3 other combatants, found that the numerous Fishman guardians posed no significant threat. Twilight, noticing the knight's slightly beleaguered state, acted without hesitation and hurled his shield towards her. After releasing the shield, Twilight swiftly approached the knight. Drawing a sword from his pack, his target was Lab, the healer, who seemed an easy mark, and Twilight did not intend to kill him. Merely seeking to impede his ability to assist Mud.as Lab attempted to retaliate following the impact of Twilight's thrown shield. Twilight had already closed the distance, unleashing a war cry skill. However, Twilight soon realized he had underestimated Lab. The healer's melee capabilities were notably inferior to Medea's, and Lab was quickly caught off guard. Becoming flustered under Twilight's relentless assault, within mere moments, Lab bore 3 wounds upon his body. Just as Twilight exerted all his strength to attack Lab, Medea, overwhelmed by the knight's strikes, let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing Medea's defeat, Lab's large fish eyes darted, and a sphere of lightning materialized before him. At that very moment, Twilight's sword was coming down upon Lab, and with a sharp crack, the electricity coursed through the blade, rendering Twilight's body momentarily numb. Seizing the opportunity, Lab cast a restoration spell towards the fallen Medea before turning to flee. "By the heavens!" Twilight exclaimed, snapping back to reality as he registered Lab's escape. Without a moment's thought, he charged after him. Twilight's innate strength, coupled with the enhancement from his war cry, sent Lab flying, while Twilight's sword remained lodged in Lab's back. In a swift motion, Twilight closed the distance. Grasping Lab's dorsal fin and thrusting his sword forcefully into the fishman's gaping mouth, leaving only the hilt exposed, this decisive strike rendered Lab incapable of further resistance. Upon slaying Lab, Twilight was immediately enveloped by a sensation of expansion. Glancing at his attributes to find his level had skyrocketed from 16 to 21, a remarkable leap propelled by the demise of a fishman priest. "Young man, your throwing technique is quite impressive." The yellow-haired knight, having witnessed Twilight's solo vanquishing of Lab, approached in astonishment, sheathing her weapon. "Just a mere trick of the trade," Twilight replied casually, bending down to collect Lab's weapon. However, the knight, Syria, thought otherwise. Such a long-range throwing technique was not something one could master without rigorous practice. Indeed, in his previous life, Twilight had devoted considerable effort to perfecting his shield-throwing skills, drawing inspiration from the storm hammer of the Dwarven Mountain King. In the Age of Heroes, few could match his precision and lethality with thrown shields. Syria Yangyan, a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing her introduction, Twilight paused, the name resonating within him. "Twilight Zero, a pleasure to meet you as well. Judging by your combat style, you are proficient in both mounted and melee combat." Twilight reciprocated with his introduction. "Your perception is sharp, indeed." "I am adept in both," Syria confirmed with a grin. In the world of epics, it was not uncommon to find individuals skilled in dual or even triple disciplines, The current king of Darius and Duke Sinman were both proficient in mounted and melee combat, alongside the renowned Hunter Legion of the Elven Kingdom, which also featured many dual practitioners. Would you be interested in enlisting? Syria inquired, her interest piqued by Twilight's evident prowess. Which division do you belong to? Twilight asked, chuckling. The First Legion, Syria replied proudly. The Darius Royal First Legion, the Third Legion, the Second Magic Legion of Sinbora, the Fourth Legion of Smutuo, and the Fifth Legion of Kultura represent the might of the human kingdoms. And Syria's affiliation with the First Legion certainly provided her with a source of pride. The First Legion, a fine place. Perhaps one day we shall fight side by side. Oh, from your words. It seems you already have a destination in mind, Syria remarked, somewhat surprised. Just as Twilight was about to respond, Tamar, one of Syria's soldiers, rushed over, excitement evident in his voice before he reached Twilight. Brother, you just killed Lab. Haha. Duke Sinman will surely reward us handsomely this time. With a smile on his face, Twilight awaited Tamar to reach him before saying, This is Syria. Had she not arrived in time, we would likely have fallen. Greetings. Tamar politely greeted Syria. Hello, Syria responded, then summoned a soldier with a wave of her hand, instructing, You stay here to manage the aftermath. I will report back to the city. Yes, Lieutenant, the soldier saluted in response. Let us go. Both Lab and Mutia are dead. I must report this, and you should accompany me. Syria directed Twilight and Murloc. As she spoke, she called out to the knight who had acted bravely and the 3 individuals who had assisted. Hey, you 4 should come with me. Thank you for your assistance. I am Rick Ander, said the 30-something man who had been the first to act, approaching Syria. No need for thanks. Your bravery inspired me, Twilight replied sincerely. Noting the bandages wrapped around Rick's back and thigh, I must also express my gratitude to these 3 for their aid, Twilight added, turning to the other 3. No need to thank us. It was merely a small effort, they replied. To which Twilight merely smiled, recognizing that they had likely only intervened upon seeing Syria's troops arrive. Nevertheless, the fact remained that they had saved his life. Under Syria's guidance, the 6 returned to the city of Soth, leaving Twilight and his companions outside the barracks while Syria entered first to report on the situation regarding the Fishman priest. Shortly thereafter, Twilight and the others were summoned inside. Upon entering the central military hall, Twilight immediately spotted the imposing elder seated at the head of the table, none other than Duke Sinman, the ruler of Soth. Not far from the Duke sat 2 others, a man clad in white and blue robes of the Academy, and Cunavilo, donned in the regalia of a Grand Marshal. Twilight had not anticipated such a high level of attendance for this summons, with both the Duke and the Grand Marshal present. In truth, Duke Sinman had come for a reason. While the evil-finned fishmen were merely a minor nuisance, the news of Mutia and Lab's deaths had piqued his interest. It was one thing for the robust Syria to have vanquished Mutia, but the fact that Lab had fallen to a mere novice was unprecedented, prompting Sinman to investigate further. Historical accounts noted that during this fishman incursion, Mutia and Lab had been responsible for numerous deaths before being repelled by Syria. However, due to Lab's healing prowess, neither fishman priest had been captured. It seemed that today, history had been subtly altered due to Twilight's intervention. Lieutenant Syria Youngyan, presenting myself before your grace, Duke, Bishop Nu Sane, and Grand Marshal Cunavilo, Syria stated, crossing her arms before her chest and bowing to the 3 seated figures. Upon hearing Syria's words, Twilight was struck by realization. The middle-aged man in the robes was indeed Bishop Nu Sane Campello, a figure exuding an aura of positive energy. As he pondered this, he followed suit with Syria, saying, Twilight Zero, presenting myself before your grace, General Usher, and Grand Marshal Cunavilo. Rick Ander, presenting myself before your grace, Bishop Nu Sane, and Grand Marshal Cunavilo. Rick followed suit, with others mimicking the formalities. Tamar, presenting myself before your grace, Bishop Nu Sane, and Grand Marshal. Clearly, Cunavilo harbors lingering resentment towards Tamar, not to mention Tamar himself. Twilight shares this sentiment, though Twilight does not outwardly express it. The Duke of Sinman, with a broad smile, addressed the 7 members of Twilight standing below him, seemingly pleased by the recent slaying of Mutia and Lab. Upon hearing the Duke's command, Celia began to recount in detail the entire sequence of events from the appearance of Mutia and Lab to his rescue mission on the eastern coast. Twilight Zero. I never anticipated you could single-handedly slay Lab. remarked the Duke of Sinman, a hint of astonishment in his voice after Celia's narration. He was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected anyone to disregard rank and defeat Lab alone, especially considering he himself was at least 2 ranks below Lab before his arrival. He had assumed it would take a group effort to subdue Lab. Your Highness, it was merely a stroke of luck on Twilight's part, Twilight humbly replied, acknowledging the fortuitous nature of the encounter, as no one would have anticipated Lab's melee skills to be so lacking. After hearing Twilight's words, the Duke of Sinman clapped his hands, and 10 soldiers entered, dragging 10 elongated boxes, which they placed before the 7 members of Twilight. As the boxes were opened in succession, each revealed a weapon shimmering with magical energy, clearly exquisite enchanted armaments. The Abyssal Fin Fishmen have wrought havoc upon Soth City. Today, you have rid us of a scourge, and it is only fitting you receive a reward. You may choose 1 weapon from these 10 as your prize, and later, you will also receive a monetary reward. Of course, if you find these unsatisfactory and desire something else, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall do my utmost to accommodate your wishes. The Duke of Sinman jovially declared an enchanted weapon of such caliber was the dream of any adventurer, especially for commoners like Twilight and his companions. The Duke's generous rewards were certainly noteworthy, prompting Twilight to murmur his appreciation. Your Highness, as a soldier of Darius, it is my honor to slay foes and present their heads, Celia stated. Resolutely foregoing the weapons laid before him, Celia's response caused the previously silent Conavilo to nod in agreement. For a soldier, the glory of defending one's homeland in battle was not something that could be bartered for with rewards. At that moment, Rick also refrained from selecting a weapon, instead respectfully kneeling before Nu saying, My lord, I humbly request to join the Order of the Hammer of Justice. Twilight, taken aback, had not expected this seemingly simple-minded giant to harbor such ambitions, especially as he shared the same desire to join. Simultaneously, Twilight was astonished by Nu Sane's charisma. As the sole disciple of the esteemed Archbishop Sarian Vio, Nu Sane Campello had managed to earn Rick's unwavering loyalty, prompting him to disregard the Duke of Sinman entirely. However, gaining entry into the Hammer of Justice was likely a formidable challenge. Child, as one of the leaders of the Hammer of Justice, I bear responsibility for its members. Every individual who enters the order undergoes rigorous evaluation and trials. As a knight who comprehends the holy light, are you willing to accept such trials? Nu Sane gently stroked Rick's head, his voice imbued with warmth. I am willing. At that moment, Rick appeared visibly excited. Both Celia and Rick declined the rewards, and Twilight signaled for the 3-man team to go first, stepping back himself, though Tamar was keenly interested in one of the long weapons within the boxes. He remained silent, observing Twilight's restraint. Noticing Twilight's humility, a mage named Fyron from the trio pondered and ultimately chose a staff emanating a chilling aura of ice, while his companion, a warrior named Dooley, opted for a single-handed sword. The paladin Vales, who had previously assisted Twilight, hesitated momentarily. As a holy knight, entry into the Hammer of Justice was a source of great pride. However, recalling the arduous trials that awaited, he relinquished his aspirations and dutifully selected a weapon, prompting Twilight to shake his head in dismay. Truly, the choices one makes can often dictate their future, with 3 members having made their selections. Only Twilight and Tamar remained without rewards. Twilight cast a glance at Tamar before striding past the boxes containing the weapons, making his way towards Nu Sane Campello. My lord, both Tamar and I hold you in the highest regard. I hope you will accept him as your disciple. Kneeling gracefully, Twilight placed a hand on his shoulder in earnest supplication. Brother. Tamar gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape at Twilight's bold proposal. Not only Tamar, but Twilight's audacious move took everyone by surprise. Nu Sane Campello possessed a magnetic charm, having endured Tamar's incessant chatter. Twilight was acutely aware of the deep admiration that the holy knights held for him. Furthermore, joining the Hammer of Justice had always been Tamar's fervent aspiration, should he become Nu Sane Campello's disciple. Not only would he gain entry into the Hammer of Justice, but he would assuredly secure a position as a reserve member as a youth raised under the banner of the New China. He was well aware of the importance of aligning oneself with influential figures that in this moment, there was no greater ally than Nu Sane Campello. Tamar is already my student, Nu Sane Campello replied, casting a surprised glance at Twilight before speaking softly. That is different. Tamar is an individual of unwavering faith. Yet he has not undergone systematic training as a holy knight that I implore you, Archbishop, to personally guide him, Twilight urged, his voice resolute. After gazing deeply into Twilight's eyes for a moment, a faint smile crept across New Sane Campello's lips. Very well, he may visit the monastery in the afternoons when I am available. If you wish, you may accompany him as well. Now, go and select a weapon that pleases you. New Sane Campello's words unequivocally granted Twilight's request, with an added bonus. Campello, this, Cunavilo began to protest against New Sane Campello's acquiescence, but was interrupted by a dismissive wave from New Sane. Casting a sidelong glance at the hesitant Cunavilo, New Sane then addressed Celia and Rick. You two, as soldiers of the kingdom, it is your duty to protect the nation, yet valor deserves recognition. Choose a weapon from the ones laid out. This statement left Fyron and his companions in a quandary. Had they known they could acquire weapons, they would have made other requests, especially Vales, who regretted his prior decision. Yet, it was too late for such reflections. When Twilight and the others exited the military camp, each bore a new weapon. Celia and Rick wielded single-handed weapons that shimmered with an orange-yellow glow, while Tamar brandished a long weapon with a crimson blade. Twilight's prize was a single-handed broadsword known as the Darius Defender, a broad-bladed heavy sword. Weight 80, sharpness 30, strength 10, endurance 6. Accuracy 10. Slots available. The attributes of this weapon were commendable, and judging by its name, Twilight surmised it belonged to the Royal Legion or a similar standard issued at this moment. Only the Duke of Sinman, Cunavilo, and New Sane remained in the military hall, with Cunavilo now expressing his grievances to New Sane. What were you doing just now? If you were interested in that little paladin, I could understand. But why invite that Twilight to approach you? Cunavilo, you ought to temper your temperament. The Archbishop remarked that this young man, Twilight, possesses extraordinary potential, surpassing both you and I, and is not inferior to Isdar or our fourth prince in terms of promise. I am eager to nurture a future hero, New Sane replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he gazed towards the entrance of the hall. Oh, Campello, the Archbishop has met Twilight and bestowed such high praise upon him. Cunavilo's interest piqued at New Sane Campello's words. Few individuals received such commendation from Archbishop Sarian Vio, and each had achieved remarkable feats. Thus, Duke Sinman immediately began to contemplate Twilight's potential. Indeed, and the praise was exceedingly high. As New Sane spoke of his mentor, reverence was evident in his expression, for his teacher had never misjudged anyone's potential. If Twilight were to hear this, he would undoubtedly scoff. How could his potential be anything less? After all, he was the archetype of a hero's journey and possessed godlike innate skills. Chapter 10. The Pursuit of Strength. Stepping out of the military camp, Twilight turned to his companions and suggested, "Shall we enjoy a drink together? It's on me." "No, I'm too fatigued today. Perhaps another time," replied the mage Fyron. Declining Twilight's invitation in response to Fyron's words, Twilight shrugged and turned his gaze towards Celia and Rick, silently inquiring about their stance. "I'm fine with it. After a day filled with battle and meeting the Duke, I could use a drink to unwind," Celia stated. "I'm also agreeable, but let me treat this time," Rick said, meeting Twilight's gaze. With both Celia and Rick in favor, Twilight bid farewell to Fyron and Vales, and the four made their way to a tavern. In truth, whether Fyron and the others joined mattered little to Twilight. His primary intention was to spend time with Celia and Rick. Not to mention Celia's formidable combat prowess. Just by observing Rick's bravery in facing numerous fishmen alone, it was evident he would be a reliable ally on the battlefield. That a steadfast believer was undoubtedly the most trustworthy companion. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Twilight rose early, the first sight to greet him being Tamar sitting on the bed, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Upon inquiry, he discovered that Tamar had been so exhilarated by the prospect of New Sane's mentorship that he had been unable to sleep all night. Leaving Twilight both amused and exasperated. Present, the two individuals arrived at the monastery, impeccably attired. That moment, Shinsai was commencing his prayers within the grand cathedral, addressing the devout pilgrims and the paladin trainees. Bored and listless, Twilight also stepped inside. Yet as he listened to Shinsai's voice and observed the earnest faces surrounding him, he realized he could not attain such a state of fervor. However, despite his inability to fully immerse himself, Shinsai's recitation still managed to usher Twilight into a relatively tranquil state. allowing him to contemplate the steps he ought to take in the future. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Shinsai concluded his lesson, and Twilight along with Tamar followed him to a relatively smaller courtyard located at the rear of the monastery. From a distance, Twilight could hear the sounds of shouting emanating from within the courtyard. Upon entering, he discovered 2 men engaged in combat, while 5 others, 4 men and 1 woman, stood by as spectators. To his surprise, one of them was an elf. Upon entering the courtyard, Shinsai did not interrupt the duel. Instead, he waited until the victor was determined before introducing Twilight and Tamar to the others. Twilight, Tamar, you will be training together from now on. Please introduce yourselves. Hassett the Furious, welcome to you both. One of the combatants, who had previously been engaged in the duel, was the first to extend his hand in greeting. Alfred introduced a burly man, who was the one defeated in the bout. Rainarika, I look forward to working with you, said the only woman among the 7, whose short sword and hand crossbow suggested a ranger-like disposition. Alas, Bloodwing, hailing from Tyaxalas, introduced the elf, whose attire indicated he was a mage. The elven kingdom of Tyaxalas is renowned not only for its magical artifacts, but also for its rangers, archers, and mages. Indeed, it is perhaps the only realm capable of rivaling the arcane kingdom of Zinber in terms of magical prowess. My name is Marcus. Greetings to you all, said a young man with brown hair. Oderson Galandon. I come from the Smitoa Federation, chimed in a cheerful man clad in plate armor, with a golden axe slung across his back. Just call me Willie, said the last to speak, another young man who appeared somewhat shy. Listening to the introductions of the 7, Twilight responded in kind, feeling a surge of excitement at the thought that these individuals would form the backbone of the future fearless army. The prospect of experiencing the tides of history alongside them was exhilarating. Marcus, step forth and spar with Twilight, Shinsai declared after the introductions concluded. Twilight nodded in response. During the introductions, he had taken note of the attributes of the individuals present. The strongest among them were Hassett the Furious and Alfred, followed closely by Alas Bloodwing and Oderson Galandon. Marcus and Willie were the weakest, though they were also the youngest. Stepping into the sparring area, Twilight drew his newly acquired Darius Defender and Shield. Seeing this, Marcus also unsheathed his greatsword, preparing for combat. After a brief moment of silent acknowledgement, Twilight decided to make the first move. He understood that Shinsai had chosen Marcus to spar with him. While Marcus might be of a slightly higher tier, he was confident in his own skills, honed through relentless practice. I'm coming, he announced, tightening his grip on the sword as he advanced 2 steps and struck at Marcus with a heavy blow. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Marcus raised his sword to block the strike. In that instant, Twilight thrust his shield forward, crashing it against Marcus's greatsword, forcing him to stagger back. However, Twilight did not press the attack. Instead, he took a step back, allowing Marcus a moment to prepare. Through their earlier exchanges, Twilight had gauged Marcus's strength. As he felt the power behind Twilight's blows, any lingering doubt in Marcus's mind dissipated, replaced by a flicker of seriousness on his face. Be careful, Twilight cautioned again as he advanced, and the 2 engaged in a back-and-forth exchange. But Marcus's fighting style felt wild and unrestrained, especially augmented by the blessings of holy light. While Twilight exuded a sense of steadiness, each move deliberate and rhythmic. After a brief exchange, sensing the opportune moment, Twilight suddenly crouched low and thrust the Darius Defender toward Marcus's side. The attack came unexpectedly, prompting Marcus to retreat in an attempt to evade. Yet, Twilight would not allow him such an easy escape. He raised his leg and kicked the outer side of Marcus's thigh, causing him to stumble. Anticipating Twilight's follow-up attack, Marcus swung his greatsword, shimmering with golden light, in an attempt to push Twilight away. In response, Twilight unleashed his first skill of the match, the Shield Bash. However, the force of his shield was directed not at Marcus's body, but rather against his greatsword. This exemplifies the distinction between the gaming world and reality. In the real world, skill execution is more grounded and practical. Twilight's shield collided with Marcus's greatsword, and immediately after, he swung the Darius Defender, delivering a precise strike that severed Marcus's shoulder armor with a sharp hiss. With the outcome now clear, Marcus lowered his sword, and Twilight judiciously sheathed his weapon. At that moment, Shinsai, who had been observing the match, broke into applause. Well done, your combat experience has exceeded my expectations. All right, continue your training. You two, follow me, Shinsai instructed, leading Twilight and Tamar into a spacious room. Upon entering, Twilight's gaze was immediately drawn to two large bookshelves filled with rows of books. Aside from the two bookshelves, there were two additional rooms on either side, and nothing else particularly noteworthy. Shinsai gestured for Twilight and Tamar to sit down before speaking. Before I begin instructing you, I have a question for you both. He paused, allowing them a moment to absorb his words before continuing. You are no longer children. I wish to know what your future aspirations are. What ambitions do you hold? Master, my goal is to become a paladin who strives for the light, to protect the weak, vanquish evil, and assist those in peril, Tamar declared passionately. Hearing Tamar's fervent response, Shinsai Campero nodded approvingly. It was a sentiment echoed by many paladins at the onset of their journey, yet over time, many succumbed to various corrupting influences, be it due to their innate capabilities, hardships, power, or wealth, and ultimately falter in their beliefs. Master, I aspire to be a strong individual, a champion of humanity, Twilight replied succinctly. What, in your view, constitutes strength? Shinsai inquired further. To me, a strong individual is one who can make a difference in this world, Twilight answered earnestly. His response momentarily took Shinsai by surprise. It was indeed not what he had anticipated. Excellent, very well said, Shinsai exclaimed as he turned to one of the bookshelves and retrieved two thick tomes, approximately 5 or 6 centimeters in thickness. Presenting the blue-covered book to Twilight, he remarked, "This tome contains military techniques of the Darius, along with various other insights that I believe will be beneficial to you." Taking the book from Shinsai's hands, Twilight accepted it obediently, while Shinsai handed the dark golden book to Tamar. This volume chronicles the origins and history of the paladins, as well as training and application techniques related to the holy light left behind by previous paladins. Peruse it, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. With that, Shinsai exited the room, leaving Twilight and Tamar alone. Brother, this is a compilation of notes annotated by renowned paladins throughout the ages. I can hardly believe I am seeing this with my own eyes. It must be a dream, Tamar exclaimed, clutching the book as if it were a precious treasure. Twilight, observing Tamar's exuberance, playfully slapped him on the back. Stop acting like a fool and get reading. Nodding vigorously, Tamar grinned and hurried to a corner to peruse the dark golden tome, while Twilight settled into a spot and opened the Darius military techniques to study Agati that moment. A prompt resonated in Twilight's mind. Studying the initial edition of Darius military techniques. Progress 100. In the epic world, reading was quantified by progress. Only upon reaching 100, indicating complete comprehension, would one reap the rewards. However, this method was time-consuming and rather tedious, which is why few players in the past had genuinely devoted themselves to studying various texts. Chapter 11. Darius Techniques. Although the title Darius Military Techniques hints at its martial nature, the contents are quite diverse. That it encompasses not only various sword techniques, but also methods for wielding hammers, axes, and polearms. Yet, Twilight focused intently on the sword techniques, which provided him with significant insights, especially regarding the potential unforeseen circumstances that could arise during combat. These revelations were truly eye-opening for him. The essence of martial technique lies in defeating one's opponent with the least amount of effort, concluded the final statement within the Darius military techniques. 3 days later, as Twilight closed the tome, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the system prompt announced. Darius military techniques has been mastered to 100% completion. You have acquired the Darius military techniques, and your swordsmanship proficiency has been elevated, granting you the passive skill of melee mastery. Upon hearing the system notification, Twilight promptly opened his attributes panel. Character, Twilight 0 level, 21 strength, 34, 10, agility, 21 spirit, 22 endurance, 37, 6, will, 20 rank, second tier, uninitiated, class, warrior talent skills, resilience. Tenacity is a fundamental trait for a warrior. It ensures that you do not easily surrender in the direst of circumstances. Fury. You have consumed the blood of the destroyer, which invariably incites a raging fury within you. Difficult to control. Strive to master it, for it will unleash your potential, significantly enhancing your speed and strength. Though you will be left weakened afterward, not fully activated, bloodlust. Unknown blood flows through your veins, instilling an extraordinary craving for blood. Battling in a blood-soaked frenzy, prolonged slaughter will render you tireless. Growing ever more formidable, not activated. Skills, Charge. Propel yourself towards a target with unstoppable force, knocking them down or repelling them. Block. With heightened concentration, you can adeptly defend against your opponent's attacks for a period. Shield Bash. Concentrate your strength into your shield and deliver a powerful strike to your target. Shield Bash can interrupt an opponent's spell casting while inflicting damage. Swordsmanship Proficiency. You can skillfully wield various long swords, increasing your sword damage by 30%. Darius Military Techniques. Melee Mastery enhances your melee capabilities comprehensively. After reviewing his attributes and skills, Twilight noted that only Charge, Block, and Shield Bash were active skills. Yet that sufficed for him that moment. His gaze fell upon the talent skill Fury. During his initial employment, Tamar had been humiliated by Kunoviro, and Twilight had inadvertently triggered the Fury skill. That singular occurrence had revealed to him the potential of Fury as a game-changing technique. But apart from that serendipitous moment, Twilight had attempted numerous methods to activate it. All in vain. He remained unaware of how to eliminate the not fully activated status. Shaking his head, Twilight dismissed the thought and rose to step outside. At that moment, Nusane was outside, instructing Hazet and Marcus among others. As Twilight quietly listened and observed. To be frank, Nusane Campello bore no hint of radicalism. His influence on his disciples was subtly evident over time. Twilight mused that, had there been no beast-human war or calamity, Nusane Campello might have devoted his life to quietly educating the next generation, much like his mentor, Archbishop Sarian Vio. Reflecting on this, Twilight approached Nusane, presenting the Darius Military Techniques to him, saying, "Teacher, I have finished this book." "Oh, so soon? You completed it in 3 days?" Nusane inquired, astonished as he regarded Twilight. "Indeed, I believe I have committed its contents to memory," Twilight replied, choosing the word remembered instead of mastered to indicate he had yet to apply it in practice. "Very well, starting today, you shall train alongside them." Nusane gestured toward Hazet and the others. Time flew by, and each morning, Twilight diligently trained at the monastery, also seeking to bond with the last Bloodwing and Hazet Nugia, for they were the elites of the future. After midday, he often lingered at the mercenary guild, accepting assassination missions. For unlike Tamar and others, training alongside them, while beneficial for his strength, was considerably slower compared to gaining experience through monster slaying. One day, upon returning to his lodging, the innkeeper called out to him, informing him of a letter addressed to him. Upon inspecting it, Twilight found that it was from Docrishowen, with whom he had been separated for over a month, shortly after arriving in Soth City. Twilight had promptly written to Docris, and this was Docris's reply. He opened the letter, which began with inquiries about Twilight's recent circumstances, followed by an explanation for the delayed response. Docris and his family had relocated to Black Sea City, concluding with an address for Twilight. After reading Docris's letter, Twilight took up a pen to craft a response, briefly outlining his recent situation and inquiring about Docris and his niece Anissa, well aware that while Docris cherished his daughter, he was stringent in his upbringing. Having completed the letter, he deposited it in a mailbox not far from the inn. With nothing pressing to attend to, Twilight made his way to the Sword and Rose Tavern, a place he had grown accustomed to visiting, not because of an infatuation with the innkeeper, despite her beauty. Upon entering the tavern, where soothing music played, Twilight found a seat, and the innkeeper promptly served him a large mug of rye ale. Just as he began to savor his drink, a sudden tap on his shoulder caught his attention. Turning, he found it was Celia, whom he had not seen for some time. "What brings you here today?" "It's rare to see you, busy as you are," Twilight greeted her with a smile. "Let us go out together and catch up." Celia gestured toward a dimly lit corner where 2 tables of people were engaged in conversation. "Are they your comrades?" Twilight invited her to sit. "Yes. Indeed, it's rare for us to gather. We thought it best to unite before heading to the battlefield. Who knows how many of us will survive to meet again." Celia sat beside Twilight, her tone somewhat melancholic. "Are you heading to the battlefield?" Twilight asked, surprised. "Yes, the front lines are tightening. The vanguard has already set out with Kunoviro to Kurtla, and we shall follow the crown prince there," Celia responded, brushing back her golden hair that had fallen over her eyes with a smile. Patting Celia's shoulder, Twilight said, "Don't dwell on it too much. I will also be heading to the orc battlefield. Though perhaps a little later. There's a chance we might fight side by side." "Excellent. Let us toast to Darius." Celia raised her glass with enthusiasm. "To Darius," Twilight echoed, clinking his cup against hers before downing the contents in one go. "They're calling for me. I must go now." Until we meet again, Celia smiled at Twilight as she turned towards her comrades, bidding him farewell as she made her way to their table. Watching Celia depart, Twilight recognized her as a fiercely patriotic woman. In Darius, such patriotism was never in short supply. Observing the surrounding nations, he noted that the most rigid class hierarchy belonged to the arcane kingdom of Sinbora, where the oppression among commoners, mages, and nobles was particularly severe. In contrast, the most chaotic was the Smutuo Federation as for the central kingdom of Darius, perhaps due to the presence of the monastery or the wise leadership of King Donis V. Instances of injustice and oppression, while present, were relatively few. Chapter 12. Frontline news: the ongoing beast-human war had intensified, and in the following days, soldiers from Soth City were mobilized, particularly those belonging to the 1st Legion, including reserves. Waves of troops were dispatched to the front lines. However, just as the news of the 1st Royal Legion's full deployment began to settle, another piece of information caught Twilight and the others off guard. One morning, as Twilight and Tamar arrived at the monastery, Odison approached them. "Hey, have you heard?" "Heard what?" Twilight asked, somewhat puzzled. "You still don't know? Our 3rd Legion was defeated by the orcs in the Kurtla Gorge, and now the orcs have breached the borders of the kingdom and the Smutuo Federation." "What? Who told you this?" Tamar exclaimed in disbelief. "Keep your voice down. It's true. The Griffin Knights returned from the front lines the night before last and delivered the message to Duke Siman." "If you don't believe me, ask Nugia and Fred," Odison replied, visibly agitated. Upon hearing this, Twilight turned his gaze toward Hazet Nugia. After spending time together, he had come to trust Nugia, who rarely made jokes. "It is true. I have confirmed it from our teacher," Hazet nodded, affirming the news as he caught Twilight's inquiring look. With the news confirmed, Twilight contemplated the inevitable backlash following the defeat of the 3rd Legion. However, he suspected that the 1st Legion had likely already engaged the orcs. Considering the timeline, the Royal Legion led by the Crown Prince should have reached the borders by now, perhaps even joined the fray. The only woman present, Reina Rika, remarked. Twilight shook his head. "It's not that simple. No matter how strong the 1st Legion is, they are still finite. That I heard that the orcs have not only allied with the bear tribe from the north, but are also employing some gnolls and kobolds. The 1st Legion may not have the upper hand. Yet even if the 1st Legion cannot achieve victory, under the leadership of Crown Prince Darius, they will never face defeat." Willie, usually reserved, surprisingly countered Twilight's statement, clearly admiring Crown Prince Darius. "Not necessarily, for one must understand that the enemies the orcs can rally to their cause from the west and north are not limited to merely the bear folk. Centaurs and griffins, they all covet our bountiful lands with insatiable greed. Now, let us observe the current position of the orcs." As Twilight spoke, he crouched down, wielding a short sword to sketch a rudimentary map in the dirt. "Here lies Kurtla. Here is our city of Soth, and this is the Kurtla Gorge. The orcs have just breached the gorge, and now only the strongholds of Yulyabayo and Stan City stand before them, should any mishap befall the 1st Legion. The orc horde could surge forth directly into our Soth. Most crucially, the orcs have options. They are not confined to a single choice. That if they discover that the 1st Legion is a formidable opponent, they could easily redirect their focus towards the 4th Legion of Smutod. At that point, they could penetrate straight into the Smuto Federation. As a seer, Twilight was acutely aware of the trends that the war between humans and beasts would follow. "We of Smuto are not simply defeated." "Understood." Odison Galandon, hailing from Smuto, interjected with a hint of dissatisfaction. Faced with Odison's clearly uncertain rebuttal, Twilight and the others rolled their eyes. The efficacy of the Smuto forces was one matter, but their chaotic structure rendered them incapable of delivering a decisive blow, relegating them mostly to logistical support. To contemplate future events based on scant information is quite commendable. A familiar voice resonated from behind. The group turned to find the recently returned Nu Sane standing behind them. "Teacher." Upon seeing Nu Sane, Twilight and the others hurriedly stood in greeting. Nu Sane nodded, glancing at the makeshift map Twilight had drawn, and jested. "It appears that one of my disciples may yet emerge as a master of the battlefield." "Teacher, what on earth caused the sudden defeat of the 3rd Legion?" Tamar still struggled to comprehend the situation. After a brief pause, Nu Sane sighed and replied, "Someone has betrayed the Legion's information." "Damn it! Who could it be?" Nu Sane's words ignited a wave of outrage among the others. "Who else could it be but those damned nobles?" Hazet Nuga remarked darkly. It was evident even to a fool that only the generals, and those loathsome nobles had access to military secrets. Nu Sane did not disclose the identity of the informant to Twilight and the others, but sometimes silence serves as an implicit acknowledgement. "I wish to go to the front lines," Fred suddenly declared, breaking his silence as he watched Nu Sane return to his quarters. "What did you say?" Reyna exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. "I've made up my mind. The battlefield is the best place for one's training. I wish to serve my country, even if it costs me my life," Fred asserted with unwavering determination. "Well said. Count me in," Twilight echoed, feeling compelled to partake in the war against the beasts. "Count me in as well," Hasset Nuga chimed in, his expression grim. "I will join too," Aller's Bloodwing added with an elegant smile. Tamar declared, "I will accompany my brother." "Wait, are we not too weak?" Reyna interjected anxiously, interrupting the consensus. Among the group, only Hasset Nuga and Fred had attained 3rd-tier strength, while Aller's Bloodwing and Odison were at the peak of 2nd tier, and the rest, Marcus, Willie, Tamar, Reyna, and Twilight, were merely at 2nd tier. They would struggle against even a single orc squad on the battlefield. Reyna's words cast a pall over the gathering, but after a moment, Fred resolutely stated, "Strength does not equate to everything. My decision stands firm. I shall inform the teacher." Reyna stammered in frustration, pointing at Fred before huffily turning to stride towards Nu Sane's room. Twilight found her antics rather amusing. How childish they all seemed, resorting to telling tales to the teacher at their age. Moments later, Twilight, Nuga, and the others were summoned into Nu Sane's chamber. Upon entering, they found Nu Sane seated on a stool, with Reyna standing behind him. As Twilight and the others walked in, Reyna made a face at them. One by one, Nuga, Fred, Odison, and the others approached Nu Sane, remaining silent. Nu Sane also refrained from speaking, observing them with a neutral expression until Fred finally broke the silence. "Teacher, I have decided to go to the battlefield." Nu Sane nodded and inquired, "Have you made your decision?" "Yes," Fred affirmed. "And what about the rest of you?" Nu Sane surveyed the others. Allers replied, "I wish to go as well." Nuga added, "So do I." Seeing the unanimous agreement, a faint smile crept onto Nu Sane's face as he said, "If you wish to experience the battlefield, it can indeed aid in your growth." "Teacher," upon hearing Nu Sane's support for Fred and the others, Reyna immediately grew displeased, stamping her foot. Observing his student's reaction, Nu Sane chuckled lightly and continued, "However, only those who have reached 3rd tier should contemplate going to the battlefield." "Oh," Tamar and Marcus exclaimed in disappointment. At their age, filled with youthful fervor, they all longed for the glory of battle. "Settle down. Since you wish to go to the battlefield, I shall lend you my assistance," Nu Sane proclaimed his words. Everyone hurried to find their seats. Casting his gaze upon his seated disciples, Nu Sane slowly began, "What does power signify to you?" Power, for each individual, carries a unique interpretation. Some perceive it as control, others as mastery, and still others as guidance. To truly attain a power flawlessly, one must first understand it and wholeheartedly embrace it, ultimately realizing that you and it are indistinguishable. As he spoke, a radiant sphere of holy light manifested in Nu Sane's hand, which then transformed into several beams of light that danced around him like golden sprites. Just as Twilight and the others were awestruck by Nu Sane's manipulation of the holy light. In the next moment, the radiant light surged towards them and instantly entered the bodies of the 9 individuals, neither more nor less. "Feel the rhythm of the holy light. You will gain something from it," Nu Sane instructed. Heeding his words, everyone obediently sensed the resonance triggered by the holy light within them. Unlike other forms of holy light, this emanating from Nu Sane, though modest in size, possessed a fierce aggressiveness and greater potency. Even Twilight, who bore no holy light within him, could sense a subtle resonance, as though this holy light had a life of its own, enveloping him in warmth, just as Twilight sought to delve deeper into his experience of the holy light. An abrupt wave of heat interrupted his thoughts, causing him to feel an expansion within his body. In the next instant, the comforting holy light vanished entirely, and as Twilight pondered this unexpected turn, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Integrating other powers, innate skill fury activated. The melodic nature of the announcement enveloped Twilight in a sensation akin to being struck by a golden hammer. He had been mulling over various methods to activate his second innate skill, fury, for days, even consulting several texts, yet it was surprising that it was triggered today through Nu Sane's holy light. "Have you attained any insights?" Nu Sane inquired. Noting the unexpected development in Twilight's condition, although puzzled, he refrained from pressing further. Time passed slowly among them, and soon the other 8 individuals opened their eyes, each empowered by Nu Sane's holy light. With all present, save for Twilight, demonstrating noticeable enhancements in strength, Aller's Bloodwing and Odyssin Galandon, both at the peak of 2nd tier, successfully broke through to 3rd tier, while the others also exhibited significant improvements, particularly in their comprehension of the holy light. Chapter 13. Departure at swift pace. At the entrance of Soth City, Twilight and his 5 companions stood opposite Tamar, Marcus, and the others. These 5 sets of armor and robes were prepared by the teacher as gifts for you yesterday. He chose not to come himself to see you off, Reyna announced. Presenting the meticulously prepared armor and robes to Fred and the others, Twilight reached out to accept the armor, scrutinizing it closely. The set bore Darius's distinctive blue lines on the shoulders and legs, while the robe featured golden stripes on either side, with a prominent red cross on the chest, at the center of which was a red emblem of crossed sword and hammer, representing Darius. The robe of the Hammer of Justice. It symbolizes your allegiance and represents a form of honor. Donning it will earn you respect among the human factions. Darius Officer Armor, a complete set, Strength 30, Agility 20, Spirit 15, Endurance 30, Defense 120, Magic Resistance 30. Note: although this armor is thick, it contains magic steel, ensuring you feel no heat, while also providing considerable magic resistance. Setting aside the significance of this battle garb, the attributes granted by this set of officer armor alone equate to an increase of approximately 1.5 levels of power. Not to mention its contribution to defense at that moment. Twilight, with the assistance of Tamal, donned the armor piece by piece, subsequently draping the robe of justice over himself, transforming into a Knight of the Order of the Hammer of Justice. The other 4 followed suit, though alas, being a mage, wore a white and blue-collared robe beneath his battle attire instead of armor. Exchanging glances with the others, Twilight was the first to extend his arms and embrace Tamal tightly, declaring, "I shall await you on the battlefield." Following this, Twilight also enveloped Marcus and Willie in a bear hug, proclaiming, "I shall await you both on the battlefield." Moments later, Twilight, Alas Bloodwing, Odyssin Garlandton, and Hazet Nugia stepped aside, while Reyna, with reddened eyes, gazed at Fred, clutching his clothing, unwilling to let go. With the others now waiting for him, Fred steeled himself and pried Reyna's hand away, stating, "Wait for me. I will surely return." He cast a lingering glance at Reyna before turning to join Twilight and the others. "What's this? If you're so reluctant, you need to go," Odyssin teased softly upon seeing Fred approach. "Humph." With a soft huff, Fred swung himself onto his horse, nudging it into a light trot. Observing this, Twilight and the others mounted their steeds as well, setting off with shouts of "Hiya" and "Giddy up" as they rode into the distance. Watching the 5 grow ever more distant, Marcus lamented enviously, "I can't fathom why the teacher permitted them to go while forbidding us. They possess the strength required. Do you?" Reyna shot back, casting a sideways glance at Marcus. "Strength? I concede that Nugia and the others are indeed at Tier 3, but Twilight is clearly only at Tier 2. Why can he go while I cannot?" Marcus retorted, indignant, "Twilight's prowess far surpasses your own, and you two are not comparable." Willie interjected silently yet pointedly, "Exactly. My brother's strength undoubtedly exceeds Tier 3. Did you not see how he dispatched Rab?" Tamal added, nodding vigorously, now a devoted admirer of Twilight. "Ah, you all infuriate me," Marcus exclaimed, ruffling his hair in frustration. Setting aside the antics of Marcus and his companions, Twilight and the others exited the lush Jinxian forest, heading north across the Dolan River and entering the picturesque Jinxian. This forest, belonging to the Bellinus family, earned its name for its splendid mountains, lakes, and woods. However, since the death of the old Count Bellinus, the 2 sons had engaged in fierce conflict over their inheritance, leading to neglect of the forest. Eventually, the forest was divided, and with the breach of the Darius barrier by the orcs, countless individuals fled to Jinxian, becoming robbers and bandits, thus tarnishing the forest's once pristine reputation. Naturally, these matters were of little concern to Twilight, who was solely focused on hastening his journey to Iru Fortress after 2 days of travel. The 5 companions had only made brief stops for supplies. As they neared the edge of Jinxian, Twilight suggested a rest. After securing their steeds, he joined the other 4, saying, "Hey, have you thought about what we will encounter upon our arrival?" Are we simply going to present the teacher's letter to Prince Drius? Of course. What else would we do? Odison replied, taking a bite of bread without a second thought. What do you mean? Alas inquired. Turning to Twilight. Here is my perspective. Consider who we are, Twilight began, organizing his thoughts. We are, of course, the Hammer of Justice, Fred declared, pointing to his chest adorned with the robe. Twilight scoffed. Nonsense. Just because you wear the robe of the Hammer of Justice does not make you a Knight of the Order, at best. We can merely be considered reserves. What exactly are you trying to say? Hazet Nuja asked, frowning. Twilight had grown accustomed to Hazet's serious demeanor. He was a man of few words, often wearing a stern expression. Even in moments of joy.do you truly believe that with our current strength, the prince would send us into battle upon our arrival with the teacher's letter? Twilight questioned the four. His words rendered them momentarily speechless. Observing their silence, he continued, I foresee two potential outcomes upon our visit to the prince. The favorable one is that we are brought before him, and we merely follow behind, witnessing the brutalities of war and perhaps slaying a couple of orcs, nothing more. The less favorable scenario is that the prince dismisses us outright, though I believe the latter is unlikely. That can't be, Odison replied, though his conviction wavered. Then what do you propose we do? Surely you have alternative ideas, Alas remarked. Having observed Twilight as cleverness through their recent interactions, my thought is that we should act independently. At the very least, we should earn some minor achievements before seeking out Prince Drius. So we are not looked down upon, Twilight grinned. With our capabilities, what do you believe we could accomplish? Hazet replied, somewhat irked that we could do quite a lot, such as gathering intelligence, mapping orc distributions, and probing their supply routes. Twilight enumerated. You make it sound simple. Alas rolled his eyes, realizing he might have overestimated Twilight's capabilities. Fear not. These are my strengths, your brother. You must trust me. This moment is indeed not suitable for us to approach the prince. With the defeat of the Third Legion, the pressure on the prince from the council must be considerable. Our arrival might attract unwelcome attention. Twilight gestured to his robe, knowing he needed to present a convincing rationale. Yet, he lacked a sufficiently compelling argument. Ultimately, Twilight harbored complex feelings towards the brothers Drius and Tigrisa. Their intertwined fates were deeply entangled. As a prince, Drius was, in many respects, a qualified heir to the throne. However, in comparison to the seemingly perfect fourth prince Tigrisa, Drius's capabilities appeared rather mundane. Moreover, Twilight was aware that Drius had not handled the aftermath of the Third Legion's defeat with sufficient decisiveness. The Third Legion, originally under the Council's command, had returned with only a handful of survivors after their rout, and a more decisive leader would have seized the opportunity to purge the Third Legion's leadership, thereby aligning the remaining soldiers with the royal faction. Yet, in a bid to maintain morale against the orc threat, Drius had opted for a more balanced approach. While this cannot be deemed incorrect, as he acted with the greater good in mind. Soon after, due to his miscalculations and the reckless actions of the Third Legion, the entire Northwest fell into a quagmire of war, prompting the fourth Prince Tigrisa to lead the Hammer of Justice northward, decisively altering the course of events and introducing the world to Tigrisa for the first time. Very well, we should resume our journey, as Twilight suggested. Let us not seek out the prince just yet. Hazet declared, solidifying their subsequent plans. Upon hearing this, Twilight's face brightened, and with a chuckle, he donned his helmet and approached his steed. Chapter 14. The unexpected appearance of the harpy exiting the Jinxian forest. They arrived at the Red Earth Highlands. Following the main road led them to their destination, the city of Stan, and beyond that, IRU Fortress. Are we heading straight to IRU Fortress? Fred inquired, removing his helmet. Twilight shook his head. No. First we should gather information in Stan. All right. The five then proceeded down the road at a measured pace. Why is this small town completely deserted? During their journey, they passed through a town that was eerily empty. They must be hiding, Alas speculated. Let us keep moving, Twilight urged, and the five hastened onward, reaching the largest city of the Red Earth Highlands, Stan, in a short while. Soldier, I wish to inquire about the current situation with the orcs. Twilight addressed a guard stationed at the city gate. Upon seeing Twilight clad in the robe of the Hammer of Justice, the soldier promptly saluted and replied, My lord, the orcs have already entered the Red Earth Highlands. But they are currently being held at bay by Prince Drius and General Cunavillo at the northern outpost before IRU Fortress. What is the current state of the battle? Do you have any information? Twilight continued to inquire. I'm not sure. but I've heard that some orcs have infiltrated the Red Earth Highlands, and a nearby town has already been attacked, the soldier replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Twilight raised an eyebrow. Oh, thank you. He patted the soldier's shoulder and turned back towards Nujia and the others. What did you find out? Odison asked eagerly as Twilight returned. The bulk of the orc forces should be contained at the northern outpost. But it seems some smaller groups have slipped into the Red Earth Highlands, Twilight answered, furrowing his brow while contemplating the intricacies of the human-orc war. While Twilight was aware of the overarching narrative of the two great wars between humans and orcs, he remained unfamiliar with the specific details, relying solely on fragments of information to deduce and speculate on the unfolding events. Are we set to depart for the northern stronghold now? Hasset Nugo inquired. There's no rush. I am pondering what a small band of orcs could achieve by infiltrating the Red Earth Heights, Twilight replied, shaking his head. What could they possibly accomplish by sneaking into our rear? It's nothing but a bit of mischief. Otterson asserted matter-of-factly. Hold on. The rear? Indeed, they must have a purpose for approaching from the back. They are certainly aiming to sabotage our supplies. Twilight's eyes lit up with realization, though he soon shook his head again. But wait, if their intent was to disrupt our supply lines, they have already revealed themselves, and the higher-ups in the army would surely anticipate that. They wouldn't have any opportunity to act. Observing Twilight muttering to himself, Fred slapped him on the back, saying, Stop overthinking it. It feels rather foolish for us to be standing around here. Twilight glanced at the bustling surroundings and, with a resigned look, muttered to Fred, With that head of yours, you should at least recognize foolishness. It's odd indeed. You, who belch and fart while grinding your teeth, have the audacity to talk about shame. Otterson chimed in with a jab. Alaris chuckled lightly. Haha. Hey. You lot shouldn't be so cruel, Fred retorted, watching as a few of them led their horses away to tea that moment. Hasset Nuga approached Fred and remarked, I too cannot fathom why such a wonderful girl like Reyna would be attracted to you. Now that was a truly piercing remark. Despite their playful banter, the matter at hand was not to be overlooked. As they journeyed, Twilight slowly rode along, mulling over the orcs that had infiltrated the Red Earth Heights, feeling as if his achievements and experience hinged upon these orcs. This band of orcs must have a purpose, Twilight asserted with conviction, his confidence stemming from the current orc chieftain, Garrosh Hellscream, the most illustrious orc warlord since the first war between humans and orcs. Garrosh Hellscream is among the few cunning leaders throughout the lineage of chieftains. Otherwise, he would not have unified the entire orc race, nor would he have traversed the Sunset Mountains to conquer all of Kultiris. I believe these orcs merely stumbled in. What could they possibly aim to accomplish? Otterson countered. Ignoring Otterson, Twilight withdrew a map from his saddle and began to study it intently. Relying solely on these orcs to assault Stan City would surely be futile, and they could not possibly lay siege to Erebor. Thus, their objective must pertain to the 4 major towns surrounding Stan City. But did it hold any significance to attack these towns? It would merely result in increased casualties among civilians and further divide the military's attention. Let us first investigate these 4 towns. I sense something amiss, Twilight stated, pointing to a location on the map. Are you not being overly suspicious? Otterson muttered, yet the 5 of them proceeded according to the map towards the 4 towns surrounding Stan City. The quintet was the first to arrive at Bucktown, the closest to Stan City, and after wandering around for a while, they found nothing unusual. They then made their way to Durai Town, which lay somewhat farther away and was closer to the Kultiris Canyon. But again, they encountered no anomalies. Just as Otterson began to grumble about the futility of their efforts, and Twilight wavered in his suspicions, a series of desperate cries suddenly echoed from a distance. Help! Help! Knights! Following the cries, Twilight and the others spotted several humans sprinting towards them, with 3-winged monstrosities in pursuit. Damn it, it's harpies! Fred bellowed, kicking his horse's belly and charging ahead, with the others hot on his heels. In a matter of seconds, as they rushed forward, another straggler was caught and tackled to the ground by a harpy, followed by a series of agonizing screams as the unfortunate soul breathed his last. Die. Fred, leading the charge, swung his warhammer down upon the nearest azure harpy. Caw! The blue harpy took flight just in time, narrowly evading Fred's strike, leaving behind a few feathers, but the encounter was far from over, as the blue harpy attempted to ascend. Twilight, riding swiftly, leaped from his saddle, wielding his Darius Guardian in a powerful arc towards the azure harpy. With a shriek, the harpy plummeted to the ground, where Otterson and Hasset Nuga swiftly finished it off. Another mournful cry echoed as Alaris's frost arrow struck down yet another harpy, witnessing two of its companions fall before it. The remaining red harpy frantically flapped its wings, attempting to gain altitude. Fred, not one to hesitate, cast a radiant judgment upon the harpy, causing it to stagger. Seeing Fred's distraction, Twilight hurled his shield with all his might, just as the red harpy regained its composure to soar higher. Twilight's shield whistled through the air, striking it down with a resounding thud, leaving it no chance to cry out as it plummeted amidst a flurry of feathers. Without a moment's pause, Fred moved in to deliver a crushing blow to the fallen harpy. With 3 harpies dispatched, the 5 rushed to the fallen human, but upon inspection, they discovered he was already lifeless. What happened? How could you encounter harpies? Twilight asked, approaching the few humans who had not fled too far. Knights, please, save our village. A horde of harpies is attacking. A middle-aged man pleaded urgently. How many harpies are there? Twilight pressed. Perhaps 100 or 200. It was hard to tell, but they darkened the sky. The man replied uncertainly. Upon hearing the harpy count, Fred's voice boomed with anger. Damn it. How could there be harpies here? Point us in the right direction. We must go now. If you cross that hill, you will see it. I can guide you there. The middle-aged man indicated the nearby hill. No need, sir. You should seek reinforcements from the nearby towns. We 5 will handle it, Twilight said, donning his helmet and striding towards the horses. The 5 mounted up and galloped up the hill, soon spotting a village. Without hesitation, they sped towards it. Upon their arrival, however, they found no throngs of harpies. Only about 30 or so harpies meandering through the village, hunting whatever living creatures they could find. Kill. Witnessing the corpses and wounded scattered about, Hasset Nuga simply uttered kill and charged towards the nearest harpy. As Twilight and his companions felled 2 unsuspecting harpies. The remaining harpies began to notice the intruding 5 and rushed towards them with shrieks. Alaris, Twilight shouted, facing the oncoming harpies. Understood, Alaris responded, summoning an icy circle from beneath him, instantly freezing all the harpies that charged downwards. With the harpies immobilized, Twilight, alongside Hasset and the others, surged towards the flock, clad in full armor. The group felt no fear of the harpies' claws and strikes. Twilight swiftly beheaded one harpy and knocked another down with his shield, then stomped on its neck or head while searching for the next target. Despite this, Twilight's pace of slaughter could not match that of Hasset Nuga wielding a 2-handed hammer or Otterson with his greatsword. At that moment, Twilight noticed 2 harpies further away, their claws gathering magical energy. Without a second thought, he hurled his shield, successfully knocking one out of the sky while hastening towards the other. Yet, he was too late. The second harpy had completed its spell, launching a bolt of lightning towards Twilight. He raised his Darius Guardian to block the arrow, and a surge of electricity coursed through him, causing him to stumble. However, the armor mitigated the damage, and he pressed on towards the spellcaster in mere moments. Over a dozen harpies fell to the hands of Twilight and his companions. As they displayed their ferocity, the remaining frozen harpies, once freed, hastily attempted to take flight. But Alaris's frost arrows and the holy strikes from Hasset and the others arrived just in time. While Twilight dispatched 2 more spellcasters, when the last harpy succumbed to Alaris's frost arrow, the 5 removed their helmets, exhaling in relief. Although they had faced other battles prior, this marked their first encounter with harpies. Hurry, tend to the wounded. Upon seeing that the harpies had all been vanquished, Hasset Nuga urged the others. The 5 began to aid the injured villagers. Kind knights, please save my husband, I beg you, as Twilight and his companions exerted their efforts to heal. Several women rushed forward, pleading with them. Where is your husband? Twilight asked, assisting the women. They were all captured by the harpies. One of the women wept. Very well, you all should first accompany us to rescue the others in the village. Reinforcements will arrive shortly, and then we shall together save your husbands. Trust me, your spouses are not in immediate danger. At this moment, it was evident that the 5 from Twilight could not directly undertake a rescue mission. Such an attempt would not only be futile, but could also jeopardize their own safety. Thus, Twilight focused on reassuring the families, suggesting that Otterson and Fred assist them in the rescue efforts. Meanwhile, Twilight furrowed her brow in deep contemplation. Observing this, Hasset Nuga stepped forward and inquired, "What troubles you?" Twilight, her expression tinged with gravity, replied, I did not expect the orcs to so swiftly involve the harpies. It seems we may need to seek out Prince Drius sooner than anticipated. Are we to seek reinforcements? Eris Bloodwing, who had been listening nearby, approached. Not yet. You all should wait here for the villagers to find help. I must locate the harpy stronghold and assess their numbers first. Twilight deliberated. This area is vast. How will you find the harpies? It could take an eternity, Hasset Nuga lamented. There is no need for concern. Harpies prefer dark, secluded places, and they cannot be too far away, observing the surrounding terrain. It is likely their nesting sites are just behind those two mountains or within the valley. Twilight had already taken note of the landscape while rescuing earlier. In fact, we should be grateful for the harpies' assault on the village. Otherwise, should they ally with the orcs, our losses would be catastrophic, Twilight remarked, considering the village's losses as negligible compared to the broader devastation across Darius. After advising the others to await the villagers' reinforcements, Twilight mounted her steed and galloped towards the distant mountains. Their horses had been borrowed through connections, for in the world of the epic, steeds are immensely valuable. Twilight knew that purchasing a modest herd of mounts would likely lead to financial ruin. Returning to the matter at hand, after approximately half an hour, Twilight circled behind one of the mountains and gradually slowed her pace, meticulously searching for potential harpy dwellings. Soon enough, she discovered traces of the harpies they anticipated. Between the two mountains lay a secluded valley, shrouded in coolness, an ideal habitat for the harpies that in this place. Twilight observed numerous harpies soaring above the forested expanse. After a moment's hesitation, she tethered her mount to a tree and stealthily approached, intent on confirming the number of harpies, a detail crucial for future decisions. Harpies are a purely matriarchal species within their tribes. No males exist. They are diminutive and enchanting, adept in both lightning and fire magic. Approximately 1 in 10 harpies possesses the ability to cast spells. Periodically, the harpies experience a mating season, during which they cannot resist abducting male representatives of other humanoid races as mates. Furthermore, upon the birth of offspring, these male partners are often consumed as a delicacy. Conversely, powerful males may also enslave harpy females for their service. Bending low, Twilight cautiously approached the harpy vicinity, striving to minimize her profile. Utilizing the trees and underbrush to close the distance. Here, she could clearly observe the harpies' exquisite faces, as well as the 3 to 4 dozen captured male humans, who were currently being subjected to the harpies' whims. Undoubtedly the villagers who had been abducted moments before. However, Twilight's attention briefly lingered on the villagers before she began to survey the number of harpies. Their quantity was staggering. Twilight estimated at least 1,000 in the outer perimeter alone, with no clear understanding of the numbers deeper within. Just as she pondered whether to venture further, a piercing shriek suddenly erupted behind her. Turning swiftly, Twilight spotted a wandering harpy approaching her concealed position. Having detected her presence, reacting with remarkable speed, Twilight charged forward, delivering a shield bash that sent the harpy sprawling aside before sprinting towards her mount. She mounted and fled before a throng of harpies could converge upon her. Upon Twilight's return to the village, the villagers who had gone to summon reinforcements had already arrived with a small contingent. Meanwhile, Eris and the others awaited at the village entrance, rushing to greet Twilight as she returned. What news? Hasset Nuga inquired. I found them. The initial estimate is around 2,000, Twilight nodded. So many. The other four gasped in astonishment. Are these the reinforcements? Twilight gestured towards a group of inadequately armored individuals within the village. Indeed. It seems they are trying to placate the villagers, Oderson remarked, noting that the so-called reinforcements hardly qualified as regular troops, comprising partly of green recruits and partly of retired veterans. Twilight glanced at the sky. Regardless, it is commendable that a town managed to dispatch these soldiers. We must send someone to the front lines to locate Prince Drius as swiftly as possible. I was discovered while assessing the harpy numbers. Any delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Allow me to go. Hasset Nuga volunteered. Eris cleared his throat. Ahem. I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but I fear your eloquence may falter in such a situation. Hasset Nuga. Twilight. Oderson and Fred. Twilight, suppressing a laugh, proposed. Very well, Nuga and I shall proceed. The 3 of you stay here with these soldiers. Ensure to arrange scouts on the far side of the mountains. Other matters can be disregarded. Simply monitor the harpies' movements. Hearing Twilight's plan, the others expressed no objections, given that Nuga and his companions were novices in warfare. While Twilight, albeit inexperienced, possessed command experience from leading larger teams in battle, he had unintentionally become the strategist of their small group. Is my tongue truly so clumsy? On the way, Hasset Nuga gazed at Twilight with a frown. Not at all. Do not heed Eris nonsense, Twilight replied. Striving to maintain a straight face, in truth, Hasset Nuga was not inept with words. Rather, his steady demeanor and less verbose nature, unlike Fred and Oderson, often led to him stumbling in heated debates, thus creating the impression of verbal ineptitude. However, this was merely a reflection of his character, not an indictment of his speaking abilities. Chapter 16. The Dawn's Light. Twilight and Hasset Nuga traversed through Iru Fortress, heading straight for the northern base. The northern base lies to the west of the Red Earth Heights, in close proximity to Iru Fortress, serving as a forward position to at present. Nearly 100,000 humans stood in a standoff against the orcs. By the time Twilight and her companion reached the northern base, dusk had fallen. Gazing at the distant camp illuminated by campfires, the grand spectacle stirred both Twilight and Hasset Nuga's spirits upon arriving at the camp entrance. They were halted by a sentry. Halt? Who goes there? We come from Soth City, bearing a letter to be delivered personally to Prince Drius, Twilight stated truthfully. The soldier scrutinized their attire, his expression softening. Follow me, I shall escort you to the prince. With that, he turned and led them into the camp, where they were soon brought before an exceptionally large military tent. After announcing their arrival and presenting the letter, Twilight and Hasset Nuga surrendered their weapons before being allowed entry. As they stepped inside the large tent, they found 4 individuals seated within. At the head sat a man in his 30s, exuding an air of authority. Undoubtedly the Crown Prince Darius, though his immediate right were 2 middle-aged men clad in armor, one of whom was the High Commander, Cunavilo Rudin, with whom Twilight had previously clashed. In a corner, a silver-haired woman donned in a pale blue robe caught Twilight's eye. She appeared somewhat familiar. Are you the ones introduced by Nisane? Why are there only 2 of you? As Twilight pondered where she had seen this woman before, she waved the letter in her hand and asked, Did you encounter any harpies on your journey? Yes. We discovered a number, approximately 2,000. The other 3 are currently monitoring the situation. We are here to request assistance, Twilight replied candidly. The woman, who seemed to hold a significant status, could address Nisane by name and had the audacity to review the letter before the prince and speak first. Request for assistance? Do you intend to eliminate these harpies? The woman inquired curiously. Indeed, these harpies attacked a village, and I suspect they are allied with the orcs. Twilight nodded, sharing her suspicions. Upon hearing this, Cunavilo scoffed. Preposterous. Do you possess any evidence to suggest that the harpies have joined the orc coalition? You do realize that spreading false information is punishable under military law. I lack evidence. However, should we dismiss these harpies, if they indeed conspire with the orcs, the losses to humanity could be catastrophic, Twilight retorted, all the while mentally cursing Cunavilo for being such a nuisance. If the harpies truly allied with the orcs, they would not have merely exposed themselves by attacking a village, and what could 2,000 harpies possibly achieve? Enlighten me, warrior, Cunaviro pronounced, his tone laden with skepticism. Listening to his words, Twilight forcefully suppressed the fury bubbling within her, yet a trace of extreme derision curled at the corners of her lips as she proclaimed loudly. Harpies experience unpredictable estrus cycles each year, during which they are utterly unable to control their urges, resorting instead to seeking humanoid males for release. This is knowledge that should be common to all. Furthermore, were I the orc commander, a simple feint would suffice. Let the infiltrating orcs casually raid the towns near Soth City to draw out its forces, while the harpies could easily set ablaze the military supplies within Soth City with their torches. As she spoke, Twilight cast a glance at Cunoviro's imposing uniform, letting out a light chuckle. Ah, Grand Commander, truly impressive. Her words dripped with contempt and mockery, a sentiment evident to anyone present. Cunoviro, incensed by the derision of this mere child, slammed his fist upon the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Twilight. You, wretched peasant, do not presume that I shall not take action against you simply because you are a disciple of Zinsane. Guards, take him away and execute him. General Cunoviro, is it not excessive to condemn a future pillar of the kingdom for a mere quarrel? At that moment, a silver-haired woman, holding a letter from Zinsane, interjected, her smile replaced by a serious expression as she regarded Cunoviro. Enough, Cunoviro, sit down. There is no need to bicker with a child. Sensing the atmosphere shift, Prince Drius, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. With the prince's intervention, Kuno Viro begrudgingly took his seat, his expression darkening. Soldier, may I inquire your name? Drius was the first to ask Twilight. Your Highness, I am Twilight Zero. And this is Hazet Nugia, Twilight replied with respect, maintaining a cordial demeanor towards Drius, despite her disdain for Kuno Viro. If we wish to eliminate these harpies, how many soldiers do you think we would require? Drius continued his inquiry. The earlier speculation from Twilight having sent a chill down his spine. Should her predictions come to fruition, it would spell disaster. If we were to deploy regular troops, I believe 500 to 1,000 would suffice. Though this is merely my personal opinion, Twilight responded somewhat ambiguously. Desiring to ascend the ranks of the military before the collapse of the human kingdom, he understood the necessity of showcasing his talents without appearing overly ostentatious. Oh, splendid. You may retire for now. I shall arrange for your accommodations, and tomorrow at dawn, I will coordinate the troops to accompany you, Drius said with a smile, having been thoroughly impressed by Twilight's performance that day. Thank you, Your Highness. Twilight and Hazet Nugia bowed to Drius as they exited the grand tent, with the silver-haired woman following suit. You are Twilight, are you not? My mentor has mentioned you, the silver-haired woman said as they stepped outside the tent. Mentor? Twilight queried. Perplexed. My teacher is Sarien Vio. I am Morning Light Farsmedi. Upon hearing her introduction, Twilight's mouth fell agape in realization. No wonder she seemed familiar. She was none other than Morning Light Farsmedi. The Dawn Light. Twilight mentally berated himself for his oversight. He should have recognized Morning Light long ago, but the passage of time had dulled his memories. So you are the esteemed Morning Light. I must thank you for your assistance earlier, Twilight said. Somewhat excitedly. Name. Morning Light Farsmedi race. Human profession. Priest, cleric level. 81. 8th rank, skills. The disparity in their strengths rendered Twilight incapable of accessing much information about Morning Light, yet this was sufficient. Morning Light Farsmedi of the Dawn Light would later become one of the great sages of the Fearless Army, her renown surpassing that of her mentor, Zinsane Campello, who had perished too early. As the sole high priest of the monastery, Sarien Vio had 4 disciples. The first to enter the fold were the current leaders of the Hammer of Justice, Buger Vosmilda and Zinsane Campello, while the other 2 were the very Morning Light Farsmedi and the 4th prince, Tigresa. All 4 were, without exception, paragons among humans. Among them, Morning Light Farsmedi was the longest lived and remained until the end, possessing the gift of foresight that allowed her to sense the outcomes of events, aiding the Fearless Army in numerous victories against the undead. During that era, she illuminated hope for the people, earning her the title of Dawn Light. However, the Fearless Army was ultimately destined to be forsaken by fate, and the words spoken by Morning Light before her demise were filled with melancholy, leaving many in tears. We fight against fate. We sustain hope, following the footsteps of the Holy Light, that I firmly believe that dawn will arrive, even if darkness engulfs me. In the annals of the heroic era, the Fearless Army stands as a quintessential tragedy. They were steadfast, brave, and even mad, ultimately dissipating with the death of Morning Light Farsmedi. The conversation had strayed far, and upon hearing Twilight's words, Morning Light Farsmedi smiled. As disciples of Zinsane, I certainly would not allow you to be bullied. Come, allow me to arrange a place for your rest. As they conversed, Twilight learned that Morning Light had arrived alongside Prince Drius. He noticed that although she was only at the 8th rank, her mental fortitude was astonishing. Morning Light Farsmedi took great care of both Twilight and Hazet, specifically placing them near her quarters. After bidding farewell to Morning Light, Twilight lay in bed, her mind consumed by thoughts of her, feeling an unexplainable flutter in her heart, as if a string had been plucked. However, given her status, he realized that based on his teacher's insane, he ought to refer to Morning Light as Aunt Master. With this thought, Twilight let out a sigh. What troubles you? Hazet, seated on another bed, asked upon noticing Twilight's furrowed brow. What if I were to develop feelings for Morning Light? Do you think we could have a chance? Twilight inquired, somewhat dazed. Just pursue her if you fancy her. Wait, you like her? What are you thinking? Hazet exclaimed, aghast. I said what if. Why are you so flustered? Twilight rolled his eyes at Hazet. Even what if is futile. Consider who Morning Light is and who you are. You are but a lowly peasant. Do you think she would ever notice you? Hazet replied, animatedly. Twilight retorted, so what if I'm a peasant? Even peasants can soar to great heights. On a serious note, you certainly managed to offend Kuno Viro today, Hazet nudged Twilight. What of it? It's not the first time. What can he do to us? He may control the heavens and the earth, but can he reign over the hammer of justice? Twilight responded nonchalantly. True. He cannot touch us, but can you, a mere warrior, truly join the knights of the hammer of justice? Hazet questioned, uncertain. Hey, what's wrong with being a warrior? Isn't Istar a warrior too? He is one of the 3 leaders of the hammer of justice. After all, just because one is a paladin doesn't mean they can look down upon us warriors, Twilight retorted. Hazet could only stare in silence. Chapter 17. A rescue. The following day, Twilight and Hazet awoke early and sought out morning light Farsmedi. Today, her attire was different. She wore a light blue robe complemented by a battle cloak akin to that of Twilight and Hazet, though while their collars were red, hers was gold, and she donned a priestly mitre. The trio shared breakfast before morning light led them to the training ground, where 2 formations of 1,000 soldiers awaited. Morning light pointed to the soldiers, stating, "These troops will accompany you in the assault against the harpies." Sister, they seem to be fresh recruits, Twilight remarked, observing the youthful faces in the formations, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Morning light nodded. Indeed, the prince believes that the harpies generally lack strength, making this an opportune training exercise. However, Twilight started, taken aback by her explanation. The difference between new recruits and seasoned soldiers was monumental. Would this even work? Originally, the prince intended to send regular troops, but I persuaded him otherwise. I will accompany you in this assault against the harpies. But the strategy and execution will be up to you 5. In other words, you shall command this battle. What do you think? Morning light continued. Twilight swallowed hard as he gazed at Farsmedi, saying, Sister, we are all novices here. Isn't this a bit reckless? What if these new recruits suffer heavy losses? We are family. You can't push us into danger. Listening to Twilight's words, Farsmedi chuckled in exasperation and replied, This unit, while affiliated with the 1st Legion, still lacks an official designation. Initially, I thought if you performed well, I would approach the prince to have this unit placed under my command so that you could lead it. It appears my concerns were unfounded. Wait, you mean if we do well this time, you'll hand over command of this unit to us? Twilight asked, somewhat uncertain, fearing he had misheard. Indeed, but I suspect that may no longer be necessary, Farsmedi replied with a smirk. No, it is necessary, absolutely necessary. You are the best, after all. We are family, Twilight chuckled, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness wash over him. It seemed that ever since he had become a disciple of the new saying, things had begun to fall into place. What, sister? You're just being cheeky. Follow me, Farsmedi said as she walked towards a man in his 30s at the front of the soldier formation. Bali, it's time. Let us move. Yes. The man saluted and strode towards the soldiers, beginning to issue commands. Vasil Bali is the training officer for the soldiers. He is an experienced veteran, and you should engage with him frequently, Farsmedi remarked as she observed the soldiers beginning to mobilize. Sister, what are you thinking, entrusting us, inexperienced novices, with command? Twilight couldn't help but inquire as he followed Farsmedi. Farsmedi chuckled lightly. I trust the judgment of my mentor and my own instincts. You possess keen insight and exceptional analytical skills, qualities essential for a competent leader. Twilight replied, falling silent. Looking at the soldiers around him, each one a living being with heavy responsibility, he remembered his desire to become a commander with soldiers at his command since arriving in this world. Now that he had taken this first step so swiftly, Twilight would not retreat. He approached Vasil Bali to inquire about the composition of the new recruits. Upon questioning, he learned that among the 1,000 men, there were 100 rogue scouts, 50 mages, 100 paladins, roughly 200 archers and hunters, with the remaining 500 being warriors. Although the proportions seemed imbalanced, Twilight was content to have 50 mages in the unit. No one in a military formation would complain about having too many mages, as they were always a scarce resource, and many accomplished mages chose not to enlist, preferring to devote their time to the study of magic. As the army continued its march, the pace was naturally slow due to their foot travel. They walked all day, finally reaching the village in the afternoon. After introducing Farsmedi to Allers and the others, Twilight inquired about the status of the harpies. No sign of movement. They have been gathering in that valley, Alotson reported. Eager for action. If we attack now, we'll only alert them. We must wait, Twilight advised, having already devised a plan for dealing with the harpies during the journey. The harpies still have many humans in their possession, Fred noted. Twilight patiently explained. Precisely why we cannot act yet. We must wait until we rescue the villagers before we engage. He then turned to Bali, instructing, Bali, send all scouts out to gather intelligence on the harpies' surroundings. Remember, stealth is paramount. We cannot allow them to suspect anything. Understood, Bali replied. Turning to relay the orders to the troops, as night fell. The army, having satisfied their hunger, Twilight stood before the anxious faces of the new recruits and boomed. I know you are confused as to why we are here. Because between those two mountains resides a group of harpies that have attacked our people. And to make matters worse, they have allied with orcs to seize our bountiful lands as soldiers of Darius. I ask you, will you allow this? The soldiers shouted in unison. We will not allow it. We will not allow it. Very well, we will eradicate these vermin. Forward. With a dramatic wave of his hand, the 1,000-strong force moved as one, advancing under the moonlight towards the Harpies' Valley. Upon nearing the valley, Twilight signaled for the troops to halt. Raising his gaze to the now high moon, he sought out Vassal Bali, saying, Bali, inform all scouts to begin the rescue. Yes. Upon hearing Twilight's command, Bali swiftly turned to gather the scouts. Moments later, over 100 figures, utilizing the cover of shadows, advanced quickly towards the Harpies' lair. The villagers captured by the Harpies were bound to trees to prevent their escape, and the wounds they bore indicated they had suffered greatly at the hands of their captors. A rogue stealthily approached the perimeter of the valley, deftly cutting the ropes binding one of the villagers as the ropes fell away. The freed villager stumbled forward, only to be caught by another rogue who swiftly covered the villager's mouth to prevent any noise from escaping. Displaying a skill that hinted at a life before joining the army, as time passed, one by one, the villagers were rescued by pairs or trios of rogues, all being those caught at the outer edges of the group. Twilight had refrained from sending rogues deeper into the valley. After all, they were merely third-tier rogues, some even below that level. The Harpies, being pyramid-like creatures, had their strongest members deeper within, and thus their senses were more acute. Twilight's rogues were too likely to be detected. Moments later, as the last villager was rescued, the remaining rogues regrouped, each carrying a bundle of firewood and taking cover on either side of the valley. At this point, Twilight turned to instruct, Ruja, Fred, have the soldiers prepare the fire arrows. Understood. The order continued to spread among the various archery squads. Advance 200 paces. Twilight commanded once more. Chapter 18, Night Battle. Advance 200 paces. Archers and hunters, prepare the fire arrows. Ignite. Target at 100 paces. 5 waves of cover fire. Fire. As commands rang out from Twilight, a rain of fire descended from the sky, drenching the unsuspecting harpies below. The valley was soon filled with the harpies' panicked cries. After 5 waves of fire arrows, flames erupted within the valley, while the scouts hidden on either side ignited pre-prepared wood, creating a semicircular wall of fire surrounding the valley. Seizing the moment, Twilight unsheathed Darius' guardian and roared, Warriors, charge for Darius! For Darius! For Darius! The soldiers and paladins shouted in unison, maintaining a tight formation as they surged towards the valley as Twilight led the charge. He noticed that most of the harpies were frantically scattering in response to the sudden attack, while others, struck by arrows, cried out in agony as they attempted to extinguish the flames engulfing their feathers. Twilight and the soldiers cut a path through any visible harpies, searching for their leader, while Ruja and Fred led the paladins to rescue the villagers trapped deeper in the valley. Allers coordinated with the mages and archers, targeting any harpies attempting to cast spells, with Farsmadi among them, who refrained from intervening throughout the battle. In the chaos, Twilight suddenly spotted a green-feathered harpy adorned with a feathered crown, surrounded by nearly 100 vividly colored harpies, all enveloped in a shimmering aura of magic. Alarmed, Twilight shouted, All defenders, raise your shields, spread out. Ranged units, prepare for an indiscriminate attack at 30 paces. Despite his timely warning, the new recruits hesitated, caught up in the fervor of battle, just as the harpies' spells began to coalesce. Nearly 100 fire and lightning arrows rained down upon the frontline warriors. When the soldiers finally recognized the imminent threat, it was already too late. The torrent of magic felled many. The sudden onslaught threw Twilight's unit into disarray, and as he braced himself against a lightning arrow that left him momentarily numb, he urgently called out, All warriors, raise your shields and advance. Ranged units, indiscriminate attack at 30 paces. Upon hearing Twilight's voice, the new recruits snapped to attention, and the defensive warriors stepped forward, while arrows from the archers and hunters began to rain down upon the harpy ranks, taking many down. Following suit, the human mages unleashed fireballs and ice arrows, subjecting the harpies to a dual assault of elemental fury. "All warriors, follow me to battle," Twilight commanded as he charged forward, leading the way with his shield raised high. At this moment, as the human soldiers surged forward, a sharp cry pierced the air from a green-feathered harpy, and the nearby disordered harpies seemed to receive a command, recklessly launching themselves at Twilight and her companions. Although these melee harpies posed little threat, as Twilight's soldiers could easily crush them one-on-one, they successfully hindered the charge of Twilight's group. The battlefield is often fraught with sudden changes, just as the soldiers became entangled with the melee harpies. A small cloud appeared above the heads of Twilight and Vasil Bari, rumbling with thunder, an ominous sign of the lightning-based area's spell, Thundercloud Storm. Observing the ominous cloud overhead, Twilight knew she must thwart the harpy leader's spell, or else those around her would suffer grievously. She turned to Vasil Bari beside her and commanded, "Bari, swiftly intercept that green-feathered harpy." "Yes." Vasil Bari responded loudly, swiftly cutting down the harpies nearby with his sword and charging towards the harpy leader. Being a fifth-tier warrior, Vasil Bari was indeed several ranks above these harpies, yet he was far from being able to disregard them entirely. Just as he approached the spellcasting harpies, the thunderous storm was already unleashed. As the soldiers within the area raised their shields in trepidation, bolts of lightning began to rain down upon them, striking numerous soldiers, including Twilight herself. However, it soon became apparent that these descending bolts caused no harm. As an array of golden, translucent energy shields had enveloped them, the Holy Shield spell, seeing the seemingly fragile golden barrier around her, Twilight recognized it as the work of Medi, truly the dawn's light of the future. A group Holy Shield spell had effortlessly countered the thundercloud storm that required the concerted effort of the harpy sorceresses. With Medi's intervention, Twilight seized the opportunity to launch an attack, shouting, "Holy Light be with us! Holy Light be with us!" With Twilight leading the charge. The soldiers rallied behind her, bravely rushing towards the harpies. The harpies, who once held a numerical advantage, could not leverage their strength against the human army's surprise assault, and their counterattacks became disordered, especially after Vasil Bari engaged the harpy leader. In contrast, the human army, with clear command and coordination, maintained their formations and positions, allowing their ranged allies in the rear to unleash their full potential. As time passed, harpies fell one after another, their numbers visibly dwindling. With those spellcasting harpies surrounding their leader, suffering heavy casualties, Vasil Bari, now free from distraction, focused his efforts on the harpy leader. The tide of battle had turned. Twilight, gazing at the illuminated valley, declared, "Listen to my command. Form teams of 10 and clear out the remaining harpies within the valley, tending to the wounded." At Twilight's command, the soldiers sprang into action, eliminating the straggling harpies. Soon, cheers erupted as Vasil Bari defeated the fifth-tier harpy leader and, per Twilight's orders, took her captive. The battle concluded, and the soldiers began extinguishing fires and clearing the battlefield, tallying casualties until dawn broke. The casualty report soon reached Twilight's hands. As she perused the report, her heart sank. The losses exceeded her expectations. Among the 1,000 reserve recruits and 100 militia, nearly 300 lives were lost in this seemingly simple skirmish, most perishing to the harpy spells, with a few captured villagers falling victim to the chaos. Alas, many of these lives could have been spared, Twilight sighed. Medi reassured her. New recruits must endure fire and blood to grow into elite warriors. Do not carry too heavy a burden. You have performed admirably. Medi spoke from the heart. She was highly pleased with Twilight's planning and command during the battle, with 1,000 new recruits defeating 2,000 harpies while only losing 300. What was there to complain about? From her perspective, Medi mused that she might not measure up to Twilight. He was a born leader. Having witnessed the first beast-human war, the battlefield heroes of that era, such as Darnassus V, Duke Sinman, and the illustrious Faraf Mishao, had grown old, many having departed from this world. The new generation of heroes, like New Sain Campello, Istar, and Buglevas Milda, were now advancing through their prime. The kingdom required fresh blood, and the hammer of justice needed youth as well, lest it face a talent crisis. While Twilight conversed with Farsmedi, Hazed approached, pointing to the two piles of corpses, inquiring, "What shall we do with these bodies?" Without hesitation, Twilight replied, "Burn the harpies on the spot, and bring the human corpses back for burial." Farsmedi interjected, "Burning is a waste. You could exchange the harpy bodies for military merit." "I knew you would assist me," Twilight smiled, confident that Farsmedi would relay the events of the battle truthfully to the Crown Prince, Drius. Farsmedi chuckled lightly. "Oh, you sly one." Moments later, roaring flames engulfed the battlefield, the harpies' feathers serving as excellent kindling, with two teams left to monitor the blaze. Twilight led the wounded, the villagers, and the captured harpy towards the village. In this encounter with the harpies, Twilight had also achieved a third-tier advancement. Character, Twilight 0 level, 30 strength, 47 agility, 32 spirit, 25 endurance, 51 will, 20 tier, 3rd innate skills. Resilience. Tenacity is an essential trait for a warrior, enabling one to persevere even in the direst circumstances. Fury. The blood of the destroyer flows within you, fueling an uncontrollable rage. Strive to master it, as it will significantly enhance your speed and strength, albeit at the cost of subsequent weakness. Bloodlust. Unknown blood courses through your veins, instilling an extraordinary thirst for blood. Fighting in blood will leave you tireless, growing stronger with each battle, not activated. Skills. Charge. Propel yourself towards a target with unyielding force, knocking them down or back. Block. Focus your mental acuity, allowing you to concentrate on withstanding the opponent's attacks for several seconds. Shield Bash. Channel your strength into your shield, delivering a powerful strike to the target. Shield Bash can interrupt spell casting and inflict damage. Sword Mastery. You can adeptly wield various long swords, increasing their power by 30%. Darius Military Combat Techniques. Melee Mastery enhances your melee capabilities across the board. As Twilight examined her newfound data and skills, she contemplated upgrading Shield Bash. Unlocking the next skill, Shield Counter. This skill allows the user to rebound an enemy's attack through a technique of vibration, and upon reaching its maximum level, it could even reflect single target spells. After activating this skill, Twilight surveyed everything once more, satisfied, before concealing her data. Upon returning to the village, they were met with jubilant villagers who cheered upon seeing the victorious troops, when they were still some distance from the village. The rescued villagers could no longer contain their joy and dashed towards their homes to reunite with their families. Yet, amid the celebration, sorrow lingered. Many had lost loved ones during the harpy attack, and some of the captured men had perished at the hands of the harpies, leaving some families unable to reunite. "Sir Knight, have you driven the harpies away?" inquired an elderly villager. "No, we annihilated them," Twilight replied. "Does that mean they won't return?" a child hiding behind his mother asked innocently. Looking at the naive child, Twilight knelt down, gently pinching the little one's cheek, and said with a warm smile, "Indeed, those dreadful monsters will no longer return." Perhaps due to Twilight's affectionate gesture, or perhaps because the child comprehended his words. The child erupted into delightful laughter. After lingering in the village for a while, Twilight declined the villagers' invitations. Once the two teams responsible for the aftermath returned, the entire force began its march towards Ireburg. Chapter 19. Deception and Trickery. The army advanced slowly, and Twilight along with Morning Light Farsmedi approached the bound harpy leader on horseback. Reaching out, Twilight removed the rag from the harpy's mouth. A rag that some soldier had found. Before Twilight could speak, the harpy sorceress unleashed a stream of curses. "Damn humans, scum! If you have the guts, release me, and I will tear you apart." Before the harpy could continue her tirade, Twilight swiftly stuffed the rag back into her mouth. Observing the harpy's futile struggles, Twilight plucked a feather from the harpy's wing, causing her to shudder in pain. "You would do well to be honest. If I become angry, I fear even for myself, and I may very well pluck each of those beautiful feathers from your body," Twilight remarked, gently caressing the feathers of the harpy. Upon hearing Twilight's threat, the harpy immediately ceased her writhing. Observing this, Twilight once more reached out to remove the rag from the harpy's mouth. This time, although the harpy wisely refrained from cursing, she continued to glare fiercely at Twilight, unfazed by the harpy's gaze. Twilight continued, "Now that's more like it. Let's make a deal. I will ask you questions, and you shall answer them. How does that sound?" "You wish for the impossible," the harpy retorted sharply. "Do not be so hasty to refuse. If your answers satisfy me, I shall grant you your freedom. However, should I find your responses lacking, or if you choose not to divulge, I will sell you to the ogres, where you shall live your days as a slave. I suspect the ogres would find a delicate creature like you quite appealing, Twilight said with a malicious smile, half threatening and half encouraging. Through their brief interaction, Twilight was certain that the harpy before him was young. And such naive beings were typically easier to manipulate. Dream on. I will never betray any information about my tribe, the young harpy declared resolutely. Nay, I have no interest in your harpy affairs. I merely wish to learn of the orc movements. Nothing more. Consider the bargain. Merely sharing some tidings about the orcs in exchange for your freedom. It is a most lucrative deal. Would you not agree? Twilight replied with a smile that resembled that of the wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. How would I know anything about the orcs? The harpy hesitated, her expression revealing a flicker of interest. You still deny it. The orcs have already spread word that you have allied with them. Twilight shamelessly continued to coax her. Impossible. Those mindless orcs. Filthy fools. We had a clear agreement. The harpy shrieked. Rubbing her ears, which had been provoked, Twilight adopted a stern expression and said, Enough. Speak plainly. What is the nature of your dealings with the orcs? What is your scheme in the Red Earth Heights? The harpy gazed at Twilight. If I tell you, will you truly release me? Twilight nodded. Of course. My word is my bond. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, the harpy divulged, not long ago, the orc army breached the human-held Kurtala Gorge. They originally intended to press on and seize the Red Earth Heights, but were thwarted by your human First Legion. At that time, the orc chieftain sought the Queen's aid, claiming he had a means to defeat the human forces, but required our assistance, promising that upon success, he would grant us the original harpy lands in Kurtala Gorge. Twilight inquired, Did those filthy orcs reveal how they plan to vanquish us humans? While you are engaged in battle, a party of orcs successfully infiltrated the heights. These orcs will assault Soth City, and we shall be responsible for incinerating your supplies. The harpy recounted truthfully. Indeed, Twilight mused inwardly as a descendant of the Huaxia. While not a historian, Twilight understood that such strategies typically involved flooding, fire, or cutting off supply routes. The only method he could conceive to swiftly defeat the Crown Prince was to destroy the army's provisions. In truth, the scheme proposed by Gamer Thunderhowl was undoubtedly viable and lethal. Should Soth City, now the largest supply hub, fall, the human forces in the Red Earth Heights would suffer a catastrophic blow, rendering it impossible for any city to muster food for over 10,000 people again. Casting a glance at the nearby Morning Light Pharmacy, Twilight remarked, I see. Well, you may rest for now. With that, he turned away from the harpy and proceeded towards the front of the camp. As Twilight began to depart, the harpy shouted, Hey, did you not promise to release me? You lack integrity. Rest assured, my word holds weight. To bear with it for now, and I shall release you shortly. Twilight's voice echoed from a distance. Did you hear that? Twilight addressed Morning Light Pharmacy. Indeed, I cannot believe you can lie without so much as a blink. How did I not notice this before? Morning Light Pharmacy observed Twilight with wide, astonished eyes. Twilight, seemingly indifferent, replied, In extraordinary times, one must resort to extraordinary measures. However, once I meet the Crown Prince, I will indeed set that harpy free. Morning Light Pharmacy had no objections to Twilight releasing the harpy, as he had already made a promise and had acquired the desired intelligence from her. It is now certain that the harpies and orcs have allied. I wonder how many orcs are within the Red Earth Heights. Morning Light Pharmacy mused. Her brow furrowed. It was discomforting to have a host of enemies lurking right under one's nose. The issue of the harpies allying with the orc army could be traced back long ago. Indeed, the Kurtala Gorge had once been the dwelling place of the harpy tribe. At that time, King Darius's brother had personally led an army to defeat the harpies and drove them away, continuing northwards and westwards to conquer what is now the kingdom of Kurtala. Subsequently, the orc tribes defeated the dwarves and launched an offensive against humanity, igniting the first war between humans and orcs, a protracted conflict that followed the Abyssal War, marking the largest war fought by humans. During this war, the human kingdoms maintained unprecedented unity, bolstered by the dwarves' support, ultimately driving the orcs into the Twilight Mountains. Yet now, the orcs had regained their strength and returned in force. Allying with the Bear tribe and the Harpies, the brother kingdom of Darius, Kurtala, had been swiftly decimated, and the devastation wrought by this resurgence of orcs was undoubtedly far greater than before. For the sake of survival, land, and resources, humanity could not afford to relent. one of the two races would inevitably face decline. Now that we understand the orcs' objectives, locating them should be considerably easier, Twilight remarked, in his view, without the harpy's assistance. The threat posed by the orcs in the Red Earth Heights had significantly diminished. Upon returning to the camp, Twilight observed many injured soldiers being transported to Iluf Fortress, indicating that a fierce battle had just transpired. While engaging in casual conversation with Morning Light Farsmedy, Twilight learned that, despite appearances suggesting that the humans had successfully held the northern stronghold against further orc incursions, the reality was quite different. On the day of the orc assault on Iluf Fortress, Crown Prince Drius had fortuitously arrived to repel them. However, the orcs did not withdraw from the Red Earth Heights. Instead, they established a camp at the northern stronghold. Facing off against the humans, the orc army present was not the entirety of their forces. In response to the retreat of the 3rd Legion from the Kurtala Gorge, the orc chieftain Gamer Thunderhowl had only brought a portion of his army into the Red Earth Heights, while the remainder was engaged in clearing the retreating soldiers of the 3rd Legion who had failed to escape. Thus, Crown Prince Drius was eager to defeat the orcs before him, seeking to clear a path to the Kurtala Gorge. Prior to Twilight's arrival, the Darius forces had already battled the orcs for 2 days. However, facing the orc chieftain and the bear tribe leader, both formidable heroes, alongside Count Buglevas Murda, who was merely one hero and the 9th-tier strongman of Drius, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the battlefield within the Smudo Alliance was no more favorable, where the orc coalition was led by an orc high priest of equal standing to the orc chieftain. Nonetheless, with the renowned human warrior, the hero Istar, and support from the arcane kingdom of Simbora, they could at least maintain a solid defense, if not defeat the orcs outright. You 5, come with me. After dispersing the weary soldiers who had fought throughout the night and traveled most of the day, Morning Light Farsmedy led Twilight and 4 others to meet Crown Prince Drius. Here, Twilight encountered a silver-haired paladin, one of the few heroic figures of the Darius kingdom, Count Buglevas Mirda. In the presence of this elder from the same lineage, Twilight respectfully paid his respects, after which Farsmedy reported her mission to the prince seated at the head of the table. So it is true that the harpies have allied with the orcs? Drius inquired. Frowning, Farsmedy affirmed, indeed. Upon seeing her nod, Drius felt a headache coming on. The army was already strained against the orcs and bear tribe. While the harpies lacked top-tier warriors, their aerial assaults posed considerable challenges. With the addition of these aerial forces, the orcs would no longer remain on the defensive. Have the exact numbers of the orcs been confirmed? Count Buglevas Murda asked. Not yet. The harpy captive only mentioned a single party. But she knows neither the specifics of their numbers nor their locations. Farsmedy replied candidly. Damn those orcs. Drius cursed internally, stating aloud, we must locate these orcs. Allowing them to remain unchecked will instill fear in the populace. Among those present, the lowest rank was a general, and the topics discussed were beyond the scope of Twilight and his companions, who remained relatively silent throughout. This, too, was Farsmedy's intention in bringing them along, to listen and learn. As Twilight and his companions emerged alongside Farsmedy, they were burdened with a new task, to eliminate the orc force that had infiltrated the human rear. This mission was a request made by Farsmedy to Prince Drius, who agreed, recognizing that it would be perilous for the newly enlisted troops, like Twilight, to engage in battle so soon. Farsmedy insisted on more training and, to adequately confront the unknown number of orcs, she requested an additional 2,000 soldiers from the prince. Drius, having faith in Farsmedy's capabilities and recalling their childhood friendship, consented to her request after consulting with Count Mildar, thus establishing a contingent entirely under Farsmedy's command. Upon exiting the grand tent, Farsmedy casually inquired about a suitable designation for Twilight's unit. To her astonishment, Twilight spontaneously suggested the name Fearless. Fearless, Farsmedy softly echoed. Indeed, fearless, undaunted, unyielding, and prepared to fight to the last breath. Twilight articulated his thoughts. Fearless. Indeed, a splendid name. Henceforth, my unit shall be known as Fearless, Farsmedy declared with a smile. Observing the contentment of her comrades with this designation, Twilight couldn't help but grin, realizing he had unwittingly bestowed the future name of the Fearless Army. Very well. Return and rest well. Tomorrow, we commence our search for the orcs, Farsmedy instructed before yawning and making her way to her quarters. Having spent the day engaged in activities, they had gone 2 days and nights without shedding their armor for proper rest. Even during his time in Drius's tent, Twilight had felt the weight of fatigue creeping in, nearly succumbing to slumber. However, after parting ways with Farsmedi, he chose not to rest immediately, but sought out the bound harpy. "Come, I shall release you." Ah! The harpy's fierce demeanor transformed into one of astonishment upon hearing Twilight's words. Observing her expression, Twilight chuckled. "What? Do you wish to remain captive?" This prompted the harpy to shake her head vigorously. Leading her beyond the encampment, Twilight drew his sword and severed the ropes binding her. "Return and persuade your queen. In this war against the beasts, the orcs shall surely be defeated. It would be prudent for you not to involve yourselves." "Humph. My queen will undoubtedly make the most sagacious decision." With that, the harpy flapped her wings and ascended into the sky, gradually disappearing from sight. Watching her depart, Twilight shook his head, aware that this young harpy was likely connected to the harpy queen, as only those of royal lineage bore the unique feathered crown of their kind. The following morning, a female commander named Emilio arrived with 2,000 troops to report to Farsmedi. Subsequently, Farsmedi integrated Emilio's forces with those trained by vassal Bali, formally designating them as fearless. This formal naming required reporting to the highest authority for approval, along with the creation of their own banner. Meanwhile, Twilight and his companions had already dispatched a scout team to seek out the orcs' whereabouts. First arriving at the village that had initially fallen victim to the orc attack, the village lay in ruins, bearing the scars of destruction. Here, Twilight found no clues, with the vast expanse of the Red Earth Highlands. Locating an enemy intent on remaining hidden was no simple task. "What shall we do now?" asked Odison, unwittingly drawing the attention of the others towards Twilight, who was known for his strategic thinking. Twilight pondered. "Let us have the scouts monitor the vicinity of the major towns surrounding Soth City, approximately 10 miles out, while the remaining scouts conduct extensive searches that we shall then proceed to the mercenary guild in Soth City to post a bounty for any sightings of orcs." "But what if those orcs do not show themselves?" Fred queried. "No. Those wretched orcs will inevitably reveal themselves. They cannot survive forever without sustenance," Hassett replied confidently. "Then we should not delay. Let us head to Soth City. Odison, inform the scout units." "Why must I be the errand runner?" "Let us vote," Odison protested. "Very well. All in favor of Odison delivering the message, raise your hands." Allers declared as his words faded. All but Odison raised their hands. Odison, left without a choice, grumbled as Allers shrugged and kicked his horse's belly. Dashing ahead, Twilight and the others laughed heartily as they rode off, leaving Odison to carry out the task with a heavy heart. Without dwelling on Odison's grievances, Twilight and his companions made their way to Soth City, where they promptly posted a notice at the mercenary guild. This notice was a desperate measure on Twilight's part, as most mercenaries had been hired by wealthy individuals or nobles as personal guards. Valuing their own lives above all else, days swiftly passed, and Twilight had done all that he could. He had dispatched nearly 100 scouts and numerous mounted knights, yet still, no word of the orcs had reached him. One day, shortly after Farsmedi had summoned Twilight, a bloodied scout hurriedly approached them. "My lord, we have discovered traces of orcs 10 miles from Butchie town." "How many of them are there?" Twilight inquired, his spirits lifting at the news. "There are not many. Perhaps a few hundred, but they have wolf riders. Out of my squad of 10, I am the only one who managed to escape," the scout replied, his eyes rimmed with red. "Rest now and recover. I will avenge my fallen comrades," Twilight vowed. Invigorated by the long-awaited news, that he promptly gathered his troops and hastened towards Butchie town. Upon arrival, he found that battle had already commenced, the air thick with cries of conflict. "Prepare yourselves. Combat has already begun," Twilight shouted as he urged his horse into the town. There he encountered a multitude of orc soldiers, towering creatures with greenish skin and fearsome tusks. This was his first encounter with living orcs. Chapter 21. The first battle of Fearless since arriving in this world. Twilight had never before witnessed living orcs. Their formidable physiques and mastery of heavy weaponry, such as battle axes and great swords, posed a significant threat, far surpassing that of human swords. Fortunately, due to their lack of technological advancement and ignorance of effective armor crafting, only those of notable standing among the orcs donned complete sets of armor, while even common human soldiers were equipped with their own protective gear. Compensating for the orcs' physical strength, Twilight led his 2,500 soldiers into the town. They swiftly divided into 5 groups to combat the orc menace wreaking havoc within. Hundreds of orcs were scattered throughout the town, some engaged in killing, others abducting women and children, while others indulged in their base instincts. Witnessing such scenes ignited a fierce rage within the hearts of the soldiers. The orcs fought with reckless abandon, favoring aggression over defense. However, the quality of the Darius soldiers' shields was exceptional, sufficient to withstand the orc assaults. The orcs, taken aback by the swift human reinforcements, found themselves outnumbered within the town. Often, when an orc felled a human soldier, another would swiftly counterattack, taking the orc down before it could claim its next victim. At the forefront of the battle, Twilight witnessed an orc soldier poised to slay a woman cradling a newborn child. With a mighty shout, he hurled his shield, which sliced through the air with a whistle. Aimed at the orc, though the distance proved too great, and the shield sailed past the orc's head, it successfully drew the creature's attention. As the orc turned to face him, Twilight closed the distance. Charging forth on his steed, the sound of steel meeting flesh resonated as the orc was sent flying, blood spraying forth as it crashed to the ground, lifeless. Dismounting, Twilight assisted the frightened woman to safety before continuing his search for orcs. Despite the orcs' superior strength, their scattered formation resulted in minimal casualties among Twilight's forces as they systematically eliminated the remaining threats within the town. Once the orc presence in the town had been eradicated, Twilight regrouped outside the settlement and inquired with the various sergeants. "Did any of you spot orc wolf riders within the town?" "None," came the collective response. "Negative," echoed the sergeants, all shaking their heads in unison. The response caused Twilight to furrow his brow. The scouts had previously reported sightings of orc wolf cavalry, and there could be no mistake about it. "Inquire among the villagers and ascertain what they have witnessed," Twilight commanded his brother. The sergeant major, who stood beside him. Moments later, two sergeants returned with the information. "My lord, the villagers indeed saw wolf cavalry, but they departed after plundering the town. Moreover, they mentioned that the orc riders abducted several villagers," another sergeant added. Stunned by the news, Twilight pondered the orcs' motive for kidnapping villagers. Could it be for ransom? "We must locate these orc riders." The voice of Dawn, the priestess, rang out, for as a savior of the suffering, the lives of the people were always her foremost concern. "My lord, I believe I have a solution," emerged a female commander, her back adorned with a great sword. This commander was Emilio, a newly assigned sergeant major, a level 7 warrior. "Pray tell, what is your plan?" Dawn inquired. Reyna the Ice Spear, Phylas the Swift Arrow, stepped forward. Emilio called out to her squad. As she spoke, two slender women clad in leather armor emerged, one with red hair and the other with yellow. Reyna the Ice Spear donned dark, form-fitting armor, a spear slung across her back, two short swords at her waist, and a crossbow in her hands, accompanied by a pure white wolf wagging its tail. Phylas the Swift Arrow was a striking elf, dressed in yellow and red leather armor, with a bright yellow longbow on her back, her golden hair marking her as a descendant of the sun god. "They are my chief scout and her deputy, the most exceptional scouts and hunters under my command. With them, we shall surely track down those orc wolf riders," Emilio declared proudly, exuding confidence in the two women. "Are you confident in locating the orc cavalry?" Dawn asked. "Absolutely. We will fulfill this mission," the two women affirmed loudly before striding purposefully away. It was not long before Phylas the Swift Arrow discovered some tracks. "There are signs of wolves passing through." Upon hearing Phylas's words, Reyna the Ice Spear crouched to examine the ground, then gently caressed her pet, saying, "It's your turn now, little white." "Owl woof woof." The white wolf barked twice before darting off in a specific direction. Witnessing this, Twilight wiped the sweat from his brow. Was it a wolf or a dog? Without delving into the nature of Reyna the Ice Spear's pet, Twilight and Dawn led their troops, following Reyna to a grove of conifers. "Are the wolf riders located here?" Twilight inquired as Reyna and Phylas halted. "Yes, my lord," Reyna confirmed. "Then we must proceed quickly," Fred urged. "No, entering recklessly would be perilous," Twilight replied, surveying the forest ahead, deciding to send a few individuals to scout first. "Reyna, take a few men and scout ahead. Remember, prioritize your safety." "Understood," Reyna the Ice Spear acknowledged, choosing to enter the forest alone with great caution. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Reyna returned from the conifer grove. There is a dilapidated camp within, now occupied by orcs, who have constructed some crude defenses. While the number of orcs remains unclear, they should be few in number. However, there are sentries in the woods, whom I have already dispatched. Reyna summarized her findings. Twilight nodded in approval and instructed the nearby sergeant. Each of you lead your men into the conifer grove and strive to minimize noise. Following Twilight's command, the undaunted army of 2,500 entered the grove. The conifer grove was not vast, and Twilight quickly spotted a dilapidated camp in an open area where a small squad of 10 wolf riders patrolled the entrance. Dark powers, Dawn gasped, her voice echoing beside Twilight. Upon catching sight of the orc camp, her formidable mental acuity sensed an unsettling presence, as if something terrifying awaited within. Dark powers. The nearby soldiers, hearing Dawn's words, exchanged puzzled looks, while only Twilight appeared contemplative. We must eradicate these orcs at once. I can feel a dark force brewing within, Dawn asserted with conviction. The presence of orc wolf riders patrolling indicated that more awaited inside, and Twilight recognized the impending battle would be a formidable one. With a significant portion of the undaunted army comprising new recruits. The risk of retreat lingered. However, with Dawn's warning, Twilight felt compelled to engage. Slowly, he unsheathed Darius the Defender and raised a shield, bellowing, "Undaunted army, fear not, do not flee, do not surrender. For Darnassus. For our families, charge." Twilight's rallying cry ignited the soldiers' spirits as they formed a spearhead and charged towards the orc camp. As Twilight shouted, he and his comrades came into the line of sight of the patrolling wolf riders, who, despite being only 10 in number, launched their war wolves directly at Twilight. Whether to commend their bravery or lament their foolishness remained uncertain. In an instant, the 10 wolf riders were overwhelmed by Twilight's forces, unable to incite even a modicum of chaos. At that moment, the orc infantry stationed at the camp's entrance hastily retreated, lowering a wooden gate bristling with spikes. "Clear the way." A thunderous voice erupted as Emilio, the level 7 female warrior, raised her great sword and cleaved downwards, sending splinters flying and creating a massive breach in the wooden door. Emilio struck twice more, splitting the gate in half as the undaunted army surged into the camp. A group of orc infantry had already gathered, and as the adage goes, enemies meet with heightened enmity. Humans and orcs were sworn adversaries. Kill. The undaunted army charged at the orc infantry. Kill. The orc soldiers retaliated. The orc infantry were clearly outnumbered by the undaunted army and lacked ranged troops, so after a brief stalemate, their offensive began to falter, and casualties mounted, just as the orc infantry appeared to be on the verge of collapse. A mournful horn sounded, and a contingent of around 300 orc wolf riders emerged on the flank of Twilight's forces. Accelerating, they charged headlong into the undaunted army, the wolf riders being a 4th-tier unit. A full tier above the average soldiers of Twilight's forces, and cavalry inherently had the advantage over infantry. The impact of the orc cavalry's charge caused immediate chaos within Twilight's ranks, tearing a gaping hole through their formation. Breaking through the outer soldiers, the orc wolf riders made directly for the rear, targeting the ranged units, clearly aware of the threat they posed. Observing the turmoil from behind, Twilight called out, "Bali, follow me." With that, Twilight led the charge to provide support, shouting as he moved, "Stay calm. First eliminate the wolves, and spread out the ranged units." Hearing Twilight's battle cry, the disarrayed soldiers found their resolve, stabilizing under his leadership and directing their fire against the wolf riders. An orc wolf rider without its mount was merely a limping warrior. The orc wolf riders operated under their own command, having already penetrated Twilight's lines, cutting through the undaunted army, observing the human flag moving towards them. The leader of the wolf riders opted not to attack the ranged units again, instead sounding the horn to signal a direct charge towards the position of the undaunted army's standard. Where Twilight stood, Twilight immediately recognized the orc wolf rider's intentions, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he roared defiantly as he faced the oncoming cavalry. "Warriors, paladins, raise your shields, fight to the death." At Twilight's command, all melee units, under his lead, raised their shields before them. The onrushing orc wolf riders drew ever closer, the pressure mounting on all. The moment of collision, Twilight and his comrades let out a battle cry. A primal instinct to alleviate their tension, the clash of metal rang out as Twilight, at the forefront, activated his talent skill rage for the first time, allowing him to withstand the charge of an orc wolf rider with his shield. He then lifted his shield, swinging Darius the Defender to topple the orc cavalryman. The similar scene unfolded around him, though not everyone could withstand the force of the orc wolf riders. After all, they were an entire tier stronger, and some soldiers, lacking experience, faltered in the face of battle, though these were but a few. A gap emerged within the ranks of the Twilight forces, widening as time passed. However, the corresponding orc-wolf cavalry experienced a notable decrease in speed, ultimately failing to breach the tightly formed battle array established by Twilight. Instead, they were ensnared, akin to dumplings, by Twilight's forces. A cavalry devoid of momentum poses a lesser threat than a mere scout. Furthermore, unlike the steeds of humans, the mounts of the orcs bore a semblance to their riders' traditions, merely adorned with a wooden board beneath their necks, lacking any further protection that as Twilight's allies dispatched the wolf mounts. The demise of the orc cavalry became inevitable. At the moment Twilight and Bailey joined forces to eliminate the orc cavalry's commander. The battle in the front lines led by Cinci Falsmeti and the female general Emilio against the orc infantry was drawing to a close. Once all the orcs on the battlefield had been vanquished, Twilight and the fearless army pressed onward. Not long after, they encountered a series of wooden cages designed to imprison criminals. Inside these cages, Twilight spotted several humans and a dozen feeble wargen. Not far from the wooden cages, a circular magical array, roughly 10 meters in diameter, pulsated with a green glow. 3 orc priests stood at its corners, their hands emanating fluctuating dark green light. Within the array, a demonic specter, towering 3 to 4 meters tall, adorned with 2 horns and engulfed in roaring green flames, roared as if striving to break free. Even more infuriating for Twilight and his companions was the sight of a gray-robed orc shaman commanding a dozen or so orc warriors to slaughter previously captured human villagers. The blood of these slain villagers flowed through a specific groove into the magical array. And with each drop, Twilight noted the specter's gaze intensified. Demons, they are using the altar to summon a demon. Cinci Falsmeti exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene. Hearing her words, the orc shaman outside the altar cast aside a still bleeding corpse and turned to Twilight's group. Grinning, "Humans, you have arrived too late. Prepare to welcome the great Lord Zemek. He is stalling for time. We must stop them." Cinci Falsmeti urged urgently. That it was the first time Twilight had seen her so visibly shaken after spending days together. Upon hearing her words, Emilio charged forward wielding his great sword, while Falsmeti, unable to contain herself, unleashed a beam of holy light towards the orc shaman, unfazed by the approaching 7th-tier warrior Emilio. The orc shaman first enveloped himself in a yellowish shield before sending forth 2 streams of black energy towards Emilio. At this moment, the dozen or so orc warriors, who had been butchering the humans, dropped their corpses and lunged at Emilio with their battle axes. Observing this, Twilight admonished his subordinates. "What are you waiting for? Those capable, go lend a hand." Responding to Twilight's reprimand, the other sergeants finally sprang into action, rallying their troops against the orc warriors. As for Twilight himself, he remained at the back, not out of a lack of desire to assist, but due to the after-effects of using rage. Simply being able to stand and speak was a feat in itself. Meanwhile, the orc warriors were held at bay by Bailey, Hazit, and others. However, Bailey and his companions found it challenging to dispatch these orcs quickly. As they had all surpassed the 5th-tiered, Emilio reached the forefront. The orc shaman engaged him in combat with 2 one-handed axes. At that moment, a radiant pillar of holy light erupted from Falsmeti, striking the orc shaman and shattering his earthy shield, eliciting a cry of agony from him. Yet, the orc shaman was quick to react, casting an armor spell upon himself, followed by an unknown black magical shield. As the 8th-tier priest Falsmeti and the 7th-tier warrior Emilio fought against the 8th-tier orc shaman, no one noticed 2 figures stealthily approaching the 3 orc priests casting spells atop a nearby rooftop. These 2 were the remarkably adept Reyna Ice Spear and Firas Swift Arrow. While the orc shaman was preoccupied with Falsmeti and Emilio, no one on the battlefield, save for Twilight, noticed the 2 had ascended the rooftop. Reyna Ice Spear and Firas Swift Arrow, leveraging their agility, closed in on the summoning altar. Firas Swift Arrow was the first to draw his bow, and with a soft thwip, a blue magical arrow soared forth. In the next instant, the head of the nearest orc priest exploded, as if it were a fallen watermelon. In the immediate moment following Firas Swift Arrow's shot, Reyna Ice Spear also released a bolt towards another orc priest situated further away. Due to the distance, she opted to aim for the priest's upper body rather than risk a miss. A scream echoed as her target collapsed to the ground, drawing the attention of the orc shaman. Chapter 23. Aftermath of battle. Upon hearing the scream, the orc shaman turned to see the 2 slain priests, his eyes blazing crimson with rage. With a furious cry, he barreled into Emilio, attempting to return to the summoning altar despite the injuries he had sustained. However, a golden chain suddenly emerged from beneath him, binding his lower half. Though the chain held him for but a moment, it was enough time for Emilio to ensnare him once more. Meanwhile, Reyna Ice Spear and Firas Swift Arrow, having dispatched 2 priests, leaped from the rooftop, their bows firing rapidly at the last remaining orc priest. The 3 priests engaged in casting within the summoning altar were evidently of lesser power, as evidenced by the ease with which the first 2 had been slain, and the final orc priest was doomed to a similar fate. Once the last orc priest fell, the massive demonic specter within the altar began to writhe violently, as if striving to break free from some unseen bondage. Ultimately, however, the specter could not succeed, and with the altar fracturing, it shattered into fragments, its expression one of utter despair, witnessing the disintegration of the very demon he had endeavored to summon. The orc shaman's face contorted grotesquely, his already hideous features becoming unbearable to behold. "Ah, you humans dare to thwart my master's plans. I shall see you dead." With a voice laden with hatred, the orc shaman unleashed several red and black beams from his body, which surged into the orc warriors still in combat. The crimson and obsidian energy coursed through them. The orc warriors let out a tremendous roar, their forms swelling in size, eyes turning blood red as they recklessly attacked the surrounding humans with their axes, seemingly impervious to the blades and swords that struck them. Twilight noted that not only were these orc warriors transformed, but the shaman himself had become exceptionally ferocious, relentlessly swinging his axes at Emilio. The spell cast by the orc shaman evoked memories of the orc race's innate berserker talents and bloodlust abilities within Twilight. Yet, he was certain this was not one of those abilities, for not all orcs possess the talent for rage, and bloodlust merely heightened one's desire for combat without inducing madness, regardless of the nature of the spell. This ability to unleash one's potential would not last. As time wore on, orc warriors began to fall, but the small battalion, equivalent in strength to 5th-tier orcs, inflicted considerable casualties among the human soldiers. Soon, only the orc shaman remained, yet he was a cornered bird, trapped and desperate as Twilight had anticipated. The orc shaman's attacks began to wane dramatically after all the orc warriors perished, ultimately succumbing beneath Emilio's great sword. As the battle concluded and the casualties were tallied, Twilight felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. A force of 2,500 had suffered nearly half its number in losses, with many sustaining severe injuries. The toll had been devastating, with the orc wolf cavalry and the final 5th-tier orc warriors inflicting immense damage upon their ranks. Gazing upon the carefully arranged corpses of fallen warriors, Twilight sighed, a sense of despondency enveloping him. "Sister, our losses this time are monumental. In war, there are always casualties. Death is an inevitable companion." Twilight understood this truth, but witnessing so many of his kin lying lifeless before him elicited a sensation he had never experienced before. To die fighting for one's country is a form of honor. At least these soldiers thwarted the orcs' insidious designs with their sacrifice. Chensi Falsmeti consoled him. Reflecting on the orcs' nefarious schemes, not only Falsmeti but even Twilight felt a chill of dread. The demon summoned by the orcs, as Falsmeti had stated, was a 9th-tier archdemon. The havoc wreaked by such a being in an unguarded town or city would be unfathomable. As Twilight pondered these grim thoughts, lost in reverie, the team members responsible for rescuing captives and clearing the battlefield, Odison, Hazet, and others, returned. "Twilight, take a look at this. I found it at the altar," Odison said, holding forth a black statue. Twilight accepted the statue and examined it closely. It bore 2 horns, crimson eyes, and donned black armor, resembling the demonic specter they had encountered at the summoning altar. Demonic statue, statue of Zemek. Through it, you may summon the demon Zemek, a powerful abyssal demon. This is an introduction to the statue that Twilight observed. The orcs intend to utilize the statue to summon this 9th-tier abyssal demon through sacrifices. "I never anticipated that those orcs would collude with the abyssal demon. They are betraying the entire continent," Falasmeti remarked with a hint of anger. The scene today had deeply unsettled her, for the threat posed by the abyssal demon to the world of living beings was immense. "Not necessarily," Twilight countered, shaking her head. "The abyssal demon is a taboo for all beings of the epics." And Twilight did not believe that the orcs would be so foolish as to oppose the entire world. The first emergence of abyssal demons can be traced back to the ancient times. An era ruled by the 4 elemental gods and the 3 gods of order that in that epoch, saints and demigods were frequently seen, and heroes were abundant. The entire world was governed by a unified and comprehensive set of rules. However, this state of affairs was shattered when an organization known as the Spirit Communion inadvertently summoned an abyssal demon. Upon arriving in this world, the summoned abyssal demon immediately sensed the vibrant life force that permeated the realm, as well as the boundless power concealed atop the distant holy mountain of Hadwar, where the gods resided. Fueled by a burning ambition, the abyssal demon Kha'Zix seduced the members of the Spirit Communion and summoned forth more demons. Yet, confronted by this sudden surge of discordant power, the judgment god Osiris, one of the 3 gods of order, swiftly took notice of Kha'Zix and his followers, a god of judgment. Osiris had long been tasked with assessing the sins and evils of the world. Faced with this abhorrent force, he acted decisively to obliterate them. However, perhaps out of curiosity upon encountering an abyssal demon for the first time, Osiris chose to spare the gravely wounded Kha'Zix, imprisoning him instead. In Kha'Zix, Osiris first encountered the unfathomable evil emanating from the abyss. Instinctively, he sought to purify this malevolence, yet it exceeded his capabilities. When Osiris frantically opened a passage to the abyss, the god soon realized that he had fallen from grace. As an endless tide of abyssal creatures poured forth from the portal, the denizens of the epic world, caught off guard, began to retreat step by step, under the leadership of the 4 abyssal sovereigns and the fallen judgment god Osiris. The demon army surged toward the holy mountain of Hador, at the foot of the holy mountain. A climactic battle erupted between the epic coalition, comprising all races, and the demon army. This conflict was nothing short of cataclysmic and harrowing. Ultimately, it concluded with the victory of the epic beings, yet not without grievous losses. The sovereign of death perished, the sovereign of blood was scattered, the icy lord fled back to the abyss after sustaining severe injuries. The sovereign of destruction was sealed within the endless void, and the fallen Osiris faced retribution. Nevertheless, the epic beings suffered heavily. The 4 elemental gods were shattered, the sun god fell in battle. The moon god was wounded and retreated into hiding. Countless saints and demigods perished, and heroes were nearly entirely wiped out. Even the faith of the epic beings, symbolized by the holy mountain of Hadwar, crumbled, rendering the vicinity a forbidden ground for the living to this day. Bards continue to recount the tales of this great war, and the demon's followers have passed down their stories through generations. Chapter 24. The state of war after clearing the battlefield and escorting the fortunate surviving villagers back to the small town. Twilight and his companions returned to the military camp with the wounded and the bodies of fallen soldiers. Regarding the handling of these corpses, Twilight suggested that they be cremated on-site and then buried. But Hassett and others vehemently opposed this, claiming it was a desecration of the soldiers' honor. Reluctantly, Twilight acquiesced, for he could not argue that the intent was to prevent further disrespect to the soldiers' remains. Upon returning to the camp, Morning Light Phalasmeti immediately sought out Prince Drius and Count Bugelvoss Murdabar. Upon hearing the account from Morning Light Phalasmeti and seeing the demon statue she presented, both Drius and Bugelvoss Murdabar's expressions grew serious. The emergence of an abyssal demon was no trivial matter. Historically, wherever abyssal demons appeared, calamity would inevitably follow, whether great or small. The orc army has been mobilizing frequently these past few days. I am discussing with the Count the possibility of requesting my father to send the Order of the Just Hammer over. Drius consulted Phalasmeti. Send the Order of the Just Hammer here. Phalasmeti exclaimed in surprise. This reaction was hardly unwarranted, for the entire human-orc front had already gathered all the soldiers of the 1st Legion and the remnants of the 3rd Legion. If the Order of the Just Hammer were dispatched here, it would mean a national war for Darius, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Darius could find itself in a predicament akin to that of Kurtla. Drius was well aware of such concerns, but as a prince, he possessed considerable tactical acumen. Observing the orc army's unusual movements and the demon statue before him, he astutely sensed that the orc forces were likely planning a significant operation against the kingdom of Darius. Most critically, Darius could not afford to fail. A defeat would allow the orcs to march unimpeded directly to Soth City. While Morning Light Phalasmeti sought out Prince Drius, Twilight, having attended to the soldiers' affairs, began to confer rewards and distribute roles anew within the fearless army. Previously, due to the need to track the orcs' movements, Twilight had not overly intervened in the affairs of the troops. And he was also acutely aware of his own limited strength, which made him susceptible to being underestimated. However, refraining from intervention previously did not imply that he would abstain indefinitely. Seated at the head of the assembly, Twilight surveyed the various captains and sergeants below and stated, "In the past, you may have belonged to two separate units, and now that we are all united within the fearless army, the coordination may not be entirely seamless. This battle has revealed numerous issues, yet some have also demonstrated exceptional prowess. Rewards must be given for merit, and penalties for failures. I see that some positions within the fearless army need to be adjusted." As he spoke, Twilight glanced at the varied expressions of the crowd and continued, "Emilio's prowess is evident to all. Henceforth, she shall lead the fearless warriors battalion, with Vassal Bali as her deputy. Moreover, in my and Morning Light's absence, Emilio shall serve as your supreme commander." This appointment was significant. Not only was the fearless army predominantly composed of warriors, but Twilight's words also acknowledged Emilio's position as the third in command of the fearless army. Emilio was indeed capable of this role, having previously commanded 2,000-strong units before being assigned under Morning Light Phalasmeti. There was another reason for Twilight's decision that he could not articulate. He had discovered that he excelled in the broader perspective and analysis of battle conditions, yet seemed somewhat lacking in tactical command during immediate situations. That Twilight's appointment took many by surprise, including Emilio herself, who, after a moment of stunned silence, quickly accepted her new role. Once Emilio and Vassal Bali expressed their acceptance of the appointment, Twilight continued, "Reyna I Spear, your contributions in the battle against the orcs were substantial. You shall henceforth oversee the fearless scouts. Strive diligently." "Yes, thank you for your praise, General," Reyna I Spear exclaimed, her face lighting up as she stood and responded enthusiastically. Seeing this, Twilight gestured for Reyna to sit down and continued, "Faraz Swift Arrow, you will now manage the fearless archers." Yes, Faraz Swift Arrow also rose in acknowledgement. From these three appointments, it was clear that Twilight held a high regard for Emilio. Reyna I Spear and Faraz Swift Arrow. His esteem for them was not solely based on their formidable abilities, but also due to the marks they had left on history, however slight. Hasset Ragefire, you shall henceforth command the fearless knights, while Aurus Bloodwing will be responsible for the mages. Twilight issued the final two appointments to in the fearless army. These two professions were the least numerous, and given that they were new recruits with relatively low strength, it was fitting for them to lead in the following days, perhaps having learned through secret channels of the orcs' failure to infiltrate the Red Earth Heights. The once frequently mobilized orc army suddenly fell silent. However, before the humans could breathe a sigh of relief, the orc forces abruptly began to assemble. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of war drums, the orc army commenced its advance toward the human camp located at the northern stronghold before Eru Fortress. Having received reports from scouts, Prince Drius had already sounded the horn to summon all troops to prepare, while Twilight positioned his fearless army on the right flank of the central command. As the faint sound of war drums grew clearer in their ears, the orc army made its appearance in the distance. A billowing cloud of dust heralded the arrival of the orc cavalry. Riding formidable black-brown war wolves and wielding broad-bladed sabers, these orc cavalry gradually slowed their pace from a distance, and behind them followed a throng of orc infantry armed with battle axes. Following the orc infantry were the towering bearmen warriors, brandishing immense clubs and shields. In contrast to the orcs' fearsome visages, the bearmen, though covered in thick fur, were much more pleasant to behold. Yet, nobody dared to underestimate these seemingly simple giants. For on land, they were among the most formidable of troops, surpassing even ogres in their prowess. Their immense strength enabled them to disregard adversaries a tier above themselves. Finally, the orc army was accompanied by a vast array of griffins and a contingent of bearmen cavalry clad in armor, riding upon massive brown bears. The moment the bear cavalry made their appearance, they exuded an aura of ferocity, not solely due to their finely crafted armor adorning both themselves and their mounts, but also because their inherent strength was undoubtedly formidable. With the memories of his past life, Twilight was acutely aware that these bearfolk cavalrymen were all adept warriors of at least the 5th tier, their prowess surpassing that of 6th tier humans. Fortunately, the bear cavalry was not numerous, comprising merely 3,000 warriors. He gazed upon the amassed orc coalition in the distance. Twilight realized he had perhaps been overly optimistic. He had previously believed that after thwarting the orc schemes on the Red Earth Heights twice in succession, Prince Drius's tactical failures would no longer recur. However, upon witnessing the arrival of the orc horde, he recognized the naivety of his assumptions. The scale of the orc army before him was undeniably comparable to that of his own human legion, and from the words of Don Falsmeti, Twilight learned that in terms of peak combat capability, his side did not hold the advantage at that moment. He could not help but harbor grievances against Prince Drius. You see, the orcs have amassed such strength. Why did you not seek reinforcements sooner? Unbeknownst to Twilight, Drius was also cursing the treachery of the orcs in his heart. The bear cavalry had not been present during previous skirmishes, and in recent battles, the orc-wolf cavalry had not reached their current numbers. If the generals surrounding Drius were privy to his thoughts, they would likely be taken aback, as he was perhaps the first prince to deem the orcs treacherous. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the current orc chieftain, Gamble Thunderhowl, was indeed a cunning and resourceful leader. As Twilight lamented his prince, he was also puzzled. If the harpies had allied with the orcs due to their long-standing grievances with humanity, what could possibly motivate the bearfolk to so steadfastly support the orcs? Given that there was no animosity between humans and bearfolk, however, the orcs did not afford Twilight and his companions the luxury of contemplation. Shortly after the bear cavalry's emergence, the previously steady rhythm of the war drums suddenly quickened, and accompanied by this thunderous cacophony, the orc army began to advance upon the human forces. In the face of such an impending clash, it would be disingenuous to claim Twilight was not apprehensive. The battlefield was a veritable meat grinder. And with his current physique, he would be lucky to make even a ripple if he were to be thrown into the fray. As the orc army drew nearer, the human ranks responded with a resounding chorus of horns. As battalion after battalion of human infantry took the lead, followed by a contingent of lower-tier paladins, and then ranged attackers such as archers and hunters. Compared to the orcs, the advantages of the human army lay not only in their superior equipment, but also in the strategic synergy of their various classes. Ranged combat had always been a weakness for the orcs. Although they possessed archers, their aptitude for archery was markedly inferior, and the average orc was often characterized by a simple-minded, bloodthirsty nature, easily prone to impulsiveness when riled. The only ranged class the orcs could boast of was likely their shamans, who revered the forces of nature and ancient beast spirits. As the distance between the two forces diminished, the orc war drums abruptly ceased, only to be replaced by an even more urgent beat. The once slowly advancing orc-wolf cavalry suddenly surged forward, charging towards the front line of human infantry. At that moment, accompanied by a prolonged blast of horns, two flanks of human cavalry emerged, charging directly at the oncoming orc-wolf riders. The collision was imminent. Roars, bloodshed, and wails filled the air, marking the commencement of a primal and brutal contest where strategy held no sway. Only raw force and relentless advance. As the orc-wolf cavalry clashed with the human cavalry, the most primitive and savage of confrontations began. In this brutal collision of flesh and blood, no matter how potent one's strength, a single fall could lead to being trampled into oblivion. Waves of warriors fell, and ultimately, the two cavalry units passed through one another. It was evident that the human cavalry held the upper hand in this encounter, which was to be expected. The disparity in mounts granted the orc-wolf cavalry advantages in agile slashing and long-distance pursuits, while the human cavalry, owing to their equipment and formations, were better suited for direct assaults. At this juncture, the human cavalry maneuvered around the flanks of the orc-wolf cavalry. However, the now bloodthirsty orc riders quickly turned their agile war wolves and charged back towards the human cavalry. The human cavalry, undeterred, also adjusted their course, converging into a singular force that struck at the heart of the orc-wolf cavalry. Yet, perhaps due to insufficient distance for a full charge, the impact of the human cavalry was notably diminished. Despite the fierce collision, the orc-wolf cavalry was still breached by the human ranks, leaving a carpet of corpses in their wake. Though the human cavalry also suffered significant losses, this initial clash of cavalry signified the true onset of battle. As the entire human legion commenced their advance, mirrored by the orc coalition, a barrage of arrows filled the sky, soon followed by high-ranking mages unleashing large-scale area spells. Meanwhile, totems were planted by the orc shamans amidst their ranks. Just as the human infantry and orc infantry engaged in close combat, the orc soldiers suddenly swelled in size, their eyes gleaming with a blood-red hue, a manifestation of the shaman's signature ability, bloodlust. The struggle between the orc infantry and human infantry was a fierce contest of equals. The orcs, renowned for their raw power, rarely engaged in defense, choosing instead to attack relentlessly. In contrast, the human soldiers exhibited a balanced approach, combining offense and defense, augmented by lethal range support. As the orc infantry clashed with their human counterparts, a swarm of harpy women took to the skies, unleashing fire and lightning spells in preparation for battle. I have awaited this moment. With the harpies in motion, a resounding voice rang out from the rear of the human ranks. As 3,000 griffin riders took flight to engage the harpies, each griffin bore a stout, rugged dwarf, armed with axes or hammers and shields. Leading them was Mord Copperhammer, the dwarven lord who had rushed to the aid of Prince Drius upon receiving his call for assistance, a hero of legendary stature. The griffin riders were a profession unique to the dwarves, for they alone possessed the expertise in raising these fierce, large avian creatures. Adult griffins typically boasted strength surpassing the 7th tier and could easily hunt dragons in packs. In the current era, aside from wild griffins, the only domesticated ones could be found within the dwarven stronghold of Iron City, located to the south of Darius. The griffin riders before Twilight were a gift from Prince Drius to counter the harpy threat. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the harpies, the sight of the rising griffin riders caused palpable disarray among them. When the two forces clashed, the harpies, outnumbered by the mere 3,000 griffin riders, fell from the sky like dumplings, some unfortunate ones even crashing down upon the orcs below, resulting in a grim tally of casualties. At this juncture, the human infantry at the forefront, the orc infantry, the aerial harpies, and the griffin riders were all embroiled in a lethal dance of death. As time progressed, both sides sustained increasing losses. It was then that the previously silent bearfolk warriors, led by a 9th-tier bearfolk chieftain, began to mobilize. These hulking figures, brandishing wooden shields and clubs, entered the fray, dramatically altering the battlefield's dynamics. With each swing of their clubs, several human soldiers were knocked to the ground as the front line appeared on the brink of annihilation at the hands of these wretched bears. Prince Drius, commanding the battlefield, resolved to retaliate. He summoned a torrent of fire elementals to converge upon the battlefield. By the time the knowledgeable orc leaders, including the bearfolk chieftain, sensed the unusual gathering of fire elementals in the sky, it was already too late. Massive pillars of flame erupted from beneath the bearfolk, engulfing nearly half of their ranks in an instant. This cataclysmic flame storm, orchestrated by the sun elf mage Tyaxalath, drew upon the collective might of the mage corps. In the wake of the flame storm, nearly half of the bearfolk soldiers, approximately 5,000, were obliterated in the rear of the orc army. The most furious among them was the bearfolk chieftain, a colossal figure named Noshemara. In a fit of rage, Noshemara mounted his war bear, rallying his 3,000 bear cavalry to avenge their fallen kin. Standing beside him, the orc chieftain Gamel Thunderhowl did not intervene in what appeared to be a rash decision. Indeed, he welcomed Noshemara's pursuit of vengeance, knowing that the human mage forces could not unleash another large-scale spell in the immediate future. The 3,000 bear heavy cavalry charged forth, their momentum enough to send tremors through the ground. Observing the appearance of the bear cavalry from his command vehicle at the center of the battlefield, Drius furrowed his brow deeply. The current state of the frontline army hangs by a thread. In more tranquil times, Prince Drius would have confidently asserted that his First Legion could hold its own against an equally matched orc army. But now, confronted by the remnants of over 10,000 berserk bear warriors, the human infantry clearly finds itself at a disadvantage. The threat posed by these enraged bear warriors looms larger than that of countless orc foot soldiers. Count Milda, lead the royal knights into battle. Flank and pierce through the front line of the orc and bear warriors, then engage those bear knights, Drius commanded, gesturing towards the approaching bear knights in the distance. Bugle Voss Milda nodded in response to Drius's orders. Donning his helmet and striding forth, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, Bugle Voss Milda recognized the dire circumstances. The human infantry had visibly begun to falter against the orc foot soldiers and bear warriors. The defeat of the front line seemed inevitable. Should the 3,000 bear knights break through, not only would the front line be annihilated, but even the central forces commanded by the prince might face a similar fate. The sole force capable of halting the charge of the heavily armored bear cavalry would likely be the royal knights of the First Legion. Renowned for their prowess, Count Bugle Voss Mildo advanced. A moment later, 1,000 horsemen gleaming with a blue metallic sheen appeared, charging directly into the fray against the orc foot soldiers and bear warriors. Unfazed by the oncoming blue-armored cavalry, the bear warriors swung their heavy clubs, striking down beside a heavily armored knight with a resounding thud. The knight staggered but did not fall, and in the next instant, he crashed into the bear warrior's wooden shield, shattering it, and sending the massive bear warrior crashing to the ground, trampled into a pulp by the following heavily armored cavalry. With such a display, the newly arrived 1,000 blue-armored knights showed no signs of hesitation as they tore through the combined forces of orcs and bears, continuing their relentless advance towards the bear knights not far ahead, an inevitable clash between titans. Chapter 26, The Great Battle, Part 2. As the blue cavalry and the fluttering battle standard appeared within the central forces, Twilight and his companions, including Hazet, recognized the elite royal heavy cavalry of the First Legion. In the realm of humanity, the reputation of the Royal Knights stood as tall as the hammer of justice. The Royal Knights maintained a steadfast count of 10,000, all at least 5th-tier warriors, with many having reached the 6th or even 7th tier to become a Royal Knight. Mere strength was not enough. One must possess unwavering resolve and absolute loyalty, particularly to the Darius royal family. Even in death on the battlefield, members of the Royal Knights would find ways to serve their nation with honor. At the sight of the Royal Knights, excitement spread among Twilight's companions. The Royal Knights have emerged. It seems victory is all but assured, exclaimed Odysseus, standing beside Twilight. Indeed, in the annals of history, whenever the Royal Knights charged into battle, they often swept aside their foes like leaves in a tempest. However, upon hearing Odysseus' words, Twilight's already serious expression grew more somber, his brow furrowing tightly. The Royal Knights' invincibility did not guarantee they would face no worthy adversaries. Twilight was acutely aware that the Bear Knights clad in black armor were formidable opponents, rivaling the Royal Knights in strength. Do not celebrate too soon. Many of the orc forces have yet to make their appearance. Twilight cautioned those around him. What? We have so many troops. Are we truly afraid of the orc wolf riders and their foot soldiers? Hazet replied, puzzled, having spent much time with Twilight and knowing him to be a man of reason. Perhaps we can manage the orc wolf riders, but we have our trump card, and the orcs possess theirs as well. Moreover, those bear knights are high-tier warriors, their prowess not inferior to that of the Royal Knights. Twilight replied with a stoic expression. Well versed in the history of the era, he was aware that under the command of the orc chieftain Gamer Thunderhowl lay a high-tier unit known as the famed Orc Guard Shagash, named after the first chieftain to unify the orc tribes. One could only imagine the strength of such a force. Meanwhile, as Twilight and his companions discussed these matters, the Royal Knights clashed with the Bear Knights, compared to the Bear Warriors they faced earlier. The Bear Knights possessed significantly greater strength, their weapons upgraded from wooden clubs to iron maces. The violent impacts sent numerous Royal Knights crashing to the ground, while many Bear Knights were also toppled by the attacks of the deep blue-armored cavalry. The ferocity of their confrontation was unparalleled, and although the Royal Knights held a numerical advantage, one must not forget the formidable allies the Bear Knights had, the massive bears they rode into battle. Equally fierce in their combat prowess, after the Royal Knights charged, Drius issued another command, resulting in swift figures appearing on the battlefield, deftly ambushing the orc infantry and the cumbersome Bear Knights. These were the magic swordsmen from the former Third Legion. Skilled in single-handed swordplay and versed in magic, their agility made them a bane to conventional foes on the battlefield. As time progressed, the human front line gradually steadied, bolstered by the support of the magic swordsmen and archers. The fierce battle between the Royal Knights and the Bear Knights raged on, with Count Buglevas Milda engaging the heroic Bear chieftain Nosemera, observing that no additional forces had yet appeared for the humans. The orc chieftain Gamer Thunderhowl sensed the moment was ripe, with the sound of war drums echoing. The towering orc warriors clad in simple armor and wielding wicked axes began to advance towards the humans. Their bloodlust palpable. As chieftain Gamer Thunderhowl led his elite unit Shugosh forward, the previously seen orc wolf riders stirred to action once more, splitting into two groups to assault the flanks of the human army. Yet, at that moment, the human cavalry, commanded by General Conavilo Rudin, could not spare attention for the flanking wolf riders. His focus was entirely consumed by the orc forces led by Gamer Thunderhowl. The frontal battle had drawn all military might from both the front and the center, Should a collapse occur here, the central army would soon follow suit. Thus, Cunavilo's first priority had to be to assist Drius in fortifying their defenses, leaving the flanks to the units assigned to guard them to AS for the troops stationed on the flanks as arranged by Drius. They comprised remnants from the shattered 3rd Legion, volunteers from Kultura, and fresh recruits from the 1st Legion, a veritable hodgepodge. However, a hodgepodge did not equate to a lack of combat effectiveness. Take the Kultura volunteers, for instance. Driven by a burning desire for revenge against the orcs for their slain kin and friends, they fought with reckless abandon, almost ferociously. Likewise, the soldiers from the 3rd Legion, who had been defeated while defending a stronghold from the orcs, sought to wash away their humiliation with the blood of their enemies. Twilight found himself positioned on the right flank under the command of Chinsi Farsmeti, while the left flank fell under the command of the veteran General Timki of the 3rd Legion. With each side fielding around 20,000 troops. "Raise shields, prepare for battle," roared the sergeants as the orc wolf riders drew near to Hikiti that moment. Twilight could not afford to worry about the battles occurring in other directions. For the orc wolf riders were rapidly closing in.as. He stood at the forefront, resolutely grasping his shield. A bead of sweat formed in his palm. "For Darius," he shouted, rallying alongside his fellow warriors as the fearsome wolf riders charged closer, their growls echoing ominously. When the wolf riders were nearly upon them, Twilight let out a war cry, which was soon echoed by the brave warriors at his side. In the next instant, the wolf riders collided with Twilight and his men, and many soldiers were knocked down or cut to the ground. Twilight, however, managed to deflect the first orc wolf rider's blade with his shield, swiftly countering with a strike of his sword that severed the neck of the war wolf beneath the rider. With a howl of anguish, the war wolf collapsed, sending its rider tumbling to the ground. Ignoring the fallen orc, Twilight swiftly turned to face the next wolf rider and the subsequent one that followed. Though Twilight was only a Tier 3.5 warrior, the attributes conferred by his officer's armor, along with the enhancements from his weapon and shield, ensured that he could stand firm against even Tier 4 opponents. And with his skills, he could even match those of Tier 5 warriors. In stark contrast to the disciplined formations of human cavalry, the ranks of the orc wolf riders are markedly more disordered and chaotic, resulting in a significantly diminished charge impact compared to their human counterparts. When cavalry confronts infantry, two outcomes are possible. Either the cavalry decisively routs the infantry, or they become ensnared within the enemy's lines. At this juncture, the orc wolf riders find themselves in the latter predicament. Focusing on the Twilight faction, the steadfastness of the fearless army, led by Twilight, Emilio, Vassal Bailey, and Hazet, surpasses the expectations of the wolf riders. Although the wolf riders managed to penetrate the ranks of the fearless army, they failed to shatter or disperse the human forces. Furthermore, the mages led by Alas and the archers commanded by Phyllis Swiftarrow played substantial roles in this engagement. On the side of the fearless army, the volunteers from the Kurtla and the 3rd Legion soldiers exhibited remarkable ferocity, though they may not have matched the orc wolf riders in individual strength. Their numerical superiority and willingness to risk their lives to thwart the orc riders allowed them to successfully impede the majority of the wolf cavalry. Only a small contingent managed to breach the right flank. But they soon became prime targets for the mages and archers. Faced with the desperation of the human soldiers, the current situation of the orc wolf riders was almost inevitable. Despite their ferocity and combat prowess, they could not alter the fact that they were ill-suited for frontal assaults. The wolf riders possess a unique attribute. Their battle wolves exhibit remarkable endurance, making them exceptionally adept at long-range pursuits. Therefore, Garmal Thunderhowl's deployment of the wolf riders to assault the flanks likely aimed to merely distract the human forces. Meanwhile, the overall battlefield descended into chaos, resembling a massive meat grinder, with casualties occurring almost every second. Chapter 27. Defeat. With Garmal Thunderhowl's involvement, the northern battlefield had become a veritable maelstrom, devouring all life caught within its grasp. Even Drius, the prince, brought forth the remnants of his troops to join the fray. As a prince, he charged directly towards the orc forces led by Shughash, positioning himself before Garmal Thunderhowl. However, facing an already formidable hero like Garmal, the 9th-tier Drius was clearly no match. Fortunately, the power of the Holy Light allowed him to endure for a time. At the same moment, the Grand Marshal Cunavilo Rudin was confronted by a similarly 9th-tier bear warrior leader. Even though Cunavilo internally lamented his fate against such a towering adversary, he had no choice but to engage. Meanwhile, at the farthest reaches of the battlefield, the duel between Count Bugervos Mirdab and the Bear Chieftain continued unabated. Battles between two heroes of such caliber seldom conclude swiftly unless there is a significant disparity in power. However, the clashes between the Royal Knights and the Bear Knights surrounding them were beginning to yield decisive outcomes. Despite the aid of their steeds, the fewer Bear Knights were suffering heavy losses. With casualties amounting to half their number, the Royal Knights also sustained considerable losses, likely marking their most devastating toll in history at that moment. The shamans, who had merely begun to cast bloodlust and had remained inactive, suddenly sprang into action. A violent tremor erupted at the positions of the human cavalry and infantry, akin to an earthquake, signaling the casting of the orc shaman's colossal earthquake spell. Taken by surprise, the human soldiers found their formations shattered, while the orc infantry, particularly Shughash's elite guard, remained largely unaffected. This spell dealt a devastating blow to the already beleaguered human forces. After casting the earthquake, the shamans did not immediately rush to assist their fellow orcs. Instead, they headed towards the conflict between the Royal Knights and the Bear Knights. Upon witnessing the shamanic priests, Count Bugervos Mirdab's expression shifted dramatically. Specifically, he was not merely observing the shamans, but was fixated on the towering orc adorned with a bear-skin hat and clawed hands at the forefront of the shamanic ranks. Exuding the aura of a heroic powerhouse, the realization struck him. The arrival of this new hero would tip the scales further, with 3 heroes among the orc forces on the Red Earth Heights, compared to only 2 on the human side, including the dwarf Mog Copperhammer. The implications were dire. The addition of another hero was a significant game-changer, even if the humans had a numerical advantage. The presence of an additional heroic figure within the orc ranks could easily turn the tide. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Bugervos Mirdab's mind, observing the unprecedented losses suffered by the Royal Knights beside him. He narrowly evaded an attack from the orc chieftain and issued a loud retreat order, insisting that the kingdom's elite must not fall here. Comparatively, while the human warhorses were formidable, the bear warriors' battle bears, though more ferocious, lacked the same speed, allowing the Royal Knights to withdraw with relative ease. Simultaneously, as the Royal Knights retreated, the human front lines began to falter under the dual onslaught of the shaman's earthquake spell and Shughash's elite forces. Even Prince Drius, had it not been for the timely intervention of the dwarf Mog Copperhammer after dispersing the harpies above, would likely have succumbed beneath Garmul Thunderhowl's warhammer. The defeat of the humans was sealed. As the Royal Knights fell back, it became evident that against the orc elite led by Garmul and Shughash, bolstered by another heroic figure and the shamans, the human soldiers stood little chance. With the Bear Knights unencumbered, they became unstoppable war beasts, mercilessly claiming the lives of countless human soldiers. Upon hearing Count Mirdab's revelation of yet another heroic presence among the orcs, Prince Drius understood the battle was lost. He bore no ill will towards Mirdab for ordering a retreat. It was a prudent decision, as the Royal Knights represented the culmination of the Darius Kingdom's efforts. Instantly, retreat orders flowed from Drius's lips, initiating the withdrawal of the most distant troops. However, as the retreat horn sounded, the nerves of the frontline soldiers finally snapped. And under the onslaught of Shughash and the Bear Knights, they swiftly disbanded in utter chaos. At this moment, the inherent weaknesses of the human spirit surfaced, as one fleeing soldier often ignited a mass exodus. Royal Knights, for honor, charge with me. With Count Mirdab's aged voice, the Royal Knights, who had been patrolling the outer edges of the battlefield, thundered back into the fray. In the face of this war machine, the ordinary orc infantry stood little chance. Yet the simple-minded and impulsive orc soldiers nonetheless surged forward to engage the newly arrived human forces. Mirdab's purpose was to buy time for the fleeing troops, but the Royal Knights could only draw so many foes. And soon they were confronted by the Bear Knights led by the chieftain, who harbored a deep-seated enmity towards them from their previous encounter. Your Highness, you must leave at once. As the scale of the retreat grew increasingly dire, Cunavilo urged Drius, who remained resolute. It is imperative that someone holds back these orcs. Otherwise, we risk losing even our last remnants. Drius's expression grew grave as he replied, Your Highness, the Mage Corps can cast another large-scale spell. It should be able to halt the orcs. But it will take time, said a middle-aged mage clad in a purple robe, easily identifiable as a practitioner from the arcane kingdom of Cimberella, and of no small rank. Very well, I shall buy you time. I entrust this to you, Mage Roni, Drius affirmed to the middle-aged mage. Yet, before Drius could finish, a frail yet resonant voice echoed from behind him. "Prince, allow me to take on the task of staving off the orcs." A bloodied old general strode forth to stand alongside Drius. "General Timk, it is a pleasure to see you again, but as prince, I must protect my people," Drius replied, a smile of resolve gracing his face upon seeing the veteran. "Your Highness, the defeat of the Third Legion is a stain upon my honor. All I seek now is to serve the kingdom," Timk declared, kneeling on one knee. For the kingdom. The soldiers who had accompanied Timk, remnants of the Third Legion, also knelt in solidarity. Gazing at the resolute old general, Drius felt a pang of sorrow, his eyes moistening. This was the only familiar face from the Third Legion, yet as the heir to the kingdom, he faced the dual burden of failure in battle and the loss of his subordinates. Drius questioned his own worthiness as a prince, contemplating whether his brother, whom he held in such esteem, might be the true successor. With this tumultuous mix of emotions, Drius, alongside Cunavilo, began the retreat towards Yil Fortress. While General Timk led his soldiers of the Third Legion bravely into the heart of the orc horde, less than half an hour had passed when the sweat-drenched mage Ronnie raised his staff and shouted the words, "Ice Snow Roar." A chilling gust of wind, swirling with snowflakes, swept through the air, and soon, ice crystals began to fall from the sky, ultimately transforming into sharp ice arrows. These ice arrows were exceptionally lethal. When they struck the skin of the orcs, they would leave behind small wounds. Most importantly, the frigid wind, laden with snowflakes and ice crystals, rendered the orc army nearly immobile. The spell Ice Snow Roar, while lacking the destructive power of the flame storm previously conjured by the elven mages, boasted an expansive reach, covering nearly half the battlefield. The moment this spell was unleashed, General Timke, who was responsible for the rear guard, was likely to face dire consequences. Chapter 28. Boosting morale. The blazing sun of noon gradually pierced through the veil of unconsciousness that enveloped Twilight. As Twilight awoke and opened his eyes, he instantly sat up in alertness. Upon observing his surroundings, the tension in his body relaxed, and he became acutely aware of the soreness that gripped him. Memories of the previous day flooded back into his mind. Yesterday, following the onset of the humans' defeat, the right flank, led by Morning Light Farsmity, began to retreat towards Rebirth. However, faced with the relentless pursuit of the orc wolf cavalry, Twilight and his companions found it impossible to extricate themselves swiftly from the chaos of battle, just as Farsmity's right flank sought to vanquish the orc cavalry hot on their heels. An unfortunate coincidence occurred. A large contingent of bear warriors, armed with wooden shields and hefty clubs, arrived nearby. Twilight was struck unconscious by a blow from one of the bear warriors, and his recollection ceased at that moment. "Twilight, you reawake, how wonderful." Upon seeing Twilight awake and sitting up, Odison, who had been vigilantly guarding him, was startled for a moment before expressing his delight. Noticing the blood-stained Odison beside him, Twilight glanced around and inquired, "How long was I unconscious?" "Where are we?" "About a night. We are on Firefeather Path," replied Odison. "Firefeather Path?" Twilight questioned, puzzled. Firefeather Mountain should be in the northeast direction of the northern stronghold. How did they end up here? What transpired after I lost consciousness? Where are the others? Twilight continued, as he failed to spot any familiar faces in the vicinity at Twilight's inquiry. Odison's earlier elation faded, and he looked downcast. "We were all scattered. I carried you all the way, blindly following Emilio as we fled into Firefeather Mountain." "Scattered?" Twilight echoed softly. Given the circumstances, this was something he had anticipated. "Hazet, Fred, alas, and Lord Morninglight Farsmity, we are all separated." Odison lamented, his face etched with disappointment. The defeat of the First and Third Legions had dealt a heavy blow to him. If not for Twilight's steadfast presence, Odison might have succumbed to despair. "Do not worry, Odison, they will be fine. This war is not over yet. We humans shall surely emerge victorious," Twilight declared with resolute determination. Having spent considerable time together, Twilight's remarkable intellect had deeply resonated with Odison, and upon hearing Twilight's unwavering words, Odison felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. That moment, Emilio, who had been patrolling, approached upon noticing Twilight's awakening. "You're awake, how do you feel?" "Not bad. Now tell me about the situation outside." Twilight asked directly about the current state of affairs. "The situation outside is quite chaotic. According to the information relayed by Reyna Ice Spear, The majority of the orc forces are besieging Ireburg. Scattered orc troops are everywhere on the Red Earth heights, hunting down the disbanded human soldiers. As for the situation in Soth City, it remains uncertain. Emilio summarized the intelligence gathered by Reyna Ice Spear. Twilight could already surmise the fate of Soth City and the surrounding towns of Ireburg. They had likely suffered devastating assaults from the orcs. What should we do now? We need your guidance. The morale of the soldiers is at a low ebb, Emilio pointed out, gesturing to the soldiers who were either sitting or lying around. Twilight understood the soldiers' despondency. After all, witnessing the downfall of their once mighty kingdom, the central kingdom of Darius, was a tremendous blow to everyone, much like it was for Odysseus. However, while it was acceptable to feel disheartened, they must not succumb to despondency or lack of will. Therefore, Twilight stood up and called out to the soldiers, "Soldiers, gather around me." Hearing Twilight's command, the soldiers, whether from the fearless army or other factions, began to converge around him, observing their disheveled and downcast expressions. Twilight proclaimed, "Soldiers, we have suffered a defeat against the orcs that I understand how difficult this is for all of you to accept, but today I must tell you. Defeat is defeat, that is the truth. As proud soldiers of the kingdom of Darius, we must dare to confront the bloody reality. This defeat does not signify that we will be defeated again. We have not lost yet. Remember, we still have the formidable hammer of Justice Knights and the Royal Knights. The First Legion has not crumbled. Now, I will lead you to reassemble all the soldiers on the Red Earth heights. Soon, we shall gather all the heroes and champions of the kingdom of Darius to confront the orcs once more. Here, in the name of Bishop Nusane Campello, I assure you that I will return with glory." Receiving a personal welcome from the king, Twilight's fervor grew as he spoke, culminating in a battle cry. "Now I ask you, do you wish to be slaughtered by the orcs without resistance, or will you join me in exterminating every orc that dares invade our land? Tell me," Twilight shouted. "Exterminate the orcs." Odysseus, filled with fervor, was the first to shout, "Exterminate the orcs." Emilio, standing beside Twilight, raised his fist in solidarity, and soon, more voices joined in unison, culminating in a fervent chorus of 200 souls echoing the same rallying cry. "Excellent. Now, let us rest and regain our strength. At noon, we shall descend the mountain. Remember, I will bring you back in glory," Twilight stated with a serious expression, while he could not guarantee the survival of everyone. He was determined to fulfill his promise. As Twilight observed the soldiers, whose spirits had visibly lifted after his words, Emilio approached him and asked, "Your speech instilled them with confidence, but what shall we do next? Our numbers are quite limited." "Of course, we must gather the scattered soldiers," Twilight replied without hesitation. "I understand, but I want to know what specific plans you have," Emilio pressed on. None," Twilight admitted, momentarily caught off guard. He genuinely did not have a detailed plan at present. Emilio's brows furrowed in discontent. This response was clearly unsatisfactory. Noticing the displeasure on Emilio's face, Twilight patted her shoulder and smiled. "Do not worry. The orc main forces are undoubtedly focused on besieging Ireburg, where Prince Darius is located. The number of orc soldiers tasked with rounding up the scattered human soldiers will be limited. This is our opportunity." Emilio responded with a scoff, despite Twilight's confident words. She couldn't shake the feeling that her superior was somewhat unreliable. That as Twilight and Emilio exchanged words, Reyna Ice Spear, in charge of the reconnaissance unit, sprinted up the fire feather path. "General, there is a squad of orc soldiers approaching from the mountain below." Along with Reyna's warning, the faint shouts of orc voices echoed from down the mountain, and soon, the sight of a banner of the orc army fluttering in the wind became visible. Before long, a small squad of about 100 orc soldiers came into Twilight's line of sight. "All soldiers, prepare for battle," Twilight commanded loudly as the orcs drew near. Noticing the tension among the soldiers, Twilight leaned towards Emilio and whispered, "It seems fate has delivered an opportunity right to our doorstep. Emilio, we must win this battle, and we must win it decisively. Do you understand what I mean?" Having just reignited the soldiers' confidence, Twilight believed that ending this encounter with overwhelming force would further solidify their newfound morale. A bunch of rabble. With disdainful words, Emilio was the first to charge down towards the approaching orc squad, wielding her great sword. Twilight, despite the soreness in his body, followed suit, leading the charge. Chapter 29, The Battle of Fire Feather Mountain Rabble. With a fierce shout, Emilio swiftly closed the distance to the leading orc warrior and brought her great sword crashing down. Clang! A piercing sound echoed as Emilio's sword struck the orc warrior's axe with tremendous force. Shattering it in two, Emilio's great sword then cleaved through the orc's head, reducing it to a gruesome mess, a display of strength that belied her gender. At this moment, Twilight surged forward, confronting another orc warrior. Before the orc could swing its axe, Twilight swung his shield, smashing it into the orc's raised elbow, rendering the axe's descent feeble. In the next instant, Twilight's broadsword sliced cleanly, and a grotesque head flew high into the air. Swiftly dispatching an orc infantryman, Twilight let out a fierce roar, activating his battle shout. His shield intercepted the axe of a charging orc, while his Darius protector darted forth, embedding itself deep in the orc's chest. Without pause, Twilight withdrew his sword and lunged towards another orc. Beside him, Otter's son was equally ferocious, toppling an orc infantryman with a single blow. Thanks to Twilight's earlier encouragement, the soldiers behind him shed their prior confusion. Their combat prowess unleashed. In their initial skirmish, they inflicted losses of 20 to 30 orcs upon the advancing orc squad. However, Twilight's forces also suffered casualties, witnessing the humans' ferocity. The orc squad of 100 did not falter, letting out wild roars as they clashed with Twilight and his companions. After slaying several orc warriors, when Twilight confronted the orc squad leader clad in rudimentary armor, beads of sweat adorned his brow. The pain from his back, struck by a bear warrior the previous day, throbbed with each movement, indicating injury to his tendons or muscles. Due to this physical agony, Twilight's movements became somewhat sluggish at that moment. The orc squad leader, wielding a massive axe that glimmered ominously, swung it towards him. Twilight leaned back just in time to narrowly evade the strike. As the orc squad leader prepared to attack once more, an arrow shot through the air, piercing the orc leader's shoulder and eliciting a pained roar. The archer was none other than Rena's spear. Realizing he could not contend with the orc leader in his current state, Twilight swiftly activated his talent, Rage. Upon unleashing his rage, he felt an immediate transformation, and he charged towards the orc squad leader who had previously bullied him. The orc squad leader swung his axe in fury. Twilight crouched low, darting into the orc's embrace and avoiding the downward strike that he then rose, bringing his shield crashing against the orc leader's broad chin, swiftly followed by a horizontal slash from his Darius protector that severed the orc leader's neck before he could react. With the death of their leader, the orc squad fell into disarray, and Twilight, now a stark contrast to his earlier self, transformed from a composed elder wolf into a ferocious tiger unleashed. The orc soldiers stood no chance against him. The enhancement from his talent, Rage, was profoundly evident. Faced with the 7th-tier warrior Emilio and the invigorated Twilight, the orc squad could not withstand the onslaught and soon fell to the surrounding soldiers. As the battle concluded, the effects of Twilight's rage gradually subsided, leaving him with an intensified fatigue due to his injuries, creating a compelling urge to rest on the spot. However, he resisted the impulse and sought out Emilio. Establish watch posts. Let the troops rest in place, and gather the orc rations and jerky that I will take a moment to recuperate. Without waiting for Emilio to respond, Twilight dragged his heavy armor to a nearby tree and soon fell into a deep sleep. When Twilight awoke again, it was already evening. To his surprise, his forces had swelled by 20 to 30 additional soldiers who had been rescued after getting lost and brought back by the patrols. According to history, Twilight knew that soon Tigris Darnus VI and his mentor, Zinsane Campello, would arrive. Before their arrival, his sole purpose was to save as many as possible and gather the scattered troops. Rena, I need you to lead the scouts to explore a wider area. I wish to ascertain the situation around Fire Feather Mountain, particularly the Dusty Wind Plain. Twilight approached Rena's spear, who was with Emilio. Understood, Rena nodded, not asking further questions as she set off to carry out her orders. Is there to be action? Emilio inquired, observing Rena's departure, puzzled since nightfall was imminent. Indeed, we must hasten to the southern part of the Red Earth Heights. It is too perilous here. Twilight replied, noting that Fire Feather Mountain lay somewhat to the northeast of the Red Earth Heights. Now considered the orc's rear. It will soon be dark. Wouldn't it be more prudent to depart at dawn? Emilio suggested. No, while night diminishes our visibility, it hampers the orcs even more. We must move eastward to find our way out. The eastern side of Fire Feather Mountain leads to the Dusty Wind Plain, where we would be easily spotted during the day. Now is the perfect time to proceed. and after continuous battles and pursuits, the orcs must be utterly exhausted and in need of rest. Twilight explained patiently. Listening to Twilight, Emilio understood. The thought of traversing an open plain in daylight was akin to a louse on a bald head. It would be far too easy to detect if spotted by orc infantry. It would be manageable, but if encountered by orc wolf riders, it could spell doom. Soon, Reyna Ice Spear returned with a report on the situation near Fire Feather Mountain in the Dusty Wind Plain, stating that she had found no signs of orc presence in the area. Well done, Twilight commended Reyna with a smile, knowing she, along with her scouts, had borne the brunt of the day's challenges, balancing combat and vigilance regarding the surroundings of Fire Feather Mountain. By the way, I must also thank you for the arrow that saved me, he added, although he could have dispatched the orc leader without it. Gratitude was still due. Upon hearing Twilight's words of thanks, Reyna's face lit up with a sweet smile. Over the past few days, she had come to realize that Twilight was a remarkably down-to-earth leader, treating his subordinates with great kindness, creating a comfortable atmosphere within his command. The only downside, in her view, was that Twilight's strength was somewhat lacking at that moment. Twilight remained oblivious to Reyna's thoughts. He glanced at the sky and instructed Otterson. Otterson, prepare the soldiers. We shall descend the mountain in an hour. Understood, Otterson replied, turning to notify the nearby soldiers. Chapter 30. An encounter with old friends. Fire Feather Mountain derived its name from trees resembling fiery red feathers, and it was abundant with such foliage. To the east lay a vast expanse known as the Dusty Wind Plain. As dusk settled, Twilight descended from the mountain with his mere 200 soldiers, entering the Dusty Wind Plain, while Reyna Ice Spear and her scouts spread out at a distance. Twilight held great trust in Reyna. Her reconnaissance and stealth capabilities were exceptionally refined. He surmised she must possess talents or skills akin to tracking or eagle vision. As they advanced cautiously, the current situation demanded utmost vigilance. Discovery by the orcs could invite further attacks. Fortunately, Twilight's suspicions were confirmed. The orc soldiers, typically relentless in their pursuit of humans, had chosen to rest during the night. A fact corroborated by the grumblings of seasoned veterans from his past life, who often lamented that orcs had the poorest night vision. The vast Dusty Wind Plain lay silent under the dim moonlight, broken only by the soft rustling of Twilight and his companions' movements. Time slipped away unnoticed as they walked, and by 4 in the morning, the first light began to break, revealing the distant contours of the mountains ahead. Signaling their impending exit from the plain, Twilight sought refuge in a thicket for the group to rest briefly. After a short reprieve, they set off again, just as they were nearing the edge of the Dusty Wind Plain. When Reyna Ice Spear returned, "My lord, there is a situation ahead," she announced as she approached Twilight and Emilio. Hearing her words, Twilight raised a hand to halt the troops. "What is it?" "There are signs of significant human activity approximately 1 kilometer to our front left," Reyna reported. "What manner of people?" "Humans," Twilight inquired. "From the scent and sounds, they seem to be human," Reyna replied, uncertainty creeping into her voice. Upon hearing this, Twilight furrowed his brow. "Let the troops advance. Reyna, ascertain the exact location of those individuals." "Yes," Reyna affirmed, turning to sprint ahead. Before long, Twilight received accurate information confirming that indeed, there were humans about 1 kilometer away, numbering several hundred. With this knowledge, he led his soldiers toward them. As they approached, a lookout from afar sounded the alarm, and soon dozens of figures gathered, readying themselves, while those further back appeared somewhat disordered. Although dawn had just begun to break, the distant landscape remained shrouded in shadow. To prevent any unfortunate misunderstandings, Twilight called out from a distance, "Stay calm. We are soldiers of the kingdom." Upon hearing the human language, the group of several dozen visibly relaxed. Then, a familiar female voice rang out. "Which division are you from?" "The 1st Legion, designation Fearless." "Fearless? I have not heard of that designation." After a moment of silence, the voice resumed, laced with skepticism, towards Twilight. "We are a newly established unit, subordinate to Celia. Is that you?" Just as Twilight was about to explain, she suddenly recalled the familiar female voice and blurted out, "Who are you?" The woman across from her turned out to be Celia, though she clearly did not recognize Twilight's voice. "I am Twilight," Twilight shouted. "Twilight." At the sound of surprise in her voice, Celia swiftly approached with the 30 or so people behind her. "Twilight, it's really you. How did you end up here?" As she drew closer, Celia joyfully exclaimed upon seeing Twilight in front of her. "I heard scouts report that there were hundreds of people here. so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to find you again, and you've grown stronger, Twilight remarked as she surveyed Celia and her companions. It's nothing, but you truly surprised me, Celia replied, eyeing Twilight's Justice Hammer battle attire. Twilight chuckled and gestured towards the distant hundreds, asking, "Who are these people?" "They are the villagers from Streamwater Town. After my unit was scattered, I happened to encounter them fleeing, so we traveled together," Celia briefly explained. "Now that there are so many orcs everywhere, how do you plan to accommodate them?" "I don't know. I initially intended to return to my hometown, but unexpectedly ran into these people." Upon mentioning her hometown, Celia's expression turned slightly anxious, and Twilight understood that her village was a small settlement in the Red Earth Highlands. In truth, not only Celia, but also Twilight felt a bit troubled by the sudden influx of so many elderly and vulnerable villagers. He was momentarily at a loss as to how to organize these villagers. Listening to Celia, who mentioned that her parents' village was not far from the Dustwind Plains, Twilight conferred with Emilio and decided to accompany Celia to her hometown. After all, they could not abandon so many villagers. Consequently, the 200 people with Twilight joined forces with Celia's group and headed towards her village as the sun rose. Twilight and the 600 to 700 individuals caught sight of a village nestled at the foot of a mount. However, before they could reach the village, they spotted several lifeless human bodies along the path leading to it, their blood completely drained, casting a shadow of dread over Twilight and his companions as they approached the village. They saw 2 grotesque orcs dozing at the entrance. Orcs. It was unclear who among the group, startled beyond measure, let out a terrified scream at the sight of the orcs, instantly waking the 2 sentinels. Witnessing this scene, Twilight felt a surge of frustration, vowing silently to find this fool later and give them a thorough reprimanding. That he raised the Darius Defender and bellowed, "Fearless army, follow me to battle." In an instant, the 200 individuals led by Twilight, along with Celia and her 30 or so, charged towards the village. The 2 sentries, perhaps still groggy, stood frozen for a few moments before seizing their axes and charging towards Twilight's group with a roar. They were quickly felled by a volley of arrows from the archers in Twilight's ranks. As Twilight's forces surged into the village, they found several orc soldiers awakened by the commotion outside, groggily stumbling out of the human dwellings, only to be met with the furious onslaught of human soldiers. It was impossible for the soldiers not to be enraged for the moment they broke in. They were confronted with numerous lifeless human bodies. The situation was evident to all. The village had been overrun by these orcs, and the villagers were likely doomed. "Reyna, I spear, take out those archers in the distance," Twilight commanded loudly. Noting that the orc squad before them was better equipped than those they had encountered the previous day at Firefeather Mountain, as it included archers, upon hearing Twilight's order, Reyna I spear glanced around before swiftly leaping to the edge of a house. Gracefully scaling the roof, once atop, she knocked an arrow and swiftly dispatched an orc archer. At that moment, Twilight spotted a towering orc wielding a black blade, sharp tusks protruding from its mouth, and glaring red eyes. This was the leader of the orc squad. As the formidable orc approached, Reyna I spear loosed an arrow, which struck the orc captain's crude armor with a barely audible thud, instantly inciting its fury. The orc captain roared, swatting away the arrow embedded in its chest, and charged forward like a small truck. "You all continue. I will handle it." Seeing the orc captain rush forward, Emilio brandished his great sword and met it head-on. Chapter 31. Target UR Fortress with the 7th-tier warrior Emilio confronting the orc captain. Twilight felt reassured as he led his soldiers in the slaughter of the orcs scattered throughout. The orcs were caught completely off guard by Twilight and his comrade's sudden assault. Many fell before they even realized what was happening. While the majority succumbed to the relentless onslaught, the humans suffered minimal losses. Once all the orcs were dispatched, Twilight and his companions stood somberly in the village, surrounded by lifeless bodies, men, women, the elderly, and children alike. It was evident that the orcs had descended upon the village the previous day, slaughtering its inhabitants and staying the night. Gazing at the sea of corpses, Twilight felt a slight pang in his heart, while Emilio and the others were consumed by rage. However, to Twilight's surprise, when Celia discovered the bodies of her parents and sister, though she wept bitterly, she quickly adjusted her emotions after burying her loved ones. Yet, Twilight noticed that throughout the day, Celia remained lost in thought, her face occasionally betraying a hint of desolation. Twilight understood this was the sorrow of losing something profoundly significant in her life, a grief so deep it seemed it could never dissipate. Sitting alongside Celia, Twilight longed to console her but was uncertain of how to do so. To be honest, he was not particularly skilled at comforting others. Perhaps Emilio or Reyna I Spear would have been more suitable. But they were not present when needed, only showing up to complicate matters at other times. Observing the quiet Celia, Twilight recalled that she was a sunny, kind-hearted woman brimming with righteousness, a friend with whom he could share laughter and drink heartily. He did not want her to harbor her sorrow alone. But how could he even begin to approach the topic? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, just as Twilight was about to speak, Celia broke the silence. Twilight, there are no boys in my family. My mother had 2 daughters, which disappointed my father, who had hoped for a son to become an outstanding warrior like him. To avoid disappointing my father, I ventured alone to Soth City, where I became a paladin, eventually joining the 1st Legion in the village. I was their pride, and my father's as well. At this, tears streamed down Celia's cheeks once more, and she choked on her words as she continued. I remember the day I became a paladin. I vowed to protect my home and country, yet now I couldn't even safeguard my own family. This is not your fault. Celia.it is the era we live in. War has ravaged too many of the things we once held dear. That is why we must strive to change it. Twilight spoke softly, as memories of laughter and joy echoed in his mind. Yet he knew he could never return to those days. Do you understand the meaning of companionship? No matter how far you go, there will always be someone by your side, ensuring you are never alone. Noticing Celia's silence, Twilight continued gently. Celia paused, reflecting on her past vows and the like-minded friends who had stood by her side, as well as her father's earnest hopes. After a moment, a faint smile graced her lips. Thank you, kid. Upon hearing Celia's tone, Twilight realized that the kind-hearted, justice-filled Celia had returned. After comforting Celia, Twilight accompanied her back to her home, and soon Emilio, Reyna I Spear, and Odison found him. What are you planning to do with these villagers? Emilio inquired upon seeing Twilight. Perhaps we should leave the villagers in the village. The orcs have just come through, so there shouldn't be much danger. Twilight suggested somewhat irresponsibly. Stop speaking nonsense. You saw how the villagers reacted when they saw us. How can we abandon them? Celia retorted angrily. Then what do you propose we do? Twilight replied helplessly. Isn't it obvious? You read the highest commander here, Vice Commander. Emilio shot Twilight an exasperated look. What if we just take them with us? Odison suggested naively. That as too ambitious. Twilight shook his head. His goal was to regroup the scattered soldiers. And bringing along these elderly and vulnerable villagers would not only slow them down, but also put them at risk if the orcs set their sights on them. Moreover, time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the more soldiers could perish at the hands of the orcs. Even if we settle the villagers, it cannot be here, Emilio stated, as this place was far too unsafe. As Twilight observed the 3 of them silently contemplating. Images of the Red Earth Highlands map flashed through his mind. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he envisioned a castle ruin perched on a cliff in the Red Earth Highlands. The ruins of Uar, which is now referred to as Uar Castle, is perched between 2 cliffs, accessible only by a long stone bridge. Ultimately, during the calamity wrought by the undead, this castle met its demise. I believe I know of a place that is absolutely secure, although I am uncertain if the Lord there would welcome us, said Twilight, who had already resolved to head to Uar Castle. Where? Inquired Emilio and the others in unison. The castle of Uar. I suspect Celia is familiar with this location, Twilight replied. Being a native of the Red Earth Highlands, Celia had indeed heard of the castle of Uar, but hesitated as she said, the castle of Uar is indeed a fine place, yet I have heard that Lord Domans does not welcome outsiders. Upon hearing Celia's words, Emilio and Reyna I Spear furrowed their brows. According to the laws of the kingdom, if a noble's private domain does not welcome outsiders, they have no right to enter, and any attempt to do so would result in legal repercussions. Observing the expressions of the 3, Twilight clapped his hands. This is the place. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are warranted. Regardless of the Lord's intentions, if he does not welcome us, I shall ensure he does. Nobility certainly held a superior position in this world. But given the current turmoil surrounding Darius, Twilight was acutely aware of the future trajectory of the human kingdoms. With his character, he would not hesitate to topple even a duke if pressed. Thus, under Twilight's decisive command, the other 3 had no choice but to accompany the unreliable Twilight to the castle of Uar, as he was the highest authority in the region. Once the decision was made, Celia and Emilio swiftly set about gathering soldiers and villagers in a short span of time. Over 200 soldiers and more than 500 villagers had assembled, after delivering some motivational words. The formidable group of over 700 set forth from the village, marching toward the castle of Uar. Chapter 32. Divergence. The castle of Uar is situated atop the Blade Ridge, behind the green crystal mines. To reach the castle, Twilight and his companions needed to traverse the Misty Mountains and the green crystal mines. Twilight planned for them to stick close to the base of the Misty Mountains and the green crystal mines to avoid detection by orcs. Should they encounter any, they could retreat into the mountains. However, circumstances often unfold in unexpected ways. Shortly after Twilight led the group away, Reyna Ice Spear, who was scouting ahead, brought troubling news. The orcs had established a checkpoint ahead and were patrolling with a large contingent of wolf cavalry. Twilight realized that the orcs had not only blocked the humans' route to the south, but had also severed the connection between Iru Fortress and Stand City, isolating Iru Fortress. "These cunning orcs have gone too far," Celia exclaimed. Unable to contain her anger, the term cunning orcs felt oddly misplaced. Yet even Twilight dared not underestimate their intelligence, especially with the likes of Gamer Thunder Roar, who would later be deemed a master strategist. "Alas, the orcs aim to trap us like fish in a barrel." Twilight sighed. "Trap us? Are we the fish?" Oddsun asked. With a look of disbelief at Oddsun, Twilight replied, "We are not only the fish. The soldiers stranded within Iru Fortress are also fish." With Iru Fortress itself being the largest catch, its supplies have always depended on Stand City. Now, with the supply route severed, the residents and soldiers within Iru Fortress cannot hold out for long. This was the reason for Twilight's earlier sigh. Gamer Thunder Roar's maneuver not only maximized the prevention of human escape from the Red Earth Highlands, but also hastened the downfall of Iru Fortress, the mightiest military stronghold in the region. "What shall we do? Should we turn back?" Emilio asked, realizing that with the orcs patrolling between Iru Fortress and Stand City, they would not be able to evade detection with their numbers. Twilight pondered for a moment. Realizing that if the orcs had set a checkpoint here, other routes leading to Stand City and the southern Red Earth Highlands were likely blocked as well. Considering the time, he surmised that the orc vanguard had probably already reached Stand City. With the normal routes impassable and remaining here tantamount to waiting for death, Twilight's gaze turned toward the Misty Mountains. "It seems we have no choice but to traverse the Misty Mountains." "Absolutely not." Celia, being a local, immediately objected. Her reaction drew the attention of the others, and she continued, "The Misty Mountains are perilous. Few who enter emerge alive. It is rumored that ferocious monsters reside there, along with an evil witch. Do you have any other suggestions?" Twilight inquired, as he was, in truth, reluctant to venture into the Misty Mountains. "Perhaps we could attempt to charge through," Celia suggested hesitantly. "With just over 200 of us, not to mention a host of the elderly. Weak and infirm." Twilight pointed out, and even Celia recognized the impracticality of her suggestion. "Then it is settled. We shall cross the Misty Mountains." Twilight's nature was such that once he made a decision, it was rarely altered under normal circumstances. However, when he announced his decision to the villagers, chaos erupted. "My lord, we cannot ascend the Misty Mountains. We will all perish," an elderly villager cried. "Indeed, my lord, you cannot lead us to our doom." This statement was even more infuriating. Observing the uproar among the villagers, Twilight furrowed his brow and suddenly shouted, "Silence." His thunderous voice immediately silenced the tumultuous scene. Twilight surveyed the villagers with a cold gaze and declared, "I have no time for your nonsense. You have two options, either follow us into the mountains or fend for yourselves." Upon hearing Twilight's words, Emilio opened his mouth to speak, but, meeting Twilight's stern gaze, swallowed his words. "You are a man of the kingdom. You cannot disregard our lives," a middle-aged man proclaimed loudly. "You cannot abandon us," he insisted. "No one is abandoning you. You are simply refusing to follow me," Twilight retorted. "We will not follow you into the mountains." "Then step aside," Twilight replied impatiently. "We are subjects of the kingdom. You cannot forsake us." The middle-aged man persisted, blocking Twilight's path. Glaring at the obstinate man, Twilight's eyes narrowed slightly, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of Darius's guardian, feeling a sudden urge to kill the man before him. Uncertain of the source of this overwhelming impulse, Twilight managed to restrain himself. However, he could not help but kick the middle-aged man to the ground. "Hey, what are you doing?" Celia exclaimed, rushing to help the fallen man. Unable to overlook the incident, "Continue to cause trouble, and I will kill you," Twilight warned, ignoring Celia as he cast a glance at the groaning man and then strode past him, heading toward the Misty Mountains. Truthfully, Twilight's action was not well considered, especially since he wore the mantle of the Hammer of Justice the times. His actions represented the ideals of the Hammer, yet this particular action was undoubtedly counterproductive. Nevertheless, it proved effective. The villagers quieted down and ultimately followed Twilight's lead. Twilight, your behavior was somewhat excessive, Odsun remarked, unusually serious. When dealing with unruly subjects, sometimes one cannot afford to be overly lenient, as it may undermine your authority and make future governance more challenging, Odsun, Twilight replied, not acknowledging any wrongdoing. From the perspective of a paladin or a member of the Hammer of Justice, Twilight understood that his conduct was indeed poor. However, he was not merely a candidate of the Hammer. He was also a leader, responsible for a greater number of lives. Thus, he could not allow a single miscreant to spoil the entire endeavor, nor permit his will to be compromised by unruly subjects. Listening to Twilight's words, Odsun's expression grew complex. From the moment he met Twilight, he had perceived him as a resourceful and analytical individual. Yet today, Twilight's actions had caused Odsun to experience a sense of disillusionment. Observing Odsun's demeanor, Twilight suddenly spoke. Odsun, whether you understand or not, you must remember that whatever I do for Darius, for the human kingdom. I would undertake anything, even if it leads to my own ruin. Twilight spoke these words with unwavering conviction. He then clapped Odsun on the shoulder and strode forward, leaving Odsun in a contemplative state. Chapter 33. The yellow-bellied ghost spider. The trees on Misty Mountain were exceptionally lush, including the commonly found pines of Darius and a type of oak with notably large leaves. These two species dominated much of the mountain's foliage, perhaps due to the ground's perennial lack of sunlight or the high humidity. A faint mist perpetually enveloped Misty Mountain, often leading travelers astray, hence the name Misty Mountain. In recent years, reports of unexplained fatalities within the mountain have further deterred individuals from approaching this moment. Twilight and his companions traversed southward through the forest, where the horizon was adorned with a multitude of pine and oak trees. Occasionally, the fleeting shadows of animals would dart away at the sight of the group, retreating hastily after a mere glance as Twilight trod upon the damp, decaying leaves underfoot. He raised his gaze to observe the surrounding mist-laden atmosphere, muttering, staying in this place for too long would likely bring about rheumatism. Then why do you insist on traversing this area? Syria, standing nearby, interjected, having clearly overheard Twilight's murmurs. Twilight recognized that Syria was irked by his earlier brusque demeanor. However, his decision to venture into the Misty Mountains was not without justification. During his gaming exploits, this area had gained notoriety for harboring a notoriously temperamental ninth tier, which named Amaranth.in the game. She frequently issued peculiar quests, rewarding players with equally bizarre potions and items. Yet, what players lamented most was Amaranth's erratic temperament. On occasion, she would curse those who failed to complete her tasks on time, leaving them in utter despair. Apart from Amaranth, the most fearsome presence in the Misty Mountains was a reclusive yellow-bellied ghost spider, a level 51 elite monster that roamed the mountains, often considered a bane for lone players who found it nearly impossible to defeat. As they journeyed southward, having crossed two mountain peaks, the initially apprehensive villagers began to relax upon realizing that no immediate danger had manifested for quite some time. However, as the group ascended another hill, they discovered that the trees here appeared even more robust and dense. Previously, they had traversed areas where sunlight could filter through the thick foliage, but here, only the faintest rays managed to penetrate the leaves. Everyone, stay alert. This place is not safe, Twilight commanded. Recalling that they had now entered the territory of the yellow-bellied ghost spider, his words, the villagers, who had just begun to unwind, instantly tensed, while the soldiers resumed their vigilance. Not long after Twilight's order, a piercing scream echoed from the left, prompting the group to follow the sound and witness a man soaring through the air, only to be ensnared by the enormous spider, which measured 3 to 4 meters in size. Blood splattered as the giant arachnid devoured the unfortunate soul in mere bites. Many villagers shrieked in terror at this horrifying sight, chaos erupting within the ranks. It's the yellow-bellied ghost spider. Melee fighters, follow me. Ranged attackers, find the best positions to strike. Twilight's response was swift. Upon sighting the beast, he issued commands and charged toward the yellow-bellied ghost spider. Yet, as Twilight led the charge, the spider's abdomen twitched, and a white silk thread shot forth, ensnaring a nearby human. The The horrifying scene repeated itself as another individual was dragged toward the spider, meeting a grim fate. Fire. Witnessing yet another death. Reyna, wielding her ice spear, furiously directed the scouts and archers to unleash a volley of arrows. Although many struck the yellow-bellied ghost spider, its formidable defenses rendered the arrows mere irritants, merely piercing its outer skin and successfully inciting its wrath. With a shrill cry, the spider leapt from its perch and charged into the crowd, its jaws agape in preparation to unleash venom. Twilight, keenly observing the spider's intentions, instinctively surged forward, activating his charge ability and swiftly closing the distance. He leaped, bringing his shield crashing down upon the spider's mandibles. The force of the blow caused the spider's head to tilt, and a torrent of green liquid erupted from its mouth, splattering onto an oak tree, which began to sizzle and corrode as if doused in concentrated sulfuric acid. In that moment, the yellow-bellied ghost spider pivoted and lunged at Twilight, who narrowly evaded the lethal bite. However, the spider's other foreleg struck out, and despite his efforts to block with his shield, Twilight was swept off his feet by the force of the blow. The entire encounter transpired in the blink of an eye, and as the spider prepared to pounce upon Twilight, Emilio arrived just in time. He leaped forward, his greatsword cleaving into the spider's head, causing yellow-green blood to spray forth as the creature screeched in pain and retreated. The damage inflicted by a 7th-tier warrior was unmistakable. Seizing the opportunity, Emilio intended to continue his assault, but the yellow-bellied ghost spider retaliated with a spray of green venom. Having witnessed the potency of this toxin, Emilio deftly rolled aside to avoid the attack. Just as he regained his footing to strike again, the spider propelled itself into the air. "Watch out," Twilight called out, warning Emilio. Before he could fully comprehend the spider's intentions, a large net, woven from silk, erupted from its abdomen, descending ominously toward Emilio below. This was the ghost spider's most lethal skill, netting. It possessed 4 skills: the silk strand to ensnare victims, biting, venom spraying, and netting, which proved fatal. Many players had met their demise at the hands of this skill. Yet it had also led some to discover the spider's weakness: a small, inconspicuous red dot located where its abdomen connected to its thorax. Striking this point would exponentially increase the damage inflicted. As Emilio stood on the brink of being ensnared, Twilight realized that should anything happen to Emilio, the yellow-bellied ghost spider would become an even greater threat. With that thought in mind, Twilight sprinted toward the descending arachnid. In a moment of instinct, as the spider's forelimbs lunged at him, Twilight executed a roll and, in an instant, spotted the faint red circle. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword toward the mark, with a piercing cry that surpassed the previous ones. The yellow-bellied ghost spider staggered and finally collapsed to the ground. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, Twilight felt a surge of energy coursing through him, signaling his level had increased once more. Silently, he summoned his attributes: level 36, strength 54, agility 37, spirit 30, endurance 60, will 20, tier 3rd tier. In the world of the epic, attribute growth was not uniform. Typically, significant increases occurred upon reaching the 3rd and 5th tiers. The current numbers indicated he was steadily approaching the 4th tier. To his astonishment, he had slain a 5th-tier elite yellow-bellied ghost spider with a single strike. This revelation starkly contrasted with his gaming experiences, where hitting the spider's weak point merely dealt substantial damage. Now he had achieved a one-hit kill, illustrating the stark divide between game and reality. Contemplating his accumulated skill points, Twilight decided to upgrade the shield counter he had learned at the 3rd tier, and then activated Thunderstrike. Chapter 34. The Witch Amaranth. As the yellow-bellied ghost spider lay lifeless, Twilight began to use his sword to slice through the web, ensnaring Emilio, when discordant voices erupted from the crowd behind him. "I told you we shouldn't have come to Misty Mountain. Now, we've lost lives. If we proceed further, more will perish. We must turn back. Indeed, perhaps we should retreat. The orcs might not find us," some villagers murmured, their resolve wavering at the sight of the colossal spider sprawled on the ground. "Agreed. We should speak with them," a middle-aged man, previously kicked by Twilight, chimed in. In a time of unrest, this man would undoubtedly have been a master of incitement. "General, you see the danger here. We must return," the middle-aged villager asserted, approaching Twilight with a sense of indignation. Hearing the discontent behind him, Twilight hoisted Emilio to his feet and turned to face the dissenting man, surveying the other villagers who had accompanied them. "If you wish to leave, feel free. No one will stop you," he stated firmly. "You brought us here, so you must escort us back," the middle-aged man replied. However, upon meeting Twilight's steely gaze, his voice faltered. "Do not be unreasonable. We are here for your benefit," Emilio interjected. Unable to contain his frustration. "We do not need your phony concern. We want to return," the middle-aged man retorted. "I will say this once more. Those who wish to leave may do so. Any further disturbances will be dealt with according to military law." Twilight spoke once more. "What military law?" "You must deliver." The middle-aged man clung stubbornly to his words, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Twilight's patience had reached its breaking point. With a sudden chill in his gaze, Twilight did not allow the man to finish his sentence. The Darius defender in his hand was swung with a swift motion, in an instant. A flash of steel illuminated the air, and the man's enormous head was sent soaring, his eyes still reflecting confusion and reluctance, as if he could hardly fathom that Twilight would truly take his life. "Ah!" A startled cry erupted from the onlookers as they witnessed Twilight's sudden brutality. Not only that, but Emilio, Celia, and others looked on in astonishment at Twilight. Surveying the soldiers and villagers around him, Twilight reiterated, "Those who wish to leave may do so now. I will not stop any soldier who is afraid and desires to depart. However, for those who choose to stay, I expect complete obedience to my orders. Should this situation arise again, there will be no mercy." To be frank, Twilight was not one to procrastinate. The middle-aged man before him was clearly a threat. Keeping him alive could lead to future complications, so Twilight opted for a decisive solution. Although those around Twilight were shocked by his lethal actions, Emilio and Celia, seasoned commanders, understood the potential danger such individuals posed to the collective. Nevertheless, the most difficult to accept was likely the inexperienced paladin, Odysseus, whose sacred duty was to protect the innocent as the others fell silent. Twilight approached the corpse of the yellow-bellied spider, slicing open its abdomen to extract a yellow-green organ, the spider's venom sac, which held great potential for crafting antidotes or poisons. He then smashed the spider's 2 large fangs, valuable materials for alchemy. Having completed his task, Twilight noticed that no one else expressed a desire to leave, and he led the group onward, continuing their journey southward. After traversing 2 more hilltops, the surrounding oak and pine trees began to thin, giving way to an increase in low, thorny bushes and rocks. They had entered the heart of Misty Mountain, and Twilight knew they were nearing the peak where the old witch Amaran resided. As they approached, a sense of unease settled within Twilight. Walking atop this relatively barren hill, he remained vigilant, acutely aware that sometimes the very things one wishes to avoid are the very things that come to pass, what people often refer to as a streak of bad luck. As night fell, the fog around Misty Mountain thickened, making it easy to lose one's way. With the sun setting, Twilight ordered the group to set up camp at tea. That moment, a woman clad in a brown robe with a hood approached. "Oh ho ho. I did not expect to have so many guests at my home." A somewhat hoarse voice emerged from behind Twilight and his companions. The sound of this voice, Twilight felt a chill run down his spine and turned to see a pale-faced middle-aged woman stepping forward. A fleeting look of surprise crossed her features. This woman was none other than the witch Amaran. Clearly retaining some remnants of her youth, Amaran appeared younger than Twilight had anticipated, her figure unbent by time. Twilight was puzzled. According to the historical timeline, the orcs' defeat had occurred less than 2 years ago. How had this middle-aged beauty suddenly transformed into a hag? "Who are you?" Emilio, wielding a greatsword, regarded the suddenly appeared woman with caution. He sensed a formidable power emanating from her, and the fact that she had approached undetected by the sentries only underscored her extraordinary nature. Seeing Emilio and the armed soldiers around him, the unfamiliar woman removed her hood, revealing a cascade of dark red hair. "Young man, one must show the utmost respect to their elders. Do you understand?" Upon her utterance of the phrase, "Do you understand?" Emilio let out a grunt, his complexion paling momentarily before a strange flush crept across his face. This was the result of Amaran's mental pressure. The disparity between a 7th tier and a 9th tier was profound in the world of epics. As one ascends in rank, the path becomes increasingly arduous, and the suppression at the same tier becomes more pronounced. Noting Emilio's unusual expression, and while he knew Amaran would not resort to violence, Twilight nonetheless positioned himself protectively in front of Emilio. "I apologize, esteemed elder. I was unaware this was your domain. We merely seek to rest here for the night, and will depart at dawn." Twilight had anticipated the possibility of encountering Amaran before ascending Misty Mountain. And he knew that if they met, he must engage in a civil discussion. He genuinely wished to avoid antagonizing the Old Witch before him. It would be best if they could coexist peacefully. Of course, Old Witch was merely a nickname bestowed upon Amaran by previous players. As a witch, Amaran belonged to an ancient profession that had been passed down through generations since time immemorial. They possessed the ability to glimpse into the mysterious fates and the existence of celestial bodies. Their knowledge encompassing nearly every aspect of astronomy and geography, wielding powers that could instill fear. At this moment, Amaran seemed unaware that Twilight had already given her a nickname in his mind. She stepped closer, scrutinizing the Justice Hammer robes Twilight wore, and questioned, "A member of the Justice Hammer, what brings you here? Are you not aware that outsiders are unwelcome? Esteemed Elder, due to some unexpected developments in the war against the beasts. The orcs have sealed the roads, and I must lead these people to a safe location," Twilight explained. Hearing his words, Amaran's demeanor softened slightly. "Do not address me as Elder, simply call me Amaran. You are traveling from the north, and you dispatched that spider, did you not?" Yes." Twilight nodded earnestly. At that moment, the corners of Amaran's eyes twitched twice, causing Twilight's heart to skip a beat. However, he quickly realized that he was overthinking. Amaran did not intend to make things difficult for him. Instead, she said, "Come, follow me." Chapter 35. The Necklace of the Favored by Destiny. "Come, follow me," Amaran instructed Twilight. "Oh," Twilight replied, obediently trailing behind her. They wandered into a thicket, and after roughly an hour, Twilight beheld two dilapidated houses, one large and one small. Amaran led Twilight to the smaller dwelling, then entered it herself. Moments later, she emerged, holding a necklace adorned with a red gem. "This necklace, I need you to deliver it to a member of the Royal Alchemist Association named Varian Brook," Amaran commanded. Extending the necklace towards Twilight. Upon hearing her request, Twilight refrained from taking the necklace, responding, "The Royal Alchemist Association is located in the royal city of Danimarcas, and I cannot reach the royal city at this time. I believe you will find a way to do so. Won't you?" Amaran replied with a faint smile, though Twilight sensed the temperature around him drop several degrees at her words. Was this not a blatant threat? He internally grumbled, yet he dared not show any discontent on his face. With a woman of such volatile temperament, likely in her menopausal years, Twilight adhered to the principle of enduring what he could, knowing that defying her could lead to curses or worse. Esteemed Amaran, "It is not that I refuse to go. I can only travel to the royal city after the war concludes. It is simply impossible for me to go there now." Twilight began to reason. "Very well. We shall wait until after the war concludes," Amaran replied. Twilight was momentarily struck speechless by Amaran's response, as he had intended to suggest she find someone else. He had not anticipated her to directly tie it to the end of the war. "Elder, what if something were to happen to me during the war? Wouldn't that delay your request?" Twilight continued to plead. "Do not worry. Even if this necklace were to be lost, I would still find it," Amaran replied nonchalantly. Twilight was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, ultimately resigning himself to accepting the necklace from Amaran's hand. Necklace of the Favored by Destiny. Increases mental acuity by 50, enhances casting speed by 30, and grants the active skill Fate Guardian. Note: this is a meticulously crafted necklace, and upon wearing it, one can sense subtle magical fluctuations. Upon flipping the necklace over, Twilight noticed an inscription on the back of the red gem. "Dear child, this is your birthday gift for your 20th year. Mother hopes you remain forever healthy and happy." The Necklace of the Favored, an epic-level accessory, left Twilight astonished. Although he had never possessed this necklace in his previous life, he had assisted many others in acquiring it. This necklace was believed to belong to the undead lich, Brook. Suddenly, Twilight recalled Amaran mentioning delivering the necklace to someone named Varian Brook and, coupled with the inscription, it became evident that Amaran shared a maternal bond with Varian Brook. As Twilight pondered these revelations, Amaran's voice broke through his thoughts. "Well then, if there is nothing else, you may return. Depart by morning and do not disturb my experiments." Watching Amaran dismiss him as if he were a mere fly, Twilight could only walk away in silence, retracing his steps in the direction from which he had come. On the way back, Twilight gently caressed the Necklace of the Fated, a relic that could be deemed a magical artifact in the hands of a warrior. He bore no malevolent thoughts about this item, but his mind was fervently occupied with memories of Varian Brook in the game. Varian was affectionately referred to as Little Brook, which caused Twilight to momentarily falter when Amaran spoke his name. The title of Big Brook was reserved for Varian's father, Andre Brook, the most trusted lieutenant of the Lich Lord, stationed at the level 50 hero dungeon, the Death Cathedral. Twilight recalled that during the onset of the Scourge, a particular expansion was released, in which Andre Brook willingly joined the Scourge, transforming into a powerful Lich, thus earning the Lich Lord's unwavering trust. However, there was no account of how Varian Brook fell from grace. Nevertheless, even as a member of the undead, he still wore the necklace of the fated around his neck. Twilight's thoughts then turned to Amaran, reflecting on her drastic change in temperament and her extreme aging. Perhaps a significant part of it stemmed from the trauma of her son's death. By now, night had descended, shrouding the landscape in mist. Twilight snapped back to reality and halted abruptly, surveying his surroundings. All he could see were the looming silhouettes of trees as he turned in a circle. He lamentably realized he was lost. Resigned, he attempted to discern the direction that would lead him to his comrades' camp. After meandering through 2 large circles, he lost track of time, his legs aching from exertion. At last, he stumbled upon his group. To say he had found the organization was an understatement. If it weren't for the scouts stationed on the outskirts who spotted him, he might still be wandering aimlessly. Upon hearing of Twilight's return, concerned friends like Emilio, Celia, and Odison hurried over to him. He briefly recounted the events, and upon learning that Amaran had not caused him any distress, their worries were alleviated. With a peaceful night behind them, the next morning saw the group preparing to set forth once again, heading south by midday. They had reached the outskirts of Misty Mountain as they emerged from the mountain's embrace. Spirits were high, and after a brief respite, Twilight led the team to the Green Crystal Mine. This mine was not particularly grand, yet it had been long abandoned for reasons unknown, and the Lord of Ulduar in the Blade's Edge had not sent anyone to oversee it, allowing it to fall into disrepair. Crossing the Green Crystal Mine, they entered Blade's Edge, continuing along a rugged path that soon came into view. Twilight's destination, Ulduar. General, there are signs of orc activity ahead, reported Reyna Ice Spear. Her companion, a small white creature, chirping in agreement. Orcs. Twilight's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such swift movements from the orcs. Ulduar must not fall into their hands, setting aside the uncertainty of their own whereabouts. Twilight recalled that his rations had been depleted. If they failed to find supplies, the over 700 individuals would surely perish from hunger. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Twilight called out, "Forward! Follow me up the mountain." He silently prayed that the orcs had not yet breached Ulduar. Thus, Twilight and his 700 companions marched resolutely toward the mountain. After traversing a winding path, 2 stone watchtowers emerged on either side of the road. Yet they were deserted, with only a few orc and human corpses strewn about. Not far ahead, a stone bridge, wide enough for 5 or 6 men, connected to the fortress beyond that moment. A formidable orc force, numbering 300 to 400, was assaulting Ulduar. To their astonishment, a colossal figure, towering over 2.5 meters, was single-handedly battling the orc soldiers at the other end of the bridge. Chapter 36. The Battle of Ulduar. A throng of orc soldiers, numbering 300 to 400, relentlessly assaulted Ulduar. Yet the sight that captured attention was that of an enormous figure, with a slightly reddened complexion, valiantly opposing the orc soldiers. This hefty giant wielded an orc soldier as a weapon, swinging him with such vigor that those struck were either sent tumbling into the raging waters below or knocked back into their comrades, causing chaos among the ranks. Twilight's eyes lit up upon witnessing this giant. Suddenly, a lightning arrow shot forth from the orc ranks, striking the giant and causing him to tremble violently. Seizing the moment, 2 orc soldiers advanced, axes raised to strike him. With a pained roar, the giant seized one of the orc's heads and, in a swift motion, smashed it against another orc soldier, sending both plummeting into the gorge below. Yet, another lightning arrow struck the giant, causing his body to convulse. "Fools, strike harder, if you let them breach the fortress. You shall have no meals," a hoarse voice bellowed from the castle, prompting the giant to swing the orc he held with renewed fervor. As the duck-like voice berated the giant, Twilight, wary of the shaman among the orcs, feared that the giant might falter at the castle's entrance. He shouted to his companions, "Villagers, stay here. The fearless legion, follow me to battle." With that, Twilight charged ahead, followed closely by Emilio and the others, who quickly closed in on the orcs' soldiers from behind. The sudden appearance of human forces caught the orcs off guard. Some turned to retaliate, while others, blinded by rage, pressed on toward Ulduar. The battle erupted in chaos. The fearless legion swiftly felled several orc soldiers. And amidst the fray, Twilight spotted a towering orc clad in armor, a small battle flag protruding from his back, bellowing as he felled human soldiers with each swing. Recognizing the orc as a potential leader, Emilio aimed to eliminate him, knowing that doing so would severely dampen the morale of the orc troops. While Emilio engaged the orc captain, Twilight navigated the battlefield, slaying orc soldiers while searching for the orc shaman. Soon, he noticed a lightning arrow striking one of his soldiers. Following the trajectory, he soon located a fifth-tier orc shaman clad in a white robe, oblivious to the threat that loomed over him. Twilight would not allow the shaman to release another lightning arrow. It would spell disaster for his comrades. With determination, Twilight surged forward, unleashing a swift strike that drew a pained cry from the shaman as a wound appeared on his body. The shaman, quick on his feet, conjured a lightning shield just as Twilight's attack landed. In an instant, two totem pillars at the shaman's feet erupted, summoning a towering fire elemental that dwarfed Twilight. Orc shamans were typically categorized into three types: those who specialized in the four elements, capable of summoning elemental allies to aid them in battle; those who revered ancient beast spirits, excelling in melee combat; and those who balanced the two, though often with a clear preference. Twilight was taken aback to discover that the shaman before him could summon a fire elemental. Thus, he was forced to contend with this newly emerged threat while advancing toward the shaman, preventing him from casting spells. The most effective strategy against elemental shamans was to distract their summoned entities while swiftly eliminating the shaman, causing the summoned creatures to dissipate. However, no one was available to distract the massive fire elemental, and Twilight had no choice but to engage it directly. Each strike he landed on the elemental caused it to diminish in size and intensity, yet Twilight was also facing his own struggles. While he could withstand the elemental's attacks, the searing heat emanating from it rendered his iron shield and Darius defender unbearably hot to the touch, and he had no doubt that his hands were blistering. Yet, even in his discomfort, he remained steadfast in wielding his weapon. As the elemental began to falter, the shaman grew increasingly anxious. The relentless human was persistently encroaching upon his space, and his fire elemental was unable to fully restrain Twilight, allowing him the energy to evade and counter the shaman's spells. The orc shaman could not help but recall the earth elemental he had previously summoned, which had been unceremoniously plunged into the water by that grotesque, non-human figure. Had that earth elemental been present, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. Instantly, resentment towards the corpulent figure standing at the opposite end of the bridge surged within him. Fueled by this animosity, the orc shaman bellowed an incantation in his native tongue. And soon thereafter, brilliant arcs of electricity began to flicker between his hands. The shaman had finally realized that he could not allow himself to be toyed with by Twilight any longer and was preparing to unleash a formidable spell. Upon witnessing the dazzling electric energy in the shaman's grasp, Twilight wasted no time in hurling his shield, which, upon leaving his hand, caused a layer of charred skin to peel off, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain from him. The shield arced through the air and struck the orc shaman squarely in the face, causing him to stumble and interrupt his spellcasting. Seizing the opportunity, Twilight renewed his assault against the fire elemental that had been harassing him. However, as soon as the shaman regained his composure and prepared to cast once more, the fire elemental dissipated into a cloud of smoke, allowing Twilight to swiftly charge toward the orc shaman. At that moment, a cheer erupted. It was Emilio, having slain the orc captain. This shout of victory instilled a flicker of panic in the orc shaman, and Twilight seized the moment to press the attack, ultimately slaying the orc shaman in short order. With the death of the shaman, the orc leadership lay vanquished, sealing their fate. At this juncture, Emilio had already begun directing his soldiers to assault the orc soldiers trapped on the bridge and at its entrance. Chapter 37. The Fool. After eliminating all the orcs, Twilight led the fearless army to the base of Ural Fortress. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in opulent attire emerged from the castle. However, this man was far inferior to the corpulent figure towering nearby. "I am Baron de Menti. Which regiment do you belong?" he inquired, his voice grating like that of a duck. "The 1st Royal Legion." "Vice Commander Twilight 0, Twilight replied, gesturing towards the makeshift banner of blades and shields behind him. "Ah, splendid that I must thank you for your efforts," Baron Dumin said dismissively, lacking even the faintest semblance of gratitude upon his countenance. "Your Excellency, we seek temporary refuge in your domain," Twilight stated directly, cutting to the chase. "Temporary refuge? Absolutely not. You expect these wretched commoners to enter my castle. I have no provisions to sustain such rabble," Baron Dumin declared, his nostrils flaring in disdain, revealing the true nature of his noble arrogance. "My lord, do we truly have no food? You promised Adai that once we repelled the orcs, we would be well fed," a naive voice chimed in from behind Baron Dumin. It was the towering figure of the 2-meter-5 giant. This remark struck a nerve, and Baron Dumin turned sharply, his voice rising in anger. "Fool, you performed poorly today and still expect a meal? Guards, throw him into the small dark room." As the obedient giant was taken into the castle, Twilight couldn't help but smirk. After a moment, he turned to Baron Dumin. "Your Excellency, since I have brought my men here, I must insist on entering your castle. This is my territory, without my permission." "You soldiers and those commoners shall not enter," Baron Dumin retorted, his expression rife with contempt. Upon hearing his words, Twilight, already discontent with the Baron, snorted derisively. He swiftly positioned his Darius protector against the Baroness' increasingly rotund neck. Twilight's actions astonished everyone present, for it was well known that attacking a noble in the human kingdom could lead one to the gallows. At that moment, a subordinate behind Baron Dumin shouted angrily, "Hey, what are you doing? Release the Baron at once." Seemingly ignoring the outburst, Twilight declared, "Your Excellency, you must acquiesce. If you refuse, I shall slay you and enter regardless." "What do you intend? Do you dare to assault a noble? Do you not fear the kingdom's retribution?" Baron Dumin exclaimed, his voice, already unpleasant, now grating on the ears. "Of course I fear it. When I meet the prince, I shall plead for forgiveness. But for now, you would do well to comply with my demands," Twilight said, pressing the blade against the Baron's neck. If you so much as harm a single hair on my head, you shall meet your end." Baron Dumin stammered, panic evident as he felt the cold steel against his throat. Casting a glance at the archers stationed atop Ural Fortress and the dozen soldiers behind Baron Dumin, Twilight stepped closer. "With such inept minions at your command, do you truly believe they can threaten me?" As Twilight advanced, a thin line of blood appeared at Baron Dumin's neck. Realizing that Twilight showed no signs of relenting, the Baron ultimately capitulated for the sake of his life. Thus, Twilight, alongside 200 fearless soldiers, escorted Baron Dumin into Ural Fortress. As they entered, Twilight observed the Baron's face, a canvas of shifting emotions, and in a light-hearted tone said, "Your Excellency, allow me to introduce my esteemed companion, General Emilio, an 8th-tier warrior." With that, Twilight shot a glance at Emilio, who promptly released his formidable aura in response. The highest-ranking individual beside Baron Dumin was merely a 5th-tier subordinate, and even he could not accurately gauge Emilio's true strength. Given the disparity in their tiers, Emilio's aura radiated. No one near Baron could discern the extent of his power, and the Baron himself was even less capable. Baron Dumin had witnessed Emilio's prowess atop the fortress and had initially contemplated how to retaliate against Twilight for his audacity. However, upon discovering that Emilio was an 8th-tier warrior, the Baron's already turbulent expression darkened further. 8th-tier beings were on the cusp of the elite echelon. "Hey, why did you exaggerate my strength by a tier?" Emilio inquired as Baron Dumin stormed off. "Sometimes, a little exaggeration can be beneficial. It helps to avert unnecessary conflicts," Twilight replied enigmatically. He certainly could not reveal to Emilio that he feared Baron Dumin unleashing Adai, the enormous figure destined to become infamous during the scourge of the undead. Virtuous, Emilio rolled his eyes at Twilight's demeanor. After assigning Celia the task of organizing the villagers, Twilight instructed Emilio to seek supplies from Baron Dumin, while he and Odyssin inquired about the whereabouts of the giant Adai. Following the information they had gathered, Twilight and Odyssin arrived at a large iron enclosure, which boasted only 2 minuscule windows and a massive iron door, guarded by 2 armored sentinels. "Open the door. I wish to enter," Twilight commanded as he approached the guards. The guards exchanged glances before obediently producing a key to unlock the iron door. Word of Twilight's actions had spread throughout Ural Fortress, and rather than harboring resentment, the castle soldiers were pleased to see the haughty Baron Dumin face his comeuppance. His unpopularity was undeniable. "When will you release me? I'm starving," came a naive voice from within as Twilight swung the iron door open. "Starving, you say? I happen to have prepared some food," Twilight replied. Upon hearing this, the giant seated on the floor sprang to his feet. Hurriedly making his way to Twilight, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the food rather than for Twilight himself. "Sit down and eat. All of this is for you," Twilight said with a smile. Observing the childlike wonder in the giant's expression, without hesitation, Adai plopped down onto the ground and eagerly snatched the food from Twilight's hands, devouring it voraciously. "Take your time. There's no need to rush," Twilight advised, placing another pouch of provisions before Adai. "Your name is Adai, isn't it?" Twilight inquired. "Uh-huh," Adai mumbled distractedly, his focus entirely on the feast before him. Twilight chuckled softly, taking a moment to scrutinize the giant before him. Name, Adai. Race, human, unknown. Status, slave. Duman, class, warrior tier, 5 strength, 174 agility, 61 spirit, 40 stamina, 110 remarkably. Even at only 5 tiers, his strength reached an astonishing 174. Indicative of explosive potential, his stamina was commendably on par with a fully grown human's attributes, and his agility was not lacking among those of his tier, with the only weakness being his spirit. Setting aside Adai's remarkable attributes for the moment, Twilight found himself increasingly fond of the giant. Ever since he had witnessed Adai wielding orcs as weapons upon arriving at Ural Fortress, he had entertained thoughts of acquiring him. Chapter 38. Friends. In his previous life within the gaming realm, Adai was renowned, albeit his fame arose when he had already become a scourge abomination. He was heralded as the most formidable abomination of the undead scourge. Possessing unparalleled strength, devastating attacks, and explosive power, players often found themselves obliterated by him in a single misstep during their challenges. Twilight had perused accounts of Adai, noting that he had no name. He first appeared when the undead scourge attacked Ural Fortress and subsequently became an abomination. Fighting for the scourge and earning the moniker the Devourer, the prowess of Adai is no mere coincidence. He is a hybrid of humanity and the Cyclops, possessing the bloodline of the Cyclops. A being capable of slaying dragons. This is also the reason why Twilight has inflated Emilio's strength by an entire tier today. This moment, Adai devoured 2 large bags of food with the ferocity of a tempest, prompting Twilight to inquire, "How is it? Are you full?" "Not yet. Adai is still hungry." Upon hearing this, Twilight wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. This was enough sustenance for several days, yet it was insufficient for him. Contemplating, Twilight summoned a soldier by the door and handed him a handful of silver coins, saying, "Hey, soldier, take half of these coins and buy some food for me. The remaining coins you may keep for your comrades to drink." "This. All right. Thank you, my lord." The soldier's face brightened at Twilight's words, and he quickly exited. As Twilight watched the soldier leave, he scrutinized Adai, who still bore numerous bloodstains from his battle with the orcs earlier that day. However, Twilight noticed that Adai's wounds had already begun to scab over. His recovery ability was truly astonishing. At that moment, Twilight asked, "Adai, what is your full name?" "I don't know. Everyone just calls me Adai," he replied in a dull voice. "Adai, do you obediently heed your master's commands?" Twilight continued to inquire. "If I don't listen to my master, I will go hungry," Adai replied with a simple-minded expression. Twilight chuckled softly. "When did you arrive here?" "I don't remember. It's been a long time," Adai answered. "So, have you never experienced the wonders of the outside world?" Twilight pressed on. Adai shook his head, remaining silent. Observing this, Twilight continued, "Would you like to venture out into the world? Are there many foods in the outside world?" Adai asked curiously. "Of course. The outside world is filled with everything, especially various kinds of food." Twilight spoke as if he were a charlatan luring a child, although he felt a twinge of shame for his actions. One thing was certain, he would never neglect Adai while he was by his side. Listening to Twilight's words, Adai paused, then shook his head after a moment, saying, "No, my master will scold me." It was evident that Adai held a deep fear of Duke Duman. Twilight realized that in order to bring Adai to his side, he would have to go through Duke Duman. However, despite Duke Duman's lofty position, he was not foolish. How could he allow such a free source of power to slip away? At that moment, the returning soldier carried 2 bags of supplies and handed them to Twilight, who then passed them to Adai. Instantly, Adai resumed his voracious eating, engrossed in his meal while Twilight and Audison observed. After a moment, as the last morsel disappeared, Adai patted his plump belly and let out a satisfied burp, exclaiming, "Ah, finally eaten to a point of fullness." Watching Adai, Twilight couldn't help but wonder if he could afford to keep this glutton by his side. Adai's appetite was indeed remarkable, living up to the title of devourer. "All right, Adai, you've eaten enough. I must take my leave now. Until next time," Twilight said, patting Adai's round belly. Just as Twilight was about to exit, Adai's innocent voice called out, "Why did you give me so much to eat?" Twilight turned and smiled. "Because I wish to be your friend, henceforth. We shall be friends." "Friends? We are friends," Adai echoed Twilight's words. "Yes, we are friends. Rest well. I will come to see you again in a couple of days," Twilight replied as he turned and exited the iron enclosure. "Friends. Adai has friends now," Adai beamed, watching Twilight walk through the iron door. Silently trailing behind Twilight out of the iron cage, Audison spoke up. "Do you wish to bring that hulking figure to your side?" "Indeed. I am in need of such strength," Twilight affirmed, acknowledging Adai's formidable nature. "But he is under Duke Duman's command, and it seems there are complications here." Audison pointed to his head. "A great man once said, a black cat or a white cat, if it catches mice, it's a good cat. What's wrong with being simple-minded? Individuals like Adai, though appearing somewhat foolish and clumsy, are among the most reliable." Twilight smiled at Audison. "If Duke Duman had refused you entry to the fortress today, would you have killed him?" Audison probed, having long desired to ask this question. "Of course. I must ensure the survival of those who follow me. Anyone who stands in my way shall face death," Twilight declared resolutely. "But he is a noble. Killing him would invite legal repercussions," Audison insisted. Aware that while Twilight's earlier actions against a commoner may have served as a lesson, today's actions would certainly violate the law. "Is that so? So, you would allow the villagers behind us to be left with no options?" Twilight countered. "But coercing a noble is wrong. This is Duke Duman's territory. He has the right to prohibit others from entering his fief," Audison rebutted, firmly rooted in the age-old notions of law and hierarchy ingrained in his being as a Stumptoan. "Audison, I wish to ask, what is the true duty of a paladin? Is it to protect their people or merely the nobility? If one day you were faced with a choice like today, which would you choose?" Twilight halted and looked at Audison. But, Audison stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Twilight pressed on. "Audison, all people in the world share the same parentage, breathe the same air beneath the same sky, and tread upon the same earth. No one is inherently more noble than another. The life of one Duke Duman is equal to the lives of 700 others. Sacrificing one noble to ensure the safety of 700 is a worthy trade. Is it not?" Observing Audison fall silent, lost in thought, Twilight shook his head and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder as he walked toward the fearless military camp. Everyone has their own path to choose, as well as their perspectives and convictions regarding their respective matters. Twilight did not expect Audison to comprehend him. He merely intended to continue steadfastly down the path he had chosen. Chapter 39. Twilight's resolve following his conversation with Audison. Though aware that Audison might not fully grasp his sentiments, there were some things Twilight could not voice that in his view, after enduring thousands of years. The nobility of humanity had become utterly corrupt and degenerate. They were parasites of the kingdom, perpetually siphoning its lifeblood. If Twilight wished to alter the future of Darius, these nobles would inevitably stand in opposition to him. Twilight could never forget the day Darius's royal city fell. The once magnificent capital was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes, with the anguished cries of countless wronged souls echoing in his ears. Refusing to fade, the aged King Darius V, who had not seen battle in years, donned his armor and perished atop the castle walls, a scene forever etched in many minds. Those of them born in the kingdom of Darius could only seek refuge in other human kingdoms. In this lifetime, could Twilight bear witness to the destruction of his kingdom? Could he ignore the anguished spirits? Would he stand idly by as his mentor, Nusane Campello, fell in the iron fortress, his body subjected to desecration post-mortem? Could he watch his elder brother, Docres Howen, become a casualty of the conflict between commoners and nobility, ultimately succumbing to internal strife? Could he permit the one who captured his heart, Chinsi Falsmeti, to meet a bitter end, vanishing along with the fearless army? Contemplating these impending events, Twilight's resolve only grew stronger. He must change the fate of Darius and the destinies of these individuals. He understood the daunting nature of his task, as it would disturb the vested interests of many. But as he often proclaimed, whoever obstructed him would face death. Upon returning to the location of the fearless army and the villagers, Emilio, who had gone to procure supplies, had just returned, directing the distribution alongside Celia. Twilight approached and asked, "How did it go? Did you manage to secure these from Duke Duman?" "This is all we got. That fellow is as stingy as they come," Emilio replied, gesturing toward the 3 carts of supplies. "This is already quite satisfactory, exceeding my expectations. I presume Duke Duman's expression was far from pleasant upon your arrival." Twilight grinned at his words. Reyna Ice Spear, standing beside Emilio, couldn't he help but laugh. "My lord, you should have seen Duke Duman's face. It was nearly the color of pig's liver, ha." Twilight was well aware of the stingy nature of the nobility. Observing the villagers and the fearless army, organized under Celia's direction, he addressed her. "That will be all for today. Tomorrow, Celia, please select the able-bodied villagers to form a militia. You will train and command them." "Understood," Celia nodded. "Additionally, Reyna, arrange for some vigilant individuals to keep watch tonight. We cannot afford to be careless." Twilight continued. Considering the nature of the nobility, he was hesitant to guarantee that Duke Duman wouldn't retaliate under the cover of darkness. Hearing Twilight's orders, Reyna Ice Spear straightened her expression and replied, "Yes, I will personally lead the watch." Twilight pondered for a moment, finding no further instructions to give, and bid farewell to Emilio and the others before returning to his designated resting place. As the twilight faded away, Reyna Bingmiao gave a curious nudge to Odison and inquired, "Hey, what were you just doing?" "Watching fools dine," was Odison's cryptic reply before he wandered off, his mind still preoccupied with the words spoken by Twilight. The value of 700 lives weighed heavily compared to that of a single individual. Undoubtedly, the lives of the many held greater significance. Yet, Odison grappled with the notion that to jeopardize the sacred laws of the kingdom for the sake of those 700 lives was not a course he desired to take. This was the very essence of his incomprehension towards Twilight. "What do you mean by watching fools dine? Explain yourself." Reyna Bingmiao called after him, but Odison had already receded into the distance. Meanwhile, within the Lord's manor of Werbeo, the corpulent Viscount Duman sat in his chair, his expression shifting between dark clouds and fleeting sunshine. His plump, half-concealed eyes glinted with a sinister light, while beside him stood a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache. Clad in simple garb, who was bowing and speaking in deference to the Viscount, the mustached man exclaimed, "My lord, those peasants are far too arrogant, daring to threaten you. Such insolence cannot be overlooked. Otherwise, how shall we manage them in the future? They might rebel." "Nonsense. I cannot let this matter rest. But as you can see, they have 8th-tier warriors. It is not yet time for vengeance. We must bide our moment. Especially for that detestable scoundrel named Twilight. I will seize the opportunity to have him minced for a DUI's snack." Duman spat through gritted teeth, clearly harboring a deep-seated hatred for Twilight at this juncture. Duman's schemes against Twilight remained unbeknownst to him, as Twilight was solely focused on the next move of the undaunted army. As for Duman's intentions, Twilight could surmise with mere intuition that he would not let this slight go unpunished. One uneventful night passed, and the following morning, Celia gathered the villagers to begin selecting able-bodied men. The villagers exhibited little resistance to this semi-coercive conscription, as it promised them full bellies and a monthly stipend of 2 silver coins. Leaving the militia in Celia's charge and appointing Emilio to oversee, Twilight departed Werbeo with 200 undaunted soldiers, descending the mountain. Upon exiting the Blades territory that housed Werbeo, Twilight soon encountered a ragtag group of over 100 human cavalrymen. Their armor incomplete and battered. It was more accurate to say that this group had sought out Twilight rather than the other way around. The leading cavalryman approached with an air of arrogance, completely disregarding the righteous mantle worn by Twilight and Odison, and boisterously demanded, "Hey, which unit are you from? Got any food?" Twilight surveyed the militia, which bore no insignia, and replied with measured calm, "First Legion, undaunted deputy." Twilight zeroed out, "Which legion do you belong to, that you bear no banner?" Upon hearing Twilight was from the 1st Legion, the leader grew impatient and retorted, "I'm from the 3rd Legion. Hand over your food." Now, the mention of the 3rd Legion caused Twilight's brow to furrow involuntarily. This legion had proven useless during the conflict against the Beastmen, fleeing at the first sign of defeat. "If you desire food, follow me," Twilight stated. "What do you mean?" The leader was taken aback. It means you are being conscripted, Twilight said expressionlessly. Conscription? Huh. The First and Third Legions are independent of one another. What authority do you possess to conscript us? The leader laughed. And soon the surrounding cavalry joined in. Gazing at the brash 3rd Legion cavalryman, Twilight snorted, by virtue of the sword in my hand. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward, swiftly closing the distance to the leader. With a swift motion of his sword, a head flew into the air, the decapitated body spraying blood, juxtaposed against the shocked expressions of the surrounding knights. After kicking the headless corpse aside, Twilight mounted his horse and pointed his sword at the cavalrymen, who appeared as though they had been gripped by an unseen hand around their throats. Now you have two choices. Either fight us, and we will slay you, or join us, fill your bellies, and accompany me to battle the beastmen. You undisciplined rabble of the 1st Legion killed the lieutenant and still think you can began one of the cavalrymen, but his words were cut short as Twilight charged to his side. And another head soared into the air. This time, the remaining cavalrymen erupted into chaos, their faces pale as they sought to escape to a safe distance. Twilight's voice rang out. Without food, where will you run? To become fodder for the beastmen? Twilight's words halted the fleeing cavalrymen in their tracks. A subtle smile crept onto Twilight's lips. He knew this band of cavalrymen would soon be his. Despite their ruffian demeanor, Chapter 40, wishes granted after successfully conscripting the rowdy cavalrymen and distributing some rations to them, Twilight instructed them to dismount, allowing the fully armored and skilled undaunted soldiers to take their places. He then entrusted the remaining undaunted troops and the cavalrymen without horses to Reina Bing Miao, saying, "We shall divide into 2 groups to gather scattered troops. Odison and I will lead the cavalry west, while you take the others east. We must return to Werbeo before sunset. If any soldier refuses to follow, execute them on the spot. After all, dying at our hands or the beastmen's is the same." Twilight's words served not only as instructions for Reina Bingmia but also as a warning to the newly joined cavalrymen, urging them to temper their thoughts. With that, the 2 parties set off separately. Twilight, moving swiftly toward the more perilous western route, encountered a greater number of fleeing soldiers by sunset, ultimately gathering close to 100. Meanwhile, Reina Bingmiu also had a successful haul of several dozen. Upon Twilight's return to Werbeo, Emilio, Celia, and Twilight discussed a pressing matter. "You say Duman sent a messenger inviting you to the Lord's manor, and that he intends to close the city gates?" Twilight inquired, seated in a chair. "Yes, but we managed to prevent it," Celia replied. Twilight, rubbing his throbbing temples, reflected on the troublesome Viscount. Not only was he attempting to win over Twilight's deputy, but had he succeeded in closing the castle gates, given Werbeo's geography, even tenfold their current forces would not suffice to breach it. That fool Duman must have his ambitions curtailed, Twilight mused, stroking his chin. "How do we go about that?" Celia asked. "Not just yet. Let me think it through. For now, prepare a substantial amount of food for me. I need to step out," Twilight instructed. Without receiving a clear answer, Celia shot Twilight an exasperated glance before turning to prepare the provisions. Shortly thereafter, Twilight set off with 2 bundles of food toward Adiui's location. As he approached, he heard a series of thuds and the unmistakable sound of his companion's furious shouts. "Let me out. Adiui is hungry. Adiui wants food." Noticing the guards standing at a distance, Twilight approached them and inquired, "What is going on?" "My lord, the big oaf has gone mad again," one guard exclaimed upon seeing Twilight. "Again? Does Adiui often act this way?" Twilight frowned. "Indeed, whenever Lord Duman neglects to feed him, he goes berserk. This has caused many casualties in the past. However, over the past 2 years, it has improved significantly. Ever since he was confined to the iron cell, Duman rarely sees him lose control. But today, for some reason, he has reverted. Perhaps owing to Twilight's generous actions the previous day, the guards felt no hesitation in sharing their thoughts. Twilight's mind conjured the term haggling the hawk, realizing Duman was employing a method akin to breaking a wild beast to tame Adiu. He then asked, "Has Adiu not eaten anything all day?" "No. Lord Duman forbade us from providing him with food," the guard replied. "Open the iron door for me," Twilight commanded without hesitation. The guards exchanged alarmed glances, their faces paling. "General, that is out of the question. Opening the door now would result in fatalities. Hand me the keys," Twilight demanded, snatching the keys from one guard's grasp. The guards protested in vain. Twilight advanced toward the iron cell, with a few resounding clicks. The thick iron door swung open, and with a thunderous crash, Adiwi's massive form burst forth, causing the guards to scream and flee in terror. Adiwi, Twilight gently called out, observing Adiwi's back as he panted heavily. Despite the unease churning within him, knowing Adiwi's strength could easily overpower him, Twilight felt an inexplicable intuition that Adiwi would not harm him. Upon hearing Twilight's voice, Adiwi slowly turned, glaring at Twilight with fierce eyes but refraining from attacking. Seeing this, Twilight smiled. I brought you something to eat. Adiwi regarded Twilight for a moment, the ferocity in his eyes gradually dissipating. He then approached and took the food, devouring it ravenously. Adiwi, what happened today? Why did you go berserk? Twilight inquired, observing his companion across the table. Adiwi, it was hungry, unbearably so. The master promised that if I chased away the little monsters, I would get food, Adiwi muttered between mouthfuls. Upon hearing the words of the simpleton, the Twilight found herself at a loss, uncertain whether his anger stemmed from being deceived by his master or from sheer hunger. Nevertheless, she felt an urgent need to bring the simpleton closer to her. After all, he was a ticking time bomb. Should Duke Dumin truly abandon the cautious nature characteristic of nobility and act out of desperation? It was entirely possible that Emilio would struggle to contend with the formidable bulk of the simpleton. Just as Twilight was lost in her thoughts, the two guards who had previously fled approached cautiously, leading a contingent of soldiers near the Iron House. Behind them trailed Duke Dumin and his mustachioed steward At. That moment, Duke Dumin surveyed the now calm simpleton and the Twilight across from him, his expression darkening, his small eyes darting about. After a moment, he suddenly pointed at Twilight and shouted, "Simpleton, kill him!" Duke Dumin harbored a cunning plan. By inciting the simpleton to act, he intended to shift all blame onto the mad simpleton afterwards. Hoping Emilio would not retaliate over a mere corpse, that at worst, he could surrender the simpleton, a burdensome fool, to Emilio for disposal. This strategy was indeed clever, and had Twilight been privy to Duke Dumin's intentions, she would have been thoroughly impressed. However, today was destined to be a disappointment for him. As the simpleton shook his large head and mumbled, "The simpleton would never harm a friend. You wretched cur. How dare you defy my command?" Duke Dumin erupted in furious rebuke upon hearing the simpleton's words. "My lord, it seems you wish for my demise, do you not?" Twilight replied coldly, regarding Duke Dumin, who resembled a buffoon. Hearing Twilight's retort, Duke Dumin squawked in a high-pitched voice, "You lot, seize him. Kill this commoner." At that moment, Twilight stood unaccompanied by guards, and Duke Dumin was convinced that by eliminating Twilight, the others would not dare retaliate against him, for he had the council as his backing. Yet, Twilight was not about to afford these mercenaries the opportunity to surround her. In a swift motion, she toppled the nearest soldier attempting to block her path. And then, taking advantage of their surprise, she dashed away. Only then did the other soldiers awaken from their stupor and begin to pursue her. However, as the most fervent pursuers were swiftly dispatched by Twilight, the remaining soldiers hesitated, their pursuit faltering. Meanwhile, a smile spread across Twilight's face as she considered whether to resort to forceful measures to strip Duke Dumin of his power, ensuring tranquility in her rear. However, being within Duke Dumin's territory, she lacked a suitable pretext to silence the mouths of Odyssin, Celia, and others. Yet, as fate would have it, Duke Dumin unwittingly provided her with a legitimate reason to act. That night, Twilight, accompanied by over 300 formidable and resolute soldiers, stormed into the Lord's manor. When she emerged, she held in her hands the slave contract binding Duke Dumin and the simpleton. Furthermore, Twilight demanded 100 personal guards from Duke Dumin. Within the Darius kingdom, a newly ennobled viscount was permitted to recruit 200 personal guards, but Twilight seized half, leaving Duke Dumin without the means to continue his disturbances. That as the saying goes, the bold fear the reckless fear the desperate, and ultimately, the nobility are the most fearful of death. Observing Twilight's audacity as she departed, Duke Dumin's mustachioed steward lamented, "My lord, what shall we do now? This is intolerable. I shall send a magical message to my uncle shortly. He will assist me in seeking vengeance." Duke Dumin replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice, clearly forgetting that he was the one who sought to kill Twilight, who had merely come to confront him in the dead of night. Chapter 41. The Fall of Soth City. Having successfully acquired the simpleton, Twilight's spirit sword. As she walked through the streets of Uru Fortress with the simpleton in tow, she turned to him and said, "Simpleton, your name is rather unappealing. Henceforth, you shall be known as Cetes in public, while simpleton will serve as your nickname, reserved for those close to you. Do you understand? The name Ceres, in the human tongue, signifies the immortal god of war, reflecting Twilight's aspirations for the simpleton. Very well, the simpleton now has a name. I shall be called Say. 'Tis. The simpleton struggled to articulate the name, which was not particularly difficult to pronounce. That name. Ceres, simpleton, race, human, unknown, status, follower, Twilight, profession, warrior rank, level 5 strength, 174 agility, 61 spirit, 40 stamina, 110. After reviewing the simpleton's impressive attributes and his status, Twilight led him to the Soul blacksmith shop within Uru Fortress, where she commissioned a set of oversized armor for him, and personally designed a weapon for him as well. In the following days, Twilight diligently gathered the scattered human soldiers, even engaging in combat with an orc squad once. By the end of 3 days, the number of Twilight's fearless army had swelled to over 700. However, as the ranks grew, so too did the burden of food supply. Twilight could not rely solely on dukedom and stores. Uru Fortress was not a large stronghold, and its food reserves were limited. Despite this, she remained undeterred in her efforts to rally human soldiers. One day, Reyna Ice Spear returned early with over 200 human soldiers and sought out Twilight. "My lord, I have received crucial news from these soldiers," Reyna informed Twilight. "What news?" Twilight inquired, sensing something amiss in Reyna's demeanor. "They are soldiers from Soth City. It has fallen," Reyna replied, her tone somber. "What?" Twilight's expression shifted dramatically, and she sprang from her chair. While Soth City was not a fortified stronghold, it boasted a garrison of over 10,000, and the orcs lacked siege weaponry. How could it have been breached in such a short span? "Take me to them," Twilight insisted, wishing to inquire directly about the situation. "They are just outside," Reyna replied, leading Twilight outdoors. Before her stood over 200 tense soldiers, and Twilight addressed them. "Explain what transpired. How many orcs besieged Soth City?" "My lord, I cannot say for certain, but I saw countless orcs surrounding the city," a soldier in his 30s replied, his voice trembling. "Countless? If the orc numbers were indeed overwhelming, how did you manage to break through their encirclement? Speak, soldier," Twilight challenged, exposing the lie. "My lord." The soldier fell silent, rendered speechless. Ignoring him, Twilight scrutinized the others and, noticing their inexperience, asked, "Are many of you new recruits?" "Yes, my lord, most of us are new recruits, forcibly conscripted not long ago," one soldier boldly stated. Twilight's expression darkened upon hearing this, and she muttered a curse under her breath before commanding Reyna, "Disperse them among the fearless army and train them rigorously." With that, Twilight strode back to her chamber. Moments later, Emilio, Celia, and Odison rushed in, having heard the news. "Soth City has fallen?" Celia asked as soon as she entered. "Yes," Twilight replied, nodding with her eyes closed. This, Emilio and Celia exchanged glances. Perplexed, how could Soth City have fallen so swiftly? Odison queried, recalling that only days prior, Twilight had assured him it would not fall easily. Hearing Odison's words, Twilight opened her eyes. "It is precisely those damned nobles. These gluttonous fools only know how to line their pockets while the crisis looms, and they hastily conscript new recruits to face the orcs. It is absurd to think these new soldiers could withstand such an assault. They truly deserve 1,000 deaths." Twilight's outburst resonated with the three present. They understood that the issue of soldiers drawing pay without service had long plagued the realm. Numerous nobles profited from this practice, resulting in a disparity between the official roster and actual personnel, with some remote regions seeing ratios as dire as 1 to 10. The royal family had long sought to rectify this issue. Yet each attempt merely scratched the surface. Faced with Twilight's wrath, Emilio and the others fell silent. The fall of Soth City in such a manner was perhaps the greatest insult to the entire Darius kingdom. One could only imagine the orc forces now fortified with the supplies from Soth City, poised to surge forward into the verdant hills and encamp at the gates of Soth City. "These nobles have gone too far," Odison remarked, incensed. "What shall we do?" Celia asked, hinting at taking action. "What can we do? You should all return for now." With that, Twilight returned to her chamber, collapsing onto her bed, eyes closed, silently contemplating the next steps. The fall of Soth City had significantly disrupted her plans. After a while, Twilight opened her eyes and summoned Reyna Ice Spear. Upon Reyna's arrival, Twilight directly stated, "I need you to monitor the movements of the orcs in Soth City, particularly their heavy siege units. Be swift. Understood. Reyna replied without hesitation, accepting the command. The following day, Twilight first accompanied Cetes, also known as Adai, to the blacksmith shop, where he retrieved the armor and greatsword he had ordered. The black iron armor boasted a power enhancement of 20, a defense rating of 200, and 0 magic resistance. The black iron greatsword, a heavy blade weighing 180, with a sharpness rating of 20 and a strength enhancement of 30. This set of armor and weaponry, crafted from ordinary black iron, appeared to be nothing more than basic gear, but given the limitations of the blacksmithing skills in Ural Fortress, Twilight could not demand more. However, this was merely a temporary solution. In the future, when circumstances allowed, Twilight was determined to procure a superior set of armor for Adai. At the very least, one made of magic steel. 1 by 1, Twilight helped Adai don the black iron battle attire. And soon, a towering warrior emerged before her eyes. Satisfied, she gave a firm tap on Adai's armor and nodded approvingly, before lifting the hefty black sword, approximately 1 meter in length and broad and thick, and presenting it to him. The sword's design resembled a legendary dragon-slaying blade, albeit in a broken form, specifically tailored by Twilight to maximize Adai's prowess. Adai, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Twilight inquired of Cetes, who was clad in armor and wielding the great sword. Cetes shook his head and replied, Twilight, I'm hungry. Adai, you must learn to control your appetite and refrain from constantly expressing your hunger. Do you understand? There are many individuals like yourself who can feast once and remain satiated for years. Twilight began to admonish Cetes, referring to the Cyclopes, who often went years without food after a substantial meal. However, Twilight refrained from revealing that the Cyclopes seldom engaged in physical activity during their idle time to conserve energy. But Cetes is truly very hungry, Adai replied innocently. All right, let us go eat, Twilight said, leading Cetes toward the military camp. Chapter 42. Leaving the fortress. Ever since Twilight became the vice commander of the Fearless Army, he made it a point to dine in the military camp whenever he had the chance. This action inadvertently fostered a sense of camaraderie among the surrounding soldiers. Today, when Twilight and Adai arrived at the camp, they immediately captured the attention of all nearby soldiers. Adai's presence had already made a lasting impression on the soldiers during the orc siege of Ural Fortress. And now, adorned in black iron armor, he exuded an even greater aura of intimidation. Observing Adai, who seemed oblivious to the gazes of other soldiers as he devoured an entire barrel of rice, Twilight found his own appetite stimulated and followed suit, indulging in 2 additional bowls. After the meal, Twilight did not rush to lead the troops out of the fortress to regroup scattered soldiers. Instead, he took Adai on a brief inspection of the camp before returning to his quarters, awaiting news from Reyna Ice Spear. Near noon, Reyna Ice Spear returned after a day and night of reconnaissance, bringing the information Twilight sought. You mentioned that from yesterday to this morning, 4 transport teams departed from Soth City. What directions did they take? Twilight inquired. From what I can tell, 2 of the teams headed towards Ural Fortress, while the other 2 took these routes. Reyna Ice Spear indicated the paths on the map. Twilight marked the 4 routes with red lines, then turned to a soldier, saying, Fetch Lords Emilio, Celia, and Odison. Yes, the soldier responded, swiftly departing. Shortly thereafter, Lords Odison, Emilio, and Celia arrived at Twilight's side. What is going on? Is there going to be an operation? Celia asked, glancing at Emilio and Odison, who had arrived before her. Nodding, Twilight pointed at the 4 red lines on the map and explained, these indicate the paths taken by the orc transport teams from yesterday until now. This line on the right leads towards us, suggesting the presence of 1 or more orc camps in that direction. Twilight had instructed Reyna Ice Spear to monitor the orc transport teams to glean insights into the orc forces distribution. We must rally the scattered soldiers to confront the orcs. This strategy was established beforehand. Since the orcs aim to eliminate the remnants of humanity in the Red Earth Heights, we can seize the opportunity of their dispersion to significantly diminish their numbers, Twilight declared, covering the southeastern red line on the map with his palm. Our current objective is to eradicate all orc forces in this region. Gathering soldiers to engage smaller groups of orcs was a plan already in place. But the fall of Soth City had left them without a target to attract the attention of the orc army. Now, Twilight and his companions felt akin to frogs trapped in a well. With no escape routes and the constant threat of being discovered by the orcs, Rather than wait passively for doom, Twilight sought to create chaos throughout the southeastern Red Earth Heights. But our ranks still contain many new recruits, I fear. Celia expressed her concerns. Before she could finish, Emilio interjected, shaking his head. New recruits will remain new recruits if they never see battle. We have no time to train them incrementally. All right, everyone prepare to depart. Each of you should bring 3 days' worth of rations that we leave in half an hour. Twilight acknowledged Emilio's point. Indeed, time was of the essence. Half an hour swiftly passed, and as Twilight surveyed the ready soldiers, clad in the officer's armor of Darius and draped in a somewhat tattered robe of the Hammer of Justice, he strode confidently before them. Casting a glance over the assembled ranks, Twilight proclaimed loudly, "Stand City has fallen. As you are all undoubtedly aware, soon I shall lead you out of this fortress to confront the orcs. No retreat, no surrender." Hearing Twilight's words, the soldiers before him stirred in confusion, necessitating a moment of pause to collect themselves. After a brief silence, Twilight continued, "I understand that some of you may hesitate to engage the orcs, fearing those grotesque creatures. However, the Red Earth Heights are rapidly becoming a stronghold for the orcs. Once you have pledged yourselves to the military, you have no alternative. Before you lie 2 paths. 1, to fight alongside me and carve a bloody trail. The other, to succumb to your cowardice and ultimately perish at the hands of the orcs. The fearless army embodies unwavering resolve and fearlessness. You are now a part of this army. I have promised to return you to your homeland in glory. Let us move forth." With these final words, Twilight mounted his steed, leading the charge at the forefront of the formation, while Cetis, a colossal figure, followed closely behind. Though he had no horse to ride, within Ural Fortress, the middle-aged nobleman, Baron Dumont, scowled at the sight of Twilight and his 1,000-plus troops gradually exiting the castle. "My lord, these hillbillies are exceedingly arrogant. With Stand City having fallen, what do they possess to contend with the orc horde? I suspect they will all perish at the hands of those orcs," remarked the mustachioed steward beside Dumont, his tone dripping with schadenfreude as he observed the departing army. Smack! Dumont's palm met the steward's face with a resounding clap. "Fool! If they all perish, who will defend Ural Fortress against the orcs?" With an irritated huff, Dumont turned and strode toward the castle wall, leaving the steward stunned and speechless. Among those who wished for Twilight's demise, Dumont was undoubtedly the most fervent. However, when it came to his own life, all other matters paled in comparison. Meanwhile, as Twilight exited the Blade's Edge, scouts were promptly dispatched. Twilight's approach was straightforward. He directed his forces toward the nearest small town, following a narrow path. It wasn't long before he encountered a 100-strong squad of orc wolf cavalry. These cavalrymen were exceedingly brave, and upon seeing Twilight's troop without a raised banner, they charged forth. In the minds of the wolf cavalry's captain, they faced nothing but cowed remnants of defeated soldiers, who would flee at their sight. However, this time, the wolf cavalry captain was destined for disappointment. Upon encountering the fearless army, they quickly formed ranks to meet the oncoming threat. Although puzzled as to why these humans did not flee, the orc warriors, driven by their combative nature, paid no heed and plunged headlong into the ranks of the fearless army. The foremost line of the fearless army consisted of the 200 soldiers who had fought alongside Twilight at Firefeather Mountain, his most trusted allies. Although they felt a twinge of anxiety at the sight of the charging orc cavalry, they remained composed, standing beside Twilight. Cetis once again showcased his own unique brand of brutal elegance. No orc cavalryman could withstand a single blow from him. With each swing of his black iron greatsword, an orc was either crushed or cleaved in two. Twilight barely needed to intervene, as Cetis efficiently dispatched the nearby orcs, leaving Twilight both exasperated and speechless. Chapter 43. The Frenzied Orc Otto. After neutralizing the small group of orc wolf cavalry, Twilight led the fearless army onward, and as anticipated, the nearest small town had already fallen into orc hands. Serving as their stronghold, from a distance, Twilight noticed a flag depicting a crescent moon fluttering above the town and murmured, "The Crescent Moon Wolf Head Flag, belonging to the Howling Moon Clan. It seems this region is under their jurisdiction." The Twilight clan of the Howling Moon is well aware of its formidable reputation, having subsequently emerged as one of the most powerful clans among the orcs and a principal force in the assault on the Red Earth Heights. "What shall we do now, my lord?" inquired Reyna Eyespear, her question alluding to the decision of whether to engage in battle. "Do you have any idea how many orcs inhabit the town? What if we enter and find ourselves surrounded?" Twilight articulated a rather grim possibility. Who can ascertain their numbers? Hey, could you possibly be more reliable? We are following you to survive. Syria retorted, her tone laced with irritation. I am merely presenting a minor concern. Do not overreact. Rest assured, the orc soldiers in the town will not be numerous. They are likely out searching for humans during the day, Twilight declared with conviction. Though this confidence was met with skeptical glances from the others. Well, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. There is nowhere for us to hide here. We can only launch an attack. Prepare the soldiers, Twilight commanded. Following her orders, Emilio, Syria, and the others began to assemble their troops, fully aware that there were no suitable places to conceal themselves nearby if any orcs were to pass through. They would undoubtedly be exposed. It was better to strike first. Grasping the battle standard that had been lying flat, Twilight planted it firmly behind Cetes, and, wielding the Darius defender, proclaimed loudly, "Warriors, follow me and slay these orcs. For Darius, long live Darius." The fervent battle cry ignited the faith and morale of the fearless army. And alongside Twilight, the soldiers surged toward the town. As they approached, a piercing whistle erupted from the orc soldiers, and a contingent of 200 to 300 orc infantry, tasked with guarding the town's entrance, swiftly gathered to thwart Twilight's forces. In response, Twilight bellowed, "Ranged attack." At her command, the archers, led by Reyna Ice Spear, unleashed a volley of arrows. Kill. After 2 waves of arrows, many orcs fell before them. With a roar, Twilight brandished her sword and raised her shield, charging forward into the orc infantry, the soldiers behind her echoing like a crashing wave. When Twilight reached the ranks of the orc soldiers, a flurry of axes and great swords came crashing toward her. Steadfast, Twilight parried and blocked, the sound of clashing metal ringing out. Unyielding, she advanced step by step toward the town's entrance. Suddenly, 2 great swords lunged at her from the side. Twilight swiftly sidestepped to evade the blade from the right while raising her shield, executing a shield counter that sent the orc's weapon flying. Just as she was about to penetrate deeper into the enemy's formation, a dark greatsword appeared, cleaving through 2 orc soldiers in an instant. As Cetes, with the battle standard in tow, arrived, "Die!" Emilio's roar thundered from behind Twilight. With swift movements, his great sword dispatched several orc soldiers, blood splattering the ground. Amidst the cries of agony, Twilight, Emilio, Syria, and the rest of the fearless army, with other soldiers rallying behind them, cast aside their fears and pressed forward with unyielding ferocity. Soon, Twilight and her companions burst into the town. Just as Twilight felled another orc soldier with the Darius defender, a furious roar echoed ahead. In the next moment, a massive blood-stained axe swung through the air, and sensing its overwhelming force, Twilight instinctively lifted her round shield, activating her shield counter. Bang! The resounding impact sent Twilight staggering back several steps until she collided with another soldier, finally regaining her footing. However, before she could discern the identity of her assailant, a piercing roar erupted, causing her head to throb and her reaction to falter. The terrifying roar. In the next instant, a surge of immense force propelled her through the air. Insignificant human. Taste the wrath of Otto's violent slaughter. With a single swing, Otto sent Twilight flying, then turned to cleave down 2 nearby human soldiers, his eyes fixed on Twilight's officer's armor. Meanwhile, Cetes, witnessing Twilight's plight, was consumed by fury, seizing an orc soldier and hurling him at the axe-wielding brute, then advancing with determination. "You little fool," Cetes is angry now, he declared, swinging his blade at Otto. The clang of steel rang out as the black iron sword clashed with the massive axe, forcing Otto to take a step back. Now steadying herself, Twilight glanced at the orc who had caught her off guard. This particular orc was notably taller and more robust than the others. Otto, Twilight thought, astonished to encounter the infamous Berserker Otto here. The Berserker Otto, a native of the Orcish lineage, would later become the archetype for all berserkers. He was the progenitor of the Berserker race and the epitome of its form. Upon reaching adulthood, he could infinitely unleash his racial talents and garnered the favor of the Howling Moon clan's high priest. Yet, due to the nature of his abilities, Otto was known for his volatile temperament and love of slaughter, becoming a notorious figure among the Orcish ranks. Realizing Otto was before her, Twilight understood that there was no chance of letting him escape. She resolved to close the distance and engage. "Fool, you have enraged me," Otto spat, feeling the pressure of Twilight's presence. With that, he began to whirl his massive axe around him, a skill Twilight was all too familiar with. the signature move of a berserker, the whirlwind slash. The crimson blade of the axe scraped against Cetis's black iron armor. Sparking as it did, Twilight knew she must prevent him from spinning. With that thought in mind, she activated her talent skill, Fury, and seized the moment to advance. Planting her legs firmly, she raised her shield in defense. Employing shield strikes, counters, and blocks in rapid succession to eye in the next heartbeat, Otto's whirlwind slash descended. Bang! The glowing red axe crashed against Twilight's round shield. Although she had activated all her defensive skills, the disparity in strength between her and Otto was stark. She was forced to stagger back several steps from the force of the blow. Nevertheless, she succeeded in halting Otto's whirlwind slash. Chapter 44, Elimination. Despite successfully stopping Otto's attack, the weight of the blow left Twilight feeling as if her arms were non-existent that moment. A warm golden light enveloped her, mending her wounds. Thanks to Odysseus' intervention, the fact that his skill had been forcibly interrupted only served to ignite Otto's rage. Attack. Slay these scum. At his command, 3 immense fire elementals and 2 earth elementals materialized before the human ranks, causing chaos among the fearless soldiers. Reinforcements had arrived in the form of orc shamans. Witnessing the devastation wrought by the 5 elementals, with soldiers falling to the ground after each assault, Emilio and Syria immediately charged toward the nearest elemental. While Twilight recognized that their already diminished forces could not allow these elementals to rampage unchecked, Cetis, you fool, go eliminate that fire elemental nearby. I will hold the line here, she instructed. You think you can hold against me? Prepare to take another axe. Otto snarled, his voice dripping with menace as his colossal axe descended once more. Facing this strike, Twilight raised her shield to absorb the blow, the force of the axe constricting her chest. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, Twilight took a small step back and swiftly countered with the Darius Defender, leaving a gash on Otto's arm. Is this the best you can do? Otto mocked, unfazed, as the axe swung toward Twilight again. Fool, this is just the beginning. Fueled by the effects of fury, Twilight yearned to clash head-on with Otto, channeling her inner rage through her attacks. Yet, as the exchanges continued, she realized the vast gulf in their strength. Even with her armor's enhancements and activated skills, it was insufficient to bridge the gap. Reluctantly, reason compelled Twilight to adopt a defensive posture, retreating into a shell of protection. As Otto's axe swung down once more, Twilight feigned a defensive stance, tilting her shield to allow the axe to graze past it. Blue lightning flickered beneath her feet as she unleashed Thunder Strike, slowing Otto's reaction time. Utilizing the momentum from the axe's swing, she maneuvered to Otto's side, thrusting her sword into his flank before retracting it, blood spilling forth. How does that feel? You brute, she taunted, seizing the opportunity. Otto bellowed in pain. His body wounded and ignited further by Twilight's mockery, his form and eyes ignited with a faint crimson glow. Blood rage. Infuriated by Twilight's audacity, the berserker Otto activated his innate talent. Blood rage. Unleash your inner fury, the greater the wounds, the higher the damage. For Twilight, Otto in his normal state is already a formidable adversary, and a frenzied Otto is even more daunting. With a resounding crash, the colossal axe of the berserk orc Otto strikes towards Twilight, the impact sending him staggering back 2 large steps, blood streaming from his left hand. Upon inspection, the center of Twilight's shield bears a deep gash from Otto's strike. Had the axe's blade been even slightly wider, it could have cleaved the shield in twain. Die, you pathetic insect. Otto snarls as he swings his axe again at Twilight, who is now defenseless. Heart racing, Twilight rolls to evade the deadly blow, rising to his feet. He hurls his round shield at the berserk orc Otto, grasping the Darius Protector sword with both hands and launching an attack. However, he quickly retracts his sword. The crazed Otto disregards Twilight's assault. Swinging his massive axe directly at Twilight's head, Twilight knows his strike would not fell Otto, but the orc's axe could surely cleave him asunder. Haha, boy, stop your futile struggles. Otto bellows, his axe swirling with crimson light. Dream on. Mad Dog. Twilight activates his skill, block. Achieve a heightened mental focus, allowing you to concentrate on defending against your opponent's attacks for the next few seconds. Passive effect. Enhances your blocking technique. This skill enables a more precise anticipation of the opponent's strikes, allowing for effective defense. That Otto's attack style is brutally straightforward, relying on sheer strength. Even without the block skill, Twilight's extensive combat experience equips him to read Otto's movements. Activating block merely serves to refine his evasion or deflection of Otto's blows. You foul insect. I wonder how long you can endure. Otto taunts as he observes Twilight narrowly dodging or barely parrying his strikes, his axe whirling once more in preparation for another assault. Recognizing Otto's telltale stance, Twilight curses him internally, retreating swiftly to create distance. Yet, Otto's whirlwind strike is unleashed, leaving no room for Twilight to escape. Just as the dark red vortex threatens to descend upon him, a massive shadow emerges beside Twilight. Charging forth like a raging bull, it is Ceres, having dispatched the fire elementals. Ceres has arrived. With Ceres' hearty voice, Otto's axe crashes into Ceres' black iron armor, only to be met with a brutal collision as Ceres barrels into Otto like a freight train, sending the orcs spinning through the air, landing over 10 meters away. Roar! With a furious bellow, the dislodged Otto rises, his eyes now a fiery crimson, his aura intensified in rage. Filthy scum, I will slay you all, he rages, his axe swinging ferociously at Ceres. Yet Ceres remains unfazed. In terms of strength, Otto pales in comparison, and while their explosive power is on par, Otto's bulk is dwarfed by Ceres. The only advantages Otto possesses are speed and rank. But in his current frenzied state, he cannot capitalize on them. As the two engage in combat, Twilight stealthily approaches, gripping the Darius protector and leaping high to strike down upon Otto's arm, severing it with a cry of pain. "Oh, my arm!" Otto screams, swinging his axe in retaliation. Twilight bends low to evade, just as Ceres' black iron blade cleaves into Otto's shoulder, embedding deeply in the next moment. Having dodged Otto's axe, Twilight thrusts the Darius protector forward, piercing Otto's chest. "Curse you! I am invincible." Otto's words falter as he gazes down at the sword lodged in his chest, and with a heavy thud, his massive frame collapses to the ground as Otto falls. Two rays of crimson light escape from his body, soaring into Twilight's grasp, accompanied by the system's notification echoing in his mind. Chapter 45, The Bounty Upon Otto's Demise. The two beams of red light coalesce in Twilight's hands, forming a translucent red crystal, soul crystal, containing the lingering essence of Otto's unwilling spirit. Absorbing it will grant the skill Blood Rage, along with the Berserk specialization skill Whirlwind Slash. Blood Rage. Channel your inner wrath, the more grievously wounded you are, the greater the damage inflicted. Whirlwind Slash. Swing your weapon in a whirlwind-like motion, attacking all enemies in proximity to you wish to absorb it. Twilight is astonished to have stumbled upon a soul crystal, one of the rarest treasures in the epic world. Soul crystals have myriad uses, such as crafting soul weapons or creating puppets, but can also be absorbed directly. Without hesitation, Twilight makes his choice. In an instant, the red crystal transforms into a beam of light, surging into Twilight's mind, followed by the familiar sound of the system notification. Skill acquired. Blood Rage. Skill acquired. Berserk specialization skill Whirlwind Slash. The effects of Blood Rage partially conflict with his innate skill Rage. Upon fusion, the overall efficacy of Rage is heightened, and the weakening state post-use diminishes. Just as the notification resonates, an unprecedented surge of frenzy and brutality floods Twilight's heart. Under the influence of the innate skill Rage, Twilight finds himself overwhelmed by an insatiable thirst for carnage and blood. Otto's roar echoes incessantly in his mind, and the frenzied thoughts assault Twilight's mental defenses, inducing an uncontrollable urge to slaughter. Unsure whether this desire for battle and blood stems from Otto's unwilling spirit or the conflict between Blood Rage and his own skill, Twilight knows that such mindless carnage is wrong. He struggles to suppress the wild craving within. Finally, as Whirlwind Slash concludes, Twilight forces himself to quell the urge to strike again, surveying the battlefield at that moment. The system notification chimes once more. Congratulations, your formidable will has successfully suppressed your inner desires. Blood Rage has successfully fused with your innate skill Rage, enhancing its effects. Your willpower has strengthened, and the passive talent Resilience has been upgraded. Character: Twilight 0 level, 38 strength, 57 agility, 40 spirit, 32 stamina, 63 will, 25 rank. Tier 3 talent skills. Resilience. Tenacity is essential for a warrior, preventing you from yielding even in the direst of circumstances. Additionally, it reduces the damage you receive from enemies. Rage. Consuming the blood of the destroyer of worlds, it renders you uncontrollably ferocious. Strive to master it, as it unleashes your potential. significantly increasing speed and strength for a brief period, followed by weakness, bloodlust, and unknown blood flows through your veins, granting you an extraordinary thirst for blood. Fighting amidst the blood will render you tireless. Growing stronger with each kill, inactive skills, charge. Instantly propel yourself toward a target with unyielding force, knocking them down or pushing them back. Block. Achieve a heightened mental focus, allowing you to concentrate on defending against your opponent's attacks for the next few seconds. Passive effect. Enhances your blocking technique. Shield Bash. Concentrate strength into your shield for a powerful strike. Shield Bash can interrupt your target's spell casting and inflict damage. Whirlwind Slash. Swing your weapon in a whirlwind-like motion, attacking all enemies in proximity. Swordsmanship Mastery. You can skillfully wield various longswords, increasing their power by 30%. Darius Military Combat Technique. Melee Mastery elevates your melee capabilities across the board. As Twilight surveys his attributes. He notes that his willpower has increased by 5 points, and the passive talent Resilience has been enhanced, a testament to his arduous battle against the Berserk Orc Otto, although fraught with peril. This confrontation has proven invaluable. With his thirst for blood quelled, the effects of rage have dissipated, and the debilitating aftermath of its use has decreased from 70% to 50%, allowing Twilight to feel a marked reduction in fatigue compared to before. As the battlefield bore witness to the demise of several summoned elemental orc shamans along with the ferocious orc Otto, the outcome of the conflict had already been determined. Twilight, dragging his weary form, slowly approached the lifeless body of the savage orc Otto, straining slightly to grasp the massive, faintly glowing red grinding axe still clutched in Otto's hand. The weapon, Blood, Feast of Slaughter, boasted impressive attributes. Weight 150. Sharpness 40, Strength 50, Stamina 30, Accuracy 10, Mastery 20, with an additional effect that enhanced the wielder's strength by 10%. Observing the axe's attributes, it was undeniably of epic caliber. Twilight's entire set of finely crafted gear paled in comparison to the power imbued within this weapon. It was no wonder that the brute had been able to rival Adul in strength, relying solely on this epic axe, while it was entirely understandable that Twilight's superior-grade round shield had been shattered in his hands. Twilight harbored doubts. Had he not been exceptionally skilled in shield usage and possessed both a blocking skill and passive resilience, enhanced by the Fury effect, it was likely he would have been swiftly overwhelmed by the savage orc Otto. Rather than merely facing mortal peril. Of course, his own equipment's bonuses were indispensable. Nonetheless, Twilight had come perilously close to death at Otto's hands, only narrowly escaping thanks to the timely return of Ceres. Contemplating Ceres, Twilight intended to bestow the Blood, Feast of Slaughter axe upon him. It wasn't that Twilight had no desire to wield such an epic weapon himself, for a warrior of his stature. The allure was undeniable. However, the axe's weight of 140 was somewhat burdensome for him, and he lacked proficiency with weapons such as axes and warhammers. With the epic axe in hand, Twilight surveyed the battlefield, where only a handful of orcs remained in their desperate struggle for survival. Soon, the fighting came to an end. As Ceres, adorned with the battle standard, returned to Twilight's side. Twilight presented him with the Feast of Slaughter axe, stating, "Adul, this weapon is yours. Consider it your spoils of war." "Oh," Ceres exclaimed, obediently accepting the axe and brandishing it with one hand. Observing Ceres wielding the Feast of Slaughter in one hand and a black iron cleaver in the other, Twilight shook his head, feeling that Ceres appeared far more imposing with the cleaver that he couldn't help but ponder whether, upon their return to Soth City, he should seek someone to modify the Slaughter axe into a black iron blade. Chapter 46. The first capital of the era. After eliminating all the orcs within the small town, Twilight gathered his forces to scour the battlefield. He then ordered a thorough search of the town for any remaining orcs or surviving humans. As Twilight anticipated, the entire town was devoid of human life. The enmity between orcs and humans ran deep. Had there been a more discerning chieftain or high priest present, they might have spared the unarmed human women and children, choosing instead to imprison them. However, with the savage orc Otto in command, his bloodthirsty nature would never allow any human to survive. Listening to Celia's report, a fleeting glint of coldness flashed in Twilight's eyes. "Instruct the troops to prepare food. The soldiers are to remain armored and ready for combat at all times. Reyna, keep a vigilant watch over any movements outside the town with the scouts." "Understood," replied Celia and Reyna Ice Spear as they departed. Are we to wait for the orcs here? Emilio inquired. Indeed, the orcs who ventured out will be unaware that the town has fallen to us. They will undoubtedly charge headlong into it. I intend for all orcs who have lingered here to accompany the villagers to their graves, Twilight stated casually and calmly, yet his words concealed a chilling intent. Time flowed as Twilight and his companions awaited in silence. By evening, the first batch of returning orc forces arrived, 100 wolf riders, who charged into the town, driving their battle wolves forward without hesitation. Archers, fire! At Twilight's command, around 200 archers emerged from rooftops and second-story windows, unleashing a hail of arrows upon the unsuspecting orc riders. Countless orcs cried out in agony as they fell to the ground. In that moment, Twilight, Emilio, Celia, and Odison surged forth alongside their soldiers, wreaking havoc upon the orc wolf riders, who were caught off guard by the sudden assault. The battle concluded swiftly. The disarrayed orc riders could hardly mount an effective resistance. Quickly, clear the battlefield. Move the bodies to a concealed location, Twilight urged the soldiers, who had yet to catch their breath. Following his orders, the soldiers hastily removed the orc corpses, and soon the battleground was left with only a few lingering bloodstains. Not long after, the second wave of orc troops returned. This time a regiment of orc infantry. Lacking vigilance, they too fell beneath the blades of Twilight and the fearless army. Throughout the night, Twilight and his companions faced 5 waves of orc soldiers, all of whom met their demise at the hands of the fearless army. After a while, glancing at the now-risen moon, Twilight deemed it sufficient and commanded everyone to rest, but they were not permitted to remove their armor. After a full day of marching and combat, the soldiers were utterly fatigued, and soon, despite the discomfort of their armor, they drifted off to sleep. Leaning against the wall of a wooden hut, Twilight closed his eyes, his thoughts inevitably drifting to the scattered figures of Dawn, Falsemity, alas, and Hazet Rage. Wondering how they fared, he believed fervently that they would be unharmed. At the very least, Dawn, Falsemity, must be safe. In the stillness of the night, or during moments of solitary reflection, the image of Dawn, Falsemity frequently occupied Twilight's mind. The woman, slightly older than he, had captured his heart, though he mused that it was merely unrequited affection. Silently ridiculing himself, a night of tranquility passed, and on the following morning, the soldiers prepared diligently. At that moment, Twilight issued another command, instructing the soldiers to sever the heads of the orcs they had slain the previous day. This order sparked considerable discussion among the troops. What do you intend to do? Emilio asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. In the world of the era, it was commonplace for soldiers on opposing sides to fall in battle. Yet it was rare for anyone to desecrate the bodies of the fallen, as it was considered a sacrilege, an affront to the valorous warriors who had perished. Of course, I have my purposes. What are you all staring at? Is my command ineffective? Twilight's voice rose in anger as he observed the soldiers hesitating to act on his orders. Despite their discomfort, the soldiers, having fought alongside Twilight in numerous battles, felt a deep respect for him and complied, reluctantly locating the orc corpses that had been left overnight. Gritting their teeth against their unease, they severed the heads from the bodies and presented them before Twilight. Taking these severed heads, Twilight personally arranged them in the center of the town in a square formation, directing the other soldiers to stack the remaining orc heads atop the structure. Before long, a pyramid made of heads emerged, with the topmost head belonging to the savage orc Otto. In our homeland, there exists a custom where the heads of enemies are severed and piled into a monument. This monument signifies not only valor but also serves to honor those who perished at the hands of the foe. The orcs bear the blood of countless humans. This grudge must be avenged. Some may deem my actions improper, but I assure you, this will not be the last pyramid built from orc heads. Twilight proclaimed loudly to those around him. In his heart, he knew that the act of decapitating the orcs served not only the reasons he had stated, but also aimed to awaken the primal instincts nestled deep within each soldier. Every individual harbored a hidden beast within. Cruelty and slaughter would ultimately ignite that inner ferocity, enabling the soldiers to unleash their most formidable strength, precisely what Twilight required from them. Furthermore, this monument served to incite the orcs, ideally provoking them into a blind rage, allowing Twilight to maximize their extermination. Upon hearing Twilight's words, some soldiers remained indifferent, while the majority revealed expressions of hatred. They had all endured the suffering inflicted by the orcs, Familial and national grievances had escalated to a point of no return. This animosity was etched deeply into their very bones. Move out. At Twilight's command, the fearless army departed from the small town. Meanwhile, Twilight contemplated seizing the orc supplies, while also seeking to consolidate more troops. Just as he exited the town, another contingent of the fearless army launched a surprise attack on the orc supply transport heading towards Elu Fortress at dawn, forcibly breaching several checkpoints established by the orcs between Elu Fortress and Stand City. The leader of this brigade was none other than the one Twilight had been concerned about, Dawn. Falsemedy, alongside Hazet and others. After breaking through the orc sentries, Dawn, Falsemedy found herself under the scrutiny of the orc soldiers, who were now tailing her from a distance, their wolf riders in pursuit. Given the presence of thousands of elderly, sick, and children, escaping the relentless pursuit of the orc wolf riders proved to be an impossible task. Chapter 47. The Four Sacred Priests. For over 10 consecutive days, Twilight led the fearless army through the southeastern region of Stand, vanquishing wave after wave of marauding orcs. By this time, the soldiers of the fearless army had acclimatized to the rigors of battle. They no longer cowered in fear of the orcs, but began to embrace and grow accustomed to the chaos of war. Those unable to adapt had been weeded out in the relentless clashes, resulting in Twilight's forces dwindling from over 1,000 to just above 600 in a dimly lit hall within Stand. Illuminated by braziers, the air was thick with a subtle sense of oppression. Several towering orc chieftains sat quietly in their seats, occasionally glancing at the figure at the head of the table, an orc clad in white fur, adorned with a bearskin hat and a feather tucked behind his ear. This figure, though not particularly imposing in stature, was the very hero who had led the shamanic forces to the battlefield and had repelled the royal knights led by Count Buger Voss Murdabar. Should Twilight be present, he might recognize this orc, for his attire had undergone little change since that fateful day. This individual was none other than Moranon, the Four Sacred Priests, a newly emerged hero among the Orcish ranks. He hailed from the Zurash clan, the second largest clan in the Orcish tribes, and was regarded as the foremost warrior among the younger generation of orcs. The ferocious orc Otto, who had recently fallen to Twilight, was indeed a noteworthy figure, yet he paled in comparison to Moranon. Currently, the mightiest faction among the orcs was undoubtedly the Thunder clan, led by Gamel Thunderhowl, with Zurash, home to Moranon, following closely behind. Zurash was one of the oldest clans in orc history, venerating ancient beast spirits and possessing unique arcane rights that allowed them to pass down the power of these spirits through generations. At that moment, Moranon perused the leather documents in his hands. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze to a subordinate orc commander at the foot of the table, inquiring, "Huser, what transpired with the transport convoy under your jurisdiction? I hear even that fool Otto has met his end." General Moranon. "It was a small human squad that attacked. That I deeply apologize," Huser replied, unable to fabricate a lie, his head bowed in earnestness. "And what of this human squad?" Moranon casually inquired, his eyes returning to the reports before him. "They have yet to be located. The humans are cunning. My subordinates always arrive too late to the scene of the attack," Huser admitted, but his words were met with derisive laughter from those around. Moranon lifted his gaze, and the laughter ceased abruptly. He regarded Huser, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, and spoke coolly. "Huser, I have no interest in your excuses. What I know is that the supplies and armaments were allocated for your Howling Moon clan. Each clan has a fixed share. I shall not provide you with more. Do you understand?" "Yes," Huser declared, rising to his feet. Turning his attention away from Huser, Moranon addressed one of the towering orc commanders with a cold demeanor. "Wes. A ragtag group of remnants from Ireburg managed to defeat your forces. Is it true that the Flame Blade clan lacks the strength to contend with a mere band of human rabble, including the weak and infirm? General, grant me another opportunity," the imposing orc implored, his fury palpable, lamenting the last defeat of his soldiers. 3 days. I give you 3 days. That I do not wish to hear of any other human forces within the vicinity of Stand," Moranon asserted. "Yes," both Wes and Huser replied in unison. "Phaedon, Rander, take your soldiers and guard the Windbreak Pass. Hold it at all costs, understood?" Moranon commanded, pointing to a junction on the map between the Red Earth Heights and the flourishing woodlands. "Yes," with a wave of his hand. The orc commanders exited the hall, visibly relieved, while Moranon's gaze returned to the position on the map marked as the Windbreak Pass. He knew that a great battle was imminent at that very moment. While Moranon was reprimanding his subordinates, Twilight was resting with his fearless army amidst a thicket, fatigue weighing down even his seasoned spirit after days of relentless combat and mental strain. Thus, whenever the opportunity arose, Twilight would allow his soldiers to rest. Boom. Just as many soldiers were succumbing to drowsiness, a sudden thunderous noise erupted from afar, jolting them awake. What was that? Perplexed faces turned towards one another, confusion evident. Another resounding crash followed. Let us investigate. Twilight pondered for a moment before declaring. The source of the noise could either be humans or orcs. Regardless, he needed to ascertain the situation. The fearless army began to traverse through the forest towards the direction of the sound. After approximately half an hour, the distant clamor of battle cries reached their ears. Twilight signaled for his soldiers to halt as they advanced a bit further. Before them, atop a small hill, a human force of over 2,000 clashed with a sizable group of orc infantry. Interspersed with numerous gnolls and kobolds on the outskirts of the battlefield, a handful of orc wolf riders prowled. Though their numbers were scant, behind the human forces, makeshift fortifications constructed from wooden carts housed a throng of human civilians. "That's the banner of the fearless army," exclaimed Reyna Ice Spear, pointing excitedly at a flag bearing a blue field with a crossed sword and shield emblem. "It truly is the banner of the fearless army," Odison confirmed, his heart racing with excitement as he recognized the distant standard. Without needing further confirmation, Twilight gazed at the hilltop battle and recognized the familiar insignia. It indeed belonged to the fearless army, a specially crafted emblem unlike his own, which was hastily drawn in blood on white cloth. What did this banner signify? It indicated that the forces before him were acquaintances, Fred, Hazet, or perhaps Vassal Bali, or the one he missed most dearly, Don Phalismeti. These thoughts flashed through Twilight's mind, and he suppressed the urge to leap into action. Carefully assessing the battlefield's surroundings, Emilio, here, led all mounted soldiers to engage the orc wolf riders lingering on the periphery. "Understood," Emilio responded, swiftly mounting his horse and rallying the cavalry. "Syria, Odison, Reyna Ice Spear, take your troops and follow me to flank those orc infantry." "Yes," the trio responded in unison. After a brief moment, observing that his soldiers were fully prepared, Twilight drew the Darius Defender and proclaimed, "Raise the banner." As Twilight spoke, the makeshift fearless army flag he had crafted was planted atop Cetis's back. "For Darius, follow me to battle," Twilight cried, brandishing his broadsword as he charged into the fray on the hill. "For Darius," the soldiers roared, rallying behind Twilight as they surged forward. Chapter 48, Reunions for Darius. With Twilight's command, Emilio led the scant 100 cavalry like arrows loosed from a bow. The orc wolf riders on the periphery were the first to notice the sudden appearance of human forces, but the riders' agility and long-range capabilities could not match the speed of the human cavalry, especially as the latter launched a preemptive strike as Emilio and his cavalry engaged the orc wolf riders. Twilight surged forward with the remaining soldiers up the hill, faced with the sudden onslaught of human troops. The orc commanders hastily redirected some of their soldiers to hold the line, but this inevitably caused confusion within their ranks, particularly among the gnolls. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the hill, some fearless soldiers spotted the flag of the fearless army on Cetis's back and erupted into cheers. "Reinforcements! Our reinforcements have arrived." With that single cheer, more voices joined in, and morale soared. One side's spirit soared, the other descended into disarray. The shift in momentum was stark, although Twilight's forces were fewer in number. Under the leadership of Twilight, Cetis, and Syria, they pierced through the orc ranks like a finely honed blade. Despite the valiant efforts of the disorganized orc infantry, they could not halt the advance of Twilight's forces. Cetis wielded an axe in one hand and a broadsword in the other, each strike sending an orc soldier crashing to the ground. Syria fought with a ferocity that seemed almost desperate. Her thirst for vengeance against the orcs, who had committed unspeakable atrocities, was boundless, akin to the vast ocean. "Filthy human scum, do not get too cocky," a bellowing orc commander brandishing a massive cleaver charged forward. "You face me," Cetis declared, his black iron blade slicing through the air towards the orc commander. Clang! The black iron blade clashed against the orc commander's cleaver, forcing the latter to stagger back several steps, nearly losing his footing. In that instant, Cetis's axe swung downwards. The orc commander, still reeling from the blow to his arm, had no time to react before Cetis's axe cleaved through his shoulder, emerging from his ribcage on the opposite side. The once mighty commander of a battalion fell in mere moments to Cetis's might, a fate most tragic. Ah, the commander has been slain. The death of their commander sent the already beleaguered gnolls into a panicked retreat, with one of them shouting, and soon the remaining gnolls discarded their weapons and fled, wishing they could sprout additional legs to escape faster. Upon witnessing the hasty retreat of the dog-headed men, many of the Wyrgens also deemed the situation dire and fled. Faced with this predicament, the remaining 1,000 or so beastmen soldiers could only engage in a chaotic battle of individual survival, with some even contemplating a desperate escape, undoubtedly hastening their own demise. As the battle concluded, Twilight commanded the cavalry to pursue the Wyrgens and dog-headed men, while he himself joined forces with his subordinates and the fearless army across the way. Haha, young one, I knew you two wouldn't perish so easily. With a hearty laugh, a bald giant embraced Twilight. It was none other than his long-lost comrade, Fred. Hey, is that any way to speak? Could you perhaps wish us a bit of good fortune? Twilight retorted playfully, a smile gracing his face. At that moment, he noticed Hassett, who stood beside Fred, wearing a cheerful expression. Without hesitation, Twilight approached and enveloped Hassett in a warm embrace. What of the others? How are they faring? Twilight inquired after releasing Hassett. They are all well. Just missing you too, he replied. Just then, the light blue-robed sun elf, Alas Bloodwing, along with Phyllis Swift-Arrow, joined them. Seeing his comrades gathered, Twilight's joy was tempered by a flicker of worry as his gaze wandered, searching for another crucial figure. What are you looking for? Is it, Alas elongated the last word. Lord Falsmetis? Isn't he with you? Twilight's voice hinted at an unnoticeable urgency. Morning Light Falsmetis, she? Alas began, but at that moment, soldiers parted to reveal a woman clad in a sky-blue robe adorned with ripples, draped in the armor of the Hammer of Justice. It was none other than Morning Light Falsmetis. Sister, Twilight exclaimed, rushing to her side. It's good to have you back. Please, do not wander off again. I have a multitude of matters that require your attention, Falsmetis replied, her face breaking into a joyful smile. After ordering the troops to secure the battlefield, Twilight engaged Falsmetis and Hassett in conversation regarding their experiences after the initial disbandment, but it turned out that after being scattered by the bear warriors, Falsmetis had led the remaining fearless army and other soldiers in a bid to retreat to Elu Fortress. However, upon shaking off the entanglements of the orc infantry and bear warriors, she discovered that a multitude of beast men had gathered below Elu Fortress. With no other options, Falsmetis and the fearless army had to flee under the cover of night. Just as the orcs commenced a large-scale purge of the scattered human soldiers, the dwindling supplies were further strained when they rescued a majority of the fleeing villagers from Butchie Town. Faced with the growing hunger of both her soldiers and the villagers, Falsmetis turned her thoughts toward intercepting the orc supply lines. Unexpectedly, she successfully ambushed the supplies en route from Sand City to Elu Fortress. Within that convoy, Hassett and the others discovered a significant cache of explosive barrels, which had enabled them to endure until now, while the earlier sounds Twilight had heard were the detonations of those very barrels. Listening intently to Fred's animated recounting, Twilight glanced at the villagers on the hillside and casually inquired, "What of Abyssal Barley? Was he not with you?" Upon hearing Twilight's question, Fred appeared momentarily choked, falling silent, and the expressions of the others darkened. At this juncture, Falsmetis spoke. "Barley has fallen. He sacrificed himself to carve a path for us through the orc blockade." A sigh escaped Twilight's lips as he observed the somber faces around him. Deducing the unfortunate outcome, a vessel cannot escape its inevitable fate, and a general is not free from falling in battle. Perhaps this could be considered a noble end. In the realm of warfare, no one remains unscathed. And for an old warrior like Abyssal Barley, to die on the battlefield is not without its own honor. Chapter 49. The Encirclement. What are our next steps? Orc forces are lurking everywhere, and these villagers will inevitably drag the fearless army down. Twilight suppressed the joy of reuniting with his comrades, gazing at the thousands of villagers on the hillside and the soldiers nearby who were cleaning the battlefield. "I haven't yet decided. The number of orcs has been steadily increasing these past few days. Had we not encountered you, we might not have survived today." Falsmetis shook her head. "Twilight, perhaps we can arrange for the villagers to seek refuge in Elu Fortress. What do you think?" Celia suggested. "That won't do. Elu Fortress is too far. We barely escaped the pursuit of the Howling Moon orcs. What shall we use to fight our way back? Moreover, Elu Fortress cannot accommodate such a multitude." Twilight swiftly dismissed Celia's proposal. Previously, They had been able to create chaos for the Howling Moon orcs due to their small numbers, allowing them to strike and vanish like shadows. However, with these villagers in tow, they would become conspicuous beacons in the dark, drawing too much attention. What then shall we do? First, let's gather the troops and the villagers that I need to think, Twilight replied, a hint of frustration evident in his voice. Confronted with the current situation, he found himself at a loss for solutions. Retreating into the woods where they had previously hidden was certainly not a viable long-term strategy, as the orcs would inevitably discover their whereabouts. As Twilight's mind raced, contemplating a way for the fearless army to escape, one idea after another was swiftly rejected. Ultimately, he realized that if they sought a glimmer of hope, their only option lay in the direction of the verdant mountains. The mountains were a labyrinth of ridges. Once they reached there, Twilight and his companions could disperse into the forest, making it nearly impossible for the orcs to expend their energy searching for this small group of humans. However, Twilight was unaware that the orcs had recently dispatched a large force to guard the junction between the Red Earth Heights and the Verdant Mountains, known as the Gust of Wind Pass. To the Verdant Mountains? Upon hearing Twilight's idea, Falsmetis began to ponder its feasibility. Indeed, you are familiar with the terrain of the Verdant Mountains. It is our only path. Moreover, we must act swiftly. We have just vanquished an orc battalion of 2,000, which is no small feat, and they will soon come after us, Twilight asserted with certainty, aware that their current position was precarious, with no village in sight and no safety in reach, just as Twilight had anticipated. Shortly after the fearless army departed with the villagers, a large contingent of orc wolf cavalry arrived at the battlefield. Observing the devastation, the leading orc roared in fury and followed the trail left by Twilight and his companions. The unmistakable signs of 6,000 to 7,000 individuals were far too evident to conceal. The speed of the orc wolf cavalry exceeded Twilight's expectations upon catching up to the fearless army. They did not rush to attack, but rather maintained their distance, trailing Twilight and his group. Meanwhile, the orc Wormclaw, who had previously been reprimanded by the 4 holy priests, received word and was hastily gathering all the Wormclaw warriors near Sand City, along with the enslaved virgins and dog-headed men, as they advanced toward Twilight's direction. Furthermore, the Howling Moon orcs, who had been thoroughly vexed by Twilight, were also moving in the same direction as Twilight and his companions. What are these orcs up to? Odysseus questioned, gazing at the distant orc wolf cavalry. They are waiting for reinforcements, Falsmetis replied gravely, recalling how they had been discovered by a small unit of wolf cavalry, which had subsequently drawn the attention of a larger orc force. We cannot continue forward like this. We cannot outrun the orc forces, Twilight grimaced. The orc cavalry commander was no fool, and Twilight was all too familiar with the long-distance pursuit capabilities of the orc wolf cavalry, without neutralizing the cavalry behind them and the impending orc forces. Reaching the Verdant Mountains would be an impossible feat. What do you propose? Falsmetis inquired. Recalling the terrain surrounding the Red Earth Heights, an idea struck Twilight. He remembered an uninhabited town he had encountered upon first arriving in the area. There should be a small town ahead. Let us head there. Upon hearing Twilight's suggestion, the group slightly altered their course toward the town he recalled. As time passed, a small town finally came into view. Devoid of human presence, it had escaped the attention of the orcs. After a brief inspection of the town's condition, Twilight issued commands. Everyone, into the town, construct defensive fortifications, and unload all supplies. Responding to Twilight's orders, the fearless army swiftly mobilized, and the villagers were ushered into the town. In the Darius Kingdom, the town could typically accommodate only around 3,000 residents. Now, with nearly 7,000 entering, it felt quite cramped. As Twilight and his companions entered the town, the lurking orc wolf cavalry began to circle around it. Despite their movements, Twilight instructed the scouts to remain vigilant while he sought out Falsmetis, presenting her with a necklace embedded with crimson gemstones. Sister, this necklace significantly enhances casting speed and mental acuity. It will prove invaluable in your battles against the orcs. This necklace was the one Twilight had kept close at hand, blessed by fate itself. Upon receiving the necklace, Falsmetis immediately felt its immense power. Gazing at Twilight in astonishment, Twilight then proceeded to recount the tale of the necklace's origin. Having bestowed the necklace upon Falsmetis, Twilight began to meticulously direct his subordinates in the fortification of defenses. Not only that, but he also distributed the surplus weapons among the young and vigorous villagers. As dusk approached, The first sight to emerge from the distance was a disordered formation of wargen and gnolls, soon followed by a great banner and a throng of beastly soldiers. Twilight, observing the dense mass of approaching orcs and their great standard, remarked with a hint of gallows humor, "It is the Flameblade clan. They truly hold us in high regard, bringing such a multitude." The wargen numbered just over 2,000, while the beastly soldiers are at least 5,000 strong, reported Faraz Swiftarrow, the ranger, squinting as he assessed the advancing enemy forces. "Prepare for battle," Twilight commanded. In truth, the mere sight of the orc horde had already prompted the soldiers to ready themselves. Upon reaching the front of the town and seeing the humans braced for combat, the orc commander, Wes, grinned menacingly and uttered a phrase in the Orcish tongue, "Ugh, ugh." At his words, a mournful horn sounded, and with it, the disordered wargen and gnolls surged forward, followed by a more organized contingent of orc soldiers who were driving them onward. When the wargen and gnolls were approximately 100 paces from the fearless army's line, Twilight raised his hand and shouted, "Archers, fire in 3 waves." With Twilight's command, a relentless rain of arrows swiftly ascended, arcing down into the mass of wargen. Without armor to protect them, the wargen and gnolls fell in droves. After 3 waves of fire, the wargen and gnolls closed to within 50 paces, prompting Twilight to bellow, "Ranged fighters, freely engage the wargen and orcs. Melee fighters, prepare yourselves." As Twilight's orders were executed, a flurry of frost arrows, fireballs, and a multitude of arrows rained into the wargen ranks, causing the foremost of them to collapse spectacularly. Kill. In the next moment, as the wargen charged forward, Twilight, wielding Darius's shield in one hand and a hastily acquired buckler in the other, shouted as he led his men into the fray. Chapter 50. The Defense of the Town, Part 1. The chaotic howls of the wargen and gnolls crashed against the fearless army's defenses. Met only by their swords and warhammers, the savagery of the wargen was only a threat to the merchants they besieged. Before the fearless army, the undisciplined wargen were no match, and the gnolls were mere cannon fodder. In their initial clashes, swathes of wargen and gnolls fell beneath the onslaught of the fearless soldiers and their ranged attacks, while the army itself sustained only minimal casualties. That as time wore on and more wargen and gnolls perished, some of the more timid gnolls began to entertain thoughts of retreat. However, behind them loomed the merciless axes of the orcs. At this moment, the impatient orc commander Wes surveyed the twilight sky, cursing the wargen as worthless, while simultaneously commanding his orc soldiers to join the assault on the town. The orcs' offensive power was undeniably a full tier above that of the wargen, and their appearance significantly escalated the pressure on the fearless army. Nevertheless, every soldier in the fearless army displayed remarkable valor, for they, along with the villagers in the rear, understood that facing a foe vastly outnumbering them offered only 2 outcomes, life or death. To conquer the orc forces, which outnumbered them by more than double, was to survive. To falter against their onslaught was to perish, with none left to tell the tale, for the faint glimmer of hope that remained in their hearts. The soldiers fought with fervor. Twilight raised his shield to deflect the axes of 2 orc soldiers, thrusting his broad sword forward, not knowing how many orcs had fallen before him, unfazed by the simple and chaotic attacks of the orcs and wargen. Twilight did not worry about his troops faltering, for nightfall was imminent. The orcs were not adept at night combat, a significant weakness. As long as their commander did not act foolishly, they would not continue their assault under the cover of darkness. Just as Twilight anticipated, although Wes's tactics were crude and lacked any semblance of artistry, he was not devoid of intelligence. Otherwise, he would not have been a commander. Ultimately, the Flameblade orcs withdrew, leaving behind a sea of wargen and gnoll corpses, alongside a considerable number of their own fallen. Yet, though the orcs retreated, a fierce battle awaited them on the morrow. Facing 2,000 against 5,000 as dawn broke the next day, the Flameblade orcs were eager to launch another attack on the fearless army. Twilight positioned his soldiers to defend the fortifications, aiming to minimize casualties to the greatest extent possible. In direct confrontation, the well-armored and equipped fearless soldiers, though fewer in number, did not find themselves at a severe disadvantage. The makeshift fortifications constructed using the town's terrain effectively hampered the orc soldiers and the remaining wargen, preventing them from overwhelming the fearless army. Meanwhile, the fearless archers and mages, stationed safely atop rooftops and by windows, inflicted significant casualties upon the orc forces. As the commander of the Flameblade troops, Wes recognized this predicament. His soldiers could not recklessly charge into the town. and only a fraction could press the attack against the human forces. The orc soldiers left outside became living targets for ranged attacks, causing Wes to grow increasingly frustrated. Fools, flank around and attack from the other side. You bunch of imbeciles, he shouted in exasperation. Upon hearing Wes's orders, some orcs belatedly diverted to assault the eastern side of the town. General, the orcs are splitting their forces to attack the eastern flank. Emilio, take your men to hold back the orcs on the east. Twilight commanded loudly. Yes. Emilio promptly led his contingent to confront the orcs on the opposite side. This division of forces significantly escalated the pressure on the fearless army. A necessary sacrifice given the overwhelming numbers of the orcs. As time passed, the orc corpses piled upon the ground, while ever more fearless soldiers succumbed to the battle. Amid the carnage, Twilight frequently glanced around the battlefield, ready to rush to any flank that seemed to falter under the onslaught. After an indeterminate period, the first wave of the orc assault was finally repelled, offering a sigh of relief to the fearless army. Seizing the moment, Morning Light Falsmeedy, accompanied by a handful of priests, began healing the wounded soldiers, casting large restorative spells that cascaded down in golden light, just as the fearless army took a moment to rest and distribute food. Twilight's expression grew unusually grave, for he noticed a new banner among the orc ranks, one bearing a crescent moon. The Howling Moon Orcs, what brings them to this fray? Twilight thought, furrowing his brow. The clans of orcs were not at peace, even during a time of disunity. Wars frequently erupted among them. Although the orc clans had since unified, interactions among clans remained sparse, save for those on friendly terms, while puzzled by the alliance between the Howling Moon and Flameblade clans. Twilight sensed the impending danger. The Flameblade orcs lacked ranged capabilities, yet the Howling Moon clan was the most shamanistic among the orc tribes. Now, the fearless army struggled against the Flameblade orcs, and the addition of an undetermined number of Howling Moon orcs would make this battle exceedingly difficult. They might very well perish here. As the other fearless soldiers murmured about the newly appeared Howling Moon banner. Tensions also mounted within the orc camp. Hussar, what brings you here? This doesn't seem to be your territory. The towering orc Wes bellowed at the opposing commander Hussar. Wes, I'm not here to quarrel. I come to fulfill the general's orders, Hussar replied, his expression impassive. What? Are you suggesting that those humans are the ones who attacked your supply convoy? Wes pointed mockingly at the humans within the distant town. Seeing Wes's derisive expression, Hussar's anger flared momentarily. He understood Wes believed he could mislead him regarding the attackers. I followed the trail left by that human convoy. They must be among these people. Hussar managed to suppress his ire. Humph. No matter what you say, our Flameblade warriors are sufficient to deal with these human rabble. The Howling Moon clan should remain on the sidelines, Wes scoffed, glancing at Hussar's meager 2,000 soldiers. You, Flameblade warriors, rally your spirits and charge. Wes interrupted, giving no opportunity for Hussar to continue speaking as he commanded the recently regrouped Flameblade orcs to attack once more, leaving Hussar seething with indignation. Chapter 51. The Defense of the Town, Part 2. As the orc forces surged forward once more, Twilight stood resolute at the forefront, shield in hand, leading 500 fearless warriors in preparation. Archers ready, fire! With a commanding shout, a rain of arrows fell like locusts, filling the sky with a barrage that rained down upon the orc ranks. However, though the orc soldiers were reckless and impetuous, they were not foolish. Their formation was deliberately scattered, significantly minimizing the damage inflicted upon them. I spike. Just as the orcs were about to close in, the formidable mage group of fewer than 100 within the undaunted army sprang into action. A massive ice spear, several meters in diameter, emerged from behind Twilight and his companions, hurtling towards the orc soldiers mid-flight. The ice spear shattered into countless sharp ice shards, felling a swath of Flameblade orcs. With the relentless arrows and magical assaults from the undaunted army bearing down upon them, the orc soldiers surged forward to the outskirts of the town. Twilight's war cry echoed, followed closely by Hazet, Fred, Oderson, Celia, and the brawny Sethies, who charged to meet the orc horde. Instantly, orcs and the undaunted army clashed once more, with human and orc bodies falling intermittently, yet swiftly replaced by others. Twilight, use the dynamite barrels, Hazet shouted, wiping the blood from his face. No, now is not the time, Twilight replied, shaking his head as he observed the still inactive Howling Moon clan in the distance. Previously, To escape the orc menace, the undaunted army led by Don Farsme had expended a considerable number of salvaged dynamite barrels. Upon inspection the day before, Twilight discovered only about 20 remained. Good steel must be utilized wisely. Now was not the moment for waste. Hearing Twilight's words, Hazet did not press further, but instead turned back to continue the slaughter of orcs. Observing the Flameblade orcs, 5,000 strong, yet making little progress against 2,000, Howling Moon Commander Huser approached the frustrated Flameblade Commander Wes, who wielded a massive blade. Wes, it seems your Flameblade orcs have only these remaining warriors aside from those attacking Arrow Fortress. Should your losses be too great, I fear you will struggle to explain yourself to Chief Isolin. What did you say? Wes shot Huser a furious glare. You know that completing General Malernon's orders sooner would please him, don't you? Huser continued, unwavering in his gaze. Wes, whose expression fluctuated between rage and contemplation, weighed Huser's words. Undoubtedly, the prospect of personal glory before Malernon, the Four Spirits, was alluring, yet the lives of his tribal warriors outweighed such ambitions. Fine. Lead your soldiers into action, but be swift, Wes said, his face rigid. Hearing Wes's command, Huser smiled subtly, choosing not to provoke Wes further, as this muscle-bound fellow could act recklessly. At that moment, 2,000 warriors from the Howling Moon clan began to rush towards the battlefield. Twilight watched their movements and sighed inwardly. The inevitable had come to pass. The Howling Moon clan boasted the highest number of shaman, and even with all orc shamans in the Red Earth Highlands now under Malernon's command, dozens still remained within the Howling Moon forces. Elementals of earth and fire began to materialize within the orc ranks, followed by chains of lightning unleashed by the shamans, each strike claiming the lives of several human soldiers. Putting the undaunted army's defenses in jeopardy. At the window of a two-story building, Faraz Swift Arrow drew his golden bow, and in the next moment, a magic arrow suffused with pale blue light shot forth. Embedding itself in the chest of an orc shaman, with Faraz's initial strike, undaunted archers immediately unleashed their arrows at the shamans, yet the high status of the shamans meant each was surrounded by several orc warriors for protection. The combination of these guardians and the summoned elementals effectively shielded the shamans from the onslaught of arrows. As the stability of their formation wavered, Twilight hastily instructed Oderson to bring forth the 20 dynamite barrels. Fool, come here, he called to Sethys, who was engaged in battle up ahead, pointing to the half-meter-long wooden barrels on the ground, and then to the approaching fire and earth elementals among the orc troops. He instructed, do you see the positions of those elementals? Once you ignite the fuse, throw these barrels at them in their vicinity. Do you understand? Yes. Sethys nodded vigorously, grasping a dynamite barrel. Oderson stepped forward to light the fuse at the barrel's base. Quickly. Throw. With Twilight's urging, the wooden barrel sailed from Sethys' hand with a hissing sound, arcing into the orc ranks. Boom. The dynamite exploded near a fire elemental, though it did not harm the orc shaman. It claimed numerous orc lives, startling many. With that initial explosion, one barrel after another was hurled towards the gathering elementals, some landing squarely among them, while others fell nearby, resulting in many unsuspecting orc shamans being injured. With several even killed outright, Twilight witnessed one barrel strike a fire elemental directly, detonating its fiery energy and killing a swath of surrounding orcs. It was likely that the shaman who summoned that fire elemental perished as well. This scene left the orc commanders Huser and Wes aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief. None had anticipated that humans possessed such a trump card. However, their reactions diverged sharply. Huser, the Howling Moon orc, was filled with furious outrage, while Wes wore a smug expression of schadenfreude, originally feeling discontent over his force's heavy casualties in the encroaching Howling Moon clan. Wes's mood shifted instantly upon witnessing the rapid demise of more than half the Howling Moon shamans. Why didn't you tell me humans had dynamite barrels? Huser fumed at Wes, who was reveling in the chaos. How was I to know humans had such things? Wes retorted dismissively. Damn those humans. Huser bellowed, striding toward the battlefield to personally direct his troops. In response, Wes spat lightly and followed suit. Wielding his massive blade. At this juncture, the undaunted army had exhausted all their dynamite barrels. After a momentary shock and confusion, the orc forces began a more ferocious assault, with the remaining 20 or so shamans commanding their summoned elementals to charge toward the undaunted army's defenses. Chapter 52, The Siege of the Town, Part 3. Under the onslaught of the undaunted army's dynamite barrels, the orc soldiers, after a brief period of astonishment, launched an even more ferocious assault. The remaining shamans commanded their summoned elementals to storm the undaunted army's lines, with formidable figures like Sethes and Twilight holding the front line and supported by ranged assistants. The threat was not insurmountable. The greatest peril to the undaunted army lay with the remaining shamans, for each of their strikes resulted in undaunted soldiers falling to their spells. Translucent, pale golden magical shields appeared around the undaunted soldiers, only to be swiftly shattered by the orc attacks. This was the group shield spell cast by Dawn Farsmey, with golden light occasionally descending upon the warriors as other priests and paladins healed and restored their comrades. Yet, compared to the initial stages of battle, after prolonged conflict, the magical energy of the spellcasters had dwindled significantly. Even the 8th-tier holy priest Dawn Farsmey was now beaded with fine droplets of sweat. Piercing an advancing orc with his sword, Twilight gasped for breath, assessing the dire situation around him. What began as a force of over 2,000 was now reduced to mere hundreds. Hazet, Fred, and others bore wounds, and if this continued, it would not be long before the undaunted army faced utter annihilation. Taste the power of the storm. A roar erupted as an orc shaman, wielding 2 one-handed axes and shimmering with pale azure light, emerged at the forefront of the orc ranks. In an instant, the shaman's axes came crashing down towards Twilight. Clang, bang, whoosh. The shaman's attacks were swift. Twilight barely managed to parry the first 2 strikes, but the third landed squarely on his chest. A tearing sound echoed as the Darius officer's armor and the robe of justice were cleaved apart, a deep gash opening on his chest. Twilight gasped in shock. Retreating immediately, he recognized that he was no match for this melee shaman, who was undoubtedly stronger than the feral orc Otto he had encountered previously. Yet, rather than pursue Twilight, the shaman turned his wrath upon the other undaunted soldiers nearby. Like a tiger among sheep, this orc shaman wreaked havoc. In mere moments, dozens of soldiers fell to his onslaught. Roar. As the front line was breached, an exuberant roar erupted from the orc ranks, their morale soaring, intensifying their assault on the undaunted army. Faced with a broken line and the surging morale of the orc soldiers, the undaunted troops could only retreat in disarray, unable to mount an effective defense. At this moment, Twilight was quite eager for Sethes to confront the rampaging orc shaman. However, she quickly dismissed her thoughts. Sethes was no match for this orc shaman. Moreover, the defensive line had already crumbled. And even if Sethes managed to withstand the shaman's onslaught, he would merely find himself ensnared in a deadly siege. The breach in the unyielding army's defenses had occurred so abruptly and swiftly that it left little time for others to react. At this juncture, Twilight could only retreat alongside Sethes and the nearby Celia, Hazet, and others, fighting as they withdrew, aiming to delay the orcs' advance and buy time for the others. However, this retreat was relentless, ultimately leading them to the central square of the town, where villagers had gathered. At this moment, the unyielding soldiers stationed at the periphery, along with Emilio's men who had retreated from the other side, numbered less than 400. Even the Dawn of Farsmey had arrived at the forefront of the ranks, battling alongside the soldiers. A golden radiance enveloped Twilight, and she immediately felt a significant alleviation of the pain in her chest. Glancing at the Dawn of Farsmey, who approached her while wielding a staff, Twilight softly murmured, "I apologize for disappointing you." "What is there to apologize for? This is not your fault. That you've done remarkably well. Yet it is regrettable that the future pillars of your kingdom and these innocent villagers are destined to perish alongside me in this nameless town," replied the Dawn of Farsmey, her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow. She did not fear death. However, the inability to lead her followers to safety left her with a lingering sense of regret, despite having exerted her utmost effort. "Not necessarily, if we hold on until the end. Perhaps a miracle will occur," Twilight responded ambiguously. According to the original history, the Dawn of Farsmey would not perish, nor would Emilio, Rena Ice Spear, Faraz Swift Arrow, Hazet, and others. Twilight did not believe that her involvement could alter the fates of those who were destined to shine brightly in the future. As their conversation unfolded, the orc battle standard, which had been stationed at the rear, gradually moved forward, and the orc soldiers surrounding Twilight and the others parted to create a path. Twilight observed 2 orcs emerging. One donned half-armor, while the other was clad in full chainmail. The latter being the very orc shaman who had previously inflicted grave injuries upon her. 2 8th ranks, the one in half-armor must be injured. The Dawn of Farsmey, an 8th rank priestess, immediately sensed their 8th rank auras upon their arrival. The orc shaman radiated vitality, while the other orcs' presence fluctuated erratically. The Dawn of Farsmedi was indeed correct. The battle at the northern stronghold had severely wounded the Flame Blade orc, Wes, nearly leading to his demise. Otherwise, given his volatile nature, he would have personally descended to the battlefield long ago. Upon hearing Farsmedi's words, Twilight comprehended why the Flame Blade commander had yet to appear on the battlefield. Scum, do you still wish to struggle in your dying moments? The half-armored Flame Blade orc swaggered forward, scrutinizing the surrounding unyielding soldiers with a contemptuous smirk plastered across his grotesque visage. His words went unanswered. And at this moment, the shaman of the Howling Moon Clan, Huser, stepped forward, stating, "Let us begin. The sooner we end this, the sooner we can return to deliver our orders." Hearing Huser's words, Wes nodded, suppressing his smirk. And with a sweep of his great blade, the remaining 4,000 orc soldiers charged toward the humans in the square with ferocious roars. By this time, the villagers in the town square had already foreseen their grim fate. Some women clutched their children, weeping quietly, while others babbled incoherently that a portion of the men gripped their weapons tightly, and many others succumbed to despair, attempting to flee into the town's alleys to evade the orc onslaught, only to be met with the orcs' weapons descending upon them. Victory shall inevitably belong to us. The unyielding army fears nothing. Warriors, let us fight to the bitter end. The war cry ignited the remnants of courage within the unyielding soldiers. And Twilight roared as she led the charge against the orc forces. As the unyielding army made their desperate stand, the dawn of Farsmedi became solemn, waves of holy light emanating intermittently from her being. After approximately 30 breaths, she released a furious roar, seemingly in agony. Holy light forbidden, life's chains. With her declaration, a beam of golden light erupted from the dawn of Farsmedi, transforming midair into a chain that connected to all the fighting, unyielding soldiers. The Holy Light Forbidden, Life's Chains was a high-level spell mastered by the dawn of Farsmedi. As the name suggests, Life's Chains is a magic that can bind life, those subjected to the spell, even when grievously wounded, would not perish immediately. Instead, the magic would suppress all damage sustained, which would then erupt once the spell's effect dissipated. This spell was deemed forbidden as it violated the fundamental laws of life to a certain extent, causing significant harm to the body. It was often employed in situations of absolute adversity, with 8 out of 10 casters succumbing to their injuries due to a lack of timely healing. As the spell took effect, the Dawn of Farsmedi collapsed limply to the ground, while Twilight and her companions felt a shift within their bodies. The pain in her chest had vanished. Observing the other unyielding soldiers, she witnessed an orc's axe cleave into one of their shoulders. Typically, such a blow would have claimed the soldier's life. Yet now, as the axe struck, the soldier roared, driving his long sword into the orc's chest before withdrawing it to slay another. This phenomenon was not rare among the unyielding army. Evidently, with the effect of life's chains, the 400 soldiers, who were already on the brink of madness, fought with even greater ferocity. In a mere quarter of an hour, the 400 unyielding soldiers, along with some armed villagers, not only withstood the orc assault but inflicted substantial casualties upon their foes. However, as time passed and the effect of life's chains waned, over half of the unyielding soldiers suddenly collapsed to the ground as their injuries erupted. With the spell's conclusion, the remaining unyielding soldiers found themselves besieged, and a portion of the orc soldiers surged into the midst of the human villagers, wreaking havoc upon the elderly, women, and children. Hearing the villagers' anguished cries from behind, Twilight could not help but become momentarily distracted, and in that fleeting lapse, her life was nearly forfeit. "Watch out, General," a warning echoed from behind Twilight, and she turned just in time to see a lightning arrow strike one of the unyielding soldiers, gazing down at the fallen soldier at her feet, an innocent youth, appearing no older than 20, who had shielded her from the arrow at the cost of his own life. Twilight remembered this boy. Just yesterday, he had asked her if they could escape with the villagers, to which she had promised him, "Yes, I will lead everyone home alive, and we shall march toward victory together." The vivid memory of that moment, filled with sunlight and hope, now felt like a distant echo, overshadowed by the grim reality of his lifeless body before her. Twilight's heart was gripped by waves of guilt. She felt remorse for her broken promise, for she had vowed to ensure their survival. "Beasts, you shall perish." Overwhelmed by guilt for the fallen soldiers, Twilight descended into madness. Rage consumed her as she slaughtered the surrounding orc soldiers with wild abandon. Her mindset now one of taking down as many as possible. Just as hope seemed extinguished for all, faint shouts emerged from behind the orc army, growing increasingly distinct. Justice shall prevail. In the midst of the carnage, Twilight finally discerned the source of the cries from the orc's rear, her heart jolting as she looked up to see a flag bearing a blue background and a golden fist appear before her. The Hammer of Justice. The Hammer of Justice, our reinforcements have arrived. Hold on, everyone. Twilight shouted with fervor as her voice rang out. A throng of knights clad in blue armor and draped in the banners of the Hammer of Justice surged forth on their majestic steeds. Emerging from behind the orc forces, hope reignited within the hearts of all, and their strength surged anew. Damn it, how can there still be human troops here? Huser of the Howling Moon clan turned in alarm upon seeing the cavalry charging into the town. How should I know? Curse it, call the soldiers to regroup. Wes, the commander of the Flame Blade, barked angrily. Yet before his orders could be relayed, the Knights of the Hammer of Justice had already plunged into the orc ranks. And the slaughter commenced. No orc could match the prowess of the Hammer of Justice Knights. The suddenly appearing knights split into two groups upon entering the orc soldiers, with one group piercing through the orc lines to reach the villagers, dismounting to engage in melee, while the other charged directly toward the orc standards. Odison, Fred, Hazet, protect Lady Farsmedi. Idiot, Celia, follow me to slay the orcs. Leaving 3 heavily injured individuals from Aedosin to protect the spell-weary Morning Light Falsmet. Twilight, accompanied by the relatively unscathed Celia and the scarcely injured Cetes, charged towards the orcs. The Order of Justice, established single-handedly by the paladin Asus Campello, boasts a multitude of paladins within its ranks. While it may not be proclaimed as the mightiest offensive force on the continent, it undoubtedly stands as the strongest in terms of defense, having rendered significant service to the kingdom over the years. Even the most ordinary knight within its ranks possesses a minimum strength of the 5th tier. To put this into perspective, a 5th-tier warrior in other armies would typically command a 100-man squad, or even serve as a captain of a guard under a noble. Yet, within the Order of Justice, such individuals are merely regarded as the most commonplace members that in recent years, although the Order of Justice has seldom made collective appearances. Their blades remain razor-sharp. When confronting the orc soldiers before them, it cannot be said that they cut through their foes like butter, but the engagement is decidedly one-sided. The ferocity of the Orcish assaults proves futile against the fully armored knights of the Order, who exhibit exceptional combat prowess. Statistics reveal that it is already commendable for orc soldiers to exchange 10 lives for a single injury inflicted upon a Knight of Justice. At this moment, the contingent of the Order that had separated had arrived beneath the orcs' banner, engaging in combat with the surrounding orc soldiers, while Twilight and another faction of Justice members worked to eliminate the orcs besieging the villagers. Faced with an onslaught from approximately 2,000 members of the Order, the orcs, both in the square and near the military flag, rapidly succumbed. After dispatching the orc soldiers attacking the villagers, all members of the Order began to converge towards the orc military banner. In the midst of the chaos beneath the orc flag, a fierce battle unfolded. A man clad in the same golden garb as Morning Light Falsmet wielded a massive 2-handed sword. Locked in combat with the Howling Moon orc shaman Huser. Nearby, another warrior in half-armor, Wes, lay lifeless in a pool of blood. 9th tier, capable of single-handedly facing 2 8th tiers. The man before me is undeniably of the 9th tier. Twilight mused, while also harboring curiosity regarding the identity of this formidable warrior. Shortly thereafter, with Huser felled by a single strike, the battle reached its conclusion, and the surrounding members of the Order erupted in cheers. Long live Darius! Long live Darius! The jubilant cries of the Order stirred excitement among the surviving villagers, who joined in the chorus. Amidst the sound of celebration, Twilight approached Morning Light Falsmet with a smile. "Help me up," she requested weakly. Upon hearing her words, Twilight, almost instinctively, bent down and lifted her into his arms. "Hey, what are you doing?" Morning Light Falsmet exclaimed, taken aback by Twilight's sudden action. Moreover, this audacious gesture left Celia, Aedosin, and others nearby with their mouths agape. "I am carrying you," Twilight declared, striding towards the gathered members of Justice with Morning Light Falsmet in his embrace. From the onset of the battle, he had contemplated confessing his feelings to her if they survived. As Twilight approached the assembly with Morning Light Falsmet in his arms, the golden-garbed warrior, who had slain 2 orc commanders, also made his way over, accompanied by fellow members of the Order. "Put me down," Morning Light Falsemet urged Twilight in a hushed tone upon seeing the newcomer. Heeding her request, Twilight gently set her down. But as soon as her feet touched the ground, her legs buckled, threatening to collapse. Quick as a flash, Twilight caught her around the waist, allowing her to lean against him. The position bore an undeniable intimacy, evoking the impression of a coupled AT that moment. The golden-clad warrior approached, casting a curious glance at Twilight that he removed his helmet, revealing a head of golden hair and a youthful, handsome visage that even Twilight envied. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Morning Light." The dashing figure smiled at Morning Light Falsemet. "Thank you for your rescue, Your Highness," she replied, leaning against Twilight, her voice tinged with exhaustion. The sound of her words, Twilight experienced a jolt. The only individuals who could be addressed as Your Highness were either Drius or the future Lord of Death. Tigelice Adonis 6. Observing Tigelice's youthful countenance, Twilight sighed with a sense of inadequacy. Possessing 9th-tier strength at such a young age, if his own growth represented the archetype of a hero, then Tigelice Adonis epitomized the ultimate boss template indeed. Comparison between individuals seemed futile. New Sane and I have just taken the Wind Gap with 5,000 members of Justice. While pursuing other orcs, we heard the commotion here and fortuitously arrived just in time to rescue you, Tigelice explained. Has the teacher arrived as well? Aedosin exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm upon hearing Tigelice's words. Tigelice glanced at the tattered justice armors worn by Aedosin, Hazet, and Twilight, a smile gracing his features. "You must all be New Sane's disciples. Excellent work. Make sure to rest well, for soon we shall head to the Wind Gap to meet your teacher." Turning to Morning Light Falsemet, he inquired, "Morning Light, would you update me on the current situation in the Red Earth Highlands?" At Tigelice's question, Morning Light Falsemet turned to Twilight. "Twilight, you should explain this to the prince. You are more knowledgeable in this regard than I am." Without hesitation, Twilight nodded and began, "Your Highness, allow me to elucidate the situation." Tigelice nodded in acknowledgement. "You are Twilight. I have heard your teacher speak of you, noting your sharp intellect. Please, enlighten me." In response, Twilight produced a map and stated, "Your Highness, let me first describe the situation near Soth City. The known orc clans include the Flameblade and the Howling Moon, whose territories lie in the southeast. The Flameblade clan has suffered approximately 7,000 casualties over the past 2 days, nearing total annihilation. The Howling Moon clan has also lost around 4,000 warriors, achieving little of significance. Based on the locations of these clans, it is likely that 4 to 6 other orc clans are present around Soth City. Given that you have just broken through the Wind Gap, word must have reached Soth City. If their commander is wise, they will summon all orc forces back." After a brief pause, Twilight continued, "As for the situation in Ireburg, I am not overly informed, but the elite orc troops and the bear men have yet to make an appearance here, suggesting that Ireburg has not yet fallen. After all, both orcs and bear men are not adept at siege warfare." Having listened to Twilight's concise analysis, Tigelice gained a clearer understanding of the situation in the Red Earth Highlands. Regarding Ireburg, due to the presence of dwarven griffins and magical communication, Tigelice was better informed than others. Soon, the battlefield was cleared, and the members of Justice began escorting the villagers and the injured towards the Wind Gap. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of Soth City, the highest commander Moranon for Spirits was seated, his expression darkening to the point of nearly dripping with frustration. "You say that Phaeton and Randall's forces were defeated, overwhelmed by the human army in a single charge." Moranon fixed a steely gaze on the scout before him. His fist clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hand betraying the fury boiling within. "Yes, General," the orc scout replied, his head bowed, unable to meet Moranon's glare. "Incompetence. I commanded them to hold their ground. And this is how they choose to interpret my orders? Tell Phaeton and Randall that they need not return." "Yes," the beleaguered scout responded before hastily retreating. "Incompetence." Moranon seethed, watching the scout flee before collapsing into his chair. Deep in thought about the situation ahead, the news of the defeat of the orc vanguard in the Jinxia forest had reached him long ago. He was aware that the human forces would undoubtedly advance into the Red Earth Highlands. It was for this reason that he had instructed his 2 subordinates to hold the Wind Gap, hoping to buy some time for Ireburg to owe his dismay. The human army had breached it with a single charge. And now, with the Wind Gap lost, the next target for the human forces would undoubtedly be Soth City. Soth City must not fall. Otherwise, it would jeopardize Chief Gamer's plans. Contemplating this, Moranon resolved to summon all scattered orc troops back. Although he had already attained the rank of a lower-tier hero, he held great admiration for the orc chieftain Gamer Thunder Roar, viewing him as a role model. Chapter 55, Untitled on the Road to the Wind Gap. The remaining 100 or so members of the Undaunted army were arranged on supply wagons, each bearing injuries of varying severity. Twilight also found himself seated in a wagon, examining his attributes, having successfully ascended to the 4th tier after the consecutive battles. Character: Twilight 0 level, 40 strength, 68 agility, 55 spirit, 46 stamina, 77 will, 25 rank, tier 4 having ascended to tier 4. Twilight has experienced considerable fluctuations in all attributes, particularly in agility, which he has been diligently training. In truth, Twilight himself is uncertain when he reached tier 4. Perhaps it was during his activation of the Berserk state, or while enacting the life shackles that moment. He was hardly able to notice the system's notifications. It was only after the battle concluded, upon instinctively exhaling his attributes, that he realized he had achieved tier 4. While this advancement is certainly gratifying, Twilight's most significant gain today is not this elevation. Rather, it is the arrival of Prince Taglisa Darnassus VI, signaling the commencement of humanity's counteroffensive against the orcs. Additionally, he has expressed his feelings to Don Farsmeti. As the scene shifts to when he embraced Don Farsmeti after boarding the carriage, Twilight, lacking in romantic experience, directly confessed, "Dawn, I have feelings for you." "What?" Dawn was taken aback by Twilight's abrupt declaration. "I said I like you," Twilight reiterated. Dawn, momentarily stunned, reached out to touch Twilight's forehead and remarked, "You're not ill, are you?" "Surely, the Orcs' Haven tea knocked you senseless." Feeling somewhat exasperated, Twilight continued, "I speak from the heart. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. During our battles against the orcs, I thought that if I survived, I would confess to you." "Stop jesting. Our circumstances render such a thing impossible," Dawn chided, shooting Twilight an admonishing glance. "What circumstances? Does being together necessitate so many stipulations?" Twilight countered. "You naive fool. You are vastly underestimating the complexities involved," Dawn replied, lightly poking Twilight before dismissing him from her carriage. Reflecting on the previous exchange, Twilight sighed and shook his head. In this lifetime, Dawn Farsmeti is the woman he has chosen. No one can take her from him, not even a prince. Twilight would never yield. After a considerable amount of time, Twilight and his companions followed the Hammer of Justice to the windward point, where a multitude of knights from the Hammer of Justice had gathered. Here, Twilight encountered his mentor, the valiant Nusane Campello, clad in the golden-collared armor of the Hammer of Justice. "Teacher, it is a pleasure to see you once more," Twilight greeted, along with Hazet, Odison, Fred, and Alas, who hurried over. "Your growth fills me with joy." Nusane smiled at the 5 of them. He then turned to Twilight, saying, "Especially you. Your progress astonishes me." Engagement in the war against the orcs has significantly enhanced the strength of Twilight's group. Hazet and Alas Bloodwing, having endured life and death battles, have both broken through to tier 4. Fred and Odison are on the cusp of the same achievement, but what astonishes Nusane the most is that the once weakest among them, Twilight, has rapidly ascended to tier 4. Casting a glance at his 5 disciples, Nusane's attention shifted to Dawn Farsmeti, who was approaching. "Little Dawn, it has been a while." "Indeed, it has been long. How is the esteemed teacher?" Dawn inquired, naturally referring to the Archbishop Sarian Vio at the Sostenton Monastery. "The teacher is well, though I perceive that your condition seems far from optimal." Nusane, a hero-level powerhouse, quickly discerned that his young apprentice had overexerted herself, and she would not recover in a matter of days. "I'm all right. How do you plan to arrange the villagers and the injured?" Dawn looked around the encampment and asked. Nusane glanced at Prince Taglisa beside him. "Contemplating, we should send them to the Verdant Hills. It is considerably safer there, and it will also facilitate the reconstruction of the Berlays territory ravaged by the Orc vanguard." Upon hearing this, both Taglisa and Dawn nodded in agreement, recognizing that Verdant Hills is indeed much safer. Nusane then summoned a female swordsman armed with dual blades. "Divaleria, shortly you will escort these villagers and the injured to the Berlays territory in the Verdant Hills with 500 knights from the Hammer of Justice. Once they are settled, return to us." "Yes, teacher." Divaleria promptly began organizing the escort for the villagers to Verdant Hills. Observing Divaleria's decisive actions, Twilight reflected on another renowned general from the future, the dual-blade Divaleria, who is also one of Nu Sane's distinguished disciples. Feeling inspired, Twilight could not resist secretly checking her attributes, but due to the vast disparity in strength, the system only provided a basic power classification, leaving the specific attributes undisclosed: Divaleria, strength, agility, spirit, stamina, rank, tier 8 class, warrior. Ranger, melee combatant, did you only bring the Hammer of Justice with you this time? With arrangements made for the villagers, Dawn inquired about another matter that concerned her. There are still 9,000 royal guards and 20,000 new recruits on the way. Additionally, 1,000 private guards controlled by the council, led by Princess Sanaka and Duke Drizzen, will arrive by tomorrow afternoon, Nu Sane replied. Even the royal guards tasked with protecting the capital have been dispatched. And the noble-controlled private soldiers have also been mobilized. It seems that the kingdom of Darius has truly reached a desperate situation. Listening to Nu Sane, Twilight's thoughts drifted far away to the arcane kingdom of Simbora. How much strength would they send? With Princess Sanaka studying there, it is likely that Simbora would dispatch additional mages. In truth, after the orcs emerged and swiftly obliterated the Kurtla kingdom, the kingdom of Darius has borne the brunt of the orc onslaught alone. The Arcane Legion of Simbora has only sent a small contingent to aid the Stumtoa Federation, while Darius has received minimal support from Simbora, aside from gathering low-level mages stranded in Darius to assist. Even the Sun Elves employed within the human kingdoms have made greater contributions than Simbora, which is a stark irony for the Four Kingdoms Alliance. Twilight remains unaware of the underlying tensions between the Arcane Kingdom of Simbora and the Kingdom of Darius. The thoughts of those in power are beyond his comprehension. Chapter 56. Night Conversations. During dinner, Twilight shared a meal with Hazet and others, accompanying their teacher Nu Sane Campello, along with Taglisa and Don Farsmeti, making it a familial gathering. In his first encounter with Prince Taglisa, Twilight found him to be quite loquacious and charismatic, exuding a compelling aura that naturally draws people near. Perhaps this is what is referred to as leadership charisma. From the discussions with Taglisa and Nu Sane, Twilight learned that not long ago, Simbora experienced a calamity. The Shadow Church sabotaged 2 energy nodes of the magical arrays in the capital of Simbora, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Most mages immediately began repairing their capital and hunting for hidden members of the Shadow Church, which delayed their support for Darius. This time, in addition to the 9,000 royal guards and 20,000 new recruits, as well as the 1,000 private guards summoned by the council, Princess Sanaka has also dispatched her mentor, the renowned hero mage Falaf Mishao from the Arcane Kingdom of Simbora, accompanied by 2 9th-tier mages and a formidable contingent of 1,000 mages of at least 5th-tier strength. Twilight realized he had misjudged the Arcane Kingdom of Simbora. Upon hearing the name of the Shadow Church, his expression involuntarily tightened. He had not anticipated that they would begin stirring trouble at such a time. Among the 2 most infamous churches in the world of the epic, one is the Spiritist Church, which is dedicated to opening abyssal portals to unleash infernal demons, while the other is likely the Shadow Church. The Shadow Church originated from mages of the Arcane Kingdom of Simbora, consisting of individuals who were madly obsessed with power and immortality. They clandestinely researched life magic and shadow power, ultimately being discovered by the Simbora Council and expelled. Those expelled formed the Shadow Church and attempted to overthrow the governance of Simbora, but they were ruthlessly defeated and scattered. Some sought refuge underground, while others fled to the distant human settlement of Nadakuro. Nadakuro is said to be humanity's earliest cradle, yet the ancient conflict between the gods and the abyss during the era of conflict led to drastic climatic changes, rendering Nadakuro inhospitable for human habitation. Consequently, humanity's ancestors painstakingly traversed the polar ice fields and the frost mountains, migrating to the bountiful central region of the epic continent. However, some chose to remain in Nadakuro, viewing those who departed as traitors. Over time, despite its harsh environment, Nadakuro became a haven for many vanquished individuals and exiles, inadvertently fostering a unique form of prosperity that, as far as Twilight knows, the 3 largest factions in Nadakuro today are humans, barbarians, and demonkin. The demonkin are a hybrid of humans and abyssal demons, but after many years of evolution, they have become one of the indigenous species of the epic continent. To reach Nadakuro, one must traverse the treacherous polar ice fields and the formidable glacier mountains. In the game, the opening of Nadakuro arrived with the 4th expansion, at which point the alliance of the 4 human kingdoms was already in tatters, nearly destroyed. The root cause of this collapse was none other than the Shadow Church. whose members had largely ascended to the ranks of the undead scourge's leadership. The meal was relatively enjoyable, and as darkness enveloped the sky, the inebriated Dawn Farsmetis took her leave first. After her departure, Twilight bid farewell to her mentor, Nusane, and Prince Taglisa before following in her wake. "Sister, don't walk so fast. What? Is there something on your mind?" Dawn Farsmetis turned back, her brows unconsciously arching in a particularly endearing manner. "Nothing much. Just wishing to continue our unfinished discussion from earlier." Twilight casually approached Dawn, emboldened by the effects of the alcohol. Upon hearing Twilight's words, Dawn was both amused and exasperated. "You little rascal. If you keep talking nonsense, I swear I shall tear your mouth apart." "Sister, is it wrong for me to express my affections for you?" Twilight halted, gazing earnestly into Dawn's eyes. Momentarily taken aback by Twilight's sincerity, Dawn sighed, "You foolish child. You are my junior, and you cannot even pass the test of my mentor, Sarian. How do you know that Archbishop Sarian would disapprove? What if he were to agree? What ifs have no place here? You cheeky brat. I have spoken, and it shall not be." Dawn Farsmetis lightly smacked Twilight. "Then what kind of partner do you seek?" Twilight inquired. "My other half must at least be a hero who has contributed to the kingdom. Someone with commendable achievements. Do you possess such qualities?" Contemplating Twilight's question, Dawn replied, observing Twilight's earnest demeanor. Logically, one would expect her to be angered by such persistent attention, yet she found herself unable to summon any ire towards Twilight. "That is your requirement. Just you wait. I will make you acknowledge my worth," Twilight declared loudly, buoyed by the wine, before turning to leave, leaving Dawn in a state of regret. What if Twilight truly accomplished something noteworthy? As Dawn Farsmetis wrestled with her thoughts, Odison, Hazet, Fred, and Alas Bloodwing were also gathered in Nusane's tent. They recounted their experiences during the battle against the orcs in detail to Nusane. When he heard that Twilight had dared to embrace Dawn and had feelings for her, he nearly sputtered his drink in surprise. He was well aware that numerous nobles had sought Dawn Farsmetis' hand in marriage in recent years, only to be met with her merciless rejections. Given that Dawn Farsmetis was only a few years older than Twilight, the prospect of his disciple winning her heart caused a strange smile to creep across Nusane's face. "Teacher, I have a question I wish to ask you," Odison began after sharing their experiences. "Oh, what is it?" Nusane responded. "In your view, which is more important, the laws of the kingdom or the lives of the common folk? And what is your own perspective?" Nusane countered, surprised by Odison's question. I do not know," Odison admitted, recounting how Twilight had disregarded the law to save hundreds of villagers, nearly killing a noble in the process. Hearing Odison's words, Nusane shook his head. Twilight's disregard for the kingdom's laws was indeed a fault. Yet from another perspective, his actions were not entirely wrong. As paladins, our fundamental duty is to protect the common people. Then, if you had been present at that time, what would you have done? Odison pressed on, his inquisitive nature evident. Observing Odison's tenacity, Nusane smiled. "Were it me, faced with countless helpless civilians, I would have acted similarly to Twilight, albeit with a gentler approach, and afterward, I would personally offer my apologies." "I understand now." "Teacher," Odison nodded in comprehension. Chapter 57. Resentment after a night devoid of events. Around noon the following day, the main forces of the Daris kingdom arrived at Yifenku, with the royal guard and the mages from Sinbola leading the charge, followed by the parliament's private guards, and finally, a contingent of 20,000 new recruits from Daris. At the forefront of this army was a woman clad in a blue and purple robe, accompanied by 3 middle-aged men and a younger, imposing figure. Among them, one middle-aged man donned the Daris battle garb. Twilight surmised he was Count Drelson, the representative of the parliament. Another, clad in deep purple robes, was likely Princess Sanaka's mentor, Falaf Mishao, the oldest among them, alongside the young man bearing a golden lion emblem on his chest, turned out to be the exiled Duke Provi and the current king of Kurtla, Pain Sandro. Except for Count Drelson, whom she knew little about, the others were formidable figures. In time, Duke Provi would assist King Pain Sandro in the reconstruction of the Kurtla kingdom. However, King Pain had a fatal flaw, his insatiable thirst for war, which ultimately led to Kurtla's downfall once more. As for the renowned Falaf Mishao, he held a prominent position in the arcane kingdom of Sinbola. Twilight's attention was particularly drawn to Princess Sanaka of the Daris kingdom. Sanaka Donna VI was the sole princess of the Daris kingdom and the only one to preserve the royal bloodline. she masterminded the Human Alliance's northern campaign against the undead scourge. However, she garnered much criticism for her indifference to the annihilation of the undaunted army and for merging the last of Darius's forces into her husband's kingdom of Sinbola, which devastated the hopes of the Darius people who longed for restoration. As Twilight meticulously recalled everything documented in the Chronicles of Darius regarding Princess Sanaka, she recognized that the Donna's family was composed of remarkable individuals, yet she harbored a deep-seated aversion to her. The fact that she could stand idly by while Don Farsmetis led the undaunted army against the undead scourge, resulting in their demise, cemented Twilight's disdain. Despite her internal disdain for Sanaka, Twilight knew she had to mask her feelings, given Sanaka's status. She could easily crush Twilight without lifting a finger, as many would rush to curry favor with her as the troops advanced. Princess Sanaka and her entourage met with Prince Tiglisa, Nusane, and others awaiting their arrival. "It is a pleasure to see you all. Archbishop Nusane, Lady Farsmetis, and my dearest brother," Sanaka greeted, dismounting her horse. "I am equally delighted to see you, sister," Prince Tiglisa replied with a bright smile. He then acknowledged the others, Master Falaf, King Payne, Lord Provi, Count Drelson. "Greetings to you all." After exchanging pleasantries, the group, upon Nusane's suggestion, continued their journey towards Stan City instead of pausing at Yifenku. Within half a day's time, Stan City came into view, its rugged battle banners and the orc soldiers upon its walls indicating that it had fallen to the enemy. Consequently, the human forces began to set up camp and prepare meals approximately a mile away from Stan City. While the soldiers rested, the largest tent in the camp hosted all the senior commanders. And as Don Farsmetis' aide, Twilight was fortunate enough to be included. At the head of the table sat Nusane, the supreme commander of the entire force, with Prince Tiglisa and Princess Sanaka seated below him. At that moment, it was Prince Tiglisa who spoke, first outlining the situation near Stan City and emphasizing to the gathered generals the urgency of capturing the city swiftly to support the beleaguered Ilu fortress. Once he finished, Nusane rapped the table. "Generals, do any of you have thoughts to share?" The assembled commanders exchanged glances, remaining silent. Given that Prince Tiglisa had already set the tone, any contrary opinions would likely go unvoiced. It was evident to all that both Nusane and Prince Tiglisa were anxious about the situation at Ilu Fortress, reflecting the attitude of King Donis V of Darius. "Our undaunted army has suffered significant losses and requires reinforcement." Don Farsmetis finally spoke up, noting the silence. "Very well, we shall select 5,000 new recruits to bolster the undaunted army." Nusane readily agreed, having previously discussed the need for reinforcements at the family banquet. "Twilight, you shall go and select the recruits shortly. Ensure the undaunted army is replenished promptly," Nusane instructed. Turning to Twilight. "Understood," Twilight replied. Their voices, though not loud, carried just enough to reach Count Drelson's ears nearby. "Twilight, the undaunted army." Repeating the two words he had just heard, Count Drelson recalled the magical message he had received from his cousin a few days prior, which seemed to imply that it was the Twilight of the fearless army threatening his cousin. With this thought, Drelson's gaze shifted slightly as he spoke. "Your Highness, Prince, Your Highness, Princess, may I inquire whether it is permissible for a soldier to intrude upon private territory without the owner's consent, and to resort to violent means to threaten a titled noble?" "Certainly not," Sanaka replied without hesitation. "The laws of the kingdom stipulate that trespassing on private lands, as well as coercing or attacking a noble, are punishable offenses, with severe cases warranting execution by hanging. Yet, just recently, this General Twilight disregarded the laws of the kingdom and intruded upon the estate of Baron Duman, who had explicitly refused him entry, and repeatedly threatened Baron Duman with violence." With Sanaka's response, Drelson directed his accusations towards Twilight, who stood behind the Dawn. "Count Drelson, one may indulge in gluttony, but one must not speak carelessly. On what grounds do you slander my subordinate?" The expression of Twilight Farsmeti darkened instantly upon hearing Count Drelson's insinuation. It was not only Twilight's demeanor that soured. Even Sanaka, seated slightly above, appeared displeased. Was he not blatantly digging a pit for himself to fall into? Twilight Farsmeti was no ordinary individual. He was the third disciple of Archbishop Sarian Vio. Among those present, 3 were disciples of Sarian Vio, including his own brother, Taglisa. Setting aside the fact that the Archbishop of the Sostantine Monastery was undoubtedly aligned with the royal faction, given his connection to Taglisa, Twilight Farsmedi's subordinates were not to be trifled with, especially in times of war. Sanaka had no desire to create rifts between herself and her brother over trivial matters. I have evidence to support my claims. I can summon Baron Duman from Ulberg for a confrontation at this very moment, Dressen asserted, unaware that his words had already stirred discontent among several individuals present. Just as Twilight seemed poised to interject, the highest-ranking officer, Nu Sane, interjected. Enough. Twilight has already apologized to me. I will address the matter of his coercion of Baron Duman after the war concludes. Let us now continue our discussion regarding the battle for Sand City. Twilight, take my seal and proceed to reinforce the new recruits. Yes. Twilight acknowledged, accepting Nu Sane's seal and turning to exit. In that fleeting moment, he cast a penetrating glance at Count Dressen. Chapter 58. Before the siege, having located Hazet, Odyssin, and Syria, Twilight joined them as they ventured to the camp housing 20,000 new recruits. After expressing his intentions to the officer in charge of the new recruit statistics and presenting Nu Sane's seal, Twilight, under the guidance of this captain, commenced the selection of soldiers from camp to camp. The new recruits boasted an average strength around the 3rd tier, and donned in armor, they were hardly inferior to the common soldiers of the Orcish forces. Overall, their quality was commendable. Observing the assembly of new recruits numbering in the thousands, Twilight pondered for a moment before calling out. Those who are the only sons in their families, step forward. At Twilight's command, the recruits exchanged glances, and over 100 slowly emerged. Noticing this, Twilight continued. Those with wives and children, step forward. Again, nearly 100 soldiers stepped out. The remaining individuals will henceforth join the 1st Legion of the Fearless Army, Twilight declared to those left behind. Wait. General, why are we being excluded? Protested one of the soldiers who had stepped forward. The Fearless Army embodies fearlessness, unyielding resolve, and an unwillingness to surrender or flee to die in battle is commonplace. You all have elders and wives to support, and thus you are unsuitable for the Fearless Army, Twilight explained. After leaving Odyssin to register these soldiers, he and the others proceeded to the next camp. They continued recruiting. Once they had gathered 5,000 men, darkness began to envelop the sky. Delegating the remaining tasks to Hazet and others, Twilight carried Nu Sane's seal toward the command tent. Teacher, may I enter? Twilight called out from outside Nu Sane's tent. Twilight, come in. Nu Sane's voice beckoned from within. Upon hearing this, Twilight stepped inside and was greeted by the sight of Nu Sane polishing a magnificent red sword. This particular sword had a strikingly unique design that immediately captivated Twilight's attention. It was entirely crimson, with 2 circular apertures at the blade's tip and hilt, intermittently emitting an orange glow that cast a soft luminescence across the entire sword, bestowing upon it an air of enigma. Have the reinforcements for the Fearless Army been completed? Nu Sane inquired, setting down the great sword as he saw Twilight enter. Yes, they have been completed, Twilight replied, his gaze drifting toward the striking red sword, unable to suppress his curiosity as he asked, Teacher, is this your sword? One might say so. This sword was forged with the assistance of Emperor Donis for my great-grandfather. We refer to it as the Sword of the Guardian. Upon hearing Nu Sane's words, Twilight silently confirmed his suspicions. This was indeed the legendary Campello Sword of the Guardian, and it was his first time witnessing its true form. A blade steeped in countless legends, passed down through generations since the inception of the Order of the Just Hammer Knights, founded by Asus Campello. This sword carried the tales of numerous heroes, culminating in the hands of Nu Sane Campello today. Among the coveted weapons in the gaming realm of his previous life, the Campello Sword of the Guardian undoubtedly held a prominent place. Yet, after Nu Sane's demise, this sword remained with the Fearless Army until its eventual downfall, leading to its disappearance. Teacher, I must apologize for the trouble I caused you today, Twilight said, shifting his thoughts away from the Sword of the Guardian as he placed the seal on Nu Sane's desk. Referring to the earlier incident involving Count Dressen, such matters are trivial. Is it not the duty of a teacher to assist his disciple? Nu Sane replied with a light-hearted smile. Thank you, teacher. Twilight felt a wave of gratitude wash over him upon hearing Nu Sane's words, sensing the genuine concern behind them. Dressen is one who harbors grudges. He will not let this matter rest. Consider this a lesson learned. In the future, either avoid such situations altogether or see them through to their conclusion without leaving any loose ends. Barons like Duman are plentiful in the kingdom, and the death of a few would merely lighten the burden on the state. Do you understand? Nusane imparted this wisdom to Twilight. I understand. Twilight was no fool. He grasped his teacher's implication. Nusane reproached him for not having fully resolved the issue. He should have eliminated Baron Duman outright, fabricating any reason afterward, be it an Orcish assassin or an invading Orcish army. The astute nobles would not pursue the matter over a deceased individual. Observing the composed demeanor of Nusane Campello, Twilight had always perceived him as benevolent, wise, and erudite. He had even entertained doubts regarding the portrayal of Nusane as a hardliner with extreme racial ideologies in the Chronicles of Darius. However, in this moment of instruction, Twilight momentarily glimpsed the essence of the future Grand Commander Nusane, embodying both resolve and wisdom, fiercely dedicated to safeguarding humanity, unwilling to retreat from battle, and ready to perish at the Iron Forge. Returning from Nusane's tent, the hour was already late. Hazet, Fred, and the others had all returned, and Twilight soon settled down to sleep. The following morning, 5,000 new recruits clad in Darius armor assembled early in the open space before the camp. Twilight first instructed Reyna Ice Spear to select 300 scouts of his choosing, followed by assigning 1,500 soldiers capable of drawing a bow, albeit with uncertain accuracy, to Phyllis' swift arrow. The remaining 3,000 plus were placed under Emilio's command, with Syria and Hazet serving as deputies. Twilight then dispersed the 80 or so seasoned and lightly injured soldiers from the fearless army among the 5,000 new recruits to serve as grassroots leaders. Just as Twilight finished assigning the soldiers to their respective units, barely allowing time for acclimatization and training, Prince Taglisa had already summoned the troops in preparation for the assault on Sand City. Prior to an offensive, the Supreme Commander would typically inspire the soldiers, and Darius was no exception. However, it was not Nusane who motivated the soldiers, but rather the young Prince Taglisa, who, with impassioned rhetoric reminiscent of the rising sun, stirred the hearts of the troops. Few could foresee that he would one day become the harbinger of dread and death to the world. Ultimately, Taglisa was merely a tragic figure, much like his brother. Yet Twilight felt a greater sympathy for this prince, who had lost his way in his quest for vengeance for his brother and his people, compared to the corruption of Darius to some extent. Taglisa's future downfall was orchestrated by Darius. Both brothers were castaways of fate. Returning to the matter at hand, during this period, the Darius royal family held an esteemed position among the Darius populace, who were fiercely loyal to their king and prince. Thus, following Taglisa's stirring speech from the command platform, the soldiers' fervor for battle was significantly heightened. With a command from Taglisa, the army gradually advanced towards Sand City. Chapter 59. The Siege of Sand City. Sand City, with its towering walls rising 10 meters high, can only be classified as a medium-sized city within the realm of the Darius kingdom. As the incessant beating of war drums resonated through the air, the human forces gradually approached Sand City. Are we really going to charge in like this? Doesn't that seem a bit reckless? Twilight remarked to his companion, Don Farsmedi, who stood at the forefront of the fearless army. What is wrong with that? Don Farsmedi casually inquired that it was quite apparent. The Darius troops, in their haste, had failed to bring along any substantial siege equipment. Although Sand City was not an impregnable fortress, it would prove challenging to conquer without adequate siege machinery. Rest assured, Nusane and the prince have a plan, Don Farsmedi reassured, observing Twilight's bemusement. At that moment, the horns signaling the attack rang out, and the 9,000 royal guards, shields in hand, advanced towards Sand City. Scattered arrows rained down from the city walls, but the royal guards raised their shields in unison, effectively blocking the descending projectiles, a feat made possible by the relatively few orc archers. Braving the scattered hail of arrows, the royal guards reached the base of Sand City, just as they prepared to set up siege ladders. Bolts of lightning shot down from the battlements, unleashed by the orc shamans within the city. The royal guards fell in rapid succession, yet due to their superior equipment and high magical defenses comparable to the justice hammers, many soldiers who were struck by the lightning arrow survived, merely sustaining injuries. Once the pain and numbness subsided, they quickly regained their footing. Suddenly, enormous fireballs, each 3 to 4 meters in diameter, soared from behind the royal guards, crashing into the orc shamans who were casting spells atop the walls. The mages had joined the fray. Meanwhile, to the south, the private guards led by Count Decisive began their assault on Sand City, while Don Farsmedi, accompanied by Twilight's fearless army and 2,000 Justice Hammers, launched their own attack from the north. However, the casualties on both the southern and northern fronts proved to be significantly higher than anticipated. This was not solely due to the inferior equipment of the ordinary soldiers compared to the Royal Guards, but also because the new recruits and private troops lacked sufficient combat experience and coordination. As time passed, it became evident to all that the eastern front of Stain City, the primary point of attack, was where the main thrust of the assault was concentrated, while the other two directions merely served as distractions. Ironically, the first significant progress was made in the northern front, where the fearless army was stationed. Just as the orc commanders dismissed the fearless army's attack, a sudden offensive was launched by the 2,000 Justice Hammers, led by the dual-sword wielder Dywalia, who swiftly captured a section of the city walls. As the area under their control expanded, Twilight and the others ascended the northern battlements, overwhelming the orc defenders. However, at that moment, a contingent of orcs began escorting numerous innocent human villagers onto the walls, positioning them between the human soldiers and the orcs. Upon witnessing these villagers, the previously fierce sounds of battle diminished. Twilight sighed inwardly at the sight of the kidnapped innocents, realizing that this siege would ultimately fail. Indeed, it was a grim reality. Faced with the plight of the innocent villagers, the Justice Hammers and the fearless army found themselves unable to strike, ultimately retreating from the walls. Despicable. Dawn Farsmedi could not contain her expletive at the scene before her. Using innocent villagers as leverage was undeniably a cowardly tactic. Twilight pondered which orc had devised such a plan. Could it be that infamous war chief again? Originally, Nusane and his allies had devised a plan in which the Royal Guards would draw fire from the front while the Justice Hammers would launch a sudden attack from the north to seize Stain City. However, just as success seemed imminent, this treacherous tactic thwarted their plans. Approaching noon, Nusane, Campello, Tigresa, and Sanaka convened, listening intently as Dywalia recounted the events unfolding in the north, leaving the group at a loss for words. At this juncture, Decisive spoke up. In my opinion, you should not have retreated. Those villagers would die for the kingdom. It is a noble sacrifice. His words implied that the lives of the villagers were inconsequential. Would the Justice Hammers disregard the lives of their own people? This statement drew ire from many present. While there was merit to Decisive's argument, the timing was wholly inappropriate. As prince and princess, Tigresa and Sanaka could not possibly allow their soldiers to slay their own subjects, lest it fracture the morale of the Darius people. As Twilight watched Decisive, who seemed to be launching a tirade, he inwardly wished for the man's demise. At that moment, Dawn Farsmedi turned to Twilight and asked, "Didn't you mention earlier that forcing an assault on Stain City was unwise? Do you have a different perspective?" "In truth, we need not concern ourselves with Stain City," Twilight articulated his thoughts. "Not concern ourselves with Stain City?" Dawn exclaimed in surprise, raising her voice, causing Nusane and Tigresa to glance in their direction. "We could circumvent Stain City and head directly for Elu Fortress," Twilight reiterated. "That's naive. If we bypass Stain City, what will happen to the supplies coming from Soth City? The orcs would surely intercept them." Decisive interjected, reigniting tensions. "Do we even have supplies left?" Twilight countered, reminding them that most of the Darius Kingdom's provisions had already been dispatched to Stain City, thereby benefiting the orcs. Twilight surmised that aside from the supplies carried by their troops, Soth City could hardly provide them with any substantial support at this point. "It is precisely because we lack sufficient supplies that we must first capture Stain City," Tigresa stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Twilight pondered. To conquer Stain City now, we have only two options. One would be to send a highly skilled elite team to stealthily infiltrate Stain City at night and open the gates. But given the city's tight defenses, this would prove exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, I estimate that most of the supplies and provisions within Stain City have already been transported to Elu Fortress, where the orc main forces are stationed. Twilight then revealed how Dawn Farsmedi had previously intercepted a portion of the orc provisions and explosives destined for Elu Fortress. "And the second option?" Nusane inquired. "The second option is to bypass Stain City and head for Elu Fortress. I believe Stain City's primary objective is to delay us. If we circumvent it, we would strike at their Achilles heel. The commander of Stain City would not stand idly by while we proceed unhindered. He would surely seek to thwart our advance. At that point, we could launch an ambush and then execute a counteroffensive to seize Stain City. Even if they do not respond, we could sever the connection between Stain City and the orc forces at Elu Fortress," Twilight explained. "Nonsense. Such grandiose claims. Derison scoffed at Twilight's proposal. Twilight paid little heed to Derison's reaction. His primary concern was whether New Sane and Prince Tigresa would take his words to heart. After a moment of contemplation, Tigresa clapped his hands and declared, "That plan has merit. Perhaps we should give it a try." He then turned to New Sane, seeking his approval. Chapter 60, A Scheme Within a Scheme Afternoon. An order was issued by New Sane, prompting the encircling soldiers around Stain City to withdraw and regroup, subsequently advancing towards Ilu Fortress. Accompanying them were over 20 supply wagons, ostensibly laden with provisions. Although only 3 of these wagons contained actual food, the rest were filled with stones and straw, a mere ruse for the orc observers atop Stain City. As the human forces gradually retreated. An orc commander atop the city wall, his grotesque visage marked by confusion, queried, "What are the humans up to? Have they truly decided to flee because they cannot defeat us? Even if they were to flee, why would they head in that direction? That leads to Ilu Fortress." Another orc countered as the saying goes, the speaker may be oblivious, while the listener is perceptive, following the withdrawal of the human forces. Murloc, the spirit of 4 winds, who had been silent until that moment, suddenly conceived an idea upon hearing this exchange. Could it be that these humans intend to head for Ilu Fortress? Are they not concerned about us cutting off their retreat and supply lines? Murloc pondered, soon recalling the 20 supply wagons. Their provisions should be sufficient. Could it be that they truly aim to bypass Stain City and head straight for Ilu Fortress? Once this notion took root in Murloc's mind, it proved impossible to dislodge to a certain extent. Twilight's strategy was a form of open deceit. He was confident that the commander of Stain City would be astute enough to recognize the possibility of the human forces bypassing Stain City in favor of Ilu Fortress. Whether due to duty or other motivations, the commander would certainly investigate the movements of the human troops. Just as Twilight had anticipated, a 1,000-strong wolf cavalry unit soon emerged from Stain City, pursuing the direction taken by the human forces. Unbeknownst to anyone, not far from Stain City, a small depression concealed a dozen or so humans clad in ochre leather armor, led by the dual-sword wielder Daiwalia. At that moment, these individuals lay quietly in the depression, motionless. Meanwhile, the dispatched orc wolf cavalry quickly picked up the trail and closed in on Twilight and his contingent. The wolf riders. It was as if the humans remained oblivious to their presence as they continued their march, while the orc cavalry maintained their distance, trailing behind. Thus, the 2 groups proceeded along their respective paths, unperturbed. However, as they traversed a small grove, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 1,000 justice hammers emerged from the forest, charging directly towards the nearby orc wolf cavalry. The orc wolf cavalry commander was utterly unprepared for the early ambush laid by the cavalry in the woods. He hastily ordered his subordinates to attempt to distance themselves from the just hammer. However, wolves, by nature, are not as adept at short-distance sprints as horses, especially in such a hasty situation that it was impossible to create any separation in an instant. The 1,000-strong just hammer collided with the orc wolf cavalry, resulting in a chaotic scene of beasts and wolves tumbling together. The orc wolf cavalry proved no match for the just hammer, and within mere moments of engagement, only a small fraction managed to flee. And that was only due to the just hammer's deliberate decision to let them go. "Are you certain the orcs from Stan City will come?" Morning Light Farsmedi inquired, glancing back at the battle as the group advanced. "You must have faith in me. The presence of the wolf cavalry here indicates that the commander of Stan City cannot remain idle. Our departure was merely to lull the orcs into a false sense of security. The ultimate trump card lies with Daiwalia and those 3,000 just hammer," Twilight remarked with a smile. Had the 1,000 wolf cavalry not appeared, Twilight would have been reticent to speak, but with their emergence, the subsequent plan was at least 70% assured of success. Meanwhile, a similar discourse unfolded among Shinsai, Phil of Mishu, Tigresa, and Sanaka. "I wonder if this plan will indeed succeed. If we cannot swiftly conquer Stan City, our provisions will last only a few days," Tigresa expressed with concern, gazing at the fleeing wolf cavalry. "That depends on Daiwalia and her companions. Once these orc wolf cavalry return, they will undoubtedly report our situation. As long as they confirm our departure, whether the commander of Stan City comes to thwart us or not, the vigilance of the other orcs will likely wane, and that will be our opportunity," Sanaka calmly analyzed. "That little fellow named Twilight is quite remarkable. Shinsai, you are fortunate to have such an outstanding disciple." Mishu, rarely one to voice his opinions, could not help but praise, for the entire plan was conceived by Twilight. Indeed, quite impressive, Sanaka replied, though a flicker of apprehension crossed her eyes. It was evident that another talent was emerging from the Archbishop's faction, yet Sanaka feared that the influence of the monastery faction was growing ever stronger, setting aside the esteemed yet inactive Salyanafeo. His two disciples, Morning Light Farsmedi and Shinsai Campilo, held significant sway in the Royal City and Soth City, respectively. Furthermore, they were accompanied by the revered hero Bugle Voss Milda, respected by all paladins, alongside the rising generation of the Just Hammer, such as Ranks and Daiwalia, not to mention the recently emerged Twilight. The monastery faction had already surpassed the Royal Council by a wide margin. Sanaka worried that one day, as her father aged, the monastery faction would become the actual rulers of the entire Darius kingdom, potentially sidelining her brother Drius in favor of her younger sibling. These thoughts and concerns flitted through Sanaka's mind. But upon hearing her old friend Mishu's commendation, Shinsai merely smiled in response, as a mentor who wouldn't wish for their disciple to achieve greatness. Observing the orc wolf cavalry retreating in disarray, they quickly returned to Soth City to seek forgiveness from Moranon, the Four Spirits' might. The Just Hammer, Moranon murmured, recalling the legendary human army from long ago, lightly tapping his fingers against the armrest of his chair. After a moment's contemplation, Moranon rose and announced, Frostfang, assemble 10,000 troops to accompany me in confronting the human forces. Yes, General, a tall orc exclaimed, rushing off. Before long, 10,000 orc soldiers and 2,000 shaman priests surged forth from Soth City. Accompanied by thousands of emaciated human villagers, Moranon was not foolish. He understood that the forces he led would likely not stand a chance against the human army. Hence, he brought along these thousands of human captives, intending to use them as a buffer against the human forces. An orc detachment has exited the city. Are they pursuing Lord Shinsai and the others? A man in the hollow remarked. Shut your mouth, Magon, and lie still, that if you jeopardize the task entrusted to me by our teacher, I will end you, came the suppressed voice of Daiwalia, plunging the hollow back into silence. The dozen or so individuals present were all handpicked by Daiwalia from the Just Hammer, where her authority was absolute, established through countless provocations and confrontations that had ultimately solidified her dominance. Chapter 61. The battle commences with the wolf cavalry scouting ahead. Moranon caught up to Twilight and her troops in just 2 hours, aided by the relatively slow pace of the human forces. Upon encountering the pursuing orc troops, the initial reaction of the human forces was to turn and prepare for confrontation. The orc troops halted at a distance of 200 meters, standing in a standoff against the humans. The human forces led by Shinsai faced off against the orcs for a while, and seeing that the orcs made no moves, they intended to heed Twilight's advice and advance. However, a sudden scream erupted from the orc ranks, as 100 human captives were shoved forward to kneel on the ground, only to be executed by the orc soldiers behind them. The faint cries of the remaining human captives filled the air, pleading with the soldiers not to abandon them, for doing so would mean death. Witnessing the horrific execution of 100 of their fellow citizens before their eyes, Shinsai, Tigresa, and the others could hardly maintain their composure. Nevertheless, they obediently halted their advance upon hearing the cries of the humans, giving the impression that they were indeed being coerced by the orcs, unbeknownst to them that this played right into Twilight's hands. Time passed slowly as the human and orc forces remained locked in their standoff, and as night fell, both sides lit their campfires. Around 11 o'clock that evening, Daiwalia, who had been hidden away all day, slowly rose with her group. After stretching her stiff body, she began to approach Soth City under the cover of darkness. It was the waning moon, and the sky was still devoid of its glow, casting the vast terrain into a shroud of darkness. An ideal night for a deadly ambush. Though the wind was absent, making it a poor night for arson, it was nonetheless a perfect night for an assassination. With no visible enemies nearby, the orc guards stationed at Soth City naturally began to relax, and after 11 o'clock, many of the orcs started to feel drowsy. Daiwalia and her small group approached the city walls with the stealth of agile bobcats, pressing themselves tightly against the corners. Daiwalia quickly assessed the distribution of the orc soldiers around them. After 2 patrolling orcs passed each other, a hook tied with a hemp rope was silently flung over the wall. A tall figure beside Daiwalia grasped the rope and swiftly ascended the battlements with remarkable agility. Crouching atop the wall, he He surveyed the location of the orc soldiers' training, then flipped over the edge and drew a crossbow bolt from his back. Whoosh. Whoosh, 2 bolts flew forth, striking the back of the heads of 2 orc soldiers who had just walked by. With the dull thud of their bodies hitting the ground, the tall figure signaled for Dywalia and her companions to ascend. Armed with a dagger and crossbow bolts, he stealthily approached the nearest 2 orc soldiers, utilizing the shadows of the wall for cover, indicating that his profession was likely that of a scout or rogue. Having swiftly dispatched the 2 orc soldiers most likely to discover their presence, Dywalia and her group climbed onto the wall one by one at once on the battlements. They eliminated 4 more approaching orcs before descending the wall via the stairs into Stan City. Upon entering, the tall figure known as Magan led 4 smaller soldiers away in another direction, while Dywalia and her group pressed against the wall and began to stealthily make their way toward the eastern gate. At the gate, 8 orc soldiers lethargically guarded the entrance. After Dywalia and her companions arrived, they concealed themselves. Waiting for Magan's signal, they did not have to wait long. Flames erupted from the southern part of Stan City, quickly spreading. Upon seeing the fire, Dywalia felt a surge of energy, signaling her companions to swiftly charge out, unleashing a volley of crossbow bolts at the 8 orc soldiers. However, despite their rapid movements, some orc soldiers managed to scream in alarm, drawing the attention of their comrades above. "Leave 2 behind to hold off the orcs with me. The others go to open the city gate," Dywalia calmly commanded. Following her orders, a few of her comrades sprang into action. And in a matter of moments, the eastern gate of Stan City creaked open. Simultaneously, as the flames erupted in Stan City, 3,000 Just Hammer cavalry sped toward the eastern gate. Their goal aligned with the earlier plan, to use the fire as a signal. Once the flames ignited, the Just Hammer would charge directly at the eastern gate. While Dywalia and the Just Hammer executed their maneuvers, Tigresa and Morning Light Farsmedi grew increasingly anxious, as the timeline dictated that they should have received news by now. Just as Twilight began to feel the weight of her own impatience, a dozen orc wolf cavalry burst into the ranks of the orc forces, delivering news of the dramatic turn of events in Stan City to Moranon. The 4 spirits might. Moranon's expression shifted immediately. Stan City could not be allowed to falter. Under his command, the entire orc force began to mobilize, aiming to return to Stan City, while thousands of human captives were relegated to the back of the line to prevent pursuit from the human forces. As the orc army began to exhibit changes, it became evident that the situation in Stan City had deteriorated at such a critical moment. How could Tigresa allow the orc forces to escape unimpeded? He immediately led his soldiers in pursuit of the orc troops. However, confronted with thousands of innocent villagers, Tigresa dared not launch a direct assault on the orc forces. Instead, he closely trailed behind, creating a significant sense of pressure for the orc army. Just as Stan City came into view, the orcs, moving with greater speed and a more scattered formation, were suddenly met with the thunderous sound of hooves. As 1,000 Justice Makers charged from the shadows of the night, leading the charge was a member of the Justice Makers wielding a magnificent orange-red greatsword that shimmered with golden light, none other than Zensayan. It turned out that after nightfall, Zensayan had quietly departed with 1,000 Justice Makers, taking a lengthy detour to position themselves on the orcs' path. This maneuver went unnoticed even by the hero-level Moranon of the 4 spirits. At this moment, with the emergence of Zensayan and the Justice Makers, Prince Tigresa, accompanied by another 1,000 Justice Makers, brandished torches and charged forth, circumventing most of the captured human civilians and plunging into the rear of the orc forces to slay those orc soldiers guarding their human captives. As the Justice Makers entered the battlefield, dozens of fiery projectiles, guided by the Master Mage Falaf Mashal, rained down upon the orc forces. At this juncture, other human troops also surged toward the orcs, first liberating the humans who ran toward them before turning their blades against the orc invaders. The orc forces led by Moranon responded swiftly, summoning towering fire elementals at once. However, the disparity in strength was overwhelming, as 12,000 orc soldiers faced nearly 40,000 human warriors, even with 2,000 orc shamans among them. Their efforts were futile. Meanwhile, Moranon of the 4 spirits found himself powerless. Possessing only the strength of a novice hero, he stood at a distinct disadvantage against the mid-rank heroes in San Campello, who wielded artifacts of immense power. Not far away, another formidable hero, the Master Mage Falaf Mashal, loomed ominously. Chapter 62. Advancing to Ilu Fortress defeated, the orcs were no match for the combined might of the Justice Makers and the Royal Guards. The disarrayed orc army was shattered, with even more none of the four spirits suffering defeats at the hands of Zinsayan Campello and fleeing in injury. After routing the orc forces, Zinsayan did not pursue the scattered orc soldiers due to the encroaching darkness. Instead, he hastened towards Stand City. At that moment within Stand City, 3,000 justice makers were engaged in combat, with the remaining less than 20,000 orc soldiers near the granary. Upon entering through the eastern gate, Zinsayan joined the fray. As dawn broke, the battle within Stand City came to an end. Zinsayan dispatched personnel to assess the granary and warehouses while simultaneously searching for the captured residents of Stand City. Confining the captured orcs, Twilight was tasked with inventorying the warehouse. Upon opening its doors, he was greeted by an array of exquisite armor and weapons, all standard-issue Darius equipment, haphazardly piled together. Among them were also various saddles and powerful crossbows. Carelessly discarded, these armaments were ill-suited for the towering orcs, which explained their abandonment. Twilight, come quickly, called a somewhat urgent voice from the other side, Celia. Twilight rushed over to find an immense pile of gold coins, silver coins, and jewelry stacked high. The sight of this treasure momentarily took his breath away. Surely, these riches had been plundered from the affluent citizens of Stand City, suppressing the rapid beating of his heart. Twilight instructed Celia to begin counting the coins. To be honest, the sight of such wealth stirred his desires, and he longed to claim it for himself, but he could not now, at least, for the highest commander of this expedition was his mentor, and he must not provide others with leverage against him. After nearly an hour, the initial count of the coins revealed over 2 million in gold alone, not including the unquantified jewelry. This was undoubtedly a staggering sum. Twilight decided to leave Odison, Hassett, and others to guard the warehouse while he sought out Zinsayan, Tigerisa, and the others at the Lord's residence. By this time, the others assigned to various tasks had returned, with Twilight being the last to report. Although most of the grain had been transported away, the orcs had left behind a portion sufficient to sustain the human forces. Furthermore, the troops had liberated over 7,000 emaciated human villagers, bringing the total number of rescued individuals to just over 10,000. Reflecting on the once bustling Stand City, which had housed no fewer than 50,000 residents, it was heart-wrenching to see it reduced to a mere 10,000 after the orc rampage. As Twilight recounted the discovery of 2 million gold coins and an incalculable amount of jewelry, the assembled commanders were visibly moved. What could 200,000 accomplish? The possibilities were endless. It could equip 2 elite battalions of 10,000 soldiers, sustain 100,000 families for a year, or even facilitate the construction of a rudimentary city. The sheer volume of gold highlighted the opulence of the Darius nobility, who had drained the lifeblood of the common folk for years. The immense wealth sparked various thoughts among the commanding generals present. Some contemplated seizing a portion for themselves, while others suggested allocating it for military expenses. Count Decisive voiced that this treasure ought to be distributed among the nobility, as it had been acquired from them. Princess Sanaka proposed reserving the funds as post-war compensation for the soldiers. Prince Tigerisa also supported this notion, recognizing the military's paramount importance. Twilight, what are your thoughts on this wealth? Zinsayan suddenly inquired. Master, I believe this money should be given to the rescued subjects of the kingdom, Twilight thoughtfully replied. They are now homeless, and providing them with wealth would not only offer them solace, but also help restore their sense of community and trust in our rule. Upon hearing Twilight's perspective, Prince Tigerisa was the first to express his agreement, followed by Princess Sanaka, who concurred that unifying the populace had always been a cornerstone policy of the Darius kingdom. This was also why many sought to restore the kingdom after its fall. However, distributing all the coins to the subjects seemed excessive. After deliberation, it was ultimately decided that a portion of the 3 million coins would be allocated to the subjects, another portion reserved as post-war compensations, and the remaining funds earmarked for the reconstruction of the damaged sections of Stand City. With the post-war matters concluded, Tigerisa commended Twilight and Deveria, particularly praising Twilight for the crucial role he played in the conquest of Stand City. As all plans had originated from his ingenuity, the contributions of Deveria and others who had infiltrated Stand City were also noted and would be formally recognized after the war. That day, the army replaced their damaged equipment with standard issue gear from the storerooms, and Twilight donned a new suit of armor, having found his previous armor too severely damaged. After a brief respite, the army set forth once more toward Elu Fortress. Now hauling over 20 wagons laden with supplies as they made their way to Elu Fortress, scouts dispatched by Tigerisa scoured the area for intelligence. Meanwhile, below Elu Fortress, the orc chieftain gamer Thunderhowl learned of the upheaval in Soth City. The injured Moranon of the Four Spirits stood before him, recounting the events as Moranon narrated his tale. Gamer paced slowly within the camp's hall, contemplating the implications. After a moment of reflection, he had surmised the human strategies surrounding Soth City with remarkable accuracy. It was evident that Moranon's defeat was not without reason. Under similar circumstances, he too would have dispatched troops to gather intelligence on the humans, even if Moranon had refrained from sending out scouts. It was unlikely he could have thwarted the human ambush. The entirety of their plan was intricately interconnected, and the failure of one part would not necessarily impede the continuation of the others. It appeared that the humans had dispatched a formidable foe. Was he the hero who had bested Moranon? Gamer pondered silently, unaware that the mastermind behind the entire plan was merely an unremarkable foot soldier. Chapter 63. The Great Battle Approaches. The defeat of Soth City left Gamer Thunderhowl momentarily astonished, yet he felt no significant concern. For the time being, the orcs maintained numerical superiority, and if they could vanquish this contingent of human reinforcements, the Darius kingdom would fall prey to him. That day, as the sun set, the imposing banners of the Darius kingdom appeared to the south of Aloof Fortress. The blue cross-guarded sword and shield flag, followed closely by the somewhat smaller banner of the Justice Makers. Emblazoned with a golden fist, as the troops approached, the once desolate soldiers atop Aloof Fortress were the first to spot the arrival of the 40,000-strong human reinforcements, igniting a wave of excitement that swept through the fortress. First, the soldiers on the front wall, then those on the surrounding walls, and soon the residents within the fortress joined in the jubilation. Even Prince Drius and his companions made their way to the walls to observe the newly arrived forces. "Your Highness, we have been saved," exclaimed Cunavilo beside Drius, his eyes sparkling with joy as he gazed at the distant reinforcements. "Is that so? The orcs currently possess no disadvantages," Drius uttered slowly in a hoarse voice. If Twilight and Dawn Falsmedy were to witness their esteemed prince in this state, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Drius had lost considerable weight, his face was adorned with stubble, and his eyes were bloodshot, exuding an aura of utter desolation and despair. "Your Highness, you should rest. You have not closed your eyes for 4 days," Bucher Voss Milda remarked with concern. Milda was not only worried about Drius's physical state, but also his emotional well-being. Having watched Drius grow up, Milda understood the heavy burdens the prince bore, particularly the decision to feed the soldiers of Ireburg with human flesh, a choice that weighed heavily on Drius's conscience. Indeed, Ireburg had long since run out of provisions in a bid to prevent the city from falling and to safeguard its inhabitants. Drius resolutely made the controversial decision to convert all deceased soldiers, including orcs, into jerky for the troops, a strategy that had allowed Ireburg to endure until now. The time, Bucher Voss Milda had vehemently opposed this decision, yet Drius's retort, "Do you have any other alternatives?" left Milda speechless. Milda had no viable alternatives, but his opposition was not without merit. Not only would cannibalism evoke disgust among the soldiers, but word of such actions would tarnish Drius's reputation, significantly diminishing his standing among the common folk and potentially jeopardizing his position as heir apparent, a cost far too great to bear. "Rest assured, my lord, I am fine. General Cunoviro, please have Commander Mob Copperhammer lead his Griffin riders out of the city to contact our reinforcements," Drius rasped. "Very well," Cunoviro responded, turning to seek out the dwarf commander Mob Copperhammer. Soon, 700 or 800 Griffin riders ascended into the sky, heading towards the direction of the new Sane army, while the eagle-headed beings on the orc side, paralyzed by fear, dared not intervene, and the other orcs could only watch helplessly. For they lacked any aerial troops, just as Drius dispatched the Griffin riders to communicate with the newly arrived human reinforcements. Tigresa and New Sane were engaged in discussion. "What shall our next move be?" Tigresa inquired, gazing at the orc forces encamped below Oberg Prince. Although he had participated in numerous minor skirmishes, this marked his first involvement in such a grand-scale war, and as a commander, he had many questions for New Sane Campello. "Considering the scale of the orc forces before us, our current strength is insufficient to overcome them. That we must assess the remaining combat capabilities of Ireburg and coordinate with them," New Sane replied, glancing at the approaching flock of griffins. Meanwhile, Twilight of the Undaunted was contemplating how to decisively defeat the orc forces. At the very least to repel them and relieve Ireburg. At this moment, The Griffin riders had reached the vicinity of the human reinforcements, heading straight for the position marked by Darius's banner. Mog. You rascal, you're still alive. Upon landing, Nusane couldn't help but jest at the dwarf seated atop the lead griffin. Huh. Nusane, fear not. My life is far sturdier than yours, Mog Copperhammer replied with a hearty laugh as he approached Nusane. Little Tigresa. You have come as well, Mog Copperhammer remarked to Tigresa, who stood beside Nusane. Only a dwarf as carefree as him could speak so casually with a prince of the human kingdom, which also underscored the close ties between humans and dwarves. What is the situation in Iroburg? Nusane inquired, shaking his head at Mog Copperhammer. The moment serious matters were broached, Mog Copperhammer's expression turned grave as he stated, Iroburg has fewer than 30,000 defenders left. Holding the city remains feasible. But ever since the defeat of Drius's First Legion, the morale of the remaining troops, aside from the Royal Knights, has been persistently low, with severe shortages in equipment and supplies. Mog Copperhammer refrained from mentioning Drius's decision to resort to cannibalism. Such matters were not for him to disclose. How many troops have you brought with you? Mog Copperhammer asked. 5,000 from the Hammer of Justice, 9,000 from the Royal Guards, 10,000 from the Private Council's bodyguards, and an additional 20,000 new recruits. Furthermore, Falaf has arrived. He will assemble a magical array to summon the Arcane Golem Legion from Simbola. Tigresa detailed the full extent of their available forces. The Arcane Golem Legion from Simbola is also on its way. Splendid. With the Hammer of Justice and the Royal Guards, along with the Golem Legion, we will have sufficient strength to confront the orcs, Mog Copperhammer exclaimed, somewhat elated, dismissing the 1,000 private guards and 20,000 new recruits from consideration. What is the condition of my brother? I sensed from our previous magical communication that he was not in good spirits. Tigresa inquired with concern about Drius's state. Just as Mog Copperhammer was about to respond, Sanaka and Drizzen approached. And upon seeing Mog Copperhammer, Sanaka immediately inquired about Drius, clearly more concerned for her brother than the situation in Iroburg. Drius is in a dire state. The pressures he faces are immense, Mog Copperhammer revealed. How could Drius not be under pressure? After all, he bore the brunt of responsibility for the First Legion's defeat at Red Earth Heights, being the supreme commander of the Legion. However, following the accounts shared by Dawn Falsmity and Twilight, Nusane and the others understood that the failure of the First Legion was not due to Drius's shortcomings in battle. The orcs had decisively defeated the First Legion with their overwhelming strength. At that time, the human forces were outmatched in both the number of heroic champions and specialized units. It is worth noting that the presence of a single hero can sometimes sway the outcome of an entire war. Chapter 64. Defeat. The troops began to set up camp 3 kilometers from the orc forces. Mog Copperhammer flew back to Iroburg. Meanwhile, in the center of the camp, a pentagonal magical array covering an area of approximately 30 square meters was gradually being constructed. While Twilight accompanied her mentor, Nusane, and Dawn Falsmity as they surveyed the positioning of the orc forces surrounding Iroburg. Twilight, how do you propose we approach this battle? Nusane asked, standing atop a hill as he gazed at the distant orc encampment. The orc forces were originally deployed in 3 positions around Iroburg, southeast and southwest, but our arrival has compelled them to concentrate their strength in the south to confront us. If it were up to me, I would attempt a night raid. First, orcs are not adept at night combat. Second, we are fatigued troops, and they may not anticipate our attempt to raid their camp tonight. Twilight expressed her thoughts candidly. She had nothing to conceal from Nusane and Dawn, yet she tempered her confidence, knowing that the orc chieftain, Gorm Thunderhowl, was a cunning adversary. A night raid. Nusane pondered for a moment before turning to Twilight and Dawn Falsmity. Let us return. The 3 mounted their horses and rode back toward the camp. Upon returning, Nusane gathered all the commanders, with the exception of Falaf Mashau, who was tasked with overseeing the construction of the magical array. Our plan for tonight is to raid the orc camp. As the attendees assembled, Nusane announced decisively. A raid, Commander Nusane, is that not? Sanaka began to voice her concerns. The raid is secondary. My primary goal is to divert the orcs' attention while delivering supplies to Iroburg, Nusane elaborated. Pausing for a moment, and upon noting the lack of further objections, he continued. At midnight, I will lead the Hammer of Justice to strike the orc camp. Tigresa and Princess Sanaka will remain at the camp with the Royal Guards, while Drizzen will be responsible for transporting supplies to Iroburg. I will accompany you. Tigresa insisted. The camp requires your leadership. Nusane gently declined her offer. As night fell, the 5,000 soldiers of the Hammer of Justice donned their armor, wrapping their horses' muzzles and hooves in cloth to muffle the sound, and awaited Nusane's command. Scanning the assembled troops, Nusane spoke in a low voice. "Let us depart." Consequently, the 5,000 soldiers of the Hammer of Justice began their slow approach toward the orc encampment. With Twilight specifically requesting to join this raid. As time passed, the formation drew ever closer to the orc camp, and at the forefront, Nusane's steed began to quicken its pace, prompting the others to urge their mounts forward. Rapidly accelerating the entire column, the sound of hooves thundering against the ground growing louder. Just as the orc camp came into view, Nusane was poised to push the speed to its limit when, out of the inky darkness of the nearby brush, a blinding flash erupted, and countless chains of lightning crackled forth. The cries of battle horses and human shouts rang out, and in an instant, over 100 members of the Hammer of Justice fell to the ground. Nevertheless, the seasoned soldiers of the Hammer of Justice swiftly summoned the light of the holy aura at the moment of the ambush. "Teacher, we are ambushed," Twilight exclaimed, a mix of surprise and anger in her voice. "Retreat," Nusane commanded decisively, assessing the surrounding darkness and the unknown number of hidden foes. The golden radiance flickered incessantly, countering the assaults from ahead. Under the command of Nusane Campero, the Knights of the Hammer of Justice swiftly turned their steeds to retreat towards their original direction. At that moment, a cacophony of shouts and the growls of bears echoed from the flanks of the Hammer of Justice, where, amidst the dimness, silhouettes of imposing figures loomed. Indeed, it was the Bearmen Knights. "Hurry, retreat towards the camp," urged Nusane, positioned at the rear of the formation, as he observed the approaching foes on both sides. Ultimately, the Hammer of Justice narrowly escaped the encirclement of the orcs and bearmen just before the latter charged in. This was largely attributed to Nusane's decisive order to withdraw. Had they delayed any longer, 5,000 members of the Hammer of Justice would have been heavily surrounded, with the outcome all too predictable. Nevertheless, a substantial portion of the Hammer of Justice successfully extricated themselves, though over 100 members, ambushed by the orc shamans, lay defeated on the ground. Some of these members, having risen to their feet, roared with fury as they charged towards the surrounding orcs. The loss of over 100 members marked the most significant casualty since Nusane led the Hammer of Justice into battle. Once free from the pursuing orc forces, the previously silent Twilight urged his steed to catch up with Nusane, stating, "Master, we must go to support Count Decisive and his men." "Why must we aid them?" Nusane inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Master, we have been ambushed here, and I suspect Count Decisive has faced a similar fate. We must rescue them," Twilight responded, his tone tinged with urgency. "How can that be?" Nusane countered. If their ambush was due to the orcs anticipating their attack on their encampment, it was illogical that Decisive's forces would also be under attack. "Master, even if they have not been ambushed, we must go and summon Count Decisive back. Without us diverting the orcs' attention, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to circumvent the orc defenses." Upon hearing Twilight's words, Nusane contemplated before nodding in agreement. The Knights of Justice swiftly determined their direction and began their urgent pursuit of Decisive's forces. With 4,900 members galloping at full speed, it wasn't long before they spotted a vast blaze ahead. As they approached, they discerned that the fire emanated from Decisive's forces, who were currently besieged by a horde of orcs. The supplies intended for Ireborg were also significantly damaged by the flames, and the light they observed was a result of burning supply carts. "Hammer of Justice, charge with me," Nusane exclaimed as he brandished the sword of the Guardian and led the charge against the orcs. "Justice shall be served." Twilight and the other members of the Hammer of Justice echoed in unison as they joined the fray. At this moment, the assailants surrounding Decisive were merely ordinary orc troops, unable to contend with the Knights of Justice. Faced with the knight's sudden appearance, the orcs fell like wheat before the scythe, while the morale of the previously beleaguered council's private guards soared. Nowhere to run. In the midst of the slaughter, Twilight spotted an orc clad in black chainmail, mounted on a warwolf, attempting to retreat with his subordinates. Without hesitation, Twilight charged forward. "Face your doom." Upon reaching the orc leader, Twilight unleashed his talent for fury, swinging his Darius Protector fiercely at the orc commander. Clang! The clash of sword and axe reverberated, sending a tremor through Twilight's arm. In that instant, he raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the orc's groin. The attack was so sudden that the orc leader, unprepared for such a maneuver, was caught off guard, his eyes widening in pain as he contorted in agony. However, his suffering was brief, for in the next moment, Twilight's sword severed his twisted head from his body. Chapter 65. The unknown traitor. After vanquishing the orc forces that had attacked Count Decisive, Nusane led the Hammer of Justice and Derizin's troops back to the camp. Soon after, Tigresa, Sanaka, and Morning Light Falsmedi were summoned by Nusane Campero to his command tent. What is going on? Tigresa inquired impatiently upon entering the tent. The orcs were prepared and ambushed us on the way, attacking Derizin's forces as well. Nusane replied with a stoic expression. This. The three exchanged glances, speechless at the unexpected prowess of the orcs. Nusane, the ambush on the orc camp was your plan. It seems your strategy has been thoroughly deciphered by them, Decisive remarked with a hint of derision. This incident is not the fault of the master. I sense there is a traitor among us, Twilight interjected coldly, having remained silent until now. A traitor? The mention of the word elicited varied expressions among those present. A traitor? You truly know how to find excuses for your master, suggesting that a traitor among humans could exist. Decisive scoffed, clearly skeptical of the notion. Nothing is impossible. If the orcs could anticipate our ambush, it indicates their cunning, yet the simultaneous attack on the supply convoy is highly irregular. Can the orcs truly predict the route Count Decisive plans to take? Twilight retorted. Gazing at the others. As Twilight spoke, Sanaka and the others began to sense the oddity of the situation. Twilight then directed his attention toward Tigresa and Sanaka, continuing, Your Highness, Princess, I believe Morning Light has informed you of our previous encounter with an orc force attempting to summon abyssal demons. Correct? Tigresa nodded in affirmation. In this world, there are only two organizations capable of summoning beings linked to the abyss: the Conjurer's Church, dedicated to summoning abyssal demons, and the Shadow Church, which studies shadow powers. Both organizations are notoriously infamous. Their members have long since abandoned notions of race and nation. Who can guarantee that there isn't someone from the Conjurer's Church or the Shadow Church lurking among us? Twilight spoke, casting a suspicious glance at Decisive. The Conjurer's Church is adept at concealment, not to mention that Tigresa and Sanaka, as royal members, are all too familiar with the Shadow Church. The Shadow Church is comprised of madmen who have forsaken everything in pursuit of so-called immortality and power, capable of committing any atrocity. Sanaka couldn't help but recall the recent disturbances caused by the Shadow Church in the capital of Zambola, which had prevented immediate support for Darius. Was this all premeditated? Hey, what else with that look? Are you accusing me of being the traitor? Decisive snapped, his temper flaring at Twilight's gaze. How could I dare, my lord? You are being overly sensitive. Enough, you two. Let today's events remain confidential, limited to the presence of those here. Nusane commanded from the head of the table. In truth, upon witnessing Derizin's forces besieged by the orcs, the notion of a traitor had flashed through Nusane Campero's mind. Yet he was reluctant to accept it in this war, which concerns the fate of the nation and its people. It seemed unfathomable that someone would betray them to a foreign enemy. However, if a traitor truly exists, they must be unmasked, for the danger they pose is far too great. Tigresa insisted earnestly. But how do we find them? At least a dozen individuals were privy to this information. We interrogate them all. That could easily lead to a collapse in morale, Sanaka reasoned, displaying a more rational approach to the situation. So we simply let it go, Tigresa replied, discontent evident in her voice. Fear not, your highness, that a fox's tail will eventually be revealed, Twilight comforted from the side. In truth, the nighttime raid could not be deemed a complete failure. Although the Hammer of Justice suffered the loss of nearly 100 men, they managed to slay 2,000 to 3,000 orcs in Decisive's vicinity, which could be considered a marginal gain. Days passed since the failed night raid on the orc encampment, and the human forces had not made any significant moves. The orcs remained relatively quiet as well. On this day, a colossal magical circle, measuring 30 meters and shimmering with a mysterious deep blue light, materialized outside the human camp at Iroborg. Under the guidance of Falaf Mishao, mages took turns channeling energy into the magical circle. Before long, 5 magical nodes lit up in succession, and a 4-meter-high portal emerged atop the circle. Moments later, accompanied by a series of subtle crackling sounds, a towering arcane automaton, nearly 3 meters in height, stepped forth from the portal. This automaton bore a pale green skin with a hint of blue, adorned with intricate purple magical runes that Twilight could not decipher, which flickered intermittently. Embedded in its chest was a deep blue gem, a magical energy source that powered all the automaton's actions. The arcane automaton, also known as a magical automaton, had its origins in the magical realm of the Sun Elf Kingdom, Tyaxalaris. Subsequently, Zimbola emulated the Sun Elf's designs to develop its own arcane automatons. The arcane automaton legion of Zimbola was quite renowned. In terms of combat capability, these automatons were perhaps not inferior to the Royal Knights. However, the severe energy consumption and difficult maintenance meant that most of the time, aside from guarding the city, excess arcane automatons were stored away, only to be reactivated in times of necessity. As the first arcane automaton emerged, one after another began to stride forth from the magical circle, forming a line before it. Just as Falaf Mishal led 1,000 mages in summoning the arcane automatons, scouts reported to New Sain Campero that a substantial orc force was approaching, already within a kilometer of the camp. Their timing is impeccable. Xian Sain let out a soft grunt, closed the Bible in his hands, rose to his feet, and commanded, "Sound the assembly horn. Inform all troops to gather and prepare for battle." Immediately, 2 guards produced large cow horns and began to blow them. Upon hearing the horn's call, everyone promptly began to assemble their forces, and as the 40,000-strong contingent gathered before the encampment, the orcs had already appeared in the distance. Leading the way, as usual, were the oppressed wargen and gnolls, followed by other orc units, with those clad entirely in black armor positioned at the center. Black armor, those are Shugo Sh. Observing the group of orcs dressed in black armor wielding battle axes, Twilight remarked to Xian Sain, "Shugo Sh." Xian Sain's eyes narrowed slightly. He was certainly familiar with the name of Shugo Sh. The orcs' elite unit. The timing of their arrival was no coincidence. They had evidently received intelligence that the mage units were in the process of summoning arcane constructs, leaving them without sufficient mana for combat. The orcs were not foolish and would not grant the humans a complete opportunity. As the orc forces drew closer, the rumble of war drums began to echo, indicating that the orcs intended to launch a direct attack against the poised human troops. Chapter 66. The crucial battle with the orc forces nearing, Twilight bid farewell to Xian Sain and returned to his undaunted army, leaving only Dawn Farsmedy behind, who remained here, as Twilight was not at ease. The drumming intensified, and when the distance between the human troops and the orcs shrank to a mere 100 meters, the orc soldiers charged forward with a thunderous roar, coinciding with the sound of a long horn. Loose arrows. At the command, a deluge of arrows rained down upon the advancing orc soldiers. Countless wargen and orcs fell to the ground, yet none retreated. The wargen and gnolls had no option to withdraw. After 3 waves of arrows, the orcs were upon them. Twilight activated his war roar and led the undaunted army to confront the wargen orc troops. The undaunted army stood to the left of the royal guard, facing only ordinary orc units, while the orc elite Shugo Sh would contend with the royal guard. After dispatching several wargen and gnolls, Twilight began to engage with the orcs. The scale of the orc forces suggested they sought to annihilate Xian Sain's troops in one fell swoop. At this moment, the humans did not hold a numerical advantage. Apart from the Hammer of Justice and the Royal Guard, their elite forces were outmatched. They could only hold out until reinforcements from Ireburg arrived. The battle escalated into a fierce confrontation from the outset, with Gamer Thunderhowl intent on swiftly defeating the human forces before him. As the 2 armies clashed, waves of magical energy surged within the orc ranks. Led by Moranon, the Spirit of 4, as 3,000 shaman began to prepare their spells. Soon, bolts of lightning and flames rained down upon the human troops, with the Royal Guard becoming their primary target. At the center of the encampment, Firaf Mishal, commanding the operation of the magical array, sensed the potent magical fluctuations outside and instructed his aide, as, "Take over the magical array, I will go assist." Understood. The 9th-tier mage nodded and stepped forward to assume Firaf's duties. It is said that only mages can contend with mages, although formidable archers can also pose a threat. Typically a spellcaster will have several followers to protect them. Upon reaching the battlefield outside the encampment, Firaf witnessed the shaman's second wave of spells arriving, causing more human soldiers to fall. In response, the 50 arcane constructs led by Firaf were dispatched to the battlefield, while violent magical energies began to surge around him. As a mid-tier hero, Firaf's strength far surpassed that of the orc shamans. After a brief moment, Firaf extended his palm, and several faintly purple arcane bubbles flew from his hand toward the orc forces. These bubbles grew larger as they traveled, eventually forming a massive sphere approximately 1.5 meters in diameter. The bubbles soared toward the Shuggo above the orc troops, before plummeting down with a series of explosive bursts, creating several 10-meter-wide gaps within the Shuggo ranks. The sudden magical support bolstered the morale of the Royal Guard, and when the orc shaman's third wave of lightning storm attacks arrived, a shield wall composed of arcane energy appeared beneath the lightning, effectively blocking the bolts. Meanwhile, the 50 arcane constructs on the battlefield intermittently unleashed arcane energy explosions, injuring nearby enemies. Seeing the human forces bolstered by magical support, Chief Gamer's expression turned grave as he conferred with the bear tribe leader. Nozaramala, do you think it's time for the bear warriors to take the field? This is our most critical battle. If we cannot subdue these humans, we will be in peril. Very well, Nozaramala replied reluctantly. Signaling for the bear warriors armed with large shields and wooden clubs to enter the fray, a discerning observer might notice that the relationship between Gamer and Nozaramala was not entirely harmonious. Ultimately, the bear tribe had suffered significant losses during the war with humans at the northern outpost, with bear warriors and knights suffering over a third of their numbers, given the bear tribe's already sparse population. Such casualties weighed heavily on Nozaramala's heart. Further losses during the siege of Ireburg led Nozaramala to prohibit bear warriors from participating in the assault, despite Gamer's protests that on one occasion, the impulsive Nozaramala nearly clashed with Gamer Thunderhowl. Setting aside such matters, the bear warriors entered the battlefield, targeting the undaunted army where Twilight stood. As the bear warriors joined the fray, bear knights clad in iron armor soon followed Nozaramala into battle. However, Xian and the Hammer of Justice were the first to confront these bear knights, as he had already heard from Dawn and Twilight about them. The Hammer of Justice was meant for them. At this moment, Gamer observed the very scenario he had feared. The Hammer of Justice entangled with the bear tribe knights. Consequently, he intensified his assault, deploying all available Shuggo troops, while joining the fray himself. The addition of powerful troops and the participation of the two chieftains invigorated the morale of the Orc Alliance, resulting in a more ferocious assault. Bang! Twilight braced against the strike of a bear warrior's blow with his shield, stepping back slightly to absorb the impact, while simultaneously thrusting his sword through the wooden plate armor, piercing the bear warrior's body. Ow! The bear warrior let out a cry of pain, roaring as he swung his club down toward Twilight. However, Twilight did not allow him a second opportunity. With a swift motion, Twilight thrust his shield upward, the edge colliding with the bear warrior's muscular arm, instantly neutralizing his strength. Following this, Twilight drove his sword into the bear warrior's heart, ending the creature's life. In contrast to Twilight's confrontation, Cetes and Emilio found it considerably easier to dispatch bear warriors. Cetes shattered a bear warrior's wooden shield with a single swing of his axe, subsequently ignoring the bear warrior's wooden club to deliver a fatal blow. This brutish, straightforward combat style was what Adai excelled at and relished. Emilio, on the other hand, wielded his superior tier to impose dominance. However, other units of the undaunted army faced challenges against the towering bear warriors. Meanwhile, Prince Tiglis found himself in peril against the orc elite Shuggo led by the formidable Gamer Thunderhowl. Despite Tiglis' prowess as a 9th-tier hero, he was soon forced to the brink of death under Gamer's relentless assault. Protect the prince. The royal guards surrounding Tiglis, upon witnessing their prince in danger, rushed to his aid, but one by one fell to Gamer's axe. Observing his soldiers perish before him, Tiglis let out a furious roar and charged forward once more. The dignity of a prince and the honor of a paladin compelled him to stand firm. Just in the nick of time, fellow hero Firaf arrived to extricate Tiglis from his predicament. At that moment, a flock of harpies took to the air, pursued by relentless griffin riders. Reinforcements from Ireburg had arrived. Chapter 67. The sudden victory. Just as the Orc Alliance was launching a fierce assault on the human forces, harpies scattered across the sky appeared, with griffin riders hot on their heels. Upon witnessing the griffins, Gamer Thunderhowl's expression soured, his mind racing with curses at the harpies' inadequacy. He had initially dispatched the harpies to distract Ireburg's forces, but he had not anticipated their swift return. At that moment, the sound of thundering hooves echoed in the distance, as the Royal Knight Order, clad in blue heavy metal armor and Darius's robes, made their entrance. With a resounding crash, the remaining 6,000 royal knights surged into the orc forces of Shugwasach like a torrent. Gamer Thunderhowl remained oblivious to the affection that Prince Drius held for his younger siblings. Upon learning that Tiglis and Sanaka's encampment was under attack, Drius wasted no time and promptly dispatched Count Murloc to lead the Royal Knight Order to their aid. Without a moment's hesitation, confronted by the overwhelming tide of the Royal Knight Order and the Royal Guard, Shuggo's composure began to falter, while Bughal Vos Murdath sought out Gamer, despite Shuggo being besieged by 2 royal legions. The orc shaman forces, along with the towering bear warriors and over 30,000 ordinary orc fighters, continued to press against the 20,000 newly recruited Darius soldiers and the 10,000 council guards. Observing the situation on the ground, Mog Copperhammer decisively commanded the Griffin Riders to abandon their pursuit of the Harpies and instead charge towards the conspicuous bear warriors, the Harpies in the sky. Having been thoroughly demoralized, took flight, disregarding their allies below that moment. Arcane automatons began to emerge in small squads from the camp, dispatched by the sorcerer Simber Arafa to engage the orc shamans and their summoned elements. Master Falaf focused on the injured Moranon. The 4 spirits of powered as time went on. The number of arcane automatons emerging from the camp swelled to around 5,000, slowly eroding the initial advantage of the orc coalition. As the saying goes, momentum can wane. The once ferocious assault of the orc coalition, having yielded no results over a prolonged period, began to lose its fervor, when an additional 10,000 Darius infantry arrived from the direction of Ireburg. The orc coalition found itself transformed from a position of strength to one of weakness, witnessing their ambition of decisively defeating the humans turn into a mere fantasy. The first to contemplate retreat was the bear chieftain. No Shemara. Behind him, 2,000 bear knights had been newly selected from among the ordinary bear warriors, totaling 5,000, yet they had already suffered losses of over 2,000. This clearly indicated that the Hammer of Justice was superior to the Royal Knight Order. Considering that the Royal Knight Order initially fielded 10,000 troops, while the Hammer of Justice only comprised 4,900. Retreat. No Shamara bellowed, glancing at the surrounding chaos before he charged in a designated direction. Followed closely by the remaining bear knights, noticing No Shamara's retreat, Simber did not pursue but instead rallied the nearby Hammer of Justice to engage the orc forces, for it was the orcs who were the true enemies of humanity. While the bear knights withdrew, the orc warriors attacking the undaunted army found it increasingly difficult to retreat, encircled as they were by over 2,000 griffin riders. The sudden retreat of the bears left the orc soldiers in a precarious position. And seeing the fleeing bear knights ignited a similar desire to retreat in Gamer, albeit too late. Leave a portion behind to cover our escape. The rest, follow me. Reluctantly, Gamer chose to sacrifice some pawns to preserve the king. The Hammer of Justice pursues the orcs. Gamer was determined not to let them escape unscathed. Royal Knights, follow me. Count Murda led the Royal Knights to intercept the fleeing orcs. Shuggo, block their path, shouted a 9th-tier orc with prominent tusks as he turned to confront the Hammer of Justice in an attempt to impede their advance. Meanwhile, a faction of orc wolf riders engaged the Royal Knights. The pursuit was marked by fits and starts, with the Flameblade, Howling Moon, and Blackhand clans being scattered, yet ultimately, they could not prevent the escape of the orc chieftains. Gamer Thunderhowl and Moranon, the 4 spirits of power, at a sudden battle and an unforeseen victory unfolded. None anticipated that the encirclement at the Red Earth Heights would dissolve so swiftly. Initially, Simber had planned for the decisive confrontation with the orcs to occur the following day or the day after. But the orcs had rashly launched their attack during humanity's moment of greatest vulnerability. Despite Simber's forces numbering 20,000 new recruits, Gamer underestimated them and their loyalty to the Darius kingdom. The orc forces did not immediately rout them, and the rapid defeat of the Harpies and the swift reinforcements from Ireburg took Gamer by surprise. Collectively, these factors rendered the orcs' defeat inevitable. Though the losses for humanity were substantial, the Hammer of Justice suffered 1,500 casualties, the Royal Knights lost 1,000, and the Royal Guard bore the brunt of the losses, with over 6,000 of their 9,000 troops fallen, leaving them with less than 3,000. The combined loss of the remaining 15,000 new recruits in the undaunted army amounted to around 11 to 12,000, while the private guards of the council barely escaped annihilation. The losses among the Griffin Riders and the newly arrived Darius infantry from Ireburg were relatively minor. In a brief span, such significant casualties illustrated the ferocity of the Orc coalition's assault. leaving humanity with barely over 30,000 soldiers. Amidst the battlefield strewn with corpses, Twilight regarded the thousands of injured or surrendered orc prisoners and inquired of Dawnstar Farsmity, "What shall we do with these captives?" "They should be temporarily detained," Dawnstar replied. As the principles of mercy prevailed in the light of Darius, Twilight had anticipated this outcome. Though he personally disagreed with sparing the orcs, his voice carried little weight. As he continued forward, he suddenly felt something stir beneath his foot. Looking down, he discovered he was standing on the hand of a gnoll. With a slight smirk, Twilight kicked the fallen gnoll's body, remarking, "When did gnolls become so clever as to feign death?" Hearing Twilight's words, Dawnstar followed his gaze to the motionless gnoll on the ground. "If you don't get up, do you believe I will slay you?" Twilight threatened, raising his sword. In an instant, the seemingly lifeless gnoll sprang to life, kneeling before Twilight at an astonishing speed. "Master, please spare me. I am but a poor gnoll. I beg you, let me go. I've never harmed a human." "Oh, your common is quite fluent," Twilight observed with surprise, as gnolls are typically of low intelligence, rarely mastering the common tongue. "Master, I've spoken common since childhood. Surely, you can let me go, considering we share a language," the gnoll pleaded, its round, teary eyes gazing up at Twilight and Dawnstar. "You've been speaking common since childhood. What is your name?" Twilight inquired. "Master, my name is Ya," the gnoll replied. "Watchdog." A familiar name sprang to Twilight's mind. Could this be the first boss from the third expansion, the Watchdog of the City of Earth? Regardless of whether it was or not, the gnoll's fluent common and its ability to feign death indicated a certain level of intelligence. Keeping it close might prove useful, Twilight decided. From now on, you shall be called. Follow me, and I guarantee you will have food to eat. The gnoll reacted swiftly, its face lighting up with joy upon hearing Twilight's words. "Thank you, master, thank you," it exclaimed, even kissing Twilight's military boots in gratitude. Meanwhile, Dawnstar Farsmity stood by, her mouth agape in astonishment at Twilight and the rapidly shifting demeanor of the gnoll. She was bewildered. Why would Twilight take in a gnoll? What was he thinking? Name, your race, gnoll status, retainer, Twilight 0, class, warrior tier, tier 3 strength, 31 agility, 30 spirit, 40 endurance, 35 skills, earth armor, envelopes a designated creature in a shield of earth to absorb damage. Cunning, passive creatures possessing this passive talent are often exceedingly sly and cunning. Observing attributes, both Twilight and Dawnstar were taken aback. What a peculiar growth pattern. While the stats were relatively balanced, they were nonetheless quite low. A tier 3 character with such attributes could easily be outmatched by a tier 2. Furthermore, the first skill was unremarkable, but the passive cunning was particularly perplexing. How could such a talent manifest in a gnoll? Twilight found himself utterly speechless. Chapter 68. Entering Ireburg. Twilight's sudden acquisition of a diminutive gnoll raised eyebrows among many. "Hey Twilight, what's going on here?" Fred pointed at the gnoll. "I stumbled upon this one feigning death on the battlefield. Consider it a new recruit," Twilight casually remarked. "I mean, if you're going to pick something up, shouldn't you choose something better? What's this, a gnoll?" Alas, Bloodwing interjected, garnering agreement from Hazet and Odison. "Don't underestimate him. He's the most coherent and fluent gnoll I've ever encountered," Twilight rebutted. "No matter how coherent, he's still just a gnoll," Fred replied dismissively. Twilight sighed in resignation. "Forget it. I won't converse with fools. Talking to fools makes one foolish." With that, he shot a glance at Hazet and the others before walking away. "Is he implying we are fools?" Odison queried the three nearby. "You're the fool," Fred retorted, slapping Odison playfully. "Ah, intelligence is a hard limitation," lamented alas Bloodwing, shaking his head as he walked away. As Twilight and his companions exchanged light-hearted banter, the troops soon finished clearing the battlefield, cremating the orc bodies. Before Cimber led the forces toward Ireburg, after less than an hour of travel, Ireburg came into view. As the troops drew near, a welcoming party emerged from within the fortress, led by the long-absent Crown Prince Drius. Upon encountering Drius, Twilight and the others were taken aback. Was this truly the composed and capable prince they once knew? Drius's complexion was a sickly yellow, his eyes bloodshot, and his once robust physique had withered considerably. "Brother." Seeing her elder brother in such a state, Sanaka could no longer contain herself and rushed into Drius's embrace, while the fourth prince, Tigrisa, also felt his eyes welling up. There, see, your brother is fine," Drius reassured, gently patting Sanaka on the back. He then turned to the approaching Tigrisa with a smile. saying, "Well done, my dear brother." It must be noted that the three siblings of the Darius royal family, Drius, Sanaka, and Tigrisa, are perhaps the most harmonious among all nobles and royalty. They have maintained a close bond since childhood. Though it could have been four siblings had the third prince not tragically passed away at the tender age of 4 due to an accident. Perhaps it was this loss that led Drius to bestow all his affection upon Sanaka and his youngest brother. Tigrisa, after standing at the entrance of Erebor for a moment, the troops followed Drius into the fortress. Along the way, Twilight observed numerous splattered bloodstains and uncollected corpses in the corners, all foreboding the grim state of warfare that had transpired in Erebor. Accompanying the eldest prince to the Erebor Council Hall, the supplies of grain had just arrived at the granary, and at the soldiers' behest, preparations for a meal commenced immediately, allowing the Erebor soldiers to savor fragrant rice and bread once more. That very evening, Drius recounted the detailed circumstances surrounding Erebor to his brother Tigrisa, as well as to the royal party members, including Nysane Campello and Don Farsmedi. He knew such matters could not be concealed, nor did he wish to hide them, so he chose to inform Nysane and the others first. Upon hearing Drius's words, the expressions of those present, including Nysane, shifted dramatically. The act of cannibalism was universally abhorred in the epic world, particularly in the Darius kingdom, a realm illuminated by the holy light, home to countless priests and paladins. One can only imagine their sentiments regarding Drius's actions. Even Tigrisa felt a profound discomfort upon learning of his brother's decisions. Let alone the others. The dead, especially those who fell in battle, should not be desecrated. Why did you not stop His Highness the Prince? Nysane inquired sternly of Count Bugervos Mirdar, his tone laden with reproach. As a seasoned individual, Nysane immediately recognized that this incident could be weaponized by ill-intentioned individuals to undermine Drius and potentially the entire Darius royal family. In the face of Nysane's interrogation, Count Mirdar offered no defense. He acknowledged his failure to protect the prince, knowing any justification would be futile. "Enough, Commander Nysane. Mirdar could not prevent my actions, and I harbor no regrets regarding this decision," Drius asserted. He truly felt no remorse. At least his resolve had preserved Erebor and the lives of countless Darius citizens within. "Your Highness, we could publicly state that it was my decision, thus sparing you much trouble," Count Mirdar suggested, evidently willing to take the blame for Drius, even at the cost of his lifelong honor as a paladin. "No, the actions I undertook were mine alone. I will return to the capital shortly to seek forgiveness from Father." Drius firmly declined Mirdar's offer. Unwilling to let others bear the weight of his choices, guided both by his upbringing and the dignity of a prince, for the following 2 days, the Hammer of Justice and the Royal Knights launched relentless pursuits against the dispersed Orc coalition. During this time, the unsettling news of Drius ordering soldiers to consume human flesh inevitably spread among the other troops. What manner of monster would resort to cannibalism? Even the notorious ogres would not consume their own kind. The subpar wargen would only engage in such acts when driven by desperation. As a self-proclaimed superior race, the notion that their prince would permit his subordinates to partake in cannibalism sparked widespread discontent among the soldiers, particularly within the ranks of the Hammer of Justice, where the knights expressed their outrage. Upon returning to the camp, Twilight overheard Fred and several fearless soldiers discussing Drius's actions, prompting a frown to form on his brow. "Fred, gather all fearless troops for an assembly," Twilight commanded loudly. Catching Fred, who had yet to notice his arrival, somewhat off guard. Although Fred was puzzled by the timing of the summons, he dared not question Twilight further, given the latter's demeanor. Shortly thereafter, 5,000 fearless soldiers assembled in the training grounds. While Twilight stood solemnly on the wooden platform at the forefront, gazing intently at his soldiers, Don Farsmedi, the nonchalant figure, stood at one corner of the platform, flanked by Cetes and the newly acquired goblin subordinates. Under Twilight's unwavering gaze, all soldiers instinctively stood at attention, creating an atmosphere of oppressive silence in the training grounds. After a moment, Twilight broke the silence, speaking slowly. "I believe many of you have heard the rumors regarding Prince Drius's actions involving orc and human flesh." At this, a low murmur arose among the fearless troops. Twilight continued, "I understand that many of you hold opinions on this matter, believing the prince's actions were misguided. Is that correct? Speak up, is that not true?" Twilight suddenly roared, pointing at a paladin in the front row. "Yes, General," the paladin instinctively responded, voicing his discontent. Pointing at the soldiers before him, Twilight thundered, I know you all harbor dissatisfaction towards Prince Drius, deeming it inappropriate for him to allow soldiers to consume human flesh, and even more so to desecrate the corpses of warriors. But have you considered the consequences had the prince not acted thus? Twilight's questioning echoed throughout the training grounds. If the prince had not made that choice, the only outcome would have been starvation among the soldiers, or them lacking the strength to combat the orcs. Ultimately, Erebor would have surely fallen, and nearly 100,000 residents within would have perished at the hands of the orcs, resulting in the kingdom losing the entirety of the Red Earth Plateau. Have you contemplated this? Let me ask you, did Prince Drius alone consume the flesh of the fallen? Did he not partake in the same sustenance as the ordinary soldiers? I assure you, our prince has been eating the same food these past days. Can you fathom how he feels? The corpses of warriors should not be desecrated. However, in the name of saving more lives, our noble prince willingly sacrificed his hard-earned reputation, successfully preserving Erebor, safeguarding the Red Earth Plateau, and halting the further incursion of the orcs. That I believe this outcome is precisely what all valiant fallen soldiers would desire. Thus, Drius is a hero of the kingdom, and such a person should not be misunderstood or scorned. Every soldier of the fearless army was rendered speechless by Twilight's words. Even Donfar's Medi stood with her mouth agape. Observing the soldiers' expressions, Twilight continued to shout, "If one day I find myself in a similar predicament, I too will act as Prince Drius did, solely for the sake of our people and our nation. For the Darius kingdom, even if it means plunging into the abyss, I, Twilight Zero, shall harbor no regrets." If Twilight's preceding remarks had left the fearless soldiers in shock, his concluding declaration struck them with immense impact. Suddenly, a soldier cried out in fervor, "For the glory of Darius! For the glory of Darius!" As the first soldier's shout echoed, more and more joined in, their excitement ignited by Twilight's final proclamation, "For the Darius kingdom. Even if it means plunging into the abyss, I, Twilight Zero, shall harbor no regrets." Twilight observed the fervent soldiers below, a smile gracing his face as he raised his hand to quell the clamor. Then stated, "I have said all I needed to say. Remember, as soldiers, all that we do is for the kingdom and the people. Now, disperse." Yes, the resounding chorus soared to the heavens, even audible to the other surrounding troops. As the soldiers gradually departed, Dawn approached Twilight, astonished. "I never imagined you would defend Prince Drius so ardently." "I am not defending Drius. I am merely speaking the truth, from a national interest perspective. Prince Drius has done nothing wrong. He is indeed a hero. While the notion of utilizing the deceased orcs and humans as military rations is difficult to accept, it does not imply that Drius's actions were erroneous. Had he not acted, the death toll would have been far higher. Even in ancient China, many generals resorted to similar measures in the absence of supplies, such as Cheng Yu and Liu Bei. The words of Twilight swiftly spread among the troops of Erebor and its residents. Although many still believed that Drius's actions were misguided, a considerable number of soldiers were inspired by Twilight's declaration, "For the kingdom of Darius, even if I fall into the endless abyss, I shall die without regret." This sentiment ignited a fervent patriotism within them, becoming a motto for numerous youths. "Shinsai, it appears your student harbors quite the audacious thoughts. To dare speak in favor of Drius at this juncture is no small feat," chuckled Falaf Mashao to Shinsai within the confines of the command tent. "This lad certainly knows how to stir trouble," Shinsai remarked. Though inwardly, he felt quite pleased with Twilight. Despite his impulsive words, the boy's love for Darius was undeniable, and that alone sufficed. "Teacher, may I enter?" At that moment, as if summoned, Twilight's voice resonated from outside. "Ah, Twilight, do come in," Shinsai replied. Upon entering the tent, Twilight noticed Falaf Mishao's presence and greeted him before stepping forward to Shinsai. "Young man, arriving at this hour surely means you have something to discuss. Pray, what is it?" Shinsai inquired. Twilight spoke. "Teacher, I have heard that the crown prince will be returning to the royal city in the next couple of days. Is that true?" "Indeed it is." Shinsai nodded. "May I accompany Prince Drius to the royal city of Dynamicas?" "What business do you have in the royal city at this time?" Shinsai questioned. Puzzled by Twilight's intent to go to Dynamicas, especially since the troops would soon continue their assault on the orc forces towards the west after dealing with the remnants in the Red Clay Highlands. "Rest assured, teacher, I plan to depart from the royal city, passing through Black Sea City and Old Bay to directly enter the Smudo Alliance, where I shall rendezvous with the troops. You may find it difficult to match my speed." Twilight declared confidently. Seeing that Twilight had already devised a plan, Shinsai pondered briefly before consenting to his idea. The following day, Crown Prince Drius commenced his journey back to the royal city of Dynamicus, accompanied by the remaining 3,000 royal guards. Along with Twilight and his 2 aides, Cetes and the Knoll. "I never expected you would join me to the royal city," Drius remarked with a smile, falling a few paces behind on horseback. "I am merely delivering something for someone else. And consider it a brief respite for myself. After all, I have yet to visit the royal city." Twilight replied with a grin. "Once we arrive in Dynamicus, I shall treat you splendidly. I have yet to express my gratitude for the words you shared with the soldiers," Drius said earnestly. Although many soldiers still held reservations about him, a portion had come to understand him thanks to Twilight's statements. "Your Highness, you are too kind. It is my duty, and I spoke from my heart," Twilight responded, secretly wishing to alleviate some of the burdens Drius bore. Following the defeat of the First Legion, the grim necessity of using human remains for provisions, and the subsequent rise of the Fourth Prince. Tigresa, one event after another had undoubtedly placed immense pressure upon Drius, foreshadowing his eventual downfall. Both Drius and Tigresa were individuals Twilight yearned to save. He did not want Drius to be led astray by overwhelming public sentiment and the machinations of others, allowing this prince, who had sacrificed so much for the kingdom, to tread the path of ruin once more. Chapter 70. Dynamicus riding swiftly through the resplendent forests and the city of Soth City. Drius and his entourage finally entered the realm of the royal city of Dynamicus after 10 days. During this journey, Twilight seized the opportunity to visit Tamar and Marcus in Soth City, who were diligently striving to enhance their strength. Previously, under the leadership of Shinsai Campello, they had wished to accompany the Justice Hammer on their campaign, but due to their insufficient prowess, they had been forcibly retained. Upon seeing Twilight, the two lamented their plight. While Fred's girlfriend, Reina Rika, eagerly inquired about his condition, Twilight reassured her of Fred's well-being, subsequently pacifying the disgruntled Tamar and Marcus, promising them that once they attained the 3rd tier, they could join the front lines with teacher Shinsai. Twilight had already discerned that both were on the cusp of breakthrough, and reaching the 3rd tier was merely a matter of time that as Twilight made his way towards the royal city of Dynamicus. The operations to eradicate the remaining orc coalition in the Red Clay Highlands were simultaneously underway, with the formidable forces of the Justice Hammer and the Royal Knights. Many orc soldiers perished under the relentless onslaught before they could even retreat. Moreover, the new recruits brought by Shinsai were wholly absorbed into the First Legion, tasked with defending Ireburg and Stan City in the forthcoming period. Their primary responsibilities would involve safeguarding these locations and assisting in the reconstruction of the Red Clay Highlands. Meanwhile, conflicts arose among the orcs and bearfolk who had returned to the Kortra Gorge from the Red Clay Highlands in the recent battle. Only 5,000 Shughush orcs and a scattered 7,000 ordinary orc warriors returned alongside the chieftain. Gamer thunderhowled that a significant number of shamans, over 1,000, had remained with Morlon, benefiting from their adversaries being less intelligent arcane constructs, which only attacked their immediate targets, allowing many orc shamans to escape. The bearfolk, having fled first and not being targeted by humans, suffered comparatively fewer losses, with their combined ranks of bear knights and bear warriors numbering around 7,000. The stark disparity in losses between the bearfolk and the orcs understandably bred discontent among the latter. Further inflamed by the bearfolk leader, Nashemara, expressing a desire to withdraw from the coalition, an argument between the two factions became inevitable. Observing the chaotic scene, Chieftain Gamer slammed his palm on the table. Gradually silencing the uproar, he then turned to Nashemara. "Nashemara, do you truly wish to exit our alliance?" "Indeed, my people have suffered too great a loss," Nashemara replied. The initial reason for the bearfolk's alliance with the orcs stemmed from the orcs rescuing them from centaur oppression, and Morlon possessing a quarter of bearfolk bloodline had solidified their bond. However, with so many of his kin lost, Nashemara felt that sufficient debt had been repaid. "Have you considered, Nashemara, that should you retreat to the Sundown Mountains now, the centaurs will show you mercy?" Gamer's words struck at Nashemara's vulnerability. Indeed, returning home now would only lead to two fates: extermination or enslavement. Yet, following the orcs offered no assurance either. Ultimately, Nashemara chose to remain. He had no other choice. As for the orcs, they were a matter for another time. At this moment, Twilight and his companions had arrived in the royal city of Darius, Dynamicus, if so standing, exuded an aura of solemn majesty. Dynamicus possessed an additional layer of opulence. Upon facing Dynamicus, Twilight was momentarily awestruck. As one of humanity's most resplendent cities, such a monumental construction could not have been erected overnight, but rather was the result of countless generations' dedication. As they passed two towering stone watchtowers, Twilight followed Drius into the proudest realm of humanity, Dynamicus. Upon reaching the city gates, Twilight first beheld two colossal statues flanking the entrance, and beside one statue stood a magnificent stone monument. Inscribed with the origins of Dynamicus and the Darius kingdom, Twilight recalled that during the invasion of the Calamity, this statue had long since vanished, and the monument had only one-third remaining at that time. There had been a task to recover the lost fragments of the monument as they meandered along the expansive thoroughfare, bustling with pedestrians, delightful hot springs, and vibrant shops. Twilight and Prince Drius eventually halted before a statue of a middle-aged warrior wielding a warhammer and crowned with a diadem. This is the founder of Darius. My ancestor, long darkness that I grew up hearing tales of his exploits, Drius recounted, gazing up at the imposing statue. Nodding, Twilight recognized it as the statue of Emperor Darnus, which he had encountered in ruins during a prior mission, albeit in a damaged state. Noticing Twilight lost in thought while gazing at the statue, Drius chuckled. Well then, Twilight, let us part ways here. I must escort them back to the palace to meet my father. Very well. Until we meet again, Your Highness, Twilight replied, bowing respectfully to Drius. After their farewell, Drius departed at a measured pace with the 3,000 royal guards, while Twilight, accompanied by Cetes and the Knoll, ventured in another direction. Dynamicus can be broadly divided into two districts: the inner city, where the nobility resided, and the outer city, home to the majority of commoners and small vendors. The western side of the outer city was notorious for its slums. Indeed, where there is light, there is darkness. Despite its magnificence, Dynamicus was still a city and could not escape this reality at present. Twilight and his companions walked along the streets of the inner city when Cetes patted his belly and exclaimed, Twilight, I am hungry. All right, let us first find a place to dine. Mirkwind remarked, casting a glance at the sky. Cetes had been particularly ravenous these past few days, after their encounter with the orcs. He had taken a nap, and the next day, Mirkwind discovered that he had advanced to the 6th rank. Correspondingly, Cetes' appetite had notably increased. Soon, Mirkwind spotted a tavern ahead, the Wanderer's Tavern. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door, ushering Cetes inside. Waitstaff, bring us 3 portions of black rice cake, 3 lamb legs, and a cup of aged malt wine, Mirkwind instructed, taking a seat at an unoccupied table. Certainly, sir, responded the tavern server, who greeted Mirkwind warmly, recognizing his attire emblazoned with the insignia of the Hammer of Justice. However, as he turned to leave, he cast a peculiar glance at Cetes, who occupied an entire bench by himself, and at the dog-headed creature who had also taken a seat. It was well known that dog-headed beings were often deemed too wasteful to be kept as slaves. Thus, it was surprising to see a paladin permitting such a filthy creature to dine at the same table. The server's curiosity was piqued, particularly by the enormous weapon slung across Cetes' back and his imposing physique. Chapter 71. Vurian Brook. Well, when did the lowly dog-headed creature become worthy of dining at the table? Quite nauseating. A voice laced with disdain interrupted Mirkwind's meal. Upon hearing the jeering remark, Mirkwind raised an eyebrow and turned to see 2 elegantly dressed young men accompanied by several attendants passing by. The speaker was one of the 2. In this day and age, anything is possible. A member of the esteemed Hammer of Justice has stooped to dine with a dog-headed creature. Mirkwind had no desire to stir trouble in Dynamicus. But another mocking voice soon followed, causing his brow to furrow deeply. He placed his utensils down and, maintaining his composure, addressed the passing individuals. Halt, I demand that you retract your words. Upon hearing Mirkwind's demand, the 2 young men turned around, their faces displaying nothing but contempt. Do you really think one can take back the spit they have cast, my dear apprentice of the Hammer of Justice? One of them scoffed. The Hammer of Justice is not something you simpletons can dare to insult. Mirkwind's eyes narrowed as he slowly rose to his feet. What? Are you looking for a fight? We are nobility, duly honored. One of the young men replied with a haughty air. Cetes, throw them out. Mirkwind commanded sternly. He did not seek conflict, but he was certainly not afraid of it. As a disciple of the new Sane, he had no reason to fear anyone in this kingdom. Upon hearing Merquin's words, Sethi stood up with surprising speed for his stature, striding over to the two young nobles and lifting them effortlessly. One in each hand. With a swift motion, he hurled them out of the tavern, causing them to crash against the door and roll twice before coming to a stop. Ah! A startled cry escaped their lips as their attendants rushed outside to check on their masters. The patrons within the tavern were taken aback by Merquin's explosive temper. The nobleman of the Hammer of Justice had struck without hesitation, directly assaulting two nobles. "Filthy scoundrels, kill them," one of the nobles screamed, blood streaming down his face as his attendants helped him up. "Fools, do not kill them, just incapacitate them," Merquin interjected, concerned that Sethes might go to FARD in an instant. Sethes dispatched the charging attendants with a flurry of punches, sending them sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, as the conflict unfolded, the Crown Prince Drius was engaged in conversation with the venerable and gray-bearded Darnaz V at the royal court. "Father, I have disappointed you," Drius said. His head bowed. "My child, lift your gaze. You have done nothing wrong. You have acted commendably, always considering the welfare of your people as the Crown Prince. You have shown me the potential of a worthy king." Darnaz V spoke kindly to his weary son. "However, Father, the warriors and many generals do not agree with my approach. As a future sovereign, many of your decisions will face scrutiny. These criticisms are trials you must endure. Remember, my child, one day I shall grow old, and you will be crowned beneath the rising sun," Darnaz V gently instructed Drius. "I understand, Father." Darnaz V's encouragement rekindled the spark of hope in Drius's otherwise despondent eyes. After their meal, Merquin, noting that there was still ample daylight, took Sethes into a tailor to have custom garments made for them. Subsequently, they sought out a large blacksmith shop in the inner city. "Boss, business has arrived. Good day, my lord," greeted a robust middle-aged man as he hurried to welcome Merquin and his companions. "Boss, take a look at this axe. Can it be modified to resemble that large blade?" Merquin inquired, pointing to Sethes's weapon, the slaughtering feast war axe. The blacksmith examined the axe, which shimmered with a faint red glow. And after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. "My lord, I apologize, but the runes inscribed on this axe are of a high grade and exceedingly intricate. Altering its shape may result in the loss of its enchantments and a significant reduction in its power." Acknowledging the blacksmith's words, Merquin took back the slaughtering feast war axe. He then gestured towards Sethes. "Boss, I would like to commission a suit of armor for him, at least of exquisite quality." After numerous battles, the black iron armor worn by Sethes had suffered considerable damage. Making this visit to Darnamaka's a perfect opportunity to have a new set crafted, the blacksmith cast a glance at Sethes and replied, "Very well, but I will require 7 days. That will not suffice. I have no such time." 3 days. I can only offer you 3 days. Of course, money is not an issue, Merquin stated, placing 2 gold coins on the counter. Witnessing the generosity of the Hammer of Justice Lord, the blacksmith's face broke into a broad smile. "Rest assured, my lord, your order will be ready in 3 days. It is settled then. The higher the quality of the armor, the better. I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory payment," Merquin affirmed. "No problem. Leave it to me, my lord," the blacksmith assured, thumping his chest. With the night passing uneventfully, the next day, Merquin arose, tidied himself, and made his way to the Darius Royal Apothecary Association. The Royal Apothecary Association is situated on the eastern side of the Darius Royal Court, serving primarily to provide various potions and train apothecaries. Upon arriving at the association, Merquin was halted by the guards at the entrance. "Would you kindly announce my arrival? I seek for Ian Brook. I am a friend of his," Merquin requested. Upon hearing Merquin's words, the guard nodded, noticing his Hammer of Justice attire, and went inside to relay the message. Shortly thereafter, a disheveled young man was brought out. "You must be Vurian Brook," Merquin queried directly upon seeing him. "Yes. And you are?" Vurian responded, puzzled, as he did not recall knowing this individual. "Greetings, I am Merquin Zero, a friend of your mother. She entrusted me with delivering something to you," Merquin replied, producing the necklace of the fated benefactor. "My mother?" Vurian Brook inquired, confusion evident in his voice as he accepted the necklace. Upon noticing the small inscription of blessings on the back, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. "Where is my mother? Is she well?" Vurian Brook asked, lifting his gaze. "She is currently in the Red Earth Highlands, Misty Mountains. She is well, but she is alone and must often think of you," Mirkwind reassured him in Mirkwind's heart. He hoped that Rebirth could reunite with his mother. For perhaps then he would not follow in his father's footsteps and plunge into the ranks of the undead scourge, nor would his mother transform into the wretched witch of later tales. "Thank you for bringing this necklace to me," Rebirth expressed sincerely. "No need for thanks. The delivery is complete. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. That I hope we have the chance to meet again." Mirkwind smiled. "Goodbye." After bidding farewell to Rebirth, Mirkwind made his way back to the inn where he was staying. It was evident that Varian missed his mother greatly, though Mirkwind pondered curiously why Amaran had separated from Varian's father, Andre Brook. Chapter 72. Belinda Cons. Upon returning to the inn, Mirkwind noticed a large crowd gathered outside. Accompanied by a cacophony of noise emanating from within. As he approached, he beheld a throng of 70 to 80 individuals attacking Sethes, with several bodies sprawled on the ground, while the dog-headed cowered behind Sethes. Sensing that Sethes might lose control, Mirkwind rushed forward, knocking aside a few attackers before shouting, "Stop." Upon hearing Mirkwind's command, Sethes was the first to release his grip on those he held, and the assailants, upon seeing the figure clad in the Hammer of Justice attire, ceased their assault. "What is happening?" Mirkwind inquired, turning to the dog-headed. "Master, it is those two from yesterday," pointed in a direction. Following his gesture, Mirkwind quickly spotted two individuals bandaged up. Indeed, they were the same nobles involved in the earlier altercation at the Wanderer's Tavern. "Ah, the main culprits have returned. What are you waiting for? Beat them to a pulp. If they die, I shall take responsibility," one of the young nobles yelled upon seeing Mirkwind's return. Upon hearing the words of his master, the surrounding individuals could not help but lament their plight, particularly due to the sheer ferocity of the towering figure, whose casual punch could render a person incapacitated. Nevertheless, these attendants steeled themselves and slowly encircled the trio of Twilight. Observing the nearly 100 assailants converging upon them, Twilight felt that these nobles had become rather brazen. This was the royal city. After all, the audacity to engage in a brawl with over 100 participants suggested that the withdrawal of the city guards to the front lines had left them unchecked. Contemplating this, Twilight addressed Sethes, saying, "Fool, bring these individuals to their knees." With merely a handful of undisciplined fighters, none exceeding the 5th rank, Twilight felt no need to intervene with Sethes by his side. With each punch and kick, Sethes sent the encroaching attendants sprawling, bloodied and prone, instilling a sense of trepidation among the noble retainers wielding weapons. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from outside, followed by the entrance of 20 soldiers clad in royal guard attire. "Halt! Everyone, cease this at once," the leading soldier shouted as he advanced towards Twilight, effortlessly toppling anyone who dared to continue fighting along his path. Upon recognizing the royal guard, the noble attendants hastily discarded their weapons, and Twilight signaled Sethes to cease his actions. "General Twilight, how fare you? Who possesses the audacity to assault you?" The leader of the royal guard approached Twilight, visibly concerned. His inquiry caused the two noble youths hidden in the distance to change countenance, as they had not anticipated that Twilight was a general. "It is those two, the ones bound in bandages," Twilight indicated towards the two noble youths, now pale with fright. The soldier before him, whom Twilight recognized as Hyder, the captain of the royal Prince Dreas's guard, promptly ordered, "Seize those two." Upon hearing Hyder's command, royal guards swiftly approached the two noble youths, and by the time they considered fleeing, it was far too late. "General Twilight, what do you intend to do?" Hyder inquired cautiously, having recognized one of the nobles and seeking to minimize the situation. "I wish to inquire what punishment is warranted under the laws of the kingdom for wantonly attacking a kingdom general, insulting the Hammer of Justice, and disregarding the holy light," Twilight asked, showing no reluctance to add further charges against the two nobles. "This," Hyder hesitated, sensing Twilight's resolve. "General Twilight, might I request a favor? Would you consider entrusting those two to me?" At that moment, a melodic voice emerged from the crowd, as a striking woman in her late 20s with golden hair stepped forward. Noticing her, Twilight raised an eyebrow. "Your favor? I believe we are unacquainted." "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Belinda Kangs," she replied with a warm smile. "General, this lady is the cherished daughter of Duke Elixia, and the lad in the green attire is Duke Elixia's nephew, Cagalo." Hyder discreetly informed Twilight of her background. It appeared that she was the only daughter of the esteemed Duchess Elixia of Daris. Explaining Hyder's desire to downplay the situation, Twilight mused, "Ah, The esteemed young lady of the Kang's family, my apologies. Since Miss Belinda has spoken, I shall not be petty. With that, Twilight gestured for Belinda to take the youths away. Thank you. General Twilight, consider this a favor owed. I shall ensure they receive their due punishment upon my return, Belinda said, bowing slightly before instructing her attendants to reclaim the two noble youths from the royal guards. While others assisted the injured, the group gradually departed. As Twilight watched Belinda Kang's leave, he turned to Hyder and asked, "What brings you here?" "Oh, nearly forgot. His Highness the Prince requested that I invite you to join him for lunch," Hyder explained. After pondering for a moment, Twilight nodded. "Very well, let us proceed." Thus, Twilight instructed Cetes and the others to remain at the inn while he followed Hyder towards the innermost area of the royal city. Just as they made their way to the royal court, Belinda, who had just departed, wore a stony expression. "Dear sister, look at the injuries on my brother, all inflicted by that Twilight. You must avenge him." Cagalo, clad in green, lamented to Belinda. "Silence. Am I unaware of your conduct? Refrain from stirring trouble henceforth. Should this occur again, I shall break your legs," Belinda coldly retorted. Immediately, Cagalo fell silent, well aware of his sister's formidable disposition when she threatened to break his legs. He knew she would carry through. Under Hyder's guidance, Twilight navigated through a series of winding paths until they reached a side hall. Outside the hall, Twilight immediately spotted the eldest prince, Dreas, standing silently beside a pool. "Twilight, you've arrived," Dreas exclaimed, turning to greet him with a smile. "Your Highness." Twilight approached and offered a respectful bow. "How did you fare last night?" Dreas casually inquired. "It was satisfactory, though I sensed that the patrols within the royal city seem rather lax," Twilight cautioned, expressing his concern that the current state of affairs could render Danamakas vulnerable to those with ill intentions, such as the Shadow Church. Indeed, most of the troops have been dispatched to the front lines. Leaving the city's defenses somewhat strained in the coming days, I shall advise Father to recruit new soldiers, and then we shall have sufficient manpower, Dreas replied, patting Twilight on the shoulder. "Now, the time is nigh. Let us dine." Chapter 73. The royal bulwark of Darius. Twilight had anticipated that his meal with Dreas would consist solely of the two of them. But upon the entrance of an elderly man adorned with a crown, Twilight sprang to his feet. "Your Majesty." The one who had arrived was none other than King Decisive, and Twilight had not expected him to be present. "You must be Twilight. I heard about you from Dreas yesterday." "Indeed, a youthful hero. Please, sit. There's no need to be anxious," King Decisive said with a hearty laugh. Hearing this, Twilight gradually settled back into his seat, while King Decisive took his place at the head of the table. "I have heard of your insights from Dreas, and your leadership in battle is quite commendable," King Decisive remarked once seated. "You flatter me, Your Majesty. I merely find myself often lost in thought over maps, pondering the potential movements of our adversaries," Twilight humbly responded. As their conversation unfolded, Twilight discovered that King Decisive was not only benevolent but also possessed profound wisdom. Every utterance seemed imbued with philosophical depth. The meal progressed leisurely under the king's guidance. And once the servants cleared the dishes, King Decisive clapped his hands, prompting a servant to enter bearing a chest. "As it is our first meeting, I have prepared a gift for you," King Decisive announced. "This, Your Majesty, I am already quite content to dine with you. There is no need for a gift," Twilight politely declined. "You are a disciple of the new Saiyan, and your unwavering loyalty to the kingdom merits a gift. Not to mention it serves as encouragement for a younger generation," King Decisive insisted, gesturing for the servant to place the chest before Twilight and open it. Inside lay a beautifully crafted shield. Resting serenely within the box, upon seeing the shield, Twilight's intended words caught in his throat. "Is this shield intended as a gift for me?" Twilight asked in astonishment. King Decisive nodded with a smile, prompting Twilight to reach for the exquisite shield. At its center, a silver sword and hammer were depicted in an intricate design, flanked by a golden cross, with golden patterns etched around its borders. The overall aesthetic featured gold as the predominant hue, complemented by silver and blue accents. Darius Royal Bulwark, weight 80, strength 90, power 30, endurance 40, defense 300, with the additional effect of magic damage reduction. Note: this is one of the finest shields in the Darius Kingdom's arsenal. Magic damage reduction. The Darius Royal Bulwark can flawlessly withstand all magical attacks of the 7th rank or lower. while providing limited damage mitigation against 8th rank spells. An epic grade shield. In the hands of a warrior, Twilight felt as though he was clutching an exquisite beauty, reluctant to release his grasp. Any prior thoughts of undeserved rewards vanished from his mind. What do you think? Dreas inquired. Wonderful. Absolutely magnificent. Twilight exclaimed as he caressed the shield. With his combat experience, he realized that possessing the royal bulwark would make him a formidable foe against any magic-wielding adversaries of the 7th rank or lower. This shield is known as the Daris Royal Bulwark. Crafted long ago. However, since both Dreas and Tigris wield two-handed weapons, it remained unused, and now it is rightfully yours. May you use it to protect Daris, King Donis V encouraged. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall not be remiss in accepting this gift. I will ensure that I utilize this shield effectively and not disappoint you, Twilight affirmed, no longer hesitant to accept such a prestigious offering. Following a bit more conversation, Twilight took his leave from the royal court. As he walked back to the inn, Twilight's thoughts were consumed by the royal bulwark he now possessed. That a fine shield and weapon were akin to a warrior's second life, and Twilight was no exception. Initially intending to express his gratitude modestly, he found himself unable to contain his excitement upon beholding the shield. Internally chastising himself for his lack of composure, his heart nevertheless swelled with delight. In truth, Twilight was aware that Darnassus V harbored suspicions about his being bribed. However, upon reflection, he pondered what he possessed that could be bought. It was merely due to his status as a disciple of New Sane that the Archbishop's faction had already been firmly branded as loyalists. In any case, Twilight would inevitably become a member of the royal faction in the future. Yet, Twilight's assumptions were misguided this time. The reason Darnassus V bestowed upon him the shield was not for any other reason, but because, at a time when everyone doubted the Crown Prince Dreas, Twilight had stepped forward to defend him. For this act and Twilight's words at that moment, Darnassus V deemed it fitting to reward him. Upon returning to the inn, Twilight first took Cetizen out for a meal. Of course, Twilight had already dined, but the other two had yet to eat. Once Cetizen had finished their meal, Twilight led them to explore the market, as he would be departing tomorrow or the day after. Before he left, he intended to purchase some gifts for Don Falstmedi. After a prolonged period of battle, Twilight had amassed nearly 10,000 gold coins from the orcs, which rendered him somewhat affluent. Naturally, the gold on the orcs had been plundered from the humans. As they strolled down the bustling street, the trio of Twilight certainly captured a significant amount of attention. A 2-meter-tall rotund figure accompanied by a rather unsavory-looking gnoll attracted the gazes of nearly everyone present. While wandering and inquiring, the trio arrived at a shop selling magical accessories. "Welcome," exclaimed the female attendant, momentarily taken aback by the peculiar trio before promptly bowing. "I wish to purchase some accessories. What levels do your items come in?" Twilight inquired. "Greetings, my lord. Our accessories mainly include necklaces, rings, and earrings. We cater to all desires, whether you seek exquisite, fine, or rare quality items. We have it all." The attendant enthusiastically introduced the items displayed in the counter, her curiosity piqued by the sight of a person with black hair and eyes. "I am interested in rings. Please bring forth your rare quality selections," Twilight stated, knowing that rare items were typically not displayed openly, but stored separately. "Of course. Please wait a moment while I retrieve them," the attendant responded, taken aback by Twilight's request for rare items, realizing she had encountered a significant patron today, and hurried upstairs. After a brief moment, the attendant descended with a tray, on which were neatly arranged 4 rows of rings, each a different hue: red, green, yellow, and more. Twilight meticulously examined each ring, noting their commendable attributes. Upon picking up a ring adorned with a green gemstone, he decided to purchase it. Elemental Surge Ring, Stamina 10, Spirit 20, Casting Speed 25, with a proportional reduction in spell consumption. "What is the price of this ring?" Twilight inquired, holding the Elemental Surge Ring. "My lord, due to its rare quality, this ring is priced at 999 gold. However, we can offer you a discount, bringing it down to 990 gold. The attendant smiled. "That is rather steep. Can you not lower the price a bit?" Twilight responded. "Apologies, my lord, but this is already the best price we can offer," the attendant replied. "Very well, I shall take it. Please wrap it up for me." Twilight sighed, realizing that to pursue a woman, a man must often spend extravagantly. He retrieved a 1,000 gold note from his pocket and handed it to the attendant. "Thank you. Please hold on for a moment." Seeing Twilight's payment, the attendant moved with increased efficiency, soon presenting the neatly wrapped item to him. Chapter 74. The unknown cloaked figure. Nightfall brought with it the faintest of sounds from the rooftop above Twilight's chamber. Slowly rousing from his slumber, Twilight's eyes fluttered open as his right hand grasped the Darius Guardian and the royal shield lying beside his bed. With a soft creak, a window in the second-floor room was opened slightly, and a shadow darted in swiftly. An intruder clad in black entered Twilight's chamber with remarkable speed. Upon entering, the figure quickly acclimated to the surroundings. Stealthily approaching Twilight's bed while wielding two obsidian daggers, the cloaked figure approached. They scrutinized what appeared to be the slumbering Twilight, swiftly slashing a dagger towards his throat. In that instant, Twilight's eyes widened, and he flung the covers towards the intruder with a sudden burst of motion. The turn of events transpired in a heartbeat, from the moment Twilight opened his eyes to the moment he tossed aside the covers. It all unfolded in an instant. The cloaked figure, taken by surprise, shifted from a slash to a thrust, aiming for where he remembered Twilight's position to be, while simultaneously attempting to slice through the descending covers with the other dagger. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the dagger met a firm object. This person is prepared, flashed through the assassin's mind. And a sense of impending doom washed over him, yet it was too late. The covers, now lifted, enveloped the cloaked figure's head, and Twilight swiftly thrust the Darius Guardian towards him. Thud! The Darius Guardian found its mark, embedding itself in the figure's body. A muffled grunt escaped the intruder as he stumbled back, frantically attempting to shake off the covers. However, as he did so, he was met with the rapid approach of a shield adorned with golden patterns. Shield bash! A dull thud resonated, and before the cloaked figure could comprehend his surroundings, Twilight's shield struck him forcefully, sending him flying. Twilight, relentless in his pursuit, activated charge, propelling himself forward and delivering a decisive blow to the figure's calf, severing his tendons. Twilight aimed to incapacitate the assassin's speed, for those reliant on agility become utterly defenseless without it. After crippling one of the assassin's legs, Twilight was not yet satisfied. He turned and thrust his sword deeply into the other thigh, effectively rendering the assassin immobile. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment the cloaked figure initiated his attack to Twilight's swift incapacitation of both his legs was a matter of mere seconds. Instead of killing the assassin immediately, Twilight took a step back, ignited the magical lamp within the room, and calmly addressed his assailant. A fifth-tier assassin, quite a significant undertaking. Speak. Who sent you? Reveal it, and I may spare your life. The cloaked figure remained silent, his cold gaze fixated on Twilight. Noticing this, Twilight smiled. Surely, we bear no animosity towards one another. Why persist in this? Even an ant strives for survival. Your leg's major artery is severed. If you do not speak soon, you shall bleed to death. Upon hearing Twilight's words, the assassin's expression shifted slightly. Just as Twilight thought he had made an impression, the figure suddenly grunted and drove his dagger into his own heart. How dare you take your own life? Twilight furrowed his brow. Recognizing the figure before him as a death warrior, in these times, few could afford to maintain a fifth-tier death warrior. Only those with considerable power among the nobility could do so. Could it be those two from the Kong's family? Twilight's mind immediately drifted to the two noble youths with whom he had quarreled upon arriving in Danimarcus. If it were indeed them, then the game had just escalated. A cold light flickered in Twilight's eyes. If they sought to kill him, they must be prepared to face the consequences. With that thought, Twilight approached the lifeless assassin, beginning to search his belongings. The assassin's possessions were simple: 2 daggers painted black and a pouch of purple powder. Beyond that, nothing to signify his identity, which was precisely what Twilight had anticipated. The following morning, Twilight reported the nighttime assault to the authorities, and soon soldiers arrived at the inn to remove the corpse. Twilight, appearing as though nothing had transpired, enjoyed breakfast with Cetis, and before the trio headed to the tailor to collect their custom garments. Twilight had designed a loose-fitting tunic for Cetis, facilitating his combat endeavors while ensuring durability. For the Knoll, he ordered 2 sets of hooded robes, allowing him to conceal his identity whenever necessary to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the afternoon, Twilight led the two to the blacksmith shop, where Cetis' armor was now complete. "My lord, you have come to collect the armor, I presume?" The blacksmith enthusiastically greeted the trio upon their arrival. "Where is the armor? Please bring it forth," Twilight requested. "Certainly. Please wait a moment." The blacksmith hastily scurried to retrieve the armor for Twilight. Before long, the blacksmith returned with a collection of armor pieces, which Twilight inspected closely. All were of fine quality. With commendable attributes: Fury armor set, Strength 60, Stamina 30, Defense 300, Magic resistance 60. After examining the armor, Twilight assisted Cetis in donning the helmet, chest plate, greaves, arm guards, battle skirt, gloves, and boots. The Fury armor was predominantly black, adorned with faint red stripes, featuring spikes on the shoulders and elbows, enhancing its combat effectiveness in comparison to the previously crude black iron armor. This Fury armor was undoubtedly more imposing and practical, with significantly improved defense and attributes. My good man, how much for this armor? Cetis inquired after donning the complete set. My lord, it's quite reasonable. Only 100 gold, the blacksmith replied. Indeed, it was quite affordable in comparison to the rare ring purchased earlier. This set of armor was a steal. Without hesitation, Twilight produced the payment. By the way, good sir, do you buy weapons? Twilight suddenly recalled the 2 fine quality daggers left behind by the assassin from the previous night and casually asked. Certainly. We do. Then, how much would you offer for these daggers? Twilight produced the 2 pitch-black daggers and said, This, 20 gold. The blacksmith shop owner gritted his teeth and replied, 30 gold, along with this black iron armor as well. Twilight smiled, pointing to the armor that Soth had discarded on the ground, fully aware that the owner was attempting to outsmart him. In the world of the epic, the prices of weapons and accessories far surpassed those of armor. Very well. The blacksmith shop owner reluctantly agreed, as if he were the one at a disadvantage. With a knowing smile, Twilight disregarded the blacksmith's feigned innocence and left the shop with Soth and Chapter 75, a kind reminder as Twilight and his companions departed the blacksmith shop. His profile had already been thoroughly investigated by Belinda Cons, the daughter of the Cons family. Miss Twilight's full name is Twilight Zero. He is a disciple of Bishop Nusane Campello from the Sostendine Monastery. Possessing extraordinary intellect, he has achieved remarkable feats in this recent war between humans and beasts, earning the favor of the Grand Prince and Nusane among others. Additionally, he was the first to publicly support the Grand Prince Dreas during the Dreas incident, reported a middle-aged guard to Belinda. Belinda nodded and casually inquired, Have you uncovered the identity of the assailants who attempted to assassinate Twilight this morning? It appears to be individuals from the council, though there is currently no concrete evidence linking them. The middle-aged guard replied. Understood. Prepare a carriage. I shall be going out, Belinda instructed. Yes, my lady. The guard responded, turning to arrange the carriage. Before long, a splendid carriage emerged from the Duke of Elixia's residence, making its way toward the location of Twilight's inn. Upon Twilight's return to the inn, he was halted by Belinda's middle-aged guard even before he entered. General Twilight, my lady requests your presence. And who might your lady be? Twilight asked, unable to recall any familiarity with the middle-aged man before him. Miss Belinda Cons. Surely the general has heard of her. The guard bowed slightly. Twilight felt a twinge of curiosity about Belinda's intentions, as they seemed somewhat unfamiliar with one another. Where is your lady? Lead the way. Right this way. General. The guard gestured for Twilight to follow, leading him to a restaurant across from the inn. Ascending to the second floor, Twilight immediately spotted Belinda Cons seated by the window. What brings you to seek my company? Miss Belinda? Twilight inquired as he approached her. Is it so unusual to invite you to dinner without any specific reason? Belinda replied with a cheerful smile. I apologize, Miss Belinda, but I have just finished my meal. Twilight politely declined, internally wishing to limit his interactions with someone of Belinda's noble stature. What? Does the general not wish to learn about the assailants from this morning? Belinda raised her finely arched eyebrows. Oh, you have information about it. Miss Belinda? Twilight asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. However, he received no immediate response, as Belinda maintained a smile, leisurely observing him. Understanding her unspoken message, Twilight took a seat across from her and said, It is an honor to dine with Miss Belinda. Hearing Twilight's words, the middle-aged guard behind Belinda could not help but inwardly criticize Twilight for lacking assertiveness. In truth, Twilight was not particularly keen on uncovering the identities of the assailants, but he understood the significant influence of the Cons family within the kingdom and did not wish to offend Belinda over trivial matters. Is that your attendant? During the meal, Belinda inquired, her gaze drawn to Soth, whose imposing figure was hard to ignore. Yes, but we are also brothers. Twilight nodded in affirmation. And what about that kobold? What led you to keep a kobold at your side? Belinda asked with curiosity. As humans generally regarded kobolds as the most inept of races, is unlike other kobolds. He possesses greater intelligence. Our acquaintance was a serendipitous encounter on the battlefield. Twilight briefly recounted how he had met. Upon hearing that a kobold could feign death and plead for mercy, Belinda's understanding of the creature expanded. The two continued their leisurely conversation until they finished their meal. Once they set their utensils down, Twilight asked, "Miss Belinda, may we speak now? In such a hurry to leave?" "Very well. The assailants who targeted you were likely from the council, that I suspect you have had some friction with a noble within that circle," Belinda remarked, taking a sip of her wine. Upon hearing this, Twilight immediately thought of Count Drayson, followed by Baron Dumont of Urberg. Contemplating this, Twilight maintained his composure and replied, Thank you for the information. Miss Belinda, my tea is getting late. I must take my leave." "Very well. Farewell." Belinda nodded. "Thank you for your hospitality. I shall treat you next time we meet." With that, Twilight stood to take his leave. As he departed, Belinda bit her silver teeth, silently cursing Twilight for his lack of charm. No young man in the entire royal city had remained unaffected by the beauty of Belinda Cons, and Twilight was the first. "Miss, why did we rush here to inform that fellow?" questioned the middle-aged guard after Twilight had left. "If I hadn't spoken up, the assassination attempt would undoubtedly have been attributed to our Cons family, especially since we had a conflict with Twilight just yesterday. Anyone would draw that connection, and I certainly do not wish to take the fall for those rascals in the council," Belinda replied. Indeed, had Belinda remained silent, Twilight would have been the first to suspect the Cons family due to their recent altercation. This illustrates that Belinda Cons is a woman who considers matters comprehensively and possesses a strong understanding of human nature. The jewel of Duchess Elixia is certainly not a mere decorative vase. Returning to his own inn, Twilight pondered Belinda's words. Her insights had notably alleviated the suspicions surrounding the Cons family. The only parties with whom he had grievances were Dumont and Cons, regardless of who orchestrated the attack. Twilight believed the mastermind would not act just once. Now, he had to contemplate the journey ahead. If he wished to eliminate a certain individual, he would need to choose the right moment when his opponent was alone. Undoubtedly, tomorrow, as Twilight left the royal city, would present an ideal opportunity. The front lines were a necessity. Twilight had promised his mentor, Nusane. The safest course of action would be to seek the Grand Princess protection with the royal guard. But that was not feasible. Setting aside the strained defense forces within the royal city, Twilight had no intention of seeking Dreas's assistance. Of course, hiring mercenaries might be a possibility, but Twilight quickly dismissed that notion. Mercenaries hired with gold were often the most unreliable. If the employer appeared weak, some mercenary bands would even turn into bandits and rob their employer. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the past. After much deliberation, Twilight resolved that he and his companions would set out on their own the following day. With Seth, a 6th-tier warrior, by his side, they should encounter no issues unless faced with an 8th-tier powerhouse. Even then, Twilight believed they would not be without a fighting chance. Chapter 76. Farewell, Little Anissa. After a night of tranquility, the next morning, Twilight hired a carriage and 3 horses. Once the trio was prepared, they departed the resplendent royal city of Danamachus. Their journey would take them through Kalga to reach Black Sea City, and from there, they would traverse the marshy wilderness to arrive at the Smudo Federation. Twilight's carriage sped along swiftly, with only brief stops for necessities such as relieving themselves, and even meals were consumed en route. He was determined to reach Black Sea City as quickly as possible. Estimating that his mentor, Nusane, and the fearless army had already left the Red Earth Heights and were nearing the Smudo battlefield, traveling at a brisk pace, Twilight traversed Kalga within a day. By the following morning, Black Sea City was already in sight. Perhaps due to their haste, the trio encountered no complications along the way. Upon reaching Black Sea City, there was an old acquaintance Twilight wished to visit, the family of Docrishowen, who had saved him when he first arrived in this world. This time, Docris and his brothers had already gone to the Smudo battlefield to fight, leaving only his sister Gina and daughter Anissa at home. Entering Black Sea City, Twilight followed the address left by Docris's elder brother and found their residence. Peering through the crack of the door, he spotted a small girl engrossed in a thick book within, none other than little Anissa. "Little Anissa." Twilight gently pushed the wooden door open and called out. Hearing her name, Anissa lifted her gaze toward the entrance. Upon seeing Twilight, her expression momentarily froze before breaking into a smile. "Uncle Twilight," Anissa exclaimed, setting her book aside and rushing over to greet him. "You've grown taller." Little Anissa, Twilight said affectionately, patting her head at her age. She was in a phase of rapid growth, and it was evident that she had changed since their last meeting. What brings you here, Uncle Twilight? Anissa inquired, glancing at the imposing Soth and the kobold with a hint of trepidation. Uncle is heading to the battlefield and thought to drop by and see you, Twilight replied, guiding Anissa into the house. Oh. Is Uncle also going to the battlefield? Does that mean they are recruiting again due to the pressure on the front lines? Anissa asked, looking up at him, her large eyes betraying a fleeting hint of concern. It is evident that the young girl is concerned about her father. With a smile, Twilight reassured her. Not at all. We have already triumphed on another battlefield. Once we defeat the orcs invading Smutuo, victory will be ours at that time. Your uncle will return alongside your father. Really? Upon hearing Twilight's words, Anissa felt a significant weight lift from her heart. Of course. And what about your aunt? Twilight playfully pinched little Anissa's nose. Auntie has gone out on business, Anissa replied. Nodding, Twilight noticed some books that Anissa had set aside and casually picked one up to glance at, only to be astonished. Little Anissa, are you reading The Art of War? Twilight exclaimed, holding the book in surprise. Yes, but there are parts one don't quite understand. I can only practice with those wooden blocks, Anissa lamented. Twilight was astonished to see the small wooden pieces Anissa was pointing to. One must understand that The Art of War is a comprehensive discourse on warfare, covering military policy, strategy, grand tactics, and the essential techniques of both offense and defense. This book is an essential study for any military commander, and it is remarkable that such a young girl is delving into it, and even using wooden pieces for simulations. However, recalling Anissa's later achievements, Twilight felt a sense of understanding. Historically, Anissa had taken up the banner of the rebellion single-handedly after her father's demise, and had even succeeded in thwarting the forces of the Smutuo Federation and the Darius Kingdom. Tell your uncle. Do you enjoy reading such books? Twilight inquired as he crouched down to speak with Anissa. It's all right. We don't have many other books at home, just this one and two on close combat training. I don't particularly like those fighting things, so I can only read this one. Anissa indicated the book titled The Art of War. Your uncle knows that you do not wish to become a close combat professional. Once this war concludes, I shall speak with your father about allowing you more freedom. For now, we await your aunt's return, and then your uncle will take you out to purchase some books you fancy. What do you say? Really? But those books are quite expensive, Anissa replied, looking somewhat troubled. In the epic world, books are not only costly, but also hard to come by. Truly valuable tomes have been hoarded by the nobility. Even The Art of War that resides in the Docrease household was a fortunate acquisition during Docrease's youth in the military. Little rascal, fret not. Your uncle has plenty of money, Twilight assured her, ruffling Anissa's hair. Soon, while Twilight and Anissa were engaged in their light-hearted conversation, a voice called out from outside. Who are you? Seeing Ceres and the dog-headed man outside, Rowena Howen's voice turned stern as she returned home. It's Auntie, Anissa exclaimed, hurrying outside. Auntie, you're back. They are all subordinates of Uncle Twilight, Anissa called out. Upon seeing her niece unharmed, Rowena's expression softened significantly, and when she spotted Twilight emerging from inside, her wariness dissipated entirely. Twilight, why did you not announce your arrival? Rowena scolded as she bypassed Ceres and the dog-headed man. I was on my way to the battlefield and thought I would stop by to check on you, Twilight replied with a smile. You were going to the battlefield too? Rowena asked, somewhat surprised. I enlisted long ago. I was stationed at the Red Earth Heights, but now that the fighting there has concluded, I came here. Your return is timely. I plan to buy little Anissa something. So let us go together, Twilight said, taking Anissa's hand as they headed outside. Hey, what are you planning to buy her? Rowena inquired. You will find out when we get there, Twilight answered, and the five of them began to stroll through Black Sea City. Black Sea City is a large metropolis, though it cannot compare to Danamaka's or the city of Sostantine. As they walked along the streets of Black Sea City, it was evident that in the epic world, high-quality books are monopolized by the nobility, and what shops offer are primarily basic items. Nevertheless, when Twilight chose 3 books, Basic Combat Inspiration, Basic Tactics, and Basic Command Art, for Anissa, her small face flushed with excitement, despite the fact that these 3 books had cost Twilight nearly 500 gold pieces. You are being too extravagant, Rowena said, her heart aching at the thought of spending 500 gold on mere books. It's fine, money is meant to be spent. Twilight responded as he handed the coins to the shopkeeper. Exuding the demeanor of a newly affluent individual. Chapter 77. Conflict. After purchasing books for little Anissa, Twilight decided to take her shopping for a few outfits, entering a relatively upscale clothing store. He instructed the imposing Cetis and the dog-headed man to remain outside while he took Anissa and Rowena inside. Choose any dress you like, Twilight said to Anissa. Can I really pick anything? Anissa asked, her voice bright with excitement. Absolutely. Choose freely. Just let your uncle know when you find something. All right, I'm off. Anissa, like any young girl, was eager to indulge in her love for beauty, and she began to browse without hesitation. Rowena, why not select a couple of items for yourself as well? Twilight suggested to Rowena. No thanks, I have enough clothes. Rowena declined, shaking her head. Understanding her modesty, Twilight did not press the matter further and began to examine the garments hanging in the store. Little Anissa, what do you think of this one? Twilight held up a light yellow dress. Not good. Anissa shook her head. Then how about this green one? Twilight pointed to another dress. Uncle, what kind of taste do you have? Anissa pouted. What about this one? I find it quite appealing. Twilight presented a white dress. This time, Anissa offered no objections, and Twilight smiled at a nearby shop assistant, saying, Miss, please find me a matching piece for this style. The shop assistant cast an eye at the dress in Twilight's hand, rolled her eyes, and muttered as she turned away. Pretentious. Does he even know his own status? All the clothes here are high-end. Can he afford to try them on recklessly? Hearing the assistant's words, Twilight's brow furrowed as he called out to her. Hey, what did you just say? Repeat that. What do you want me to repeat? The shop assistant was momentarily taken aback by Twilight's sudden shout. Approaching her with a stern expression, Twilight stated, Get your boss out here. Our boss isn't here. Are you going to buy something or not? If not, then leave. We don't welcome unreasonable troublemakers here, the shop assistant said disdainfully. Is this how you treat your customers? Twilight replied with incredulity. If the person before him were not a woman, he would have been tempted to strike her to that moment. Both Anissa and Rowena turned their attention toward the commotion. What is wrong with my attitude toward customers? If they were esteemed guests, of course, I would treat them well, but you three. The shop assistant glanced at their plain attire and scoffed, not finishing her thought. A case of looking down on others, Twilight retorted. Just as a middle-aged, portly man in a silk robe walked in from outside. Boss, the shop assistant's demeanor visibly shifted upon seeing the man. Are you the owner of this store? Twilight inquired of the middle-aged man. Yes, I am the owner, the man replied with a smile. Well, that's good to hear. Your assistant has quite the audacity, claiming we cannot afford your clothing, Twilight said, brandishing 5 1,000 gold banknotes before the owner. Xiaya, you are being utterly irresponsible, quickly apologized to the customer. The middle-aged man exclaimed upon seeing the banknotes. Turning to the stunned assistant beside him, I will not accept an apology from someone like her. Anissa, let us go. Your uncle will take you to another store, Twilight declared, pulling little Anissa to leave. Wait. Please. The middle-aged man hurriedly blocked their exit and turned to his assistant with a stern expression. Xiaya, you are fired. You need not return from this day forth. Boss, you cannot treat me this way. I have worked here for over 2 years, the assistant, named Xiaya, panicked at the owner's words. Think about how much trouble you've caused me in these 2 years. This is non-negotiable. Leave, the middle-aged man shouted at her. Observing the exchange, Twilight remarked. You two can resolve your issues amongst yourselves. We shall not intrude further. With that, he took Anissa's hand and exited the clothing store under the watchful gaze of the owner, proceeding to another clothing shop nearby. The owner of this new store was a woman, who greeted them warmly. Ultimately, in this shop, Twilight purchased 2 outfits for little Anissa, a golden long dress and a simple white dress. Along the way, Rowena asked Twilight, Do you think the owner of the first clothing store will really fire Xiaya? I don't know. Perhaps he will. Twilight replied ambiguously. Isn't that punishment a bit harsh? Upon considering Xiaoya's potential dismissal, Rowena, who had initially been furious, now felt a tinge of sympathy, knowing how difficult it can be for commoners to secure good employment. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. No one is exempt. When one errs, they should face punishment. This is only right, Twilight stated as they were conversing, for drunken men sauntered over from a distance, and upon spotting them, Rowena's expression changed as she instinctively tried to steer little Anissa away. But it was already too late. The 4 had seen her. Oh, isn't this Rowena? What a coincidence to run into you here. A 30-something man with brown hair approached Twilight and the others, speaking as he walked. Upon spotting the young Anissa, his grin became increasingly lewd. Look at little Anissa, dressed so beautifully. She must be considering selling herself. Huh. Just the right occasion for us lads. His words elicited laughter from the three companions beside him. Hearing the man's distasteful remarks and the vulgar laughter of the others, Twilight's eyes turned icy wide at that moment. Rona could no longer contain her fury and exclaimed, "Jace, shut your mouth, or I swear I'll rip it off." Huh. Rona, your brother has been gone so long without a word. He is probably dead on the battlefield. What do you have to be so arrogant about? The man sneered dismissively as his words hung in the air. He leered at Rona and Anissa before continuing. Since you ventured out of the Brotherhood's territory, we might as well have some fun with you too and sell you off as mother and daughter for a profit. You dare. Upon hearing the man's words, Rona stepped forward, drawing her dagger and positioning herself protectively in front of Anissa and Twilight. Quick, take Anissa and go. Twilight, feeling underestimated as Rona stood in front of him, glanced back at the nearly in tears Anissa and bent down to her level. Little one, are you very angry? Anissa nodded vigorously. Hey, did you hear that, fool? My niece is very angry. Do you understand what to do? Twilight turned to the dazed Cetis standing behind them, his tone laced with irritation. Uh-huh, Cetis replied, somewhat foolishly, and strode past Rona towards the four as Cetis approached. The quartet paused in their steps, momentarily stunned. The effects of their earlier drinking had clouded their awareness of the stout figure trailing behind. Hey, little guys, Cetis is here, he announced, throwing a punch at the brown-haired man. Despite his bulk, Cetis was surprisingly quick, a testament to his explosive strength. The man barely had time to react before Cetis's massive fist sent him flying. Then, Cetis approached another adversary, delivering a swift slap that knocked him to the ground. Witnessing their companions fall without resistance, the two remaining men snapped to attention and turned to flee. Cetis, unwilling to let his prey escape, swiftly caught up with one of them, seizing the man by the head and hurling him into the other fleeing companion with a resounding crack as bones broke. Both men tumbled to the ground in a heap. Rona's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the hefty figure effortlessly dispatch the foes, and Anissa's face flushed with excitement. Twilight then approached the bloodied brown-haired man, who was groaning and missing several teeth. Observing the man's futile attempts to speak, Twilight nodded. Still wish to say something? You seem to be in good shape. With that, Twilight stepped on the man's groin, applying pressure until he squirmed in agony, his eyes pleading for mercy. However, Twilight displayed no compassion, only releasing his foot once the man had completely lost consciousness, leaving a pool of blood beneath him. Next, Twilight turned his attention to a nearby, short-haired man, assisting him in his transformation from man to eunuch. Just as he was about to move on to the other two, a patrol of soldiers approached from a distance. "Stop!" shouted the squad leader, surveying the injuries of the four men before pointing at Twilight. "What audacity! Engaging in a brawl in public! Take them all away!" "Wait, I am Twilight Zero, Vice Commander of the Fearless Legion. These four attempted to abduct women, and I happened to intervene and teach them a lesson," Twilight stated, producing his identification badge as a Vice Commander. Upon seeing the badge, the squad leader quickly saluted. "My apologies, I did not realize it was you." "General, it's no matter. Do you think I need to accompany you?" Twilight inquired. "Of course not, General. You are ridding us of scum. Men, take all four of them away," the squad leader promptly commanded, pointing at the incapacitated men. With a smile, Twilight responded, "Then I appreciate your assistance." "Not a bother at all, General," the squad leader replied, saluting once more before leading his men away with the downed adversaries in tow. "Have you become a general?" Rona asked curiously as she watched the patrol depart. "Indeed. And I am also a disciple of Bishop Nysan Campello of the Sostandine Monastery," Twilight replied with a smile. Hearing this, Rona marveled at the unexpected success of the once impoverished boy she had helped, reflecting on how much had changed in such a short time. "By the way, what was the deal with those men?" Twilight asked. "They are members of the Knife Guild from the eastern part of Black Sea City. The Knife Guild comprises thugs who live by extortion, robbery, and theft. You know, my brother's brotherhood was initially formed by retired soldiers and skilled blacksmiths. These craftsmen have relied on their skills for a living and have suffered greatly at the hands of the Knife Guild. However, after my brother arrived in Black Sea City, he ceased paying protection fees and took control of a territory in the east to establish the Brotherhood's base. The Knife Guild and the Brotherhood have clashed twice, both times to the Guild's detriment. Since my brother went to the front lines, the Knife Guild has begun to stir again. If it weren't for the presence of some veterans and the unity of the Brotherhood, they would have attacked long ago. Even so, we have remained under threat from the Knife Guild, and I suspect they won't be able to hold back for much longer. Rona recounted the history of the conflict between the Brotherhood and the Knife Guild. Understanding that this conflict stemmed from a clash of interests, Twilight felt compelled to ensure Anissa's safety. He could not allow her to live in constant fear. A wave of murderous intent surged within him. As they made their way back to Anissa's residence, Twilight purchased an abundance of food, instructing Rona to prepare a lavish lunch. Anissa, delighted by the delicious meal, ate heartily, her little belly round with satisfaction. It had been ages since she had enjoyed such a feast, and seeing her contentment, Twilight affectionately ruffled her hair, engaging in casual conversation with Anissa and Rona about their lives since they had parted ways. The sun began to set as night fell. Twilight opened his eyes, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Anissa that he rose and summoned Cetis, instructing him to don the furious armor stored in the cart. Twilight himself opted not to wear his Darius officer armor, instead arming himself with a sword and shield. "What are you planning to do?" Rona inquired, startled by the commotion. "I'm going out," Twilight replied softly. Certain matters required resolution, given the threats to Anissa's safety. Whether out of love for her or gratitude to Docris, those responsible must meet their end. Night was the perfect time for slaughter. Twilight had previously inquired about the Knife Guild's operations from Rona. Their core members numbered just over 100 and gathered in Agate Alley, their usual haunt. Leaving them behind, Twilight and the fully equipped Cetis stealthily made their way toward Agate Alley. Agate Alley was not far from the street Twilight had traversed during the day and was known as the most vibrant area of the eastern city at night. As they walked, Twilight observed numerous prostitutes soliciting customers along the streets, many of whom appeared quite attractive. Yet, not all were there by choice. Many were forced into servitude by the Knife Guild, which served as a significant source of their income. As he scrutinized a wooden sign bearing 2 crossed daggers, indicating the Knife Guild's headquarters. The sounds of raucous laughter and screams from within ignited a cold glint of murderous intent in Twilight's eyes. Unbeknownst to the revelers within, the scythe of death was poised at their throats. With a resounding crack, a black iron blade shattered the Knife Guild's heavy wooden door, capturing the attention of all inside the revelry. A colossal figure, towering at over 2 meters tall, wielded a massive axe in one hand and a black iron sword in the other as he strode in, followed closely by Twilight. "Who are you?" demanded a man lounging in a chair with an alluring woman in his embrace, eyeing the unexpected intruders. "We are the ones here to kill you," Twilight declared, tossing a severed head onto the floor, belonging to one of the lookout members of the Knife Guild. The fate of the other was all too clear. A bloodied head was thrown forth, instantly provoking a chorus of gasps from the onlookers. "Dare to wreak havoc, Little Knife Society, brothers, eliminate them," exclaimed the man who had spoken earlier, leaping to his feet in a fury. In an instant, numerous members of the Little Knife Society unsheathed their daggers or one-handed swords and charged forward. The slaughter commenced. With a disdainful snort, Twilight swung the Darius Guardian in his grasp, swiftly cleaving through the chest of an unprepared member of the Little Knife Society, blood spraying in a gruesome arc. He then used his shield to topple another assailant before thrusting his longsword downwards. Meanwhile, Cetis wielded his axe, cleaving a member of the Little Knife Society in half from shoulder to rib, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. The women present, witnessing the bloody carnage, shrieked in terror, some taking refuge beneath tables, while others huddled in corners. Typically, in such gang conflicts, as long as these women did not interfere, they were spared, for they too were a source of revenue. In the heat of battle, Twilight exhibited no mercy. His strikes were ruthlessly lethal, while Cetis transformed into a veritable war machine. Within the ranks of the Little Knife Society, those of third-tier strength were already deemed experts, and anyone stronger would not remain in such a gang. Thus, how could the third-tier members of the Little Knife Society possibly contend with Twilight and Cetis? At that moment, in a spacious room on the second floor of the Little Knife Society's headquarters, 7 or 8 individuals were engaged in discussion. Among them lay Jace, the long-haired man who had been beaten by Cetis earlier that day. The sounds of combat from below soon drew their attention, and they collectively emerged. Upon witnessing the frenzied slaughter wrought by Cetis and Twilight, a man with bandaged hands exclaimed, "Boss, It's them. They're the ones who beat down Boss Jace at noon. The leader, sporting a scar on his cheek, glared at the two combatants below, his eyes twitching slightly as he descended the stairs, bellowing, "Cease at once. I implore you, halt." Hearing their leader's command, the members of the Little Knife Society gradually ceased their assault. Twilight's gaze shifted to the descending seven, and he immediately discerned their strength, 2 at 5th tier and 5 at 4th tier, likely the strongest among the Little Knife Society. "Who are you? Were you hired by the Brotherhood?" "Whatever they offered, I will pay double," the scarred leader declared as he approached Twilight, his expression darkening. "The Brotherhood is not worthy of hiring me. It is merely that you should not threaten the Dacris family. Especially the safety of my niece, Anissa," Twilight replied. "Thus, I bid you all to descend to hell." With that, Twilight once again swung his sword into the fray, upon hearing Twilight refer to Anissa Howen as his niece. The scarred leader realized that all hopes for negotiation had vanished. He immediately commanded his subordinates to attack Twilight and Sethes as official members of the Little Knife Society. The individuals present were seasoned fighters. Yet their ferocity was only relative to the common folk. Now, confronted with the merciless Twilight and the ruthless Sethes, fear gripped their hearts. After all, no one wished for death. Witnessing his own subordinates' hesitance to confront Twilight and Sethes, the scarred leader cursed them as worthless and turned his gaze towards a tall, middle-aged warrior beside him. Understanding the leader's intent, the warrior nodded and brandished a two-handed sword as he approached Twilight. Meanwhile, the 5 4th-tier members stealthily blended into the crowd, gradually closing in on Twilight and Sethes. Twilight's mind remained attuned to the movements of the scarred leader, soon as one of the only 2 5th-tier warriors. The middle-aged fighter drew near. Twilight took immediate notice. The moment the warrior approached, he swung his sword with force. Clang! Twilight blocked the powerful strike with his royal barrier, countering with a thrust of his sword. Only for the middle-aged warrior to parry it with a reverse swing. In an instant, the warrior pivoted, swinging his two-handed sword horizontally towards Twilight's waist, when Twilight once again used the royal barrier to deflect the attack. The middle-aged warrior delivered a kick, forcing Twilight to retreat a step. Just then, the warrior lunged forward with both hands gripping his sword, prompting Twilight to take a significant step back. Warrior's 4-hit combo. Darius combat technique. The battle style employed by the middle-aged warrior was a technique Twilight was intimately familiar with, indicating that this warrior had once been a soldier of the Darius kingdom. Knowing the middle-aged warrior's proficiency in the Darius combat technique, Twilight felt more assured about the ensuing battle, for he was undoubtedly more skilled in this technique than his opponent. The middle-aged warrior launched another powerful strike. Twilight advanced a step and thrust his shield against the end of the warrior's sword hilt. This maneuver thwarted the warrior's subsequent attack, forcing him to retreat while attempting to kick Twilight's leg to slow him down. However, Twilight's sword was swifter than the warrior's leg. As the warrior lifted his leg, Twilight's sword pierced towards his abdomen. Although the warrior barely evaded, Twilight's blade still left a gaping wound, blood seeping forth. Just as Twilight prepared to press his advantage, 2 figures wielding daggers surged towards him from his left and behind, the 2 4th-tier thieves who had been hiding among the crowd. Thunderstrike. The 5 4th-tier experts behind the scarred leader vanished. But Twilight had been vigilant. Anticipating their movements, the Thunderstrike unleashed, the 2 thieves felt a sudden numbness in their feet. In that instant, Twilight's Darius Guardian swiftly slashed towards the thief on his left. With the speed of the thief hindered, he had no means to defend against the impending assault. He could only attempt to evade. However, Twilight's prepared attack was not so easily avoided that a flash of cold steel cut through the air, and blood gushed from the thief's neck as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Without even glancing at the fallen thief, Twilight continued to strike at the other thief, who was slightly closer and attempting to plunge his dagger into Twilight's back. Yet, Twilight had already turned. Clang! The dagger met the royal barrier, and in the next moment, a severed hand flew through the air as Twilight's Darius Guardian cleaved through the thief's arm. Ah! The thief screamed in agony. And just as Twilight prepared to deliver a fatal blow, the middle-aged warrior, who had been pushed back, surged forward again, swinging a heavy strike at Twilight. Clang! The blow struck against the royal barrier, sending sparks flying and causing Twilight's arm to tingle slightly. The middle-aged warrior sought to change his tactic, but Twilight had already predicted the warrior's next move. Twilight's sword awaited patiently, and as the warrior swung his blade, Twilight swiftly slashed at his wrist, causing the heavy sword to drop to the ground. In the next heartbeat, the middle-aged warrior fell heavily to the ground. The death of the middle-aged warrior sent shivers of dread through the ordinary members of the Little Knife Society. He had always been their strongest asset. The battle on Twilight's side had erupted so suddenly that the two ambushing thieves had met their demise, one dead, the other severely injured, while the sole fifth-tier warrior followed suit. The remaining members were rendered helpless. Unable to intervene in time, at that moment, Twilight deflected a crossbow bolt that had been shot from the shadows with his shield and dispatched the disarmed thief. Just then, a scream pierced the air. It was a fourth-tier swordsman who had perished at Sethys' hands. Witnessing their comrades fall so effortlessly to the two formidable foes, the remaining members of the Little Knife Society began to waver in their resolve. Sensing the tide turning against him, the scarred leader began to retreat. But Twilight would not allow him to escape. He abandoned the others and charged straight at the scarred leader. "Stop him! Block him!" As Twilight approached, the scarred leader barked orders to his subordinates. However, only a few of the lesser members heeded his command. While the majority sought to evade Twilight, knowing that advancing would lead to certain death, Twilight relentlessly pressed the scarred leader back to the second floor, where the leader had no further ground to retreat. "Young man, do not push me too far," the scarred leader said, brandishing a single sword, his face twisted in ferocity. "Prepare to meet your end," Twilight declared, raising his sword and shield in a classic Darius combat stance as he closed in on the scarred leader. Though both were fifth tier, Twilight quickly sensed that the leader's attacks were significantly inferior to those of the middle-aged warrior. It was not that the leader was weaker, but rather that he lacked the latter's commanding presence. As the saying goes, the older one gets, the more timid one becomes. Accustomed to a life of luxury and indulgence, the scarred leader had long since lost the courage of his youth. The extravagant lifestyle of excess had drained him, and merely maintaining his fifth-tier strength without regression was a feat worthy of gratitude. Yet, against such an opponent, how could he hope to rival Twilight? From the onset of their confrontation, Twilight, possessing fourth-tier strength, had seized the upper hand. Within a short span, he closed in on the scarred leader and effortlessly deflected the leader's blade with his own sword, sending him crashing to the ground with a swift kick. "No, please, spare me. I will disband the Little Knife Society. I will vanish from the east of the city. No, I will disappear from Black Sea City." The scarred man sprawled on the ground, gazed up in dread at the approaching Twilight. His former demeanor as a leader completely stripped away, leaving only a visage of sheer terror as he pleaded, "Humph, I'm sorry, but I only trust the words of the dead." With that, Twilight's sword swiftly plunged into the scarred man's chest. As he twisted it slowly, Twilight withdrew Darius, the protector, and the scarred man's eyes widened in horror and resentment as he collapsed to the ground. Having dealt with the scarred man and the remaining members of the Little Knife Society who had not yet fled, Twilight cast a glance at the women cowering in the corners and commenced his plunder of the Society's treasures. In a room on the second floor, Twilight uncovered a hoard of gold coins numbering in the hundreds. Alongside a multitude of silver coins and various other collectibles, he chose not to disturb the larger items, but simply bundled the gold and silver coins, securing them upon his person. Subsequently, Twilight beckoned to Sethys as they swaggered out through the entrance they had arrived at. Outside, numerous onlookers peered cautiously, yet none dared to obstruct Twilight and Sethys. Once they had departed, several individuals cautiously entered the room littered with bodies. Noticing that only women and a few gravely injured men remained, they immediately began to ransack the corpses for valuables, subsequently ascending the stairs to remove anything of worth. The following day, news of the Little Knife Society's sudden demise spread like wildfire throughout the eastern district of Black Sea City. The city's law enforcement dispatched officers to the Society's headquarters, and upon discovering the room filled with hundreds of corpses, these officers, who typically wielded power over the common folk, were overtaken by a chill of fear. It had been a long time since so many had perished in Black Sea City. They hurried back to report as for the culprits they sought, they had already departed the city in a carriage at the break of dawn. At the Dockery's residence, when little Anissa awoke and found Twilight absent, she inquired of her Aunt Rona, who was preparing breakfast. "Aunt, where is Uncle Twilight?" "Your Uncle Twilight had matters to attend to. He left early this morning, stating he would return shortly to see you," Rona replied, recalling the moment when Twilight and Sethys returned covered in blood, a sight that had frightened her. At the time, Twilight had assured her that everything was resolved. And Rona had not pondered it further until that morning when a member of the Brotherhood arrived to inform her of the Little Knife Society's annihilation. It was then that she grasped the true meaning behind Twilight's words, resolved. Upon their next encounter, the astonishment Twilight evoked in Rona was profound. He was no longer the amiable boy next door, but had transformed into a man of iron resolve and audacity. Oh, Anissa's countenance fell slightly at the realization of Twilight's departure. Do not be disheartened. Your uncle Twilight anticipated you might feel this way. So he left you a letter before he departed, Rona said with a smile, her mood lifting now that the threat surrounding them had dissipated. Where is it? Anissa inquired, lifting her gaze. In response, Rona retrieved a letter and a necklace from a cabinet, alongside a parcel filled with the gold and silver coins Twilight had seized from the Little Knife Society. Little Anissa, your uncle Twilight had to leave to fight alongside your father at the front lines. During his absence, you must diligently study, for when he returns, he will assess your progress. Additionally, that necklace is a gift from him to you. May it bring you joy. At the letter's conclusion, Twilight had even drawn a playful face, eliciting a smile from Anissa. She then examined the necklace adorned with 2 green gemstones, one large and one small, and fastened it around her neck. This necklace was yet another item Twilight had casually taken. Adorning herself, Anissa sat down to enjoy the breakfast prepared by Aunt Rona before seeking a quiet spot to delve into the 3 books Twilight had purchased. Shortly thereafter, Rona ventured out, for the territory once belonging to the Little Knife Society had become a vacant expanse, and other Brotherhood members were eager to claim it. Rona was headed to discuss this matter with them. Supporting the Brotherhood's expansion, Rona reasoned that even if they did not seize the territory, it would soon fall into the hands of another gang, and at least the Brotherhood would refrain from exploiting the common folk. Chapter 81. A rough journey. Twilight and his companions exited Blacksea City, heading into the wild marshlands. Twilight's urgency to leave stemmed from his desire to conceal his connection to Anissa and Rona, fearing retribution against them due to his involvement. The wild marshlands were a vast swamp area, and traversing through them would lead to the Zumtor Federation, while one could also navigate the Darren River adjacent to Blacksea City upstream. Most traders opted for the river route, due to the myriad uncertainties posed by the marshlands. However, Twilight chose the marshes, believing that if they were cornered on the water, escape would be impossible, especially since both he and Cetes were landlubbers, incapable of swimming. Master, we have followers behind us. The goblin observed 2 horseback riders trailing at a distance. Nodding, Twilight acknowledged their presence. The 2 horsemen had followed him since he left Blacksea City. If they were merely passing by, they would not have been so leisurely in their pursuit. By this time, Twilight's carriage had already entered the wild marshlands. After a stretch, the driver had switched to the goblin, and seizing an opportunity around a bend, Twilight stealthily dismounted the carriage, crouching behind a thicket. He watched as his carriage receded into the distance while the 2 riders drew nearer. The horsemen had not anticipated Twilight's ambush, as they rode past the thicket where he lay concealed. A shield suddenly hurtled from the brush, crashing down upon one rider and rendering him unconscious. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, the other rider instinctively reined in his steed, but Twilight had already charged forth. Wielding Darius, the Protector, the rider attempted to retreat, but it was too late. With a swift kick, Twilight sent the rider tumbling from his horse, pressing his sword against the man's throat. Who sent you to follow me? Twilight inquired. Why you? Who are you? I don't know you. I'm just passing through, the rider stammered. Swish. The sword flashed, and an ear fell to the ground, prompting the rider to scream in horror. Twilight struck him across the face with the sword. Silence. I shall ask again. Who sent you? Think carefully before you answer. The next thing to fall may not just be an ear. Listening to Twilight's calm threat, the rider's cries ceased. No one is fearless. And when faced with Twilight's ruthless demeanor, the rider ultimately chose to prioritize his own life over loyalty to his employer. Swallowing hard, he confessed. It was Lord Duman who sent us. Please, I beg you. Spare me. You're a mercenary, Twilight queried, eyeing the mismatched armor the rider wore. Yes, I belong to the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps. How many members does your corps have? Twilight continued to interrogate. A total of 500. With 100 cavalry, 100 archers, and 300 warriors, the rider divulged, having opened up without reservation. Cursing Duman inwardly for hiring such a sizable mercenary group, Twilight pressed on. What is the strength of your mercenaries? And what rank is your leader? The other mercenaries are roughly on par with me, around the 3rd tier, while our main leader, Bloodwolf, is said to have reached the 8th tier. We also have a second in command who is a sorcerer, the rider recounted earnestly, hoping to curry favor with Twilight for a chance at survival. However, at that moment, Twilight's compassion was non-existent. He knew that if he spared this rider, he would undoubtedly return to betray him with a single stroke. Twilight severed the rider's throat, then roused the other rider who had been knocked unconscious by the shield. After extracting similar information from him, this rider met the same grim fate as his companion. Dragging their bodies into the thicket, Twilight swiftly tidied the scene before mounting one of the horses and leading the other towards the halted carriage ahead. Compared to the speed of the horses, the carriage was considerably slower, and with the marshlands filled with low shrubs, it was impossible for Twilight's carriage to remain concealed. He understood that Duman's men were likely hot on his trail to evade capture. Abandoning the carriage was the only option. However, the ordinary warhorse Twilight rode would not support Cetes, whose weight combined with his armor would surely crush a good steed. This presented Twilight with a dilemma. After some contemplation, he resolved to abandon the carriage and instructed Cetes to damage its wheels to create the illusion that it had broken down mid-journey. Having forsaken the carriage, Twilight chose not to continue along the main road, but instead led Cetes and the goblin into the uncharted depths of the marshlands. As Twilight relinquished its grip on the carriage, a contingent of 100 cavalrymen emerged at the scene of the murder, their leader surveying the two lifeless bodies. The blood has yet to congeal. They cannot be far. Pursue them, he commanded, and the 100 riders swiftly mounted their steeds, continuing the chase after Twilight. Shortly after their departure, a formidable troop of 600 approached with great fervor, led by none other than the portly Viscount Dumont. Upon sighting the abandoned carriage, Dumont's expression darkened considerably. "What are you dawdling for? Chase after them relentlessly," he bellowed in anger. "My lord, there is no need to be enraged. That scoundrel cannot escape our grasp," replied a robust man with a bushy beard. The leader of the Bloodwolf mercenary corps, known as Bloodwolf Kuno.at that moment, a young man bearing a large bow and accompanied by a slobbering dog approached from the periphery. "What news?" Bloodwolf inquired. "Boss, they have not taken the main road, but are heading this way." The young man gestured towards the direction Twilight had fled. Hearing this, Bloodwolf smirked derisively. Attempting to outsmart me. Are we? Brothers, pursue." Twilight could never have anticipated that the Bloodwolf mercenary corps not only boasted its own mages, but also possessed a tracking pet rivaling that of Lena Ice Spear. "Boss, the terrain ahead is fraught with unknown swamps," cautioned one of the Bloodwolf mercenaries, clad in a long robe, as he noticed his leader's intent to venture into the marshes. "And what are the swamps?" "Let me tell you, even if we traverse mountains of knives or seas of fire, you must capture Twilight," Dumont retorted with a strident voice. Upon hearing Dumont's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Bloodwolf's face. Yet he ultimately gestured for his men to enter the swamp. The nobles of Darius City were his backing, and this task had been personally entrusted by Count Decisive. He could not afford to be lackadaisical. Chapter 82. Pursued along the wild wetland path, the mud pits and shallow pools were relatively sparse, but as one ventured deeper, such quagmires became increasingly prevalent. Traversing the wild wetlands, Twilight and his companions did not maintain a rapid pace. But soon he had to hasten, for he could discern numerous human figures closing in behind him. Woof woof. The mangy dog accompanying the young hunter of the Bloodwolf corps barked urgently, prompting the youth to relay to Bloodwolf. "They are just ahead. We are closing in on them." Before Bloodwolf could respond, Dumont's shrill voice pierced the air. "What are we waiting for? Quick, pursue them." Under Dumont's urging, the speed of the Bloodwolf mercenary corps and Dumont's own retinue increased further, yet soon a cry for help caused them to instinctively slow their pace. Help me," cried a mercenary who had unwittingly stepped into a mud pit, both feet quickly sinking. Witnessing this, a nearby comrade rushed to assist, only to find himself ensnared as his own feet plunged into the mire. In a panic, he struggled to escape, while the first soldier was left with only his arms and head above the surface. "Fetch me a rope," Bloodwolf shouted. A rope was swiftly delivered to him, and Bloodwolf tossed it towards the second mercenary, instructing him to grab hold as he pulled him to safety. However, the first mercenary had already vanished from sight. This unforeseen turn of events compelled the Bloodwolf mercenaries and Dumont's attendants to tread with greater caution, avoiding any waterlogged or damp terrain. Nevertheless, with so many of them seeking out the safest path, their speed was inevitably affected. Meanwhile, Twilight was also contemplating an escape, the two parties gradually delving deeper into the wild wetlands, engaged in a relentless chase. The deeper they ventured, the heavier the humidity became. Accompanied by noxious swamp gas, and solid ground became increasingly scarce, with most surfaces being damp and treacherous. Despite the frequent dangers encountered by the Bloodwolf mercenary corps, their preparedness allowed them to often rescue their comrades in time. Twilight had devised his own method of discerning safe from perilous ground. He typically avoided any waterlogged areas emitting swamp gas bubbles, as these indicated a dangerously soft substrate, while those devoid of such bubbles were relatively safer. Nevertheless, Twilight's group encountered peril on 2 occasions, primarily due to the weight of Seti's in places where Twilight and his 2 horses passed without incident. Seti's would become ensnared. Fortunately, Seti's was large and strong enough to extricate himself through sheer force. Where are those cavalrymen? Why haven't they caught up yet? Dumont glanced back at the still quiet rear, addressing Bloodwolf, the foul stench of muck and swamp gas overwhelming the Viscount. They should be arriving shortly, Bloodwolf replied. Previously, the pursuing cavalry had recklessly charged ahead upon discovering the abandoned carriage, and Bloodwolf secretly hoped they would not arrive at all. He knew that once they did, Dumont would surely command them to hunt down Twilight, potentially leading to a significant loss of life in the accursed swamp. Yet, fate was unkind. The cavalry ultimately arrived, and Dumont wasted no time in barking orders for them to pursue Twilight. Despite his reluctance, Bloodwolf did not oppose Dumont's command. Gaining the favor of Count Decisive was worth the cost of lives, for he could always recruit more. Thus, 100 cavalrymen thundered forward across the damp ground in pursuit of Twilight. Run! The thundering hooves alerted Twilight to the presence of the cavalry. Only a mass of riders could produce such a continuous, urgent sound. Without hesitation, he and Seti's raced deeper into the wetlands to at this juncture. Twilight had no time to discern safe paths from unsafe ones, yet he displayed remarkable cunning by favoring routes close to trees, some even brushing against their trunks, for it was well known that the roots of trees often solidified the soil beneath. There, although Twilight was sprinting with all his might, he could not outrun 4 legs. And the Bloodwolf mercenary corps began to close in on them. As for Twilight's horses, they had long been employed as scouts. Whoosh, whoosh. Bolts from crossbows began to rain down upon Twilight and his companions. However, while the crossbowmen wielded considerable power, their range diminished accuracy and impact. Even when struck, the bolts merely thudded against Seti's, causing little harm as the projectiles continued to fly. The sounds of horses stumbling in the mud echoed behind them, a testament to their misfortune. Ah! A cry of anguish rang out from behind. Twilight turned to see fall to the ground, an arrow lodged in his leg. "Master, don't leave me behind," implored, struggling to rise. Without a moment's hesitation, Twilight dashed back, hoisting the dog-headed creature onto his back before pressing onward. Twilight and Seti's had not traveled far when the pursuing cavalry caught up, the sound of their crossbow mechanisms ringing clearly in Twilight's ears. "Fools! Turn around and fight." Realizing that continuing to flee would inevitably lead to their demise, Twilight called upon Seti's to confront their foes. Right away, Seti's, long stifled by the flight, seized his axe and black iron sword, charging forward to meet the onslaught of crossbow bolts, while Twilight sat down and followed suit. At this moment, the distance between the Bloodwolf cavalry and Twilight's trio had dwindled to less than 20 meters, almost within arm's reach. Thud slash. With a swift swing of his massive axe and black iron sword, 2 Bloodwolf cavalrymen were dispatched in an instant, in contrast to Seti's, who towered over the mounted soldiers. Twilight opted to target their horses' legs first. The relentless pursuit and consecutive losses had left the 100-man cavalry in disarray. They merely encircled Twilight and Seti's, attacking without formation. However, this chaotic arrangement played to Seti's advantage, who thrived in close-quarters combat. With each swing of his axe or sword, cavalrymen tumbled from their mounts, while Twilight remained vigilant behind Seti's, safeguarding his rear. In less than a quarter of an hour, over 50 of the original 90 cavalrymen had fallen. Sensing the tide turning, the remaining Bloodwolf cavalry began to scatter at the behest of a commanding rider, harassing Twilight and Seti's. Just then, a distant contingent of several hundred emerged, with Dumont leading his attendants and the Bloodwolf mercenary corps into the fray. Chapter 83. Surrounded with cavalry restraining them in front and over 600 reinforcements arriving from behind, Twilight and Seti soon found themselves encircled. "Ha ha! You wretched peasant, run all you like." Dumont's corpulent visage beamed with smug satisfaction. "Fool, Do you truly believe victory is assured? Twilight retorted, gazing mockingly at Dumont amidst the throng. Even when death is imminent, he remains defiant. Kill him, Doom Men exclaimed, leaping with agitation. Under the command of Bloodwolf, the Bloodwolf mercenary corps began to encircle them. Adieu, this time we must fight with all our might. Twilight tightened his grip on the shield and sword as he spoke to his companion. Cetes. Cetes nodded, excitement flickering across his face. The battle commenced 600 against 2. It was an utterly unequal clash. From any perspective, Twilight's side faced certain death, yet he harbored a glimmer of hope, although he had lost his way due to the absence of a map. Twilight recalled that they had reached the heart of the wilderness marsh, a domain rife with ogres and gnolls. Both the ogres and the gnolls would attack anyone trespassing in their territory, especially the formidable ogres, whose combat prowess was not to be underestimated. With a blade for each, Cetes showed no inclination towards defense, unleashing his weapon with a whistling sound upon the surrounding Bloodwolf mercenaries. None could withstand his onslaught for even a single exchange. While Twilight lacked Cetes' ferocity, he too felled several of the advancing Bloodwolf mercenaries. Amidst their carnage, a robed figure standing beside Bloodwolf conjured flames that danced violently between his hands. Fireball. After a moment, a red sphere the size of a basin shot forth from the robed man's grasp, hurtling towards Cetes. Engrossed in his slaughter, Cetes remained oblivious to the fireball until it was almost upon him. And Twilight, positioned further back, also failed to notice this sudden assault in time. Bang out. With the impact of the fireball against Cetes, he let out a pained roar. His newly forged fury armor was charred black at the point of contact, and the skin beneath it showed signs of burning. The robed figure, somewhat surprised, glanced at Cetes, who merely emitted a cry of pain. It seemed the fireball had not inflicted significant damage. This was due in part to the fury armor and also to Cetes' lineage, being of the Cyclops bloodline. He could withstand even the magic of dragons, making him remarkably resilient against magical attacks. The ineffectiveness of his fireball left the mage visibly perturbed. Once more, the orange flames flickered in his hands. Deeper in hue and charged with greater energy, after about 10 breaths, a basketball-sized fireball, appearing particularly dense, materialized in the robed man's grasp. Flame burst. In the next moment, he propelled the sizable fireball forward. Twilight, now alert to the threat, was determined to prevent another magical assault on Cetes. As the flame burst surged towards Cetes, Twilight felled the mercenary before him with a single strike, then leaped to Cetes' side, raising his shield to intercept the basketball-sized fireball. Bang! The fireball collided with the shield, causing Twilight to feel a slight tremor in the royal barrier. The carefully prepared flame burst detonated against the shield, shattering into several smaller fireballs that pierced through 4 Bloodwolf mercenaries in one swift motion. Witnessing his 2 failed attempts at casting spells yield no results, the robed man's expression darkened, prompting Bloodwolf to intervene personally, realizing that if this continued, even if he managed to slay Twilight and the hefty Cetes, his own subordinates would be left decimated. Seizing an opportunity, Bloodwolf lunged forward, his long knife carving a wound into Cetes' armor, swiftly following up with a powerful downward strike. Thud! The heavy blow caused Cetes to stagger slightly, while Bloodwolf himself reeled from the force. 7th or 8th tier. Twilight's eyes narrowed with concern as he assessed the sudden attacker. From Twilight's own experience, Bloodwolf Kuno did not seem to be a 7th tier combatant. Yet labeling him as 8th tier felt inaccurate. He appeared to have recently broken through to 8th tier or was caught in a limbo between the two. With Kuno's assault, Cetes had no choice but to focus most of his attention on him, thereby increasing the pressure on Twilight significantly. After a brief exchange, Kuno wisely chose to avoid a direct contest of strength with Cetes, opting instead to leverage his agility in combat. However, he soon realized his error. Despite Cetes' lack of speed, his explosive power was astonishingly formidable. Like a tortoise, Cetes may have appeared slow, but his attacks were swift and lethal. To strike at Cetes, Kuno first had to contend with his counterattacks. Yet, being the leader of the mercenary corps, Kuno was no fool. After deftly avoiding 2 of Cetes' strikes, he decided to maneuver around him. This tactic, however, left Cetes struggling to keep up. The sheer number of Bloodwolf mercenaries swarming around him forced Cetes to divide his focus between them and the ever-elusive Kuno, leading to a moment of distraction. In an instant, a blade flashed, and Cetes felt a sharp pain as a wound opened on his leg. After successfully landing a blow, Kuno quickly retreated, seeking another opportunity to strike. Observing this, Twilight rushed to aid Ceres against Kuno, but found himself besieged by 3 mercenaries of 5th tier or higher, plunging him into his own predicament. As time passed, Kuno continued his relentless assault. Within mere minutes, Ceres' legs bore numerous wounds, and facing the slippery Kuno, he could not contain his fury any longer. Realizing that if this continued, he would inevitably succumb, Twilight roared in anger, unleashing his innate ability, Fury. Upon activating Fury, Twilight's speed and strength surged to new heights. He planted his feet, unleashing Thunder Strike, then used Shield Bash to deflect an attack from a 5th-tier mercenary before deftly sidestepping an attack from another behind him. After evading 2 strikes, Twilight blocked another attack from a 5th-tier mercenary with his Darius Protector, then retaliated with an elbow strike to the face of the mercenary before him. The blow sent the mercenary sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth. In that moment, Twilight aimed to finish off his downed opponent. But the 2 remaining 5th-tier mercenaries exchanged alarmed glances and lunged at him with their weapons. Should Twilight insist on eliminating the fallen mercenary, he would be pierced by their blades at that critical juncture. Twilight suddenly redirected his sword, slicing horizontally at the mercenary to his side, while simultaneously raising his royal barrier to block the attack from behind. But a spray of blood erupted as the 5th-tier mercenary clutched his throat, eyes wide with disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. Using a feint to eliminate 1 mercenary, Twilight wasted no time in slamming his shield into the face of the disoriented mercenary attempting to rise. Swiftly following up with a sword strike to finish him off, in an instant, 2 of his adversaries lay dead, and the remaining 5th-tier mercenary hesitated, fear creeping into his eyes. Yet Twilight would not grant him mercy. He unleashed a furious assault, employing his superior strength to bring down the final 5th-tier warrior. Having dispatched 3 mercenaries encircling him, Twilight rushed towards Ceres, intent on breaking the siege. Chapter 84, Marsh Ogres. After activating his Fury state and decimating 3 5th-tier foes with the force of a thunderbolt, Twilight immediately made his way to Ceres, eager to provide assistance. However, just as Twilight was eliminating the Bloodwolf mercenaries obstructing his path towards Ceres, Bloodwolf Kuno, who had been attacking Ceres, suddenly charged at Twilight. Swinging his blade, a flash of cold light appeared, swift as lightning. Kuno, being 8th tier, even if only recently, was beyond Twilight's capability to match. As Kuno's attack bore down, Twilight instinctively raised his royal barrier, honed by countless battles. Clang! Kuno's long knife struck Twilight's shield, sending sparks flying. Twilight parried Kuno's initial blow with his Darius Protector, but Kuno swiftly brushed it aside before thrusting his blade towards Twilight's abdomen, a move that came without warning. Twilight quickly twisted his body, deflecting Kuno's blade with his shield, but still felt the knife slice a minor wound into his side. Ignoring the pain, Twilight retaliated with his sword, yet Kuno effortlessly blocked the attack. Just then, Ceres arrived to relieve Twilight of his burden. "Master, watch your back." Just as Twilight exhaled in relief, a yellow magical shield enveloped him, and a warning cry from a knoll echoed from a tree above. Upon hearing the warning, Twilight instinctively rolled away, placing his royal barrier behind him. At that moment, a blue glowing arrow shot towards him from behind, piercing through the magical shield with a ding as it collided with his royal barrier. Quickly regaining his footing, Twilight turned to see a young man clad in leather armor, his expression grim, wielding a large bow. This was the very hunter who had tracked Twilight's trail, using his mangy hound. It turned out he had been lurking on the outskirts, searching for an opportunity, but had been unable to find a suitable moment due to the presence of Twilight's allies. Just as Twilight had relaxed after Ceres' intervention, this hunter had seized the chance to unleash a deadly shot, only to be thwarted by the gnoll's warning from its perch in the trees. In order to achieve a decisive kill and claim the first merit, the young hunter refrained from assisting his 3 5th-tier companions, who were slain by the Twilight, solely for the sake of a perfect arrow. Yet, this aspiration was thwarted by another. Now, with preparations in place, another attempt at a kill would undoubtedly prove challenging for Twilight. Leaving the young hunter's expression far from pleasant, casting a deep gaze at the youth who had nearly cost him his life, Twilight turned to confront Bloodwolf Kuno once more. Nevertheless, a significant portion of Twilight's thoughts remained fixated on the archer wielding the great bow. With the addition of Ceres, Bloodwolf Kuno dared not recklessly attack Twilight. Instead, he retreated, adopting a more evasive strategy. As Twilight continued to slay other Bloodwolf mercenaries, he remained vigilant against Kuno and the striking hunter, all the while feeling an undercurrent of urgency. Prolonging this confrontation would only become increasingly disadvantageous, especially after activating the rage state, which, it must be noted, could not be sustained indefinitely. Just as Twilight was inwardly anxious. A resounding roar, akin to celestial music, echoed in the ears of all present. Suddenly, a horde of ogres, wielding wooden clubs and numbering around 300 to 400, surged forth from the depths of the marshlands. "Ogres!" exclaimed a sharp-eyed soldier. His voice tinged with fear. The mercenaries and attendants could not help but tremble, for the terror of the ogres stemmed not only from their brutish and violent nature, but also from their formidable strength. A single ogre of equal rank could easily match 2 humans. In the realm of humanity, the ogres, alongside lycanthropes, were infamous, yet they differed in temperament. Lycanthropes were cruel and bloodthirsty, attacking their targets regardless of gain, while ogres typically pursued only those matters that served their interests and often acted in unison as a tribe. Seeing such a multitude of ogres, the mercenaries were understandably apprehensive, and even the noble Duke Dumin felt his heart race. The remote marshlands had been largely untouched by human presence, and even the locals were not well acquainted with the area. How could the Bloodwolf mercenaries from the royal city of Danamakas and Duke Dumin himself have anticipated the existence of a tribe of ogres here? Although Dumin's attendants and the Bloodwolf mercenaries were astonished by the sudden emergence of the ogres, the latter were not inclined to show mercy to the humans who were numerically comparable. Under the leadership of a towering ogre wielding a massive axe, the horde charged towards Duke Dumin and his 200 attendants, instantly throwing them into chaos. "Ah, help me, Kuno, save me," Duke Dumin called out as he left his attendants to face the ogres. Running towards Kuno, hearing Dumin's plea, Kuno cast a reluctant glance at Twilight and Ceres before leading a portion of the Bloodwolf mercenaries toward Dumin. Seizing this opportunity, Twilight and Ceres began to wreak havoc upon the remaining Bloodwolf mercenaries, slaying 20 to 30 of them in quick succession, causing the remaining mercenaries to hesitate and retreat. Observing this, Twilight signaled to Ceres to cease the slaughter and called to the goblin hidden in the trees. With a distant glance at the chaotic clash between the ogres and Dumin's people, Twilight swiftly led the 2 deeper into the marsh. Twilight hoped for the ogres' victory, yet against the backdrop of the 8th-tier Bloodwolf mercenaries, the odds were slim. However, should the Bloodwolf mercenaries triumph over the ogres, they would likely be gravely weakened. After running for nearly an hour, Twilight sensed that Dumin's men might not pursue immediately and decided to rest. He hastily bandaged his waist wound and removed an arrow lodged in Ceres' leg, applying a simple dressing as for Ceres. His formidable regenerative abilities rendered any assistance from Twilight unnecessary. Most of his wounds had already ceased bleeding after their flight. Having tended to their injuries, the trio continued onward, with Twilight instructing the goblin to produce some rations, allowing them to eat while on the move. Meanwhile, the skirmish involving Duke Dumin had drawn to a close. The ogres had been dispersed, but Dumin's attendants and the Bloodwolf mercenaries had suffered losses exceeding 300. "My lord, shall we pursue?" Kuno inquired, surveying the heavy toll taken on his comrades. Dumin's expression shifted as he grappled with his emotions, finally gritting his teeth and declaring, "Yes, we must ensure he is left without a grave." Dumin understood clearly that with the ogres defeated, the immediate danger had subsided. Most critically, he could not allow Twilight to escape. For with Twilight's strength and background, his escape would spell doom for Dumin himself. As the sun gradually dipped towards the west, Twilight had long since changed direction, oblivious to their precise location, lacking the luxury of a holographic map unlike in games, and compounded by his slight sense of direction. The trio, who had once been hastening, now found themselves moving at a leisurely pace. Not to mention Ceres and the goblin, Twilight felt utterly exhausted, as if each step required every ounce of his strength. He sensed that Dumin's men were still trailing him from a distance, and in his current state, without proper rest, he could not hope to resist should he encounter them again as dusk settled. Twilight's tense demeanor relaxed slightly, prompting him to find a temporary resting spot for himself, Ceres, and the goblin. They could not continue their journey through the night. Wandering further would be perilous, just as Twilight assigned the goblin to keep watch while he began to doze off. A massive fireball suddenly descended, striking Ceres, who was on the verge of slumber. With a scream, Ceres sprang to his feet, startling Twilight awake. "Master, there are people over there." The goblin pointed in a direction, with eyes wide open. Twilight brandished his sword and shield, warily scanning the area the goblin indicated, puzzled as to how Dumin's men could have found them so swiftly. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows. "Oh, my apologies. I thought you were ogres," the individual said awkwardly. Ceres, already agitated from the abrupt attack, had no patience for explanations. Twilight, too, was far from pleased. Ceres charged towards the figure, axe raised, poised to cleave him in two. "Wait. Listen to me," the figure began, but his words were cut short as Ceres's axe swung down. A flash of blue and white light appeared, and the figure vanished from Ceres's path, reappearing to his side. Employing the mage's escape technique, blink. "Stop, or I'll retaliate," the figure warned as Ceres lunged at him once more. Flames began to gather in the figure's hands, which he hurled towards Ceres to eye in the flickering light. Twilight discerned the mage's attire. He was young, clad in a tattered blue-purple robe, unmistakably hailing from Cymbalara. The fireball struck Ceres, merely igniting a few sparks without inflicting harm, yet it only fueled Ceres's fury. Ceres closed the distance to the Cymbalara mage, swinging his weapon down, forcing the mage to use blink once more. However, as he completed the spell, a golden shield emblazoned with blue appeared before him. Twilight had anticipated his position and charged forward. With a thud, the mage was knocked to the ground, stars flashing before his eyes. His utter horror. The furious axe belonging to Ceres came crashing down upon him, a testament to the ire of the one disturbed from his slumber. "Enough. Ceres, do not kill him," Twilight interjected at the critical moment. Upon hearing Twilight's command, Ceres's axe veered off, striking the ground beside the mage, sending dirt flying and sparing the mage's life. "Are you a mage from Cymbalara?" Twilight inquired, scrutinizing the now bewildered figure on the ground. The mage, with vibrant red hair, a rare sight among humans, nodded hesitantly, glancing nervously at the still fuming Ceres. "Greetings, I am Sage Rel. I apologize for the misunderstanding. I mistook him for an ogre," he explained, gesturing towards Ceres's towering frame. "Have you ever seen an ogre this tall?" Twilight asked, patting the still irate Ceres. Sage Rel shook his head. Initially, Ceres's seated form had not seemed imposing, but now standing, Sage Rel realized Ceres towered over the average ogre, who typically stood just over 2 meters, while Ceres measured around 2 meters and 45 centimeters, at least 2 heads taller. Just as Twilight was about to comment further, a sudden jolt of realization struck him. Conjuring an image in his mind, a figure with long red hair, clad in a golden robe, wielding a flame-spewing staff, riding atop a colossal fire dragon. Sage Rel, the mage before him, introduced himself as Sage Rel. "Are you a member of the Hammer of Justice?" Sage Rel inquired, having noticed the emblematic garb worn by Twilight. "Indeed, I am," Twilight affirmed without hesitation, as he scrutinized Sadrel's attributes to name. Sage Rel level, 71 strength, 69 agility, 54 spirit, not displayed, endurance, 65 rank, 7th tier talent skills, fire affinity, enhances fire spells and accelerates the learning of fire-related incantations and the gathering of fire elements. It was evident that Sadrel's spirit attribute far surpassed that of Twilight, rendering him unable to ascertain it. However, upon observing Sadrel's attributes and talents, Twilight was already 80% certain that this mage, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Ceres, was indeed the Fire Master from the game and one of the guardians of the future human protection organization, Strife, known as Sage Rel of the Heart of Flames. "What brings you to this place? Is your main force not advancing to the front lines?" Sage Rel queried, puzzled. "I was en route to the front lines, but fortuitously found myself pursued by an enemy, leading me to take refuge here," Twilight explained. "Pursued? Who would dare hunt a member of the Hammer of Justice?" Sage Rel exclaimed in astonishment. "A noble viscount named Dumin," Twilight replied candidly, briefly recounting his grievances with Dumin and his current predicament. Unbeknownst to the naive Sage Rel, Twilight had already set his sights on him as a promising youth well-versed in the course of history. Twilight harbored a penchant for collecting notable historical figures, eager to gather renowned personalities under his banner. "How did you end up here?" Twilight inquired of Sage Rel. "I heard tales of an abandoned mine and sought to try my luck in discovering elemental gems," Sage Rel shrugged. Upon hearing Sadrel's words, Twilight understood. There had indeed been a mine in this vicinity, abandoned long ago due to diminishing yields. It appeared that Sage Rel hailed from humble origins, unable to afford the magical gems he regularly utilized. With this in mind, Twilight spoke, "I am aware of the mine's approximate location, but I require your assistance." Chapter 86. A great fire. Upon hearing Twilight's request, Sagerel readily agreed, recognizing that Twilight merely sought to repel the Viscount Dumin. Out of both sentiment and reason, Sagerel felt compelled to assist. Twilight then took the opportunity to rest while contemplating how to ambush Dumin and the Bloodwolf mercenary corps with the assistance of a 7th-tier mage. Twilight was confident he could inflict significant losses on an unprepared Dumin. However, to Twilight's surprise, Dumin did not keep him waiting long. They brazenly sought him out under the cover of darkness, revealing the urgency with which Dumin desired Twilight's demise. As silhouettes materialized in the distance, Twilight swiftly retreated alongside Cetes, while the kobold prepared to distance himself further. This time, I shall see how this commoner escapes. Pursue them. Dumin shouted venomously, fixating on the fleeing figures of the two. Hearing Dumin's command, the remaining members of the Bloodwolf mercenary corps, laden with grievances, reluctantly pursued Twilight and Cetes. However, their chase was half-hearted, for they had already endured a full day of fatigue, and the treacherous surroundings necessitated caution. After a brief distance, Twilight noticed an abundance of nearby bushes and promptly halted to await the approaching mercenaries, while Sagerel concealed himself in a thicket, preparing to cast his impending spell. Soon, the Bloodwolf mercenary corps arrived before Twilight, and upon spotting him and Cetes, they charged forward without hesitation. Just as they closed in, 3 fireballs, each a meter in diameter, soared from behind Twilight, crashing into the ranks of the Bloodwolf mercenaries and exploding. Igniting dozens of unsuspecting mercenaries, the cacophony of screams erupted as the mercenaries fell into disarray. After all, mages were formidable threats in group battles, and no one wished to be unexpectedly felled by an arcane spell. "A mage!" exclaimed the wizard trailing behind Bloodwolf Kuno, as he beheld the fireballs descending into their midst. Without his prompting, Kuno understood the situation. The intensity of the magic was evidently formidable. "What is happening?" inquired Dumin, who had just arrived from behind, unaware of the fireball's impact. "My Lord Viscount, there is a mage up ahead," Kuno relayed. "What? Where did that wretched commoner find a mage?" Dumin responded, astonished. The bewilderment was not limited to others. Even Kuno himself was perplexed as to how Twilight had come by a mage, suspecting it could not have been a mere coincidence. "Why are you hesitating? Charge. They cannot cast such spells frequently," Kuno commanded, his voice booming as he stepped forward to lead. The remaining mercenaries breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing the fireballs had not descended again, and they successfully approached Twilight and Cetes. Unbeknownst to them, Sagerel was preparing a more potent spell, as evidenced by the seriousness etched on his face, beads of sweat dotting his brow. The previous fireballs had merely illuminated the surroundings. Meanwhile, Twilight and Cetes' task was to delay the Bloodwolf mercenary corps. However, impeding the mercenaries proved no simple feat. Aside from the 8th-tier Bloodwolf Kuno, the lurking unknown young hunter posed considerable pressure on Twilight. As time passed, the concentration of fire elements in the battlefield intensified, and Twilight bore 2 fresh wounds. It was the 5- or 6-tiered azure-robed mage from the Bloodwolf mercenary corps who first sensed the anomaly. "Boss, something's amiss. Someone is preparing a large-scale spell. We must retreat," he shouted urgently. Hearing his subordinate's warning, Kuno's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's thought, he abandoned Twilight and Cetes, retreating swiftly. Just as Kuno began his hasty withdrawal, a flicker of red light appeared behind the Bloodwolf mercenaries, and in the next instant, it erupted into a blaze, engulfing all nearby mercenaries. Moreover, the surrounding marsh gas and underbrush contributed to the flame's rapid expansion, claiming more and more mercenaries, spiraling toward uncontrollable chaos. Even Twilight found himself compelled to retreat hastily alongside Cetes. Witnessing the increasingly ferocious flames, a somewhat exhausted Sagerel approached Twilight, stammering, "Isn't this fire a bit too grand?" "Not at all. It is just right. You see, Dumin and those Bloodwolf mercenaries are far from virtuous. They engage in plundering, killing, and all manner of heinous acts. You are merely ridding the world of evil," Twilight reassured Sagerel with a pat. Marsh gas, known as methane, is one of the most notorious combustible gases. Casting fire spells in this gas-laden marsh would undoubtedly yield far greater potency than elsewhere. "Let us depart. We must leave this place," Twilight declared. Assessing the ever-growing inferno, he surmised that as long as the marsh gas remained alight, the flames would be difficult to extinguish, prompting him to abandon the notion of personally slaying Dumin for the time being. The following morning, as agreed, Twilight set out to assist Sagerel in locating the abandoned mine. After meandering for the better part of the day, Twilight finally regained a sense of direction, realizing that Sagerel had been hopelessly lost. "Hey, are you even capable of this?" Sagerel questioned skeptically. "When it comes to a man, never question his capability," Twilight replied, continuing on his path. "But it's been well over half a day," Sagerel protested. "And you've been wandering aimlessly for several days yourself." "I am undoubtedly more adept than you." Twilight rolled his eyes in response. Sagerel fell silent. "What made you think to come here in search of magical gems?" Twilight casually inquired. "Elemental gems have become increasingly expensive. I heard that this place once produced fire element gems. So I wanted to investigate," Sagerel explained. "Then you should prepare yourself. This area has been abandoned for quite some time," Twilight cautioned, unable to resist the urge to temper Sagerel's expectations after a full day's journey. The next day, Twilight successfully led Sagerel to a dilapidated mining site. Upon seeing the mine, Twilight felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful to have located it based on memory. Failing to find it would have been quite embarrassing. Just as Twilight and his companions prepared to venture inside, a horde of kobolds, armed with shovels and hammers, charged forth. The red-maned kobolds, another humanoid race in the marshlands aside from ogres, had evidently claimed this mine as their territory. "It seems we have intruded upon their domain," Twilight remarked to Sagerel, drawing his sword and shield. "Indeed, there is a mine here," Sagerel observed, aware that kobolds typically gathered in only two locations, alongside the wergs or in mining areas, as their passion for mining rivaled that of dwarfs. Chapter 87. Subduing the red-maned kobolds. Faced with the chaotic onslaught of hundreds of kobolds, Twilight, Cetis, and Sagerel remained unperturbed, launching a fierce assault against the invaders, having presumably slain nearly 200 goblins. The distinctive traits of these creatures became evident upon encountering the insurmountable strength of Twilight and his companions. The remaining 300 to 400 goblins immediately let out a collective cry and scattered like frightened birds and beasts. Observing the fleeing goblins, Twilight contemplated and addressed his companion, saying, "Please seek out these goblins and see if you can subdue them." "Yes, master," came the prompt reply from, who felt confident in dealing with his own kind. As began the search for the fleeing goblins, Twilight and Sagerel ventured into the mine, while Cetis remained outside, his size making entries somewhat cumbersome. Goblins, being burrowing creatures, found mining to be second nature as Twilight and Sagerel entered the cavern. They noticed numerous ore deposits carelessly discarded in the corners. Upon closer inspection, Twilight observed that they were primarily iron ores. Continuing deeper into the mine, he discovered beds made of grass and bark, indicating the living quarters of the goblins, beside which lay small heaps of ore. Twilight noted that the quality of the ores here was significantly better than the haphazardly discarded ones outside. "Indeed, there are elemental gems," came Sagerel's voice, tinged with excitement. Following Sagerel's gaze, Twilight beheld two small piles of stones, glistening with a hint of color, predominantly light red, with fewer specimens of pale blue, yellow, and green. These were elemental gems, often born alongside other ores and known for their high affinity with the elements, making them favored by mages for crafting various magical artifacts or storing mana. As Sagerel gathered some fire elemental gems, Twilight casually inquired, "So, old sag, what are your plans next?" "I don't know. Perhaps I will continue my travels, and I have told you not to call me old sag. Address me as Sagerel," he corrected. "Understood, old sag," Twilight replied with a serious expression. Sagerel's face reflected defeat. "Old sag, it seems you have nowhere to go. Why not join me on the battlefield?" Twilight proposed. "The battlefield?" Sagerel frowned, pondering the suggestion without an immediate refusal. The lack of a prompt dismissal indicated potential, prompting Twilight to seize the moment. "The battlefield is where a man's true worth is realized, and your fellow mage, Phil of Mishu from Simbalara, is also present. If you perform well, he may even choose to mentor you or take you as an apprentice," Twilight urged, passionately persuading. Upon hearing Twilight's words, Sagerel chuckled wryly. "How could Master Philov possibly take notice of me? However, it would be good to witness the battlefield alongside you." With Sagerel's agreement, Twilight could not suppress a smile. Now that Sagerel was following him, escape from his grasp seemed unlikely. Thus, the future flame-wielding master, known for his unparalleled destructive prowess, Sagerel, was convinced to accompany Twilight. After Sagerel collected a sufficient number of elemental gems, the two of them exited the mine. Upon emerging, Twilight observed that the previously scattered red-maned goblins had congregated outside the mine, with standing before them, brandishing a wooden staff. Upon seeing Twilight, bellowed a few commands to the goblins, who then knelt in unison, chattering in their perplexing tongue. "What are they saying?" Twilight inquired, frowning. "Master, these goblins express their willingness to serve you and hope you will take them in," replied with a self-satisfied grin. Twilight nodded. "Excellent. Inform them that you shall be their leader from now on, responsible for guiding them here. Stay here. Master, you abandoned me." Hearing Twilight's order, was momentarily dazed. "I require these goblins to excavate for me, but I need someone trustworthy to oversee them, and you are the most suitable choice," Twilight patiently explained. Realizing he was not being dismissed, regained his composure and confidently declared, "Very well, I shall watch over them diligently for you." "Master." Twilight then relayed a few more instructions regarding what to be cautious of before departing with Cetis and Sagriel. The idea of subjugating the red-maned goblins to assist in excavation had sprung to Twilight's mind unexpectedly. He envisioned a future where he would possess his own territory, and accumulating resources and funds early on would not be a folly. Parting ways with Twilight, along with Cetis and Sagriel, began their journey toward the general direction of the Smudo Alliance. They traveled. The delay caused by the ambush from Dumin weighed heavily on them, prompting a sense of urgency. After 2 days of relentless travel, the trio finally emerged from the foul-smelling marshlands and crossed a tributary of the Darren River, thus entering the territory of the St. Mune Duchy within the Smudo Alliance. The Smudo Alliance comprises 3 duchies: the Kinnu Duchy, the St. Mune Duchy, and the Fittit Duchy. These 3 duchies wield considerably less power than Darius and Simbalara, and the actual authority in these lands has largely been usurped by the nobility, with only the St. Mune Duchy retaining significant royal power. According to prior intelligence, Twilight was aware of another orc army led by a shaman emerging from the Kurtla Gorge, which had nearly obliterated the Fittit Duchy in a single sweep. Thus, the battlefield between humans and beasts lay within the confines of the Fittit Duchy, prompting Twilight to inquire and hasten his journey there. After 3 days of furious riding, Twilight arrived at the capital city of the Fittit Duchy, Dimace. Observing the sparse population in the once bustling city, Twilight mused that even if the war were to conclude at that moment, the Fittit Duchy would struggle to regain its vitality in the near future. Upon traversing through Dimace, Twilight soon encountered a scouting party. With their guidance, he successfully located his main forces. "What in the world happened? It's been days. You are utterly unreliable." Upon meeting, Morning Dawn Phalismeti began to chastise Twilight without delay, even before New Sane could speak. "I encountered a small inconvenience on the road, causing the delay," Twilight admitted, scratching his nose awkwardly. "It's just good to have you back. You have no idea how worried Morning Dawn has been about you these past days," New Sane remarked half-jokingly. "Really?" Twilight's spirits lifted at New Sane's words. "Humph. Falsehood." Morning Dawn shot Twilight a glare. Accepting Morning Dawn's reprimand, Twilight introduced his savior, Sagriel, to the others and inquired about events during their separation, learning that the 4th prince, Tigresa, had recently garnered considerable attention. Chapter 88. Unspoken concerns. Having dutifully accepted Morning Dawn's rebuke, Twilight subsequently introduced his savior, Sagriel, to the group and inquired about events since their parting. It was then that he learned of the 4th prince, Tigresa, making significant waves after Twilight and Prince Drius had departed. Shortly after their exit, the human forces launched an assault on the orc coalition retreating into the Kurtla Gorge. This battle was entirely orchestrated by Prince Tigresa, who personally led the charge of the Hammer of Justice. Reaching the orc defenses. In the ensuing pursuit, Tigresa's forces vanquished the Blood Op, Black Hand, and Howling Moon clans, driving the orcs from the Kurtla Gorge into the Smudo Alliance. Listening to Morning Dawn's animated recounting, as well as the envious gazes from the surrounding young commanders like Hazit and Diveria, and the approving looks from figures like Count Milda, Twilight maintained a stoic expression, though a chill crept into his heart. It was evident that, following this battle, Tigresa had successfully captured the admiration of the younger commanders. Quietly absorbing the surrounding chatter, Twilight refrained from voicing any comments or opinions. When all had departed, Twilight lingered, prompting Morning Dawn Phalismeti to stay as well. "You have something to say, I presume," New Sane remarked with a knowing smile. Observing Twilight's silence, "Master, with all that Prince Tigresa is undertaking, I suspect there must be your backing behind it, Twilight stated, fixing his gaze on Nu Sane. Nodding, Nu Sane replied amiably, I have entrusted many matters to His Highness the fourth prince that I believe this war with the orcs will help him mature into a competent prince. However, Master, have you considered that if Prince Tigresa accumulates too much prestige, it may pose a threat to the Crown Prince Drius's position? Twilight's tone grew urgent. Is that so? I believe Prince Drius can withstand such pressures, Nu Sane remarked dismissively. But the Crown Prince has suffered a significant defeat, while the fourth prince has achieved victory. This could be exploited by those with ulterior motives, Twilight insisted, subtly suggesting that Nu Sane should reign in Tigresa's burgeoning power. It is an order from His Majesty the King. Nu Sane's firm statement stifled Twilight's further comments, realizing the implication behind his mentor's words. Twilight paused, understanding that King Donas V intended to leverage this opportunity to bolster Tigresa's stature. Yet, the timing felt ill-conceived, and Tigresa was still too young. With a sigh, Twilight inquired, Master, what are your thoughts on Prince Drius? Listening to the query posed by Twilight, Nu Sane pondered for a moment before responding. In my estimation, Prince Drius embodies all the qualities requisite of a worthy sovereign: benevolence, decisiveness, and a willingness to shoulder responsibility. Perhaps his only shortcoming lies in a slight lack of cunning. Of course, Prince Tiglisa is equally remarkable. He is brave, just, resolute, and brimming with passion, destined to become a banner for humanity in the future, Nu Sane added. Nodding thoughtfully, Twilight remarked, I concede that Tiglisa's qualifications far surpass those of Drius. However, merit alone does not dictate everything that I understand that in the eyes of His Majesty, Prince Tiglisa represents the hope of the Darius kingdom. Yet, since both princes hail from royal lineage, it is essential to delineate their respective standings. Should Prince Tiglisa's radiance become excessively blinding, it would inevitably overshadow Prince Drius, leaving him to ponder his own place amidst the chorus of voices. With a measured breath, Twilight continued. Moreover, achieving success at a young age is not always a boon. Prince Tiglisa, lacking the benefit of time's accumulation, is akin to a sword that, without repeated forging, may easily shatter. Nu Sane nodded in agreement, his smile fading. It is commendable to discern the latent issues. However, these matters are ones His Majesty will surely contemplate with clarity, and they are not our concern. Recognizing the futility of further persuasion, Twilight bowed and said, Then I shall take my leave, teacher. Go, rest well. And do not overthink, Nu Sane waved dismissively. With that, Twilight exited, while the silent morning dawn Farsmith also nodded to Nu Sane before departing. Watching his disciple's figure vanish at the hall's entrance, a faint smile crept onto Nu Sane's usually stern countenance. This disciple of his was exceptional in every regard. While King Darnassus V aimed to cultivate Tiglisa as the emblem of Darius, under his guidance, Twilight might yet become another standard dash-bearer, at that moment. Twilight walked in silence behind Morning Dawn towards the station of the fearless army. Observing her demeanor, Morning Dawn pondered for a moment before inquiring, Twilight, do you believe Tiglisa and Drius will turn against one another? It was not uncommon for brothers among the nobility to fall out over inheritance. No. It is evident that Drius harbors great affection for Tiglisa, and Tiglisa appears devoid of ambition to contest for the throne. However, should the brilliance of the fourth prince become too pronounced, it would undoubtedly exert considerable pressure on Prince Drius. You should grasp the king's high expectations for Tiglisa, as evidenced by his request for Archbishop Sarian to instruct the fourth prince, Twilight elaborated, stealing a glance at Morning Dawn Farsmith. Though we belong to the royal faction, we are not members of the royal family. Faced with Tiglisa's once-in-a-millennium talent, it seems to me that King Darnassus V is intent on molding Tiglisa into the royal guardian, perhaps even a demigod-level powerhouse. Morning Dawn gasped at Twilight's words. Contemplating that indeed, King Darnassus V had placed great hopes on Tiglisa. Yet, what King Darnassus V might not realize is that this not only imposes immense pressure on his eldest son, but also inadvertently weighs heavily upon the fourth prince. Much like a taut rope that, if persistently strained, is bound to snap one day. Twilight's understanding of history resonated with the unfolding reality. Perhaps it was the desire to avoid disappointing his father, King Darnassus V, that compelled Tiglisa to reject failure, ultimately leading him down a misguided path in search of power, driven by an inner fervor. Let us set aside such thoughts for now. During our visit to the city of Darnamarcus, I have brought you a gift. Twilight shook her head and then produced the elemental flow ring she had prepared for Morning Dawn. This is a magical ornament. Upon receiving the ring, the well-versed Morning Dawn immediately sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from it. What do you think? Do you like it? Twilight beamed at her. This item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Morning Dawn Farsmet protested, shaking her head. The ring was specially chosen for you. If you refuse it, it would be a disservice to my heartfelt intentions, Twilight said, feigning a pitiful demeanor. You little scamp. Very well, I shall accept it. Morning Dawn chided Twilight with a smile, yet she happily took it, reasoning that Twilight was not a stranger but Nu Sayan's disciple. Then allow me to place it on you. Without awaiting a response, Twilight took the ring and personally slipped it onto Morning Dawn's ring finger. Unbeknownst to Morning Dawn, in Twilight's homeland, a ring worn on that finger signified a woman's belonging to a man. Of course, at that moment, Twilight had no intention of revealing such a sentiment. Chapter 89. The Teachings of Istar. The following day, Twilight rose early, rousing Ceres and Sagriel before seeking out Morning Dawn Farsmet. Upon noticing the ring adorning Morning Dawn's finger, Twilight's eyes brightened, and her heart swelled with joy. After the four shared breakfast, they prepared to head to the fearless army. As they passed the training grounds in front of the council chamber, Twilight and the others halted, observing a sizable crowd gathered around. Within the arena, two armored figures were engaged in combat. One was Prince Tiglisa, and the other was the young King Ponsandro of Kurltra. The two, one at the initial stage of the 9th tier and the other at the mid-stage, were evenly matched. Among the onlookers, Twilight also spotted her teacher, Nu Sayan, along with the Duke of Provi from Kurltra, the dwarf Rock Copperhammer, Master Falaf, and a robust middle-aged man clad in leather armor. Twilight sensed a formidable aura emanating from this middle-aged figure, who, along with the others, appeared to be engaged in animated discussion regarding the duel. Additionally, standing beside Nu Sayan were a man and a woman, the woman being Daiwalia, and the man, whom Twilight did not recognize, the commander, Kunavilo, and others were also present nearby. That middle-aged man, not clad in armor, but wearing leather, is Istar. Morning Dawn whispered softly into Twilight's ear. This revelation, Twilight was taken aback. Had Morning Dawn not mentioned it, Twilight would never have guessed that the seemingly rustic middle-aged man before her was Istar. Renowned as the foremost warrior of humanity in Dreas's Minor, standing next to Daiwalia is Lanx. You may have heard of him. Morning Dawn continued to introduce. Twilight nodded. She had indeed heard of Lanx from Hazet and others. Known as the most outstanding among Nu Sayan's disciples, possessing both exceptional strength and intellect. It could be said that, besides Morning Dawn Farsmet, he was the most formidable future member of the Fearless Army. Twilight also knew that the legendary sword, Campello, guardian of Campello, which had been passed down through the Campello family, would eventually fall into Lanx's hands after Nu Sayan's demise. Twilight observed Istar and Lanx. Istar seemed to sense her gaze and turned to look at her, while Nu Sayan also spotted Twilight and waved her over. Immediately, Twilight, along with Ceres and Sagriel, approached Morning Dawn. This is General Istar. I believe you have heard of him? Nu Sayan introduced Istar to Twilight, the renowned foremost warrior of humanity. I have certainly heard of him. It is a pleasure to meet you, General Istar, Twilight said, clenching her fist and bowing respectfully. Oh, the foremost warrior. Haha. This is the first time I've heard such a title, Istar replied, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Realizing from Istar's response that he had not yet been officially recognized as the foremost warrior of humanity, Twilight chose not to clarify. She then greeted the Duke of Provi, Rock Copperhammer, Falaf, and Sanaka in turn before standing beside Nu Sayan. Hello, I have heard Daiwalia mention you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lanx. A gentle voice reached Twilight's ears as she settled beside Nu Sayan. I have also heard of you, the most distinguished disciple under our teacher. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Twilight Zero, Twilight replied with a warm smile. Upon closer inspection, Twilight noted that Lanx had elongated eyes, which initially gave an impression of delicacy. However, she soon discerned a fierce determination behind that softness. After all, as one of the few remaining formidable paladins, Lanx could hardly be weak. Is that your attendant? Quite impressive, Lanx remarked, glancing at Ceres, who stood closely behind Twilight with admiration. Indeed, Ceres' stature was hard to overlook. Meanwhile, Sagriel, spotting Master Falaf Mishao, could not help but feel a surge of excitement, for such figures were rare even in Sinbalora. As Twilight conversed with the two, the duel between Taglisa and Pawn Sandro concluded. With neither side emerging as a clear victor at that moment, Nu Sayan gestured towards Twilight, inquiring, Istar, what do you think of my disciple's potential? After a brief appraisal of Twilight, Istar succinctly replied, very promising. My disciple possesses exceptional aptitude and a profound understanding of combat. Undoubtedly on par with your own pupils. However, due to an inability to grasp the holy light, my teachings are somewhat limited. Since we have fortuitously crossed paths, I implore you to mentor him diligently. Zincian chuckled. Yet his words caused a flicker of discontent to cross the face of a man in his 20s standing behind Istar. This man was Russell, Istar's disciple. At that moment, upon hearing Zincian's words, Istar could not help but grasp his intent. Once Zincian spoke, Istar found himself unable to refuse, for they shared a bond forged in life and death. Moreover, in their youth, Archbishop Salian had saved Istar's life on more than one occasion. In Istar's heart, he felt a perpetual debt to the faction of the St. Constantine Monastery, which explained why, despite being a member of the Smudo Alliance, he had joined the Hammer of Justice and taken on the role of a leader. Come here, lad, let me test your mettle, Istar declared as he stepped into the arena. Twilight did not hesitate to follow closely behind. Not everyone had the privilege of being personally mentored by Istar. Turning to face the advancing Twilight, a sudden surge of energy erupted from Istar, and Twilight felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Pausing momentarily, he gritted his teeth, disregarding the oppressive sensation, and continued to advance step by step. When Twilight positioned himself 5 paces in front of Istar, he sensed an even more intense aura emanating from Istar, whose presence as a formidable hero surged violently towards him. Under this suffocating pressure, beads of sweat began to form on Twilight's brow. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, standing tall and locking eyes with Istar without flinching. In the face of Istar's overwhelming aura, Twilight felt an inner strength stirring within him, as if it were eager to emerge. After several minutes of unwavering defiance, Istar slowly withdrew his aura and nodded approvingly. Well done. To stand unflinching before any formidable presence is a fundamental trait of a warrior. A true warrior must confront any adversity with unwavering courage and steadfast conviction. Only then can one carve a path for oneself in the relentless pursuit of strength, overcoming obstacles with determination. Remember, lad, this is your first lesson. Nodding gently, Twilight replied. Long before I took on the mantle of a warrior, I had already sworn an oath. I do not cling to the beauty of life, nor do I fear the pain of death. Chapter 90. The Warrior's Oath. Listening to Istar's teachings, Twilight affirmed. Long before I took on the mantle of a warrior, I had already sworn an oath that I do not cling to the beauty of life, nor do I fear the pain of death. I do not concern myself with how towering my enemies may be, nor do I envy my companions shielded by magic and holy light. The longsword is my punishment, the shield is my protection. My strength is drawn from faith and rage. Even should I fall, I shall bear no regrets. Heaven lies to the left, and the warrior strides to the right. If I remain alive, I shall never retreat. Twilight recited the oath he had taken upon becoming a warrior in the world of the epic for the first time, evoking a surge of pride even within Istar, as this declaration perfectly encapsulated the essence of a warrior. Very well, face me in combat. Let me observe your fighting style. Upon hearing Istar's words, Twilight understood that he was to gauge his abilities. Without further ado, he unsheathed the Darius Protector and the Royal Bulwark. Against a hero of Istar's caliber, Twilight would not hold back, striving to present his finest self. Allow me to take your place. Teacher, he is not worthy of your effort, Russell interjected from the sidelines. His words momentarily stilled the atmosphere, prompting Istar to glance at his disciple with a measured tone. How presumptuous! When will you be capable of instructing others? Russell's expression soured, simmering with indignation, yet he retreated obediently. Come forth. With Russell stepping back, Istar casually retrieved a single blade from nearby, signaling Twilight to unleash his full potential. Hearing Istar's cue, Twilight hesitated no longer, with his left hand gripping the Royal Bulwark and his right wielding the Darius Protector. He executed a sweeping strike. Clang! Sparks flew as Istar effortlessly deflected Twilight's sword with one hand. Then with a subtle flick of his blade, he countered. Twilight hastily stepped back, raising his shield to guard his upper body. Seizing the moment, Twilight advanced once more, his intent unmistakable. He aimed to unleash his full power, for Istar surpassed him in every regard, from combat awareness to physical prowess, should Twilight find himself on the defensive. A counterattack would be nearly impossible. Yet, as Twilight poured every ounce of strength into his attacks, wielding both sword and shield with fierce determination, Istar remained unperturbed, effortlessly neutralizing Twilight's strikes with casual grace. When Twilight's sword was deflected aside, he charged at Istar with a shield. In response, Istar merely shifted his stance slightly, and with a deft maneuver, he redirected Twilight's momentum, causing him to stumble forward. Had this been a battlefield, an enemy would have easily capitalized on the opportunity to strike Twilight down. Smack! Istar delivered a swift slap to Twilight's back with his single blade, then remarked, "Your strength is commendable, but in battle, power must be wielded with nuance. One must know when to strike and when to withdraw." Feeling the sting of Istar's strike, Twilight turned, raising his royal bulwark with calm determination. Unfazed by the previous blow, his resolve remained intact. Impressed by Twilight's composure, Istar took the initiative, launching an attack. After their brief exchange, Twilight acknowledged the vast chasm between his skills and Istar's, in Istar's eyes. Twilight was riddled with vulnerabilities, compelling him to focus intently on defense. Swipe, swipe. Twilight successfully parried Istar's first 3 strikes, but soon, Istar's attacks became swifter and more cunning. This forced Twilight to divert even more attention to Istar's blade. Just as Istar's assault appeared to reach its climax, Twilight raised his shield in defense, only to feel Istar's foot connect sharply with his knee. Twilight staggered, and the next instant, Istar's foot collided with his chest. Thud! Twilight was sent crashing to the ground. Your combat awareness is commendable, and your predictions are astute, but you rely too heavily on your weapons and shield, Istar observed as he regarded the fallen Twilight. Hearing Istar's assessment, Twilight silently acknowledged this flaw within himself in his previous life. Others had noted that his combat prowess stemmed solely from his sword and shield. Should he wield other weapons or fight unarmed, his effectiveness would diminish significantly. However, with the Darius techniques supplementing his skills this time, he had already made considerable progress. Rising to his feet, he rubbed his sword chest through his armor, his expression serious as he called out to Istar, "Again." With that, Twilight channeled his energy into his legs. Pushing off powerfully, his shield raised before him as he charged forward. Istar took a half step back to absorb Twilight's momentum, and as Twilight reached him, he did not hesitate to unleash his strike. Thunder Strike. In response to Twilight's thunderous attack, Istar smiled slightly, bending his legs and nimbly leaping out of the way. Yet, anticipating Istar's reaction, Twilight's royal bulwark glimmered as he executed a shield bash aimed at the airborne Istar. This maneuver caught Istar off guard, showcasing remarkable precision. However, Istar quickly adapted. With a slight twist of his body, he redirected his single blade to meet Twilight's shield. With a forceful push, Istar propelled himself behind Twilight, who seized this opportunity to counter with the Darius Protector, thrusting it towards Istar without hesitation. Clang! Istar's blade met Twilight's sword, and he landed deftly beside him. In that moment, Twilight instinctively activated his blocking technique. Yet, Istar did not grant Twilight the luxury of time. He swiftly closed the distance, applying pressure with his elbow against Twilight's shield, while his single blade deftly pierced the armor at Twilight's waist. "I can see." Twilight exhaled softly, gradually lowering his weapons and shield. He had been defeated. Istar had triumphed using mere technique, without exerting any force, a humbling realization for Twilight, who had always held confidence in his combat abilities. "You possess great potential. It would be a shame for you to remain under Zinsian's tutelage," Istar remarked. Gazing at Twilight with a hint of regret, "Twilight, Zinsian, from now on, you may come to me every morning. I will instruct you in various combat techniques," Istar continued, ignoring the incredulous expressions of both Zinsian and Twilight. "Shouldn't you express your gratitude to Lord Istar?" Zinsian urged, prompting Twilight to bow respectfully. "Thank you, Lord Istar, for your invaluable guidance." Twilight acknowledged, bowing deeply before Istar. Chapter 91. Training and Blood Control. Upon hearing Ismael's promise, many present cast envious and jealous glances at Twilight. It is well known that being guided by Ismael is not merely about having someone to communicate with. The most crucial aspect is one's own qualifications. Otherwise, given Ismael's character, he would never offer even a fraction of his guidance. At that moment, Twilight noticed the coldness and hostility in the eyes of Ismael's disciple. Rustled, it seemed he had inadvertently acquired another rival, perhaps even an enemy. However, Twilight did not dwell on it too much, believing that those who do not inspire jealousy are mediocre. Soon, Twilight took his leave from the training grounds where Prince Tigris and others were gathered, and, led by the morning light, he arrived at the camp of the Undaunted Army, where he also reunited with Syria, Hazet, Emilio, and others whom he had not seen for quite some time. After inquiring briefly about the state of the Undaunted Army, Twilight took a moment to survey the troops. At this time, all the forces of the Human Alliance had gathered within the borders of the Federation of Feats, while opposing them were the Orc coalition. The Orc forces found themselves at a disadvantage, both in terms of numbers and the caliber of their strongest warriors. It is worth noting that 6 formidable heroes had congregated within the territory of the Federation of Feats: Nu Sane Campello, Falaf Michal, Istel, Maud Copperhammer, Count Milda, and Duke Provi. With these 6 heroic figures in command, it would be exceedingly difficult for the humans to suffer defeat. However, at this moment, the supplies from the Smudo Alliance had not arrived in a timely manner, resulting in the human coalition not launching an immediate attack against the orcs. A day swiftly passed, and at dawn the following day, Twilight arrived early at the camp where Istel was stationed. Upon reaching Istel's quarters, Twilight was astonished to witness an incredible scene. Istel was seated cross-legged, a larger 2-handed sword resting upon his lap compared to the single blade he had wielded the previous day. Yet, this was not what astonished Twilight the most. What truly left him in awe was that Istel was floating in midair with his eyes closed. This sight was remarkable, as it seemed only demigod-level beings who had completely harmonized with nature could achieve such levitation. Staring at Istel for a moment in a daze, Istel then opened his eyes and gradually descended back to the ground. "What are you doing?" Twilight could not help but inquire as Istel awakened, gesturing with his hands as he spoke. Understanding Twilight's curiosity, Istel replied, "This is a method I learned from an old orc swordmaster during my travels, a way to perceive the path of nature. I suspect there are very few swordmasters today who can still perform this technique." Hearing Ismail's words, Twilight understood that those referred to as swordmasters in the history of the orc race were undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. Contemplating this, Twilight found himself deeply admiring the old orc swordmaster who had imparted this method to Ismail. One would expect such secrets to be closely guarded even among kin, yet that orc swordmaster had willingly shared it with Ismail. A generosity that commanded respect. "Mentor, what will you teach me today?" Twilight approached Ismail and asked, using the term mentor instead of teacher. This was not out of disrespect. In the Era world, the title of mentor could be applied to anyone who had provided guidance, whereas the title of teacher was reserved for those who had given their explicit consent. Ismail did not directly answer Twilight's question, but began with an analysis. "I conducted a brief examination of your abilities yesterday. I can sense that your focus lies in strength, with a combat style that has a somewhat rigid and rock-solid feel, honed through rigorous training, resulting in a very solid foundation. However, correspondingly, your evasion skills are your weakness." Upon hearing Ismail's words, Twilight could not help but silently applaud him. A true expert could discern both his strengths and weaknesses at a glance. Istel continued, "In essence, we are traversing 2 distinct paths. While you emphasize blocking and straightforward approaches, I place greater importance on the art of evasion. At all times, effective evasion can enhance both defense and offense exponentially. Mentor, I am aware that my speed is lacking, and I have been practicing diligently. But the results have not been satisfactory," Twilight admitted. "Therefore, during this period, I will focus on enhancing your agility. However, your foundational focus has already been established. This cannot be changed. There is no need for you to forsake your strengths for the sake of improvement. Remember, understanding one principle can lead to understanding many. Most combat strategies ultimately converge towards the same goal," Ismail elaborated. "I understand. Let us begin now, mentor," Twilight responded, fully grasping this principle. Even without Ismail's admonition, he would not alter his fighting style. Ismail was known for his emphasis on evasion and decisive strikes, a combat style reminiscent of the sword masters among the orcs, likely influenced by the guidance he received from the orc sword master in his early years. However, this combat style was not the only viable approach. When strength or defensive capabilities reached a certain level, they could also be immensely formidable. Take, for instance, the later orc warrior Shalabin, who wielded dual-handed weapons with one hand, an exemplar of this type. Twilight's companion, Cetes, could also be considered a model of this approach. embodying the principle of overwhelming strength yielding supremacy over technique. You have already established a solid foundation. Now, I shall train you in technique. Come, attack me, Ismail commanded. All right. Without hesitation, Twilight drew his shield and sword and charged forward. Smack! In response to Twilight's assault, Ismail dodged twice before delivering a powerful strike with his great sword onto Twilight's leg. Your footwork is too slow. Remember, on the battlefield, a single exquisite movement can not only save your life, but can also directly alter the course of the battle against your opponent. Ismail imparted his lesson without an ounce of leniency. Again, rising and shaking out his thigh. Twilight roared as he charged at Ismail once more. Easily evading Twilight's charge, Ismail sidestepped Twilight's thunderous strike and shield bash, once again toppling Twilight to the ground. Do not overly rely on techniques. An experienced opponent will discover the flaws in your skills and defeat you. Remember, skills must be learned and applied flexibly. Ismail continued his instruction. Again, Twilight was knocked down time after time, but resolutely stood up. Undeterred in his pursuit of Ismail, after yet another fall, Ismail finally relented, a faint smile gracing his features. Not bad that I see composure in your eyes. Despite being knocked down so many times, you remain calm. That is commendable. Upon hearing Ismail's rare praise, Twilight remained silent, simply standing and catching his breath. That will be all for today. Go and rest. Return tomorrow, Ismail concluded. Thank you, Mentor, Twilight gratefully replied, sheathing his sword and shield. Feeling somewhat drained. Although he had endured relentless punishment that morning, he had also gleaned much from Ismail's movements and words. This book is for you. It pertains to the practice of blood control. A warrior who does not understand how to control their own blood energy cannot be deemed a qualified warrior. Take your time to study it, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Ismail handed Twilight a thin volume. Upon hearing Ismail's words, Twilight's eyes lit up with excitement. The profession of Blood Fury Warrior sprang to his mind, and he realized he had unexpectedly gained something valuable. He recalled that the transformation class of Berserkers, known as Blood Fury Berserkers, was famed for their mastery over the control of blood energy. Chapter 92. Farewell to Dockery's holding the book on blood control that Istil had given him. Twilight realized he had overthought it. The volume was simply a more advanced method of blood energy application, but not specifically about Blood Fury warriors. Every warrior, once reaching a certain level of strength, would grasp the utilization of their own blood energy to some degree. Once this mastery is achieved, it significantly augments a warrior's offensive or defensive capabilities. With Ismail's guidance, Twilight was confident he would master blood control sooner than before. Upon returning to the camp of the Undaunted Army, Twilight struggled to remove his armor, collapsing onto his bed. After being thoroughly trounced by Ismail all morning, he felt thoroughly sore all over. He slept soundly until nearly noon. And when he awoke, the soreness remained but had improved considerably from the morning. Sitting up in bed, Twilight chose not to don the cumbersome armor again. Instead, he put on a set of ordinary leather armor and donned the robe of justice before heading out. As was his custom, he surveyed the camp of the Undaunted Army, then made his way towards the direction of the soldiers' encampment of Kurtula. Twilight intended to seek out Dockery's, whose brothers were primarily retired soldiers from the Kurtula kingdom. They had voluntarily joined the battlefield of the Smudo Alliance, declaring themselves the Kurtula Avengers, although they had previously served under Smudo and Istil when the current king of Kurtula, Parnsandro, and the esteemed Duke Provi appeared. These volunteers promptly pledged their allegiance to King Parn. Excuse me, where can I find the Kurtula Avengers? Upon arriving at the Kurtula camp, Twilight politely inquired with the patrolling soldiers. The soldier glanced at Twilight's Justice Hammer robe and, pointing in a direction, patiently replied, "You are looking for the Vengeance Army, which has now been rebranded as the Vanguard of the 5th Legion of Kurtula. They are just over there. You will see their banner as you proceed." Following the soldier's indication, Twilight made his way to the Vanguard's encampment, coinciding perfectly with lunchtime. When Twilight found Dockery's, he was amidst a group of individuals enjoying their meal. "Brother," seeing Dockery's, whom he had not encountered in quite some time, Twilight walked directly over and stood behind him. Upon hearing a voice from behind, Dockery's turned around, momentarily stunned upon seeing Twilight before a smile spread across his face. "Twilight, my younger brother, what brings you here?" Dockery's exclaimed, rising in surprise. "Brother, I came along with the troops," Twilight said, embracing Dockery's before continuing. Oh, so you have joined the army. Dockery responded, only then noticing Twilight clad in the Justice Hammer's attire, and further inquired, you have entered the Justice Hammer Knight Order. Wait, you didn't steal that robe, did you? Dockery said with a look of skepticism, fully aware of Twilight's capabilities. It was hard to believe a mere soldier could join the Justice Hammer. Brother, I previously mentioned that I took New Sane Campello as my mentor. I am now a reserve member of the Justice Hammer, Twilight explained with a smile. Observing Dockery's incredulous expression, upon hearing this, Dockery recalled that Twilight's letter had indeed mentioned his apprenticeship under New Sane. That is wonderful. I never imagined that during our time apart, my younger brother would become a member of the Justice Hammer. And even reach the 4th tier, Dockery remarked, scrutinizing Twilight closely. To be frank, Twilight had undergone a remarkable transformation, exuding a more composed aura. Who is this young man, Dockery? At that moment, a bearded man behind Dockery interjected. Hearing the question, Dockery slapped his forehead and pulled Twilight closer, saying, allow me to formally introduce my younger brother, Twilight Zero, a reserve member of the Justice Hammer and a disciple of Lord New Sane. He then gestured towards the veteran soldiers at the nearby tables. These are all old comrades with whom I came from Black Sea City. They are all brothers. Greetings, everyone. Twilight felt a deep admiration for these veterans who had voluntarily re-enlisted after their homeland faced adversity. Come, have a seat. Don't be shy with them. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Dockery urged. Pulling Twilight down to sit was then that Twilight noticed what Dockery and the others were eating. A bowl of gruel and 2 coarse bread loaves. Brother, is this your ration? Twilight asked, wrinkling his brow at the sight before him, knowing that such coarse fare was typically consumed only by the most impoverished. Supplies have been tight recently. Having this is already quite fortunate, one of the veteran soldiers said as he chewed on the coarse bread. Hearing this, Twilight's frown deepened rather than subsided. Although the Smutuo Federation had delayed supplies for a few days, it should not have come to this. Moreover, each camp's provisions were supposed to adhere to a standardized quality. He had sampled the rations of the fearless army, and while they were not exquisite, they were far from this dismal state. It was evident that his brother and these men were being treated unfairly. Noticing Twilight's troubled expression, Dockery nudged him gently. What are you pondering? Speak with your brother about your experiences during this time. At Dockery's prompting, Twilight suppressed his inner fury, donned a smile, and casually took a bite of the coarse bread before recounting the events that had transpired since their last separation. He spoke of his arrival in Soth City, the conflict with General Cunavilo, the fortune of becoming New Sane's disciple, and his subsequent experiences alongside Hazit and others on the Red Earth Highlands battlefield. He narrated the downfall of Prince Drius and the ensuing clashes he faced on behalf of the common people against Duman, detailing every battle and the shifting strategies and advantages between the orcs and humans. Unbeknownst to him, the veteran soldiers surrounding them were captivated by Twilight's tale. Brother, I presume the situation on your side is equally intense. After briefly summarizing his experiences over the past few months, Twilight inquired about Dechrist at their last parting. Dockery had merely been at the 5th tier, yet now he had advanced to the late 7th tier, and Twilight sensed that Dockery was on the verge of reaching the 8th tier. Such rapid growth, even considering Dockery's exceptional potential, must have been accompanied by numerous fierce battles to achieve such strength. Dockery, not hiding anything from his younger brother, briefly recounted his participation in the battlefield of the Fetid Duchy. However, even in his summary, Twilight discerned the difficulties Dockery and his comrades faced. Their adversaries were orcs led by a shaman, and while the orcs scattered throughout the Fetid Duchy were not as numerous nor as ferocious as those in the Red Earth Highlands, they were treated as expendable cannon fodder by their commanders. Among the 3 duchies of the Smutuo Federation, aside from the Fetid Duchy, the other 2 and their nobles were preoccupied with their own interests, devising ways to minimize the losses of their forces. When the Kurtla volunteers unexpectedly joined the fray, they were promptly perceived by the Smutuo leadership as free cannon fodder, with many direct confrontations falling onto the shoulders of the Kurtla volunteers. This was not lost on Istar, who, for the sake of the overall battle situation, tacitly accepted such treatment. Listening to Dockery's account, Twilight felt not only anger, but also a profound sense of helplessness. He pondered, is it wrong to be patriotic? Is it wrong to wish to contribute to one's country? In Twilight's eyes, the individuals before him were the most admirable and honorable of people. Dockery was no fool, nor were the others present. They were acutely aware of the Smutuo Federation's machinations, yet they endured. When King Ponsandro of Kurtla arrived, they quickly rallied to his side, believing they had found a steadfast leader. But was reality truly so? As Twilight contemplated the fate of Docris and his comrades post-separation, his initial joy turned to a sigh of resignation. He realized he was powerless to alter their circumstances. Upon returning to the fearless army camp, Twilight, feeling disheartened, refrained from inspecting the troops and instead retreated to his quarters to quietly study the book on blood energy manipulation that Istar had gifted him. The following morning, Twilight returned to Istar's quarters for further guidance. Regarding Docris' situation, Twilight bore no resentment towards Ismail's apparent indifference. Every situation has its dualities, and Ismail, as a military commander, must prioritize the harmony of the human coalition. Once training commenced, Ismail transformed into a stern figure, subjecting Twilight to rigorous trials before imparting further teachings. This time, Twilight learned a new concept: muscle rhythm, something he had never encountered in the game that as the sun rose high. Twilight departed from Ismail's training, only to encounter Ismail's disciple, Russell, on his way out. Upon seeing Twilight approaching, Russell's eyes flickered, and a mocking expression emerged on his face. A mere fourth-tier wretch thinks he deserves the personal guidance of a legendary hero. TSK, having a good background is certainly advantageous. For someone raised in the era where honor was paramount, this remark could be seen as a grave insult. However, for Twilight, who had endured various verbal bombardments in the 21st century, it felt trivial. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he walked past Russell, stating, "In this day and age, having connections is a form of strength. At least I am not likely to reach the 9th tier at nearly 40. Russell, realizing he was being openly mocked for his lack of talent and late arrival to the 9th tier, felt a surge of anger. As he watched Twilight walk away, he ground his teeth in frustration. However, he retained his composure, knowing they were on the grounds of his mentor, Istar. He silently vowed to seek an opportunity to exact his revenge on Twilight. Twilight paid no heed to Russell's thoughts. With such a narrow mind, easily provoked, how much potential could he possibly possess? After resting for a while back at the camp, around midday, Twilight brought his lunch to New Sane's quarters, which were not far away. "You have arrived. How has your time learning under Ismail been these past few days?" New Sane asked upon seeing Twilight. "Quite well. Though I endure quite the beating daily, nonetheless, I am learning a great deal," Twilight replied candidly, placing the lunch items on New Sane's table and taking a seat opposite him. "Teacher, are you aware of the situation concerning the Kurtla Vanguard?" "The Vanguard? What about it?" New Sane asked, puzzled. "Well, I discovered yesterday that they seem to be facing unfair treatment." Speaking of which, Twilight recounted the matters concerning Docris and the others to Exinsai, a volunteer who has willingly taken up arms against the orcs. Such individuals should not be subjected to unfair treatment, nor should they be regarded as mere cannon fodder. Twilight's visit to Shinsai today was not solely to defend his elder brother Docris. He also harbored the hope of averting a looming internal strife that would engulf the three kingdoms. As the saying goes, love and hatred do not arise without reason. Historically, Docris' rebel forces did not emerge without cause. They must have endured various injustices until they could no longer bear it, ultimately embarking on the path of rebellion. "You certainly have a penchant for meddling," Shinsai remarked, gesturing towards Twilight with a smile as he listened to the narration. "Teacher, I simply feel that this is profoundly unjust," Twilight replied. "There are numerous injustices in this world, and you will encounter many similar situations in the future. However, as a soldier, and indeed as a commander, your foremost duty is to consider the greater picture. Regarding the matter you mentioned, you must understand that our current forces are a coalition, and many decisions cannot be made unilaterally. Furthermore, with Payne Sandro and Duke Provi present, the affairs of the Kurtla Vanguard should fall under their jurisdiction, that we lack the legitimacy to meddle in the matters of other nations. And doing so recklessly could provide ammunition for our detractors," Shinsai patiently elucidated to Twilight. "Teacher, I understand." Twilight acknowledged they as a decision-maker. He recognized that at times, one must sacrifice the interests of a small group for the greater good of the majority. This principle was not lost on him. If it were any other matter, Twilight would not intervene. But being aware of history, he understood that the situation concerning the Kurtla Vanguard was of great significance. However, having listened to Shinsai's words, Twilight realized that due to his own concerns, he would certainly refrain from involving himself in the affairs of the Kurtla vanguard. Having spent considerable time together, he was well aware of his teacher's character. In Shinsai's eyes, the interests of the kingdom of Daris outweighed all else. Twilight had done his utmost, and as for the repercussions faced by the Centaur Federation and Kurtla, let them bear the consequences of their own actions. Contemplating this, Twilight then inquired about another pressing concern. Teacher, why has there been no activity from the coalition in recent days? This is the opportune moment to defeat the orcs. Any further delay may invite unforeseen complications. There are numerous issues to negotiate at present. The Centaur side claims that their forces require reorganization, and that weapons and armor also need to be transported, hence the delay. Shinsai replied, his mood soured by the recent dilemmas. Excuses. It seems to me that with humanity gaining the upper hand, certain individuals are calculating their own interests, forgetting that the orcs have yet to be defeated. Twilight retorted with a cold laugh, recognizing that the only reason for the stagnation of the coalition forces was the issue of resource allocation. Hearing Twilight's words and reflecting on the countenances of the Centaur Federation representatives, anger flickered in Shinsai's eyes. The crux of the matter lay in the restoration of the Kurtla kingdom, with the fifth monarch, Danas, being the first to propose its reinstatement, showcasing his generosity and benevolence. Once the king made his decision, Shinsai and the others had no objections. However, the financial burden of this restoration needed to be shared among the three kingdoms. The problem arose from the fact that the Centaur Federation was unwilling to assist in the restoration of Kurtla, refusing to contribute either funds or manpower, and the arcane kingdom of Simbalara also expressed discontent regarding the matter. Such disputes were not something that could be resolved in a short period. Chapter 94. The Scheme, Part 1. In the days that followed, Twilight attended training sessions with Istar daily, absorbing the knowledge imparted by Ismail like a sponge. Aside from this, he spent the majority of his time with the Fearless Army, occasionally connecting with Dokrizer Sagrel. Additionally, Twilight devised training plans for Cetes and would often train alongside him. One evening, Twilight received a summons from Dawn and accompanied her to the council chamber of Prince Taglisa. Upon their arrival, they found several individuals already seated, including his teacher Shinsai, Istar, Count Mirdar, Commander Kunavilo, Count Drelson, Dwarf Lord Mog Copperhammer, King Payne Sandro of Kurtla, Duke Provi, and representatives from Simbalara, including Falaf Mishu and Princess Esanaka. At that moment, Twilight noticed another group clad in ornate armor, whom he recognized as representatives of the Centaur Federation. Under Dawn's guidance, they took their seats not far from Shinsai. Sister, are we about to engage the orcs? Twilight whispered to Dawn after sitting down. Pretty much. The day before yesterday, Istar, Shinsai, and Mirdar reached a consensus and issued an ultimatum to the Centaur. If they hesitate any longer, the Hammer of Justice and the First Legion will withdraw back to Daris, Dawn replied without turning her head, having grown accustomed to Twilight's affectionate gestures. Initially, she found Twilight's affectionate behavior disconcerting and even lost her temper with him. But Twilight, undeterred, continued to cling to her. After all, there is a saying, a fierce woman will cling to her man. Faced with such audacity from Twilight, Dawn, lacking experience in dealing with such tactics, found it difficult to resist. Although she had no effective means to counter Twilight's boldness, she maintained her distance in her heart. To others, Twilight's affectionate demeanor towards Dawn appeared akin to a lion patrolling its territory, constantly reminding everyone that Dawn belonged to him. Prince Taglisa has arrived. Just as Twilight and Dawn were engaged in casual conversation, a guard announced loudly, and soon, Prince Taglisa, clad in deep blue armor, strode in, taking his seat at the head of the table. Upon his arrival, everyone present, except for the 6 heroic figures, rose to their feet as a sign of respect for the royal family of Danas. Observing Taglisa seated prominently, Twilight's lips twitched, and he sighed inwardly. His teacher and Count Mirdar never missed an opportunity to bolster Taglisa's authority at such gatherings. Ladies and gentlemen, today we shall finalize our strategy for combating the orcs, Taglisa declared as soon as everyone was seated. Setting the tone for the meeting, Marshal Ritchie, I would like to know when the military supplies from the Centaur Federation will arrive. Taglisa inquired of a middle-aged general from the Centaur side. General Ritchie exchanged glances with those beside him and replied, Your Highness, our military supplies will arrive by tomorrow morning. Excellent. With the supplies on the way, the entire army shall prepare for an offensive against the orcs the day after tomorrow. I wonder if any generals have objections. Taglysa continued his inquiry. Your Highness, isn't this a bit too hasty? A commander from the centaurs side, clad in chainmail, remarked. However, before Taglysa could respond, Shinsai interjected. Hasty, the troops have already been delayed here for half a month. His Majesty Donas can no longer afford to wait, Shinsai stated. His voice somewhat subdued. Indeed, we cannot afford to delay any longer. There are many matters awaiting resolution in Simbalara. Falaf Mishu chimed in. With representatives from both major kingdoms voicing their agreement, the Centaur delegation fell silent. The earlier threat from Shinsai and the other three leaders to withdraw their forces had struck a chord with them. They lacked the capacity to confront the orcs independently as for King Pain Sandro of Kurtla. He could hardly wait to defeat the orcs and restore his kingdom. Seeing that no one else was raising objections, Taglysa clapped his hands and said, Since there are no further objections, I invite the generals to propose strategies for dealing with the orcs. As he spoke, Taglysa's gaze immediately turned to Shinsai and Mirdar, recognizing that he would need the wisdom of the older generation for strategies in such large-scale battles. Cunavilo, why don't you begin? Mirdar suggested, giving the floor to Commander Cunavilo. Your Highness, I believe the Royal Knights should engage the Orc cavalry, while the Hammer of Justice should confront the elite Orc Shogosh. The Simbalara Puppet Army and Magic Corps should deal with the Orc Shamans, while the remaining forces handle the regular Orc troops, Cunavilo said, his voice confident, indicating that he had contemplated this issue for quite some time. What about the Orc Wolf Cavalry? I believe there are still quite a few bear warriors remaining as well. Princess Sanaka inquired. Though she was inexperienced in warfare, her sharp mind recalled the configuration of the Orc coalition with great clarity. The Orc Wolf Cavalry is not particularly formidable. Our coalition soldiers should be more than capable of handling them. The bear warriors are few in number and pose no significant threat, Cunavilo replied, inadvertently overlooking the bear warriors. Upon hearing Cunavilo's response, the others were left speechless. Even Count Mirdar shook his head slightly. After a while, as Shinsai and the others noted that no one from the Centaur side wished to speak, and given that Kurtla had the shrewd Provi to advise them, while Pain typically kept a low profile. Following Darius's lead, they realized they need not solicit their opinions. Even if they had ideas, they would likely remain silent. At that moment, Shinsai's gaze fell upon Twilight, who was seated just behind Dawn and appeared to be lost in thought. He certainly did not want to miss the opportunity for his disciple to shine. Twilight, what are your thoughts? Please share. Shinsai called out to him. As Twilight gazed in astonishment at his teacher, he pondered how he had acquired the privilege to speak at such a grand assembly. Just say what you need to say and perform well, murmured Chensey. Acknowledging Chensey's words with a nod, Twilight rose and declared, In this battle, whether considering the soldiers or the formidable beings among us, our human coalition holds the advantage. Thus, as long as we engage in a straightforward confrontation, victory will be ours, barring any unforeseen circumstances. That's obvious. Do you really need to state the obvious? Scoffed General Derison from a distance. Ignoring the old man's comment, Twilight continued. However, we must consider not only our victory, but also strive to minimize our own losses. Chapter 95. The Strategy, Part 2. First, we must ensure our victory. Second, we must endeavor to reduce our losses as much as possible. After all, the Orc invasion has already inflicted significant damage upon us. Twilight paused momentarily before continuing. There is a saying, great strength renders small schemes ineffective. What this means is that if a person possesses overwhelming power, minor strategies will be of little use if we are that powerful entity. We need not concern ourselves with how the orcs will respond to our assaults. We simply need to arrange our formations with dignity. And how should we allocate our forces? Inquired Zinsane. In fact, General Cunavilo's suggestions were quite reasonable. However, if it were up to me, I would reserve the Royal Knights for last. The Justice Hammers can allocate 4,000 to deal with the Bear Cavalry, which should suffice. The remaining 6,000 Justice Hammers will counter the elite Orc forces. The Shogosh, the Puppet Army, will confront the Orc Shamans, and it is crucial for our mage units to disrupt or hinder the elemental forces on the battlefield, ensuring the Orc Shamans cannot cast their spells freely. As for the Bear Warriors, they will be handled by our fearless army and the Griffin Knights led by Lord Mog. As Twilight articulated his thoughts, he couldn't help but take a jab at Cunavilo, who held a grudge against him for an incident involving him and Tamal in the military camp. What purpose does reserving the Royal Knights serve? asked Marshal Rich from the Smutuo faction. To break the deadlock. When we engage the orcs in a fierce struggle, the Royal Knight's impact will be sufficient to shatter the stalemate. It can be said that aside from the Bear Cavalry and the Orc Shogash, any other unit facing the Royal Knights will swiftly collapse. Twilight spoke with unyielding confidence. Listening to Twilight, Provi, Milda, and others subtly nodded in agreement. Although Twilight's plan seemed not vastly different from Cunevilo's at first glance, these seasoned commanders understood the profound distinction. Cunevilo's approach involved a direct confrontation with the orcs, relying on numerical superiority to gradually overpower the enemy. However, this would inevitably lead to heavy casualties as the troops became ensnared in the chaos of war. Twilight's strategy, on the other hand, sought not to rely on other units to defeat the Orc coalition. He retained the strongest force, the Royal Knights, for the final phase. In facing the Orc units, the Royal Knights could decisively crush them with overwhelming force in a short time, thus significantly reducing the risk of being ensnared in a deadly struggle with the Orcs. This approach not only minimized potential casualties, but also ensured that as long as the other units could engage or withstand the Orc coalition's assault, the human side, bolstered by the Royal Knights, would remain in an invulnerable position. At this moment, a smile appeared on Zinsane's face. His disciple had not let him down. Although Twilight's strategy was not exceptionally brilliant, it was undoubtedly the most fitting for the human coalition at this juncture. However, he was unaware that even more surprising revelations awaited him. Your Highness, this strategy is commendable. As long as we do not collapse upon first contact on the battlefield, we will have secured an invincible position, remarked Count Milda after contemplating Twilight's arrangements. Upon hearing Milda's words, Tagarissa turned his gaze towards Zinsane and Istar, and upon seeing their nods of approval, he slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Very well. We shall launch our assault on the orcs the day after tomorrow. If there are no further matters, you may all return and confer with your subordinates. I expect everyone to be well prepared for the battle ahead. I must remind you all that I do not wish to see anyone hiding their strength or shirking their duties. Otherwise, do not blame Darius for turning against you." With this, Tagarissa cast a pointed glance at those seated in the Smutuo faction. "Certainly," Twilight replied, looking at Tagarissa, as Marshal Rich was the first to express his agreement, followed by Parn Sandro and Derison, who also voiced their support. Satisfied, Tagarissa continued, "Now that we have addressed the important matters, let us share a meal together." As he clapped his hands, dishes began to be served. Observing the unassailable demeanor of Prince Tagarissa, Twilight couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the royal upbringing that had shaped him. How could someone so young, barely 25, exhibit such commanding authority when facing generals from other nations? Unbeknownst to Twilight, Tagariss's confidence was largely derived from emulating his father, Darnassus V. That not long after, having finished dinner, Marshal Rich of the Smutuo faction was the first to take his leave, followed closely by Kurt Raparn Sandro and Duke Provi. Then Derison, Cunevilo, and other commanders followed suit. At this point, Chincy also wished to depart, but Twilight held her back. The hall now contained only Ismail, Zinsane, Milda, Tagarissa, and the two of them, along with the departing Falaf and Princess Sanaka. "Your Highness, teacher, I have not yet finished my previous statement." Twilight rose to address Tagarissa and Zinsane. "Oh." Upon hearing Twilight's words, all eyes turned to him. "What I meant to say earlier is that while we must ensure our victory and minimize our losses, we must also focus on eliminating as many of the orcs' living forces as possible. We must strike decisively, ensuring that they lack the strength to threaten us for decades or even centuries to come," Twilight asserted. The reason he had initially refrained from saying this was due to the presence of so many individuals. Had he spoken then, it could have easily reached the orcs' ears. Twilight was acutely aware that there were likely spies among the humans. "With our forces, how can we maximize the extermination of the orcs?" Tagarissa inquired curiously. "Stop beating around the bush. Just tell us," Zinsane urged, knowing that Twilight must have a plan if he had chosen to speak. With a smile, Twilight confidently replied, "I have analyzed the situation. If the orcs are defeated, they will be forced to retreat to the Kurtala Gorge. All other routes are dead ends to reach the Kurtala Gorge. They must pass through Dagger Ridge. I have studied the area and discovered that between the mountains of Dagger Ridge lies a stone fortress, which has served as a transfer point for merchants from both Kurtala and Smutuo for years. If we can send a contingent to seize the fortress first, we can block the orcs' escape route, ensuring that at least 70%, if not more, will be trapped there. The mountains of Dagger Ridge are continuous. We cannot possibly block the orcs, Tagarissa retorted, shaking his head. No, we need only block the pathways. Those towering mountains will eagerly welcome the orcs, Twilight said cryptically. Seeing that Twilight had paused again, Chintzy gave him a nudge, urging, "Don't keep us in suspense, speak plainly." Initially intending to build suspense, Twilight was compelled to continue after Chintzy's prompt. Autumn is upon us, and the northern winds will prevail for half of the next 10 days. If we can ignite a fire during the northern winds, the orcs will truly be at a loss. The assembled individuals, all possessing considerable experience in military leadership, could not suppress their reactions upon hearing Twilight's proposal. They envisioned the catastrophic outcome should this strategy be implemented. It would likely lead to a battlefield littered with orc corpses. "You little rascal. How did you come up with such a cunning plan? The orcs have met their match with you," Ismail remarked, a rare smile gracing his usually stern countenance. "I can see now, this boy is a clever little fox. We must utilize him more. It would be a waste otherwise," Milda added with a grin. Listening to the praise from both, Zinsane felt joy in his heart, his delight evident on his face. However, Twilight expressed his concern, saying, "Your Highness, esteemed elders, we must observe the orcs' reactions over the next few days. After such a prolonged delay, I fear there may be unforeseen developments among the orcs." Twilight's apprehensions had already been shared with Zinsane days earlier. Otherwise, Zinsane would not have summoned the other two leaders to pressure Smutuo. Ultimately, Twilight's fear lay in the possibility of the orcs establishing contact with the Shadow Council, if given time to summon abyssal demons. The situation could become dire. What other trump cards do the orcs possess? We will ascertain their reactions in the coming days. Our task now is to prepare our forces for battle, Zinsane stated. The others nodded in agreement. This battle was inevitable, and the human coalition would not retreat. Chapter 96, The Final Confrontation, Part 1. 2 days later, before the city of Demas in the Principality of Fitted, banners fluttered in the wind. Nearly 100,000 soldiers of the human coalition had gathered here, a sight so overwhelming it was impossible to see the end, a scene steeped in a solemn atmosphere. Shortly thereafter, with a command from Tagarissa, a long, resounding horn echoed, followed by the heart-stirring sound of war drums. As the invigorating rhythm of the drums filled the air, the army began its slow advance, marching directly towards the temporary encampment of the orcs. Meanwhile, the orc coalition prepared to meet the impending onslaught, for the moment of reckoning had finally arrived. Before the orc encampment, the human coalition halted. Facing the orc forces from a distance, both sides are gathering their strength. At this very moment, the atmosphere of impending battle weighs heavily upon everyone, instilling a sense of oppression and frenzied anticipation. Emotions of slaughter, rage, panic, excitement, and tension surge within the hearts of the soldiers. It seems the orcs indeed have their trump card. They are aiming for one last desperate attempt, murmured Twilight, gazing at the distant orc coalition, equally shrouded in an air of menace. At this juncture of war, they would naturally refuse to retreat without a fight, replied Dawn, her brows furrowing slightly, a deep-seated worry flickering in her eyes, foretelling that this battle would not be easily won. As the two conversed, the elements in the sky began to swirl chaotically under the mage's disturbances, and at that moment, the command to attack was issued by Taglisa. The drums of war on the human side suddenly intensified. As 30,000 soldiers of the 4th Legion of Kultera shouted in unison, "The time for vengeance has come, for the king, for Kultera." With this battle cry, 3 10,000-strong regiments surged forward towards the orc coalition. "Victory is within our grasp. The kingdom of Darius shall not be violated," roared Cunavilo, drawing his great sword. "For Darnassus," another thunderous shout resonated, as the Darius infantry regiment charged towards the orc forces in perfect formation. Following these two nations, the Smutowo army also rallied, shouting their own battle cries as they rushed towards the orc encampment. In no time, the 200 meters separating the human coalition from the orc alliance vanished, and the two forces clashed. As the human army charged, the orc shamans unleashed their racial skill, bloodlust. The orc soldiers' eyes turned crimson, their bodies emanating a faint aura of bloodlust as they brandished their weapons and roared to meet the human forces, observing the infantry of the coalition engaging with the orc foot soldiers. The 5,000 Knights of the Hammer, under the leadership of Taglisa and Shinsai, began to jog forward, gradually increasing their speed until they transformed into a golden arrow that pierced directly into the heart of the largest and most organized of the orc regiments. The appearance of the Knights of Justice heralded a group of formidable orc warriors, clad in black armor and riding battle bears, charging towards the gathered human archers, whom they despised the most for their lethal capabilities against the orc coalition. Without the long-range support of these archers, the humans would stand little chance against the orcs. The bear-riding knights sought to break through the human archers, but first had to await Ismail's approval. As Ismail swung his long sword, the 4,000 Knights of Justice surged forward with a thunderous roar, charging directly at the bear knights. It was a fierce confrontation between the mightiest of troops. Meanwhile, fire and earth elements were summoned by the orc shamans, while 5,000 arcane automatons marched resolutely towards these summoned elemental beings and the shamans. Not only that, but Fervent Mishao produced a scroll from his robes. An intricate magical scroll that had consumed much of his energy and precious materials to craft. As Fervent unfurled the scroll, magical energy surged forth, and a large teleportation array rapidly formed behind the human coalition. But on the human side stood the formidable Fervent Mishao, yet behind the orcs loomed a figure of equal, if not superior, strength. A venerable orc shaman named Wurga Stormvoice, the very orchestrator of the war within Smetoo, rendering Istil utterly helpless against him at that moment, while the orc shamans clashed with the arcane automatons. The old shaman, clad in white robes and wielding a wooden staff, was far from idle. A series of incomprehensible ancient Orcish incantations flowed from his lips, and as he spoke, tiny whirlwinds began to materialize before him. One small whirlwind appeared, followed by another, and yet another. Each successive whirlwind flew towards the first summoned one. Merging together, the small whirlwinds rapidly expanded until they coalesced into a towering gray tornado, reaching over 10 meters in height. The emergence of this tornado captured the attention of many, including the 4 holy shamans, Moranon of the 4 spirits, and the great chieftain, Garmor Thunderhowl. The high shaman has made his move, Moranon mused. Observing the distant tornado, simultaneously, Shinsai and the others also took note of the colossal whirlwind, for such a violent fluctuation of elemental energy was impossible for heroes of their caliber to ignore. At that moment, the tornado summoned by the orc shaman began to change. It spun faster and grew more concentrated until a furious roar erupted from within. Who dares summon Natamet? The elder shaman Wurga pointed towards the human coalition and declared, I require your assistance to vanquish my foes. Lord Natamet, what was summoned was no ordinary whirlwind. It was, in fact, an elemental lord. Slaughter the insignificant insects, for that is the delight of Natamet. The elemental lord readily accepted Wurga's request, soaring directly towards the human forces. The ability to expertly wield and summon wind elements was the very essence of Wurga's Stormvoice title. It is a hero-level wind elemental, exclaimed Taglisa, witnessing the approaching wind elemental. Stay calm, Taglisa. Someone will handle it, Shinsai reassured him. No sooner had Shinsai's words left his lips than a dwarf riding a griffin's sword towards the elemental Lord Natamet, none other than the dwarven hero, Mog Copperhammer. Aha, big fellow, your opponent is me, Mog Copperhammer declared as he swung his axe down upon Nataman's head. Little dwarf, taste the might of Nataman, the elemental lord retaliated, swiping at Mog Copperhammer, who skillfully evaded with the agility of his griffin, while the dwarf engaged the wind elemental lord. The royal knights, long overlooked, began to mobilize under the leadership of Milda. Clad in blue heavy metal armor, the royal knights, maintaining their numbers at 6,000, charged forth with a thunderous roar into the orc coalition, their sights set on the bear warriors wielding wooden shields and massive clubs. The clash of iron against flesh resounded as the towering bear warriors faced the thunderous onslaught of the Darius royal knights, collapsing in droves. However, these fierce bear warriors were undeterred, bellowing in defiance as they charged at the numerically superior royal knights. The sound of massive wooden clubs striking against the royal knights echoed ominously. While such weapons may have proven effective against other soldiers, they were rendered nearly ineffective against the armored knights. Though a few unfortunate knights were unseated by the immense force of the blows, the majority held their ground, the advantages of their superior equipment allowing them to withstand the onslaught. As the royal knights decimated the bear warriors. The hero-level wind elemental Nataman inflicted significant casualties upon the humans as well. The dwarf lord Mog Copperhammer, flitting around Nataman, could not fully restrain the elemental, which unleashed miniature whirlwinds amidst its attacks. Although Mog Copperhammer could evade these whirlwinds, They would travel considerable distances before dissipating, sweeping up any human soldiers in their path. Those caught within were either violently hurled away or shredded by the fierce winds. Mog Copperhammer found himself at a loss. Facing such a formidable wind elemental, which was indeed a hero-level being, but far superior to ordinary heroes, he struggled. Moreover, Mog Copperhammer was not adept at ranged attacks. And the sheer height difference between him and Nataman, compounded by the razor-like winds swirling around the elemental, left him feeling powerless. His only recourse was to draw Nataman away from the heart of the battlefield. At that moment, the battlefield witnessed yet another upheaval. A horde of Wurgens burst forth from the orc encampment, howling as they joined the fray, followed closely by a substantial number of ogres, at least 3,000 strong. This time, Garmor refrained from deploying the Wurgens to the front lines, understanding that their utter lack of discipline would render them ineffective against the humans. Instead, he recognized that unleashing these wild beasts during the fight would only serve to inflict greater harm upon the humans. Not only Wurgens and ogres, but as the royal knights entered the battlefield, Garmor also dispatched all available forces from the orc encampment. Currently, the most active and damaging presence on the battlefield was not the orc Ace Shugush, nor the bear knights, nor even the orc shamans and their fire elements. In this chaotic melee, the shamans' powers had been significantly diminished. The most dynamic force on the battlefield was a group of approximately 5,000 orc warriors, identifiable by their fiery banners, hailing from the Flameblade clan. These orcs, adorned with red scarves upon their foreheads and wielding massive, fiery, double-edged blades, charged recklessly across the battlefield, striving to encircle the bear warriors alongside the royal knights and the griffin knights. Twilight witnessed from a distance a 9th-tier commander of Smutuo, who fell victim to the orc wielding a fiery red greatsword, being dismembered before he could withstand even 2 strikes. It is the orc sword saint. Twilight instantly recognized the orc's attire from afar, marking his first encounter with a genuine orc sword saint since the onset of their conflict. The Flameblade clan is unstoppable. As he effortlessly dispatched the seemingly formidable human commander, the orc sword saint bellowed with fervor, rallying his fellow Flameblade orcs to join in the roar, momentarily seizing the morale of the surrounding Smutuo coalition forces. Charge, royal knights, follow me. Count Milda, who was engaged in the slaughter of bear warriors, observed the disarrayed Smutuo army and promptly summoned the royal knights, urging them to leave the now negligible bear warriors and launch an assault against the orc forces of the Flameblade clan. Just as Count Milda was poised to confront the sword saint, the teleportation array of Falaf Mishao completed its incantation that a radiant magical circle flickered, and towering magical puppets, each 2 meters tall, emerged from a 5-meter high purple portal. Intermittently, Sinbora mages also stepped forth from within, while Falaf himself was preoccupied with a magical communication stone. The newly arrived magical puppets and mages were dispatched to the battlefield with urgency, indicating that Sinbora was fully committed to the impending clash with the orcs. As time progressed, the battle intensified. All of humanity's elite forces were engaged. New Sane Campuro faced the orc chieftain Garmel Thunderhowl. The dwarf Mog Copperhammer led the Lord of Wind Elements, Nataman. To establish another battlefield at the edge, the elderly Count Milda confronted the Sword Saint of the Flameblade clan, and Ismael clashed fiercely with the bear chieftain Nozaramara, who was evidently at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the aging Duke Provi of the Koltra kingdom obstructed the advance of the orc shaman forces, stalling Morin Gnome of the Force Spirits, aware of his waning strength compared to the younger heroes such as Nu Sane and Ismael. Duke Provi cunningly opted to merely delay Morin Gnome rather than attempt to vanquish him at this juncture. The orc high priest Woga Stormvoice, who had summoned the high-level wind element lord, finally took action, targeting a vulnerable point within the human ranks. With a mere wave of his hand, he conjured 4 oversized wind elements to pave the way, while 3 small whirlwinds swirled around him, effortlessly dispersing human soldiers' attacks before they could reach him. As the old adage goes, plans often falter in the face of reality. Initially, based on their calculations and understanding of the orcs, Nu Sane and his allies anticipated that the humans would possess an additional hero-level powerhouse capable of altering the tide of battle. However, they were unprepared for the orc high priest's overwhelming prowess, capable of summoning and commanding a hero-level wind element with a mere gesture. This development plunged the battlefield into a stalemate, and with the intervention of High Priest Woga, the outcome of the conflict became uncertain. Nevertheless, humanity was not entirely unprepared. Chapter 98. The Final Battle, Part 2. Having slain the last bear warrior before him, Twilight exhaled deeply with the collaborative efforts of the Royal Knights. The Dwarf Griffin Knights and the Undaunted Army, 3,000 bear warriors, had been completely annihilated. At this moment, Twilight began surveying the chaotic battlefield, only to find a scene of utter disarray. The situation in the distance was particularly obscured. How he wished to possess a holographic map like in games, enabling him to discern the conditions of both human and beast forces at a glance. Alas, this remained merely a fanciful desire. Twilight, let us assist His Highness the Prince, Sirius said breathlessly as she approached Twilight. Gazing towards the central battlefield, Twilight shook his head. The Hammer of Justice was not currently at a disadvantage and did not require their aid. Furthermore, even if they did intervene, their impact would be minimal. Twilight was acutely aware of the Undaunted Army's limitations, recognizing that they were certainly no match for the Orc Shogo's H.at this moment. Twilight glanced at Count Milda, who was engaged in combat with the Orc Sword Saint, and noted that while Count Milda struggled against his formidable opponent, the Royal Knights had gained the upper hand. Defeating the Flameblade Orcs was only a matter of time. And an idea sparked in Twilight's mind. Undaunted Army, follow me to support Count Milda, Twilight shouted, taking the lead towards the battlefield against the Royal Knights and the Flameblade Orcs. Meanwhile, the tide of battle began to shift following the intervention of High Priest Woga. His strategic choice was to target the junction of the coalition forces from Darius, Smutuo, Simbora, and Kultra, specifically the units directly under the Council's command. Twilight had previously publicly derided the combat effectiveness of the Council's guards on the battlefield of the Red Earth Highlands. How could they withstand the might of a high-level hero like Woga? Should the Council's forces be defeated, the human coalition would face the peril of being split in two. Observing this development from the rear, where Princess Sanaka was stationed, Falaf Mishao also recognized the gravity of the situation. Furrowing his brow, he sent another message via his magical communicator, then swiftly advised Sanaka before hastening towards High Priest Woga, determined to stabilize the situation before the Council's forces could be routed. Shortly after Falaf departed, a massive figure began to emerge from the portal, dominating the space entirely. With a low growl, the creature revealed its true form: two enormous white horns, a broad and sturdy forehead, eyes resembling those of a serpent, crimson scales, powerful limbs, and folded wings. A dragon stood before them. At the dragon's feet stood a stunning sun elf maiden clad in intricately patterned golden leather armor, her long golden hair cascading down her shoulders. However, the attention of those present was primarily captivated by the dragon. The sun elf maiden, upon her arrival, coldly inquired, "Where is Falaf?" "My lady Odalina, he has gone to the battlefield," replied Sanaka, who had remained by the teleportation array. She understood all too well that Odalina was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Sanaka's response, Odalina huffed and turned to the dragon behind her, saying, "Natasha, it's our turn to make an entrance. Let them witness our power." With that, Odalina sprang into action, nimbly leaping onto the neck of the dragon named Natasha. Following Odalina's command, Natasha shook her massive head, and her previously folded wings unfurled majestically, accentuating her already imposing stature. With a gentle flap of her colossal wings, Natasha began to ascend, soaring toward the battlefield. Sanaka, feeling a bit unsteady from the dragon's ascent, looked up at the pair in the sky and shook her head, realizing that as a princess, she seemed to be overlooked. As they reached the battlefield, a thunderous roar erupted from Natasha, proclaiming her arrival to all present. "Ah, it is Lady Odalina." A delighted scream escaped the lips of Philas Swiftarrow from the Undaunted Army. In that moment, not only Philas but many others recognized the towering figure in the sky, most of whom were sun elves, familiar with their nation's hero. Twilight also recognized Odalina, and a wealth of knowledge about her life flooded his mind. Odalina, the dragon hunter, was one of the 4 legendary heroes of the Sun Elf Kingdom Taixalis. Renowned for her popularity as one of their most celebrated champions, she was a fervent leader against the invasion of the undead and one of the initial responders to Princess Sanaka's counteroffensive against the undead plague. While many were captivated by the sudden appearance of the dragon, the battle raged on. Odalina commanded her dragon to dive, unleashing a torrent of scorching dragon fire from Natasha's maw, incinerating over 100 orcs in a straight line. Following this, a barrage of blue magical arrows rained down from Odalina's hands, all aimed at the orc shamans that on the left flank. Falaf Mishao, and Odalina provided crucial support, while on the right, Twilight led the undaunted army in a concerted effort to encircle the Flame Blade orcs alongside the Royal Knights. Not far off, the orc sword saint, though incensed, was unable to rush to aid his comrades due to Count Milda's effective containment. However, as the sword saint's attacks grew increasingly sharp, Milda found himself gradually on the defensive. "Count Milda, I require command of the Royal Knights," Twilight bellowed as he cleared away the remaining Flame Blade orcs. Hearing Twilight's words, Milda narrowly deflected a strike from the orc sword saint, hesitating for just a moment before responding. "Very well. All Royal Knights are to follow Twilight's orders." The command was issued from the lips of Count Mirdar, yet the members of the Royal Knights displayed little reaction. Years of rigorous training had conditioned them to suppress their emotions upon entering the battlefield. There, they functioned as machines, obeying solely the orders of the Supreme Commander. Under the directives of their leader, even if tasked to heed the commands of a mere fourth-tier wretch, they would comply without hesitation. Moments later, as the flames of battle consumed the Orcish forces, Maguang approached Morning Light Falsmeti and instructed, "Sister, lead the unyielding army to assault the right flank against the other orc units." Without waiting for a response, Maguang mounted a steed and proclaimed loudly, "All Royal Knights, assemble." At the sound of Maguang's voice, the Royal Knights swiftly gathered around him. With a flourish of his longsword, Maguang declared, "Follow me and pierce through the orcs." Chapter 99. The Decisive Battle. Boom. Boom. The Royal Knights, under Maguang's command, thundered forth with a fearsome charge, plunging into the chaos of ogres and orcs. Without pausing, they carved a path through, executing a sweeping arc towards the orc champion, Shuggoash, with the might of thunder. The Royal Knights collided with Shuggoash's forces, and from a distance, one could see the dark mass of Shuggoash being violently thrust aside by a wave of blue-hued heavy metal INA singular. Decisive strike against Shuggoash. The Royal Knights merged with the Just Hammer, facing the orc champion who, despite being outnumbered, fought valiantly, yet could not avert the tide of battle turning against him. "Your time of death has come." "Orc," Nusane bellowed at Gamer Thunder. "Is that so? The outcome remains uncertain." Gamer snarled as the electrified hammer in his grasp struck heavily against Nusane's guardian sword. As the battle between Nusane and Gamer escalated, Maguang, accompanied by a cadre of high-ranking Royal Knights, found Prince Tigelisa engaged with a 9th-tier orc commander. Without a moment's hesitation, the Royal Knights rallied under Maguang's call, joining the fray against the 9th-tier orc commander. For this was no time for fair duels. These Royal Knights, fearless and reckless, charged forth to strike at the orc commander, and against such madness, the orc commander, already lacking in defensive prowess, soon bore several grievous wounds. Roar! The orc commander howled, cleaving a Royal Knight in two with his axe. Yet, a 7th-tier Royal Knight swiftly retaliated, driving his broad sword into the orc commander's body. In the next moment, the Royal Knight was flung aside, leaving his sword embedded within the orc commander. Wounded, the 9th-tier orc commander's eyes blazed red as he unleashed a torrent of furious roars, madly attacking the surrounding Royal Knights. Sensing his commander's peril, the nearby orcs of Shuggoash roared in anger, attempting to rush to their commander's aid, only to be intercepted by the Just Hammer and the Royal Knights. At that moment, a hand clad in blue bracers stealthily appeared behind the 9th-tier orc commander. Grasping the sword embedded in his back, in the next instant, the broadsword was wrenched free, a fountain of blood erupting forth, causing the orc commander to shudder, his reaction momentarily delayed. Tigelisa would not let this opportunity slip away. With a sweep of his longsword, a massive orc head was sent soaring. The one who had extracted the orc commander's sword was none other than Maguang, who had been lurking nearby, for his own strength was insufficient to charge into battle without becoming mere fodder. With the 9th-tier orc commander slain, the Royal Knights and the Just Hammer surged forth with renewed vigor, unyielding in their advance. Chief Gamer, observing the disarray of Shuggoash's forces, realized he must avoid a rout of his troops and retreated while fending off Nusane's attacks. Shuggoash fell back, eventually reaching the orc encampment, where reinforcements helped stabilize their position. At this juncture, Maguang approached Tigelisa. "Your Highness, Shuggoash cannot be defeated in the immediate term. Here, my mentor can hold him off sufficiently. You should lead the Royal Knights to cleanse the other orc forces." But Tigelisa hesitated at Maguang's words. "Go forth, Your Highness, and let them witness the might of Darius." Maguang urged earnestly. Very well, royal knights, follow me. Tyjalisa declared after a moment of contemplation. The royal knights could only unleash their utmost strength under the guidance of royalty. As he watched Tyjalisa lead the charge, Maguang breathed a sigh of relief and turned to seek new Sane. This battle would be Tyjalisa's moment of glory, and he resolved to facilitate it. As Tyjalisa led the royal knights into action, the first breakthrough was made on the right flank, where the bear knights clashed with the just hammer. Unbeknownst to Maguang, while he was assisting Tyjalisa, the unyielding army, under Morning Light's command, had decided to aid Ismail. Had Maguang been present at the time, he likely would have chosen to support the already advantageous forces to further solidify their superiority, akin to rolling a snowball. However, Morning Light's decision was not without merit. The chaotic battlefield left her with little clarity, and she opted to assist Ismail's just hammer based on instinct at that moment. The confrontation between the just hammer and the bear knights had reached a critical juncture. Though the soldiers of the unyielding army were less powerful, their timely arrival tipped the scales against the bear knights. Compounding the situation, Cetes, upon seeing the bear chieftain Nosmara engaged in battle with Ismail and the massive war bear at his side, charged towards them. Nosmara, already at a disadvantage, could scarcely anticipate that a 2-meter-tall, robust figure would come barreling towards him at 80 miles per hour. It'd be why the time Nosmara registered the sound of thundering footsteps and caught sight of Cetes barreling towards him like a freight train. It was far too late to react. Clang! The collision of iron against iron echoed, and Nosmara felt a jolt resonate through his skull as he was sent hurtling through the air. After crashing through several just hammer and bear knights, he barely had time to recover from the violent impact before a massive dual-handed sword pierced through his breastplate, embedding itself in his chest. Ugh! Nosmara's eyes widened in shock as he fixed his gaze upon the human. Ismail, standing before him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and with a face etched in disbelief and despair, he succumbed to his wounds. Nosmara's death was not merely a source of regret. Even Ismail found himself momentarily disoriented. Acting purely on instinct, who could have foreseen that a mid-tier hero would meet such an untimely demise at the hands of a suddenly charging behemoth? Not only was Nosmara's death frustrating, but Ismail also struggled to come to terms with the absurdity of his opponent's fate. Turning to face Cetes, who had just sent Nosmara flying and was now entangled with the massive warbear. Ismail's lips curled into a smirk. It seemed Cetes had taken a liking to the largest mount on the battlefield. With Nosmara's demise, the morale of the bear knights plummeted, their resolve shattered. Coupled with the overwhelming presence of the hero Ismail, the bear knights quickly fell into disarray as they attempted to flee. Their speed paled in comparison to that of the just hammer, resulting in a grim fate for them. Thus, the Bear Clan, lured into the Orc alliance by Gamer, faced total annihilation. Chapter 100. A turn of events. The fall of the Bear Knights marked merely the onset of the Orcs' rout. Once Istil led the remnants of the Just Hammer and the unyielding army to vanquish the Bear Knights, they swiftly turned their attention to the ordinary Orc forces. It is worth noting that shortly after the Bear Knights' defeat, Cetes found himself mounted atop a colossal war bear exceeding 2 meters in length. Following Nosmara's demise, Cetes became embroiled in a fierce struggle with the beast. Disregarding everything around him, Nosmara's mount was indeed ferocious. But it could not withstand the sheer barbarity of Cetes. Cetes's method of taming the massive war bear was brutally simple. He would ride it, striking it whenever it struggled, and continue to do so until the creature submitted. After an agonizing half-hour of struggle, resistance, and relentless punishment, Nosmara's war bear finally acquiesced, allowing Cetes to mount it, albeit with a heart full of resentment and sorrow. The obliteration of the Bear Knights instantly destabilized the right flank of the battlefield. And with Tyjalisa leading the Royal Knights on a rampage, the Orcs' defeat was merely a matter of time. At this juncture, Istil arrived at the battlefield where Count Myrdar and the Orc Sword Saint were locked in combat. The area surrounding their duel had been cleared to a diameter of over 10 meters, as the ordinary soldiers dared not intervene in the clash of two heroic titans. Currently, Count Myrdar found himself entirely at the mercy of the Orc Sword Saint, and had it not been for his status as a paladin renowned for his defensive capabilities, he likely would have already succumbed to the Sword Saint's onslaught. Observing the Orc Sword Saint wielding his massive blade, glowing with crimson light, Istil gradually released his own aura and approached the Orc Sword Saint. Sensing the presence of another heroic figure, the Orc Sword Saint swiftly reeled back his blade and deftly leaped aside. Eyeing the newly arrived Istil with caution, Myrdar, You should retreat to another front. This battle is mine to handle. Istar fixed his gaze upon the orc swordmaster, Damlin Flameblade, as he addressed the panting Milda beside him. Upon hearing Istar's words, Milda hesitated, intending to remind Istar that this was not the time for impetuousness. Yet, upon witnessing the unwavering and piercing resolve in Istar's eyes, Milda shook his head, ultimately refraining from speaking. In the name of the Hammer of Justice, I, Istar, shall confront you, he declared, slowly raising his blade and articulating in the common tongue. Flameblade clan, Damlin Flameblade. The orc stated succinctly in the same language, adopting an aggressive stance on the battlefield of Smudo. Istar and Damlin Flameblade had clashed on several occasions. Yet neither had succeeded in overpowering the other. While Damlin belonged to the esteemed Orcish swordmasters, Istar could also be considered a branch of the swordmasters, evidenced by their similarly styled weapons, since ascending to the ranks of a hero. Istar had long yearned for a worthy opponent among the authentic Orcish swordmasters. From the moment he laid eyes on Damlin Flameblade, a fervent desire to engage in battle surged within Istar. In a sense, this was a fated duel between Istar and the Orcish swordmaster. Defeat meant death, while victory promised immense strength. I have awaited this battle for long. Let us commence, Istar proclaimed, pointing his blade at Damlin Flameblade. Upon hearing Istar's challenge, the orc swordmaster tightened his grip on his weapon and transformed into a blur, leaping toward Istar. Clang! Sparks flew as Istar raised his blade to parry Damlin's descending strike. At that moment, as Istar and Damlin Flameblade fought fiercely, the combined forces of the Hammer of Justice and the Royal Knights, led by Tigrisa, overwhelmed the Bear Warriors, cutting through the ordinary orc troops as if they were unworthy adversaries. Meanwhile, on the left flank of the battlefield, faced with the formidable heroes Palaf Mishao and the dragon-riding sun elf Odalina, the Orcish High Priest Woga Stormvoice summoned the hero-level wind elemental lord, Natamun, to join him in combat against the trio of Palaf, Odalina, and the dwarven lord Mogka Permer.at. This juncture, Odalina had dismounted from her dragon, unleashing a barrage of magical arrows that glimmered with a soft golden light from her longbow, aimed at the wind elemental lord. Her steed, Natasha, engaged Natamun in close combat. Although Natasha's strength was somewhat inferior to Natamun's and her size was smaller, her innate magical resistance as a dragon allowed her to effectively withstand Natamun's magical assaults. Meanwhile, Palaf and the dwarven lord Mog Copperhammer were embroiled in a skirmish not far from Natamun and High Priest Woga. Despite Woga's status as a high-tier hero, his prowess in melee combat was lacking, especially given his advanced age. However, surrounded by crackling lightning and shrouded in a storm of magical energy, Woga proved to be a formidable opponent to approach, bolstered by two 9th-tier orc warriors who stood guard beside him. This left Mog Copperhammer feeling increasingly frustrated, as he found himself unable to make headway against Woga. As time passed, the right flank of the orc forces was visibly disbanded. Just then, a new development unfolded within the orc encampment. My lord Edulon. Everything is prepared. An orc clad in a gray robe informed a hooded figure. Excellent. Activate the magic array. Our era is about to dawn, and everything shall be beneath our feet, the orc known as Edulon Bloodbond replied, his voice tinged with excitement. For those familiar with the hooded orc, they would recognize him as the priest of the Howling Moon clan, Edulon Bloodbond.at. That moment, as Edulon spoke, a colossal magic array emerged, covering nearly 1/5 of the orc encampment. Once activated, the array emanated a faint red-black mist, the stench of darkness. The moment the orc encampment's magic array was initiated, the forces of the dawn, led by the fearless army and the new Azin, sensed the unusual occurrence. Not only the dawn, but also the hero-level paladins like Azin and Milda detected the ominous energy emanating from the orc encampment. The abyss, someone is summoning abyssal creatures, Azin exclaimed, his face filled with both anger and disbelief as he gazed at the orc chieftain Gamel of Shughosh. He had not anticipated that the orcs would dare to summon such abominations. Immediately, Azin led the charge, intensifying his assault against the Shughosh forces. Who is it? Who is summoning the abyssal demons? On the left flank, the orc high priest Woga gazed in disbelief toward the orc encampment. No one understood the terrors of the abyssal demons better than these priests, who could communicate with their ancestors through generations. When had their tribe become home to those who communed with the otherworldly? Such individuals must be found and eliminated. They would spell doom for the orcs. In an instant, This thought flashed through Woga's mind, yet he forgot that he was on a battlefield, where distractions could prove fatal. As Woga's shock caused him to lose focus, a golden-hued arrow streaked towards him from Natamun, aiming directly for Woga's storm voice. "High Priest, be cautious," a 9th-tier orc warrior cried out upon spotting the golden arrow. But it was too late. The arrow, imbued with radiant light, pierced through Woga's abdomen, leaving a gaping wound the size of a small arm. Ugh! Covering the wound with his hand, a faint green light flickered violently between his fingers as Woga immediately attempted to heal himself. However, no matter how miraculous the healing spell, a wound so grievous could not simply be mended. "High Priest, you must flee. We will hold them off," a 9th-tier orc shouted, witnessing Woga's injury. Without hesitation, Woga turned and made his way toward the orc encampment. He did not fear death, but he could not afford to die now. His tribe was summoning demons, and he could not allow them to perish at the hands of the Abyss. As Woga attempted to escape, Mog Copperhammer rushed to pursue him, but was fiercely obstructed by 2 9th-tier warriors, while Odalina and Pilaf were also held back by Natamun. Chapter 101. The Orcs Retreat. That madman is truly intent on summoning those wretched beings. Perhaps it is for the best. For the orcs will not suffer further losses, Gamel muttered as Woga was grievously wounded. The Orcish defeat was inevitable, and at this moment, Gamel Thunderhowl had already resolved to retreat. Adulon Bloodbond's foolish intention to summon abyssal demons played right into Gamel's hands. Gamel had long been aware of Agilon's faith in the abyssal demons, and unlike the shaman priests who revered their ancestors, he viewed the situation pragmatically. Therefore, while he did not fully endorse Agilon's actions, he did not vehemently obstruct him either. Gamel was acutely aware that if the orcs were victorious, he would intervene against Adulon. But if they were to face defeat, the abyssal creatures summoned by Adulon would afford the orcs ample opportunity to flee. In any case, the orcs would not suffer losses. Meanwhile, on the human side, while Azin and the Dawn's heroes were deeply concerned about the abyssal demons, Twilight remained relatively unconcerned. Having dealt with abyssal demons on numerous occasions, he understood that summoning them was no simple task. That a true magic array capable of connecting to the abyss could not be constructed overnight. Otherwise, the Communion would have successfully summoned vast hordes of abyssal demons long ago, rather than being thwarted at every attempt. Although the delay caused by the Smudo Federation had set them back by 10 days, such a brief period was insufficient for the orcs to establish a genuine portal to another realm. Additionally, large-scale summoning of abyssal demons necessitated a powerful and stable energy source, which the orcs lacked. Thus, Twilight speculated that the orcs' method of summoning abyssal demons resembled that of the dark warlocks of later eras, who summoned abyssal creatures for their own ends. This approach was far simpler than large-scale summoning. It merely required a basic contact array alongside specific mediums and offerings. However, this simplicity also implied that the quantity of summoned abyssal demons would be limited. Twilight even pondered whether the orcs' method of summoning abyssal demons could be traced back to the early dark warlocks of the era. Dark warlocks, some of whom referred to themselves as soul mages, were fervent seekers of power, willing to forge pacts with demons for strength. When one thinks of warlocks, the first image that comes to mind is often that of a gaunt figure, seemingly frail enough to be blown away by the wind. Yet within those emaciated forms lies a terrifying power. They could use their own blood as a medium to summon formidable abyssal demons for their own use. Even more alarming was their manipulation of souls, making each warlock a master of souls. From one perspective, dark warlocks bore similarities to the necromancers of the Shadow Church. Both were gaunt figures with the ability to manipulate souls, yet one dealt steadfastly with the undead, while the other surrendered their own soul to demons. Returning to the present, Twilight observed the orc forces gradually retreating to one side, while Azin, Milda, and the others, intent on storming the orc encampment, remained oblivious to this subtle shift. Seizing the moment, Twilight caught up with Azin and urged, "Master, the orcs are retreating. We cannot allow them to escape so easily. We must eliminate them first. No, we must swiftly prevent them from summoning the abyssal demons." As Milda stood nearby, she promptly rejected Twilight's words without a moment's hesitation. The calamity wrought by the abyssal demons summoned by the Spiritist Church 21 years ago remained vividly etched in her memory. Such a tragedy must never be allowed to repeat itself. "My teacher, Lord Milda, please listen to me. The orcs simply lack the time and energy to summon a large-scale horde of abyssal demons. At most, they can only conjure a handful, which pose no real threat. This is merely a tactic employed by the orcs to facilitate their retreat. Trust me, Twilight implored urgently. Hearing Twilight's plea, Zinsane glanced around at the situation before ultimately shaking his head. We must first thwart their summoning. Zinsane had also participated in the upheaval instigated by the Spiritist Church 21 years prior, during which 3 major cities and numerous surrounding towns were left in ruin. It was that very conflict that allowed Zinsane and Milda, among others, to rise to prominence. Even the slightest chance of a similar occurrence was unacceptable. Thus, he and Milda led the Righteous Hammer onward to assault the orc encampment. Observing his mentor and Milda's grave concern regarding the abyssal demons, Twilight could only follow suit. Soon, Tigressa, having received notice, joined the charge against the orc encampment with the royal knights. At that moment, as Zinsane and his allies mounted a fierce assault on the orc encampment, the various orc factions received orders to retreat. The remnants of clans such as Zulus, Howling Moon, Blackhand, Bloodhorn, and Stonehammer hastily withdrew under the leadership of their respective chiefs, while the orc shamans led by Moranon of the Four Spirits remained behind to cover their retreat. As the embodiment of their clan's faith, the shaman priests were compelled to stand firm in critical moments. Meanwhile, the orc high priest Wurga, having received a directive from Garmal Thunderhowl, gazed solemnly at the increasingly oppressive aura of the abyss and sighed. Ultimately, he halted his advance toward the encampment and began directing his followers to retreat according to their predetermined strategy. Prioritizing the preservation of his kin, the situation on the left flank of the battlefield was markedly better than that on the right, allowing for a relatively easier withdrawal. However, for the orcs stationed in the right and central sectors, retreat was far from straightforward. Yet, upon receiving the Great Chief Garmal's instructions, the orc commanders realized that the human forces had concentrated their might on the assault of the orc encampment, prompting them to withdraw in different directions. Thus, even if pursued by human troops, they would only encounter ordinary forces, rendering the outcome uncertain. At this juncture, the orcs' intentions to retreat were unmistakably clear. Meanwhile, the battle between Eadilina, Firaf, and the Wind Element Lord Nataman reached a pivotal moment. At that moment, Nataman had lost the ferocity he had displayed upon his arrival. Realizing that he was now devoid of orc allies in a bid for escape, he found himself ensnared by the dragon Natasha. Suddenly, a violent surge of magical energy coalesced in Firaf's hands. After approximately 20 seconds, he merged his hands, unleashing a beam of pale purple arcane magic, half a meter wide, that shot forth like a small comet toward the Wind Element Lord Nataman. Arcane Surge. Firaf uttered softly as the arcane energy hurtled toward Nataman's form. Natasha, retreat! Eadilina shouted urgently, prompting Natasha to take flight upon hearing the warning. Just as Natasha ascended, Firaf's magic penetrated Nataman's body, resulting in an explosion. It was as if a chain reaction had been triggered, as the arcane magic previously infused into Nataman detonated in unison, creating a far more extensive chain explosion. The dragon Natasha, unable to flee the blast radius in time, was sent crashing to the ground. While the damage inflicted upon Nataman at the explosion's epicenter was unimaginable, a series of anguished cries erupted from Nataman, and as the explosion subsided, the colossal form of the Wind Element Lord dissipated, leaving behind 2 fist-sized wind element crystals as testament to the demise of a heroic wind elemental. With the death of the Wind Element Lord Nataman at the forefront, Moranon, leading the shaman forces against the onslaught of Kurtla's troops and the puppet army, recognized that it was time for his own departure. He promptly commanded his priests to summon one last wave of elements to hold the line, and together with the remaining shamans, Moranon began a slow retreat. Gazing upon the battlefield strewn with the bodies of countless kin, a profound sorrow enveloped Moranon's heart. In that moment, he recalled the initial proposal by Great Chief Garmal to cross the Sundown Mountains and attack the human kingdom, which had met with staunch opposition from High Priest Wurga and his mentor. Nevertheless, the suggestion garnered substantial support from the younger clansmen, that he recalled that Garmal had urged High Priest Wurga to lead the charge to find a suitable land for their people. And out of love for his kin, Wurga ultimately joined the expedition across the Sundown Mountains, while Moranon's mentor chose to remain behind. Fueled by youthful fervor, Moranon had followed Garmal into the human kingdom. Over the past 2 years, he had witnessed firsthand Garmal's strategic brilliance in dismantling various human forces. Thus, Moranon had maintained unwavering faith in his chief and his tribe, even in the face of defeat at the Red Earth Highlands. The chief had once proclaimed that hope for victory still existed, yet now they had suffered a complete defeat, overwhelmed by the humans' formidable might and their allies, had it not been for the subsequent emergence of those mages and that detestable sun elf. He and High Priest Werga would surely have vanquished the ragtag army before them, tipping the scales of victory in favor of the orcs as Garmel had foretold. Reflecting on these thoughts, Moranon sighed softly. It was time to return home. The toll of this war had been too great, and upon reflection, perhaps his mentor and the high priest had indeed been correct. Meanwhile, on the human front, it was clear that the one who most vehemently opposed the orcs' retreat was none other than King Parnsandro of the Kurtla Kingdom, leading the 5th Legion. The enmity of a ruined family and nation was a matter of utmost gravity. Under King Parnsandro's command, the 5th Legion broke away from the battlefield, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing orcs. Chapter 102. Reinforcements at Dagger Ridge. Firaf's arcane magic detonated the energy previously embedded within the wind element Lord Nataman, resulting in his swift demise. However, witnessing his dragon being flung by the arcane explosion incited the ire of the sun elf hero Aedilina. Striding forward, she delivered a swift kick to Firaf, exclaiming, "If Natasha is harmed, I will not forgive you." With that, Aedilina approached the fallen dragon Natasha. "Come now, Natasha is tough as nails. How could she be so easily injured?" Firaf replied, somewhat exasperated, as he hurried to keep pace with Aedilina. "If she isn't injured, then what are these?" Aedilina retorted, noticing the numerous bloody wounds adorning Natasha's form. "Sister, can we apply a modicum of reason here? This is clearly the doing of the wind element lord," Firaf countered, his expression one of defeat. "Am I being unreasonable? Tell me, who gave you the audacity to threaten me?" Aedilina replied coldly, her finger jabbing into Firaf's chest, while the dragon Natasha behind her bared her teeth in fierce agreement. "Please, don't be angry. I was merely anxious about the battle. With so many people around, could you afford me a little leniency? After all, I am a person of some standing," Firaf implored softly. Earlier, upon witnessing the orc high priest Werga attacking the vulnerable point of the human alliance, Firaf had grown increasingly concerned, and his tone during the magical transmission had reflected that urgency, thereby provoking the ire of Aedilina, who had long taken pleasure in teasing him. Firaf and Aedilina had known each other for nearly 20 years, the nations of Sinborla and the Sun Elf Kingdom of Tyaxilus, renowned for their magical prowess, had fostered substantial interaction between their mages. It was during their youthful exchanges that Aedilina and Firaf had forged their bond, later becoming teammates in adventures and trials. Aedilina's acquisition of the dragon Natasha had relied heavily on Firaf's assistance, and over the years, their friendship had deepened significantly. Yet, perplexingly, despite both being single, they had never become a couple. While the Sun Elf Kingdom had extensive magical ties with Sinborla, they were not without their conflicts, albeit limited to the realm of magic. The Sun Elf Kingdom's affinity for magic leaned predominantly toward fire spells, with 9 out of 10 Sun Elf mages being adept in that discipline, whereas Sinborla's mages tended to focus on arcane and ice magic. Arcane magic, a pure form of energy omnipresent in the world, did not belong to any specific school, though if pressed, it could be categorized under air magic. The primary benefit of studying arcane magic was the enhancement of one's intellect, prompting many mages proficient in other schools to also dabble in arcane studies to bolster their mental acuity. As Firaf and Aedilina continued their playful banter, Dwarf Lord Mog Copperhammer approached, riding a griffin. However, as Mog Copperhammer drew near, the dragon Natasha, standing protectively behind Aedilina, emitted a low, threatening growl, unfurling her wings in a display of aggression. Natasha's current demeanor is not directed at Mog the Hammer, but rather at the griffin beneath him. In the world of the epic, although dragons reign supreme at the pinnacle of the food chain, they are not without their formidable foes. Among these, the greatest terrestrial threat comes from the giants, while the aerial menace is undoubtedly posed by the griffins. Should a group of griffins encounter a dragon in the wild, it is highly likely that a fierce battle would ensue. At this moment, upon witnessing Natasha's stance, the griffin beneath Mog hesitates to descend from the air. "Natasha, relax. We are not enemies," Aedilina says, quickly reaching out to soothe Natasha upon noticing her unusual behavior. Following her master's command, Natasha finally retracts her aggressive posture, and Mog the Hammer descends. At this juncture, Falaf begins instructing his subordinates to regroup, after which the 3 of them hasten towards the orc encampment. "Now, Let us turn our attention to the front of the orc encampment, where the once assembled elite orc forces, the Shuggash, numbering 10,000, now dwindled to a mere 4,000, which is fortunate under the circumstances. As the remaining troops are being decimated at a visible rate, in response, the chieftain, Gamel, promptly decides to retreat with the remaining Shuggash into the camp, exposing the Howling Moon Clan's summoning array to the human coalition, as well as revealing the abyssal demons summoned by Aduron the Blood Pact to Shinsai and Milda. Gamel appears well prepared for the potential unfolding of events today. He deliberately reserves 5,000 war wolves for his forces, ensuring a safe retreat when the time comes. One cannot help but note that Gamel's meticulous planning is far from typical of an orc. The Twilight's attention has been focused on Gamel Thunder Roar, and at this moment, upon seeing Gamel leading the Shuggash towards the gathered war wolves, it becomes clear to Twilight that Gamel intends to sell the abyssal demons out in order to facilitate his own escape. Master, Gamel is also fleeing. There are far too many orc deserters, and ranks may not be able to hold the line, Twilight remarks to Shinsai. Hearing Twilight's words, Shinsai recalls his prized disciples, Ranks and Daiwalia, who had departed for Dagger Ridge Stone Fort with the Darius cavalry, originally belonging to Cunival. Realizing that if too many orcs escape, his two disciples may indeed struggle to defend the fort. Master, please entrust me with the Hammer of Justice. I shall go to support Ranks and the others, Twilight volunteers, believing that the remaining orc forces are still too formidable and require weakening. Shinsai takes a moment to assess the thousands of abyssal demons that have been summoned. Most of these demons are ordinary creatures with horns and weapons, interspersed with a considerable number of hellhounds. However, the most striking among them are the towering 9th-tier archdemons, their bodies engulfed in flames and sporting massive flesh wings. After a brief evaluation of the summoned demon strength, Shinsai agrees with Twilight's suggestion and promptly assembles the remaining 6,000 Hammers of Justice. We are not needed here for the time being. Our current objective is to proceed to Dagger Ridge Stone Fort and block the orcs' retreat, Twilight proclaims to the assembled members of the Hammers of Justice. I shall accompany you, declares Dawn Farsmedi, clad in the garb of the Hammers of Justice, as she approaches Twilight with Hazet, Fred, Odison, and Allers. Unsettled by the thought of Twilight going alone, she feels an inexplicable unease today. Her intuition has seldom failed her throughout her life. Glancing at the group behind Dawn, Twilight initially hesitates to agree, as having Saker and Cetes by his side seems sufficient. However, upon reconsideration, he realizes that with Dawn as his superior, it is likely they would not approve of his solitary venture. To avoid straining their relationship, he promptly nods in agreement. Very well, I'll mount up and prepare to depart. Twilight bellows with a war cry. Consequently, the 6,000 Hammers of Justice follow Twilight, gradually withdrawing from the battlefield. Pursuing the direction of the orc chieftain Gamel's retreat, Gamel's Shuggash quickly becomes aware of the Hammers of Justice trailing behind. However, they pay them no mind, as while human steeds may possess greater short-distance speed, they cannot match the endurance of the orc wolves over longer distances. Chapter 103. Fire ignites the Hammers of Justice, and the orc Shuggash engage in a relentless chase towards Dagger Ridge, during which Twilight and his companions encounter numerous orc units that had retreated earlier. Twilight pays little heed to these other orc forces. Should the Shuggash choose an alternate route, he would remain unconcerned. His purpose is crystal clear: to obstruct the orc standard retreat to the west. As they lead the Hammers of Justice past the majority of fleeing orc units, Twilight wisely decides to reduce their pace. Recognizing that prolonged running burdens their steeds, as time passes and the sun reaches its zenith, Twilight and his group catch sight of Dagger Ridge from a distance, prompting them to pick up their speed slightly. It is said that when one sees a mountain, the horse shall tired be. By the time they reach Dagger Ridge, an hour has elapsed. Gazing upon the undulating terrain of Dagger Ridge, Twilight urges his steed along the 3-meter-wide path leading to the ridge. Ascending the path, he soon hears the clamorous sounds of battle. The Shuggash, under Gamel's leadership, is assaulting a stone fort situated halfway up the mountain. Originally, a small contingent of orcs had been stationed within the fort, but their numbers were few, and their defenses laxed. No one would have anticipated that humans would dare to send forces to sever the orcs' escape route. Not even Gamel himself had foreseen this. Upon discovering that the fort had been occupied by humans, Gamel immediately resolves to attack, intent on clearing a path for his kin through Dagger Ridge. Hammers of Justice, charge with me, Twilight shouts as he witnesses the fort under attack. simultaneously spurring his steed to accelerate towards the Shuggash. Gamel, who had hoped to seize the fort before the Hammers of Justice arrived, finds his plans thwarted by the steadfast resolve of Ranks and Dywalia's forces. The Hammers of Justice seem to have arrived sooner than anticipated, leaving Gamel with insufficient time. Faced with an immediate confrontation with the Hammers of Justice, Gamel is left with no choice but to rally his orc forces to counter the impending attack. Although Gamel Thunder Roar is a hero-level combatant, defeating the 6,000 Hammers of Justice with fewer than 4,000 Shuggash is no simple task. Within the Hammers of Justice, not a single member is one to fear death. The adage that many ants can fell an elephant rings true, as evidenced by the bear chieftain, Nosemera. Moreover, lurking within the fort are Ranks and Dywalia, who had just successfully repelled Gamel Thunder Roar, following a brief clash that leaves numerous Shuggash and Hammers of Justice casualties. The Shuggash ultimately retreat. Twilight and his comrades successfully reunite with Ranks and Dywalia, who emerge from the fort. Ranks expresses a desire to continue pursuing Gamel, recognizing the significance of slaying an orc chieftain. But Twilight intervenes, knowing that even if they were to succeed, they would likely suffer severe losses that would not justify the endeavor. Having dissuaded Ranks, Twilight and his companions swiftly tend to the battlefield, transporting the wounded soldiers into the fort. Upon entering the castle, Twilight instructs the Hammers of Justice to rest and recuperate, while he personally oversees the construction of rudimentary defensive fortifications, preparing for any potential orc offensives. Dagger Ridge, being a crucial transit point for the Koltra and Smudo Federation, has become a haven for bandits who thrive on plunder. The Stone Fort, serving as a hub for merchants traversing between the two nations, cannot afford to have inadequate defenses. It boasts complete walls, albeit somewhat low in height. Standing upon the fort's walls, feeling the northern winds against his face, Twilight gazes at the surrounding peaks and remarks to Ranks, Dawn, and the others. Now we wait to see whether the orcs choose to approach from other locations on Dagger Ridge or launch an assault on the fort itself. And if they do attack the fort, Dywalia inquires, if the orcs assault here, we can only hold our ground until reinforcements arrive. Twilight replies, sensing that the likelihood of an orc attack on the fort is low. They do not have the luxury of time to squander here. Should they opt for alternate routes on Dagger Ridge, while less convenient than the fort, the area is vast, leaving the human forces with no choice but to watch helplessly. As time drags on and the sun begins its descent, Twilight turns to Ranks and Dywalia stationed at the wall and says, the time should be nearing. Ranks, you and Dywalia should descend now to scout for any orc gatherings at the base of Dagger Ridge. Upon hearing Twilight's words, Ranks and Dywalia, who had been eager for action, do not hesitate and promptly lead 200 Hammers of Justice down the mountain. Meanwhile, the others beside Twilight sense that the critical moment is approaching, and a glimmer of excitement crosses Hazet and Fred's faces. About half an hour later, as Twilight grows increasingly anxious, Ranks and Dywalia return, bringing news that no orcs were spotted at the base of the mountain. With this information, Twilight realizes that the cunning orc chieftain has not detected his strategy. That he immediately declares, excellent. Let us proceed with our plan. Shortly, each of you will lead a team to set fire on Dagger Ridge. Then what are we waiting for? Let us move. Fred urges impatiently. Hold on. Calling out to the impatient Fred, Twilight took a box from Sigiriel's hands, revealing within it over 20 red stones. Twilight pointed at these gems and declared, these are the hastily crafted inferior fire gems from Sigiriel, containing unstable fire elements that a single strike will ignite everything within several meters. Each person shall take 2. Remember, I want the entirety of Dagger Ridge ablaze. Upon hearing Twilight's words, Ranks, Dyvaria, Hazet, Fred, Odison, Alas, and 4 other leaders of the Hammer of Justice stepped forward, each taking 2 stones. Let us act. If we inflict heavy losses on the orcs this time, you shall be hailed as the saviors of Darius, indeed the benefactors of all humanity. Everything for Darius. Twilight urged. For Darius, echoed everyone in unison. And they swiftly descended the castle walls to commence their mission, leaving only Dawn, Sethes, and Sigiriel by their side. As they watched the 1,000 members of the Hammer of Justice disperse into the mountains of Dagger Ridge, Twilight extended his hand to feel the direction of the wind and softly remarked, what a fine north wind. It seems even the heavens are aiding us. I wonder how many orcs will remain after this. I believe the orcs will hesitate to confront us for a long time, Dawn added, nodding. Twilight recognized that while this might deliver a significant blow to the orcs, it was not the end. The seeds of hatred had long been sown between humans and orcs. As long as the orcs were not exterminated, they would inevitably return to AT that moment. As the group conversed, small flames began to flicker into existence across Dagger Ridge. Initially, flames appeared at a distance, followed by closer sightings, indicating that those tasked with arson were retreating while igniting the fires. The flames spread rapidly, and by the time the arsonists returned, the flickers had transformed into a blazing inferno, swiftly engulfing the surroundings. The wind, blowing from the north, fanned the flames, which surged towards the fleeing orcs in a southwestern direction. Twilight believed that at this rate, even if the orcs did not perish in the fire, they would be suffocated by the billowing smoke. Meanwhile, Garmor, who had already led orcs into Dagger Ridge, sensed something amiss. He pondered why the humans had occupied Stone Fortress, knowing full well that such a move could not effectively block the orcs. Yet, why then did they send people to Dagger Ridge? Garmor felt he might have overlooked something crucial, but he could not pinpoint it in that moment. If only High Priest Vorga, the voice of the storm, were here, surely he would provide some counsel. Just then, a commotion erupted from behind. Fire! The place is burning. Hearing the frantic cries of the orcs, Garmor turned to see thick smoke billowing upwards and flames rapidly approaching from a distance. In that instant, he grasped the humans' intent in seizing Stone Fortress. They aimed to drive him and his kin into Dagger Ridge, and with a great fire, directly into their doom. What a vile scheme! In a fleeting moment of clarity, Garmor's face contorted with rage as he shouted, "Run! Do not look back! Flee!" Upon hearing Garmor's command, the surrounding orcs quickly realized the gravity of the situation and rallied to escape. But could the orcs outrun a fire aided by the wind? The answer was no. As time passed, the flames drew ever closer to the fleeing orcs. Garmor's mind raced, devising a strategy. Chapter 104. The Burning Dagger Ridge Run. Run, run. The orcs, who revered the spirits of nature, instinctively feared this calamity of fire, forced to sprint for their lives as the inferno blazed behind them. Yet, ultimately, the fire engulfed the retreating orcs. The treacherous mountain paths hampered their speed, and many orcs stumbled and fell, never to rise again, their cries swiftly silenced by the consuming flames. Listening to the sporadic screams from behind, Garmor's heart bled. He seethed with anger, loathing his catastrophic miscalculation. But he harbored an even deeper hatred for the humans who orchestrated this malicious plot. Just then, Garmor spotted a white expanse ahead, an area filled with pale stones, clustered together in varying heights. Overjoyed, he shouted, "To the stone area ahead! Run there! The flames cannot reach us!" His companion Shugash echoed his call, striving to alert more of their kin. Soon, Garmor reached the stony expanse, quickly clearing away the plants growing among the rocks. He then instructed the soldiers following him, "Remove your armor and discard it outside, quickly." Saying this, Garmor was the first to shed his armor, fully aware that the surrounding heat could scorch them if they did not. Hearing their chieftain's command, the orc Shugash promptly followed suit, shedding his black armor. As Garmor observed his kin removing their armor, he bellowed towards the encroaching flames, "Everyone, lie down. Do not rise. The fire cannot reach us here. No, the flames will consume us." Some orc soldiers, paralyzed by fear, refused to await their fate, continuing to flee. Noticing others were also inclined to run, Garmor urged, "We cannot outrun the flames. Do not run forward. Trust me. Lying here. The fire cannot reach us. The ancestors will protect us." As their chieftain, Garmor's words held substantial weight. Orc Shugash was the first to obey, lying down on the stones. Seeing Shugash's action, the panicked soldiers chose to heed their chieftain's command. One by one, the orc soldiers sprawled upon the stones, gazing at the encroaching flames, awaiting their uncertain fate. Watching the flames approach while being forced to remain still was an unfathomable agony, and many orcs could not help but close their eyes, including Little Gob. Soon, as Little Gob lay on the stones, he felt the oppressive heat drawing near. Just as he expected to be consumed by flames, he did not feel the anticipated searing pain. Slowly, he opened his eyes, finding the flames perilously close. Yet, as Garmor had assured, they did not burn him. In that moment, Little Gob's admiration for his wise chieftain deepened, and his confidence in returning home alive surged. He believed the chieftain would surely lead them back. Though the raging flames could not reach the orcs lying on the stones, the surrounding heat remained unbearable, Some suffered blisters from the intense heat, while others had their hair and beards singed. Nevertheless, these orcs gritted their teeth, enduring the discomfort, for the prospect of being burned alive was far worse than mere high temperatures. The fire at Dagger Ridge illuminated much of the sky, and even those far away, such as Count Myrdar and Tiglas, noticed the strange occurrence. Dagger Ridge is ablaze, Count Myrdar remarked, gazing at the crimson glow of Dagger Ridge. The situation here is settled. Leave the rest to me. You and His Highness the Prince should lead the royal knights to Dagger Ridge now, said Nysane to Myrdar. At this point, they had vanquished the summoned Abyssal demons. The 2 9th-tier demons, along with the last summoned hero-class demon, were defeated by the combined efforts of Nysane, Myrdar, Mog Copperhammer, Firov, and Odalina. Many of the orcs responsible for summoning the demons were also slain. However, the mastermind behind the summoning, Adulon Bloodbond, had escaped amidst the chaos. Very well. Then I shall proceed ahead. Myrdar nodded without hesitation. Immediately, Myrdar sought out Tiglas. Without delay, they rallied the resting royal knights and made their way toward Dagger Ridge. Watching the departing royal knights, Nysane turned towards a large tree where Istar was leaning against it. How do you feel? He inquired as he approached Istar. Not dead yet. Istar replied nonchalantly, clutching his abdomen, which bore a hastily bandaged wound, as if he were not the one severely injured. His battle against the orc's sword master Damlin Flameblade had been perilously intense. Both were top-tier experts. In the end, though Istar had narrowly triumphed, he bore a significant gash in his abdomen, exposing his innards. Had Istar not possessed a hero-class physique, he would have surely succumbed. You, with nothing better to do, went and challenged him. It's a miracle you didn't lose your life in the process, Nysane remarked, as healing light swirled in his hands to treat Istar. To battle a true sword master has always been my aspiration, Istar replied, closing his eyes as memories of the elder sword master he had encountered in his youth flooded back. In that moment of youthful arrogance, he had been bested by the master, and from then on, he had vowed to one day defeat a genuine orc swordmaster. Setting aside the battlefield of the Principality of Phidite, let us shift our focus to the Twilight group within the stone fortress at Dagger Ridge. At this moment, flames engulfed the mountains surrounding the fortress, and those inside could distinctly feel the oppressive heat emanating from the inferno, although they had previously imagined what it would be like to set fire to this place. Nothing could compare to the visceral reality and the overwhelming shock of witnessing such destruction firsthand. The conflagration before them resembled an apocalyptic disaster, and if fate allowed, it would consume all of Dagger Ridge, devouring most of the life within. Isn't this fire a bit excessive? Alas remarked, gazing at the blazing horizon, a hint of reluctance in his voice. In response, Fred scoffed, excessive? Do you have any idea how many humans have perished at the hands of the orcs? How many more have been displaced due to their invasions? Fred's words left Alas momentarily speechless. His sentiments were not rooted in sympathy for the orcs, merely a fleeting reflection. Enough of this pointless discussion. We should be contemplating how to pursue more orcs, Twilight interjected. Halting their quarrel, once the flames subsided, Twilight would lead the Hammer of Justice across Dagger Ridge into the territory of Kurtlar to hunt down the orcs, delivering a final strike. This was the concluding phase of Twilight's plan. And after enduring such a harrowing blaze, he was eager to see how the surviving orcs would withstand their onslaught. Twilight did not consider himself a master strategist, yet he was undeniably a composed commander. He approached every task with foresight, contemplating the consequences of his actions. When offering advice to Tigris and the others, he had already considered the subsequent events. Twilight particularly despised the feeling of losing control, which compelled him to meticulously analyze every possible scenario, both favorable and adverse. Before each endeavor as dusk fell, the Royal Knight Order led by Tigris arrived at the foot of Dagger Ridge. However, the raging flames forced them to remain at a distance. Shortly thereafter, Mog Copperhammer, wounded yet resolute, joined them with 300 Griffin riders, who would also partake in the pursuit of the orcs. It was these very orcs who had devastated the dwarven homeland, and the animosity ran deep. Mog had hoped to bring additional riders, but the remaining Griffins were injured to varying degrees, and given the difficulty of their training, he opted to bring only the 300 that were still relatively unscathed. The Griffin riders had suffered considerable losses during the recent battles against the orcs. Of the 3,000 Griffin riders, more than half had perished, and the survivors bore their own wounds, a testament to the visibility of aerial forces in combat. The flames at Dagger Ridge raged for a day and a night, and by the next day, they began to dwindle. revealing what was once a densely wooded area now transformed into desolate, charred peaks. At the base of the fortress, Twilight and his companions welcomed Prince Tigris and Count Milda. They did not linger at the stone fortress, but instead made their way directly into Kurtlar's territory. As they progressed, they were met with scorched earth, the remnants of fire still flickering in places. Before they could exit Dagger Ridge, the Griffin Riders spotted a large group of orcs, numbering in the hundreds. Stationed nearby, without hesitation, Tigris and Twilight advanced towards them. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that most of the orcs bore wounds. Although they had survived the inferno, they were unable to flee. Surrounded, Valeria, wielding dual swords, inquired, "What shall we do with these creatures?" Despite her disdain for the orcs, the thought of slaying those who posed no threat contradicted her principles as a paladin. "Let us bind them and take them with us when we return," Count Milda suggested. As humans had already captured a significant number of orc prisoners, we should not leave these orcs alive. Twilight interjected at that moment. At his words, Tigris, Milda, and Valeria turned to face Twilight. "I see hatred in the eyes of these orcs." "Your Highness, hatred does not fade with time. It only deepens. The animosity between our races is long-standing. Humans and orcs are sworn enemies. Perhaps these orcs will never seek vengeance in their lifetimes. But I assure you, as they grow old, they will pass down the tale of our enmity, nurturing it until they once again possess the strength to retaliate. Therefore, keeping these orcs alive is tantamount to inviting future peril." Twilight spoke calmly, fully aware that these orc captives had previously incited a rebellion upon the centaurs' arrival. "What are you saying, Twilight? They are already our prisoners. What threat could they possibly pose?" Milda retorted, his frustration evident. As a paladin, he could not condone what he perceived as a massacre, especially with Tigris present. Milda had always aspired to exemplify noble behavior to guide Tigris towards becoming a virtuous paladin, and Twilight's suggestion threatened to derail that aspiration. "My Lord Count, I am merely being pragmatic. The honor of a paladin may seem paramount, but to me, the interests of our nation outweigh personal accolades," Twilight replied, unwavering in his gaze, viewing Milda as an inflexible traditionalist bound by dogma. Milda's face flushed with indignation upon hearing Twilight's words, and he felt a pang of regret. He had previously felt pleased that New Sane had taken Twilight as a disciple. But now he questioned Twilight's character. "Enough of this. What are you two doing? Let us bind these orcs for now. Our primary objective is to pursue the rest." Morning Dawn Farsmity interjected, observing the escalating tension between Twilight and Milda. Realizing his impulsiveness, Twilight promptly apologized. "I beg your pardon, Count." Milda chose not to press the issue further, and the group resumed their journey. After traversing Dagger Ridge, they arrived in Delenris, a region under Kurtlar's domain. Here, Twilight's Hammer of Justice and Tigris' Royal Knight Order parted ways, each taking separate routes to hunt down the orcs. The Griffin Riders, following Mog Copperhammer's orders, divided into several small teams to search for signs of their quarry. With the Griffin Riders serving as aerial scouts, the humans gained a significant advantage. It was not long before Tigris' group made the first discovery, a band of orcs numbering approximately 7,000. Making their way towards the Kurtlar Gorge. Upon receiving word from the Griffin Riders, Tigris immediately altered their course to intercept the orcs. The thunderous sound echoed as the Royal Knight Order advanced. Their approach unmistakable. The thunderous hoofbeats resonated like the tolling of a death knell in the ears of the orcs, who had only just emerged from the flames, plunging their spirits into despair. This group of orcs was led by the orc chieftain Gamer, who had narrowly escaped the inferno at Dagger Ridge. It is often said that misfortune follows those down on their luck, and Gamer was no exception. Despite the presence of his fellow orcs, Gamer felt a familiar weariness wash over him at the sight of the Royal Knight Order's armor and banners, observing the silence among his kin. He knew he could not simply wait for doom to arrive. He raised his thunder warhammer and declared, "The Shugash orcs will remain here. The others must scatter and run as far as they can." Upon hearing Gamer's command, his fellow orcs glanced around, uncertain. They feared death, but were also reluctant to abandon their chieftain. When no one moved, Gamer shouted again, "I command you to flee. Remember, you must survive and return to your homeland. You are the seeds of the orc race. You embody our future hope." Gamer's desperate plea finally prompted some orcs to break away from the group. The first orc fled, more soon followed. And in no time, Only a little less than 4,000 Shugash remained at Gamer's side as he ran. The young orc Gabu glanced back at his towering chieftain and the valiant Shugash warriors. Clenching his fists in determination, he vowed to return. Taking a moment to regard his loyal elite force, Gamer inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "You are warriors of the orc race, fearless Shugash, the pride of our people. Today, let those detestable humans witness the true valor of the Shugash. Kill, kill, kill," the Shugash roared in unison, brandishing their weapons. Seeing his fearless subordinates, Gamer declared, "I am proud of you," before turning to face the oncoming Royal Knight Order. The Royal Knight Order thundered forward, crashing into the howling orcs without hesitation. Chapter 106, The Death of Milda. The Royal Knight Order surged ahead, engaging the Shugash orcs with relentless force, leaving no room for mercy. As the Royal Knights charged forward with great haste, Gamor let out a ferocious roar and lunged ahead, his thunder warhammer crackling with lightning as it sent the first knight hurtling through the air. In an instant, Gamor extended his left hand, yanking another knight from his steed and subsequently crushing him with his hammer. The other Shugash orcs demonstrated an equally fierce determination, with some even hurling themselves bodily into the knights, driven by an unwavering resolve to fight to the death. Although the Shugash were bereft of armor, this absence only intensified their ferocity, allowing their combat prowess to reach unprecedented heights. The Royal Knights, lacking banners and armor, were oblivious to the fact that they faced the elite forces of the orc army. Having previously encountered orcs from Dagger Ridge, the knights harbored a hint of contempt, and their formation had become somewhat scattered during the prolonged pursuit. These factors combined led to a significant portion of the front line being unseated by the explosive onslaught of the Shugash. However, the Royal Knights were seasoned warriors, unperturbed by the Shugash in close combat, and thus a chaotic melee ensued between the two factions. In the midst of this turmoil, Count Milda sought out the raging Gamor. Having recognized the warhammer in his hands as the very weapon wielded by the orc chieftain, Gamor fought with a distinctive style. Each strike of his hammer against a royal knight sent arcs of lightning through the night, striking those behind him. Few knights could withstand the force of Gamor's blows. His moniker, Thunder Roar, was well earned. "Gamor, surrender at once," Milda commanded, using his own warhammer to parry Gamor's weapon, speaking in the common tongue. Despite Gamor's disheveled appearance, Milda could sense the aura of a formidable hero emanating from him, confirming that he stood before the orc chieftain, a significant adversary. "Humph, feel the wrath of thunder," Gamor retorted with a growl, swinging his warhammer towards Milda. His silence a tacit admission of defiance. "My Lord Count, I am here to assist you," declared Tigresa, rushing to Milda's side and swinging her greatsword at Gamor. Together, Milda and Tigresa battled against Gamor, yet they struggled to fully subdue the determined orc. Meanwhile, the Royal Knights found themselves in a similar predicament. Although the Shugash were more vulnerable without their armor, the pain of their wounds fueled their ferocity, leading to many unleashing their latent racial ability, rage. The battlefield erupted with a cacophony of roars, shouts, and the sounds of weapons clashing against flesh. Soon, the ground was littered with the bodies of royal knights, their armor shattered, alongside the grotesque forms of fallen Shugash, all mingled with the sanguine tides of blood that saturated the field. At this juncture, the long-trained synergy and refined teamwork of the Royal Knights began to shine through, and their heavy metallic armor provided them with considerable advantages. Through the adept use of various skills and mutual support, they gradually gained the upper hand, while the outnumbered Shugash found themselves faltering, their casualties mounting. Meanwhile, in another direction, Twilight had made a discovery while searching for the orcs, following the guidance of the Griffin Knights. Twilight soon spotted a group of approximately 5,000 orcs. "Justice's hammer, follow me into battle," she commanded, brandishing her longsword as she urged her steed towards the Orcish horde. The ground trembled slightly, and the increasingly distinct sound of hooves startled the advancing orcs, causing a wave of panic among them. This group was led by the orc high priest, Vorga Stormvoice. "My lord priest, it is a human force," an orc exclaimed in alarm. Without needing further confirmation, Vorga's gaze fell upon the swiftly approaching Justice's hammer. Initially, he had intended to cross Dallon Lake and then navigate the mountains between Dallon Lake and the Culture Gorge, but seeing the considerable distance still to cover, he realized they would never reach safety before being pursued by Justice's hammer. "Children, the humans will not spare us. Turn around and fight alongside me," Vorga cried out. His status among the orcs became evident as many, calmed by his words, gathered around Vorga's Stormvoice. casting a sorrowful glance at the youthful faces surrounding him. Vorga summoned the elemental forces of wind, calling forth several massive 8th-tier wind elementals that a whirlwind materialized before him, growing larger as Justice's hammer drew nearer, eventually transforming into a tornado when Justice's hammer closed within 50 meters of the orcs. The tornado surged forth towards them. Faced with the oncoming vortex, Justice's hammer instinctively veered aside, yet the tornado's immense pull ensnared 200 to 300 of its members, who were swept away before Justice's hammer plunged into the orc ranks. With war cries resounding, the charge commenced. Thunderous impacts and whirlwind slashes marked Twilight's relentless assault as she slaughtered every orc in her path with unbridled ferocity. Meanwhile, the 8th-tier Dawn and Diveria, along with the early 9th-tier ranks and 2 additional 9th-tier paladins from Justice's hammer, besieged the heroic High Priest Vorga Stormvoice and his summoned wind elementals. Upon engaging, Dawn and ranks quickly discerned that Vorga's aura was highly unstable, revealing that he was gravely injured. In truth, Vorga was far beyond merely injured. Even if he returned to the Sunset Mountains, he would not survive long. Previously, he had sustained a grievous wound from the dragon hunter Odalina, and though he had managed to suppress his injuries while fleeing with his kin, the chaos in Dagger Ridge had ignited a conflagration. Unlike Gamor, who had fortuitously found refuge amidst rocky terrain, Vorga had to rely solely on his own strength to clear a safe area and had summoned a hurricane to alter the fire's course, further exacerbating his injuries. Now, he found himself struggling against Justice's hammer, which boasted no fewer than 3 9th-tier and 2 8th-tier warriors, a truly dire predicament for a once mighty hero. Meanwhile, on another front, the battle between the Royal Knights and the Shugash had reached its climax. Ultimately, the Shugash's momentary bravery faltered against the Royal Knights' superior numbers, fine equipment, and cohesive teamwork. However, the Royal Knights paid a heavy price for their victory against the Shugash's fervent counterattacks in the heart of the battlefield. Gamor faced a desperate situation as he contended with the combined assaults of Tigresa and Count Milda. Listening to the dying roars of the Shugash warriors and witnessing the dwindling numbers of his kin, a fierce glint flickered in Gamor's eyes as Tigresa and Milda's attacks rained down once more. Gamor retreated several steps, appearing to narrowly evade their strikes. Suddenly, he turned and fled, his gait faltering, creating the impression of a retreating warrior with no strength left to fight. "Where do you think you're going?" Tigresa shouted, pursuing him with Milda close behind. After a brief chase, Gamor abruptly spun around, swinging his thunder warhammer with ferocity towards the pursuing Tigresa. With a resounding crash, Tigresa barely managed to parry the blow with her greatsword. Yet the force sent her sprawling. "Prepare to meet your end," Count Milda shouted, arriving just in time to strike at Gamor with his warhammer. As the weapon swung toward Gamor's head, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. A sickening crack echoed as Milda's warhammer, imbued with radiant light, struck Gamor's left shoulder, mangling flesh and bone. Yet, instead of pain, a smile crept across Gamor's face, as if the shattered shoulder was not his own. Milda, taken aback by Gamor's grin, was left with little time to react before the orc's warhammer struck his chest. A bolt of lightning erupted from Milda's back as he gazed at Gamor, his face etched with shock, before he slowly collapsed to the ground. "Count Milda!" Tigresa cried out, witnessing the Count's fall. In slaying the heroic warrior Milda, Gamor himself was not unscathed. The Count's attack had not only obliterated his shoulder but also inflicted damage to his internal organs. Tigresa roared in fury, charging at Gamor with her greatsword raised, her heart heavy as she recalled her mentor's kindness. Using one hand to deflect Tigresa's relentless onslaught, Gamor initially held his ground. However, as time passed, the blood from his gruesome shoulder wound flowed freely, slowing his movements, while Tigresa's vigor intensified, her aura of holy light growing ever more potent. Soon after, Tigresa swiftly deflected Gamor's warhammer with a single stroke of his sword. In a fluid motion, he swept his long sword across, leaving Gamor no time to defend himself. In the next moment, Gamor's massive head was severed from his body. That instant, Tigresa's aura reached its zenith. The holy light surrounding him surged violently, akin to a cocoon. Simultaneously, a faint glimmer of holy light began to converge from the lifeless body of Count Myrda towards Tigresa. Thus was born the youngest hero of the entire human kingdom, Darius, heroic rank. This was the level Tigresa had long aspired to attain. Yet, on this day, as he achieved it, Decisive found no joy, for his benevolent guardian, Count Myrta, had perished before his very eyes. Once Decisive's aura had calmed, he approached Myrta's fallen form, gently lifting this elder who resembled an uncle to him, and slowly made his way to his steed. Chapter 107. Unexpected turn. The Twilight faction remained oblivious to the plight of the royal knights, as they were fully engaged in combat against the beastly high priest, Voga, and his horde of beastmen. The ordinary beastmen soldiers before them were no match for the Justice Hammer, whose average prowess exceeded the 5th tier. Even Voga's invocation of the shamanic skill, Bloodlust, proved futile. After mercilessly slaying numerous beastmen soldiers, Twilight's gaze fell upon the besieged high priest, Voga. A being of heroic stature, he represented the pinnacle of power in an era devoid of demigods and legendary warriors. Should he be slain, even with external assistance, the rewards would be immeasurable, potentially allowing Twilight to break through to the 5th tier in a single stroke. With such thoughts in mind, Twilight beckoned Sagrel and Cetis to cautiously approach the beastly high priest. Voga Stormcaller. Whoosh. Upon reaching a sufficient distance to cast, Sagrel struck first, hurling a basketball-sized orange fireball that crashed into an 8th tier wind elemental, causing it to shudder violently. Following this, Cetis unleashed his battle axe, glowing with crimson light, cleaving into the 8th tier wind elemental. In a single blow, the elemental's massive form was nearly severed in two, and under the weight of these two strikes, the already beleaguered 8th tier wind elemental let out a mournful wail before disintegrating completely. Without pausing, Cetis swung his black iron blade towards the high priest Voga. Faced with this lethal strike, Voga hastily retreated. Indeed, not only Voga, but even those nearby, such as Deveria, found it prudent to evade Cetis's onslaught. As Voga narrowly escaped Cetis's relentless attack, before he could regain his footing, a burst of flame descended upon his head. Sagrel had seized the moment to throw another fireball. This was not the end. The 9th tier paladin, Lanxus, charged from the side. By the time Voga noticed, it was too late to evade. He hastily conjured several earthen magic shields around himself. Lanxus's great sword struck Voga's earthen shield, though it did not shatter the barrier. It did leave a faint flush upon Voga's aged face. That moment, Twilight joined the fray against the beastly high priest Voga, while the wind elementals summoned by Voga were ensnared by the two 9th tier Justice Hammer Knights and the Dawnbringer. As time passed, the number of beastmen soldiers dwindled from 5,000 to 3,000, then to 1,000, and ultimately, only a few hundred remained to resist. Their demise was imminent, and at this point, all of Voga's summoned wind elementals had been vanquished. Witnessing his kin transformed into lifeless corpses, a wave of desolation washed over Voga. His arm, once gripping his staff, slowly fell to his side, and the earthen shield that had remained unbroken was dispelled just as Twilight approached. Without a moment's hesitation, Twilight's Darius Protector lunged forward with a piercing thrust. Thud. There was no barrier to impede the advance. Twilight's Darius Protector penetrated Voga's frail form. We merely seek a place suitable for our survival, the High Priest Voga uttered, his voice a blend of Orcish and common tongue, as he gazed at Twilight. With those words, a tear escaped the corner of Voga's eye, and his body gradually succumbed to the ground. Observing the elderly orc's slow descent, Twilight sighed softly. Was it wrong for the orcs to desire land upon which they could thrive? Certainly not. However, from the human perspective, the orcs' actions were seen as a threat to humanity, encroaching upon their interests. Thus, in the war between races, there exists neither right nor wrong, only victory and defeat. As a human, Twilight could harbor no pity. Just as Twilight's mind echoed the old orc's final words, a familiar system notification appeared. Defeated the heroic high-tier beastly high priest Voga Stormcaller. Rank elevated. Blood of the Ruler activated. With the appearance of this notification, Twilight had no time to react further, as a radiant essence burst forth from the fallen Voga and entered his own body. A familiar sensation of swelling accompanied by a slight pain arose within him. Twilight realized he had indeed reached the 5th tier, yet before he could revel in this achievement, an intense burning sensation surged through him. Heat and pain, that was Twilight's immediate sensation. In the next moment, a more violent heat and pain radiated from within, causing him to scream in agony. The sudden outcry drew everyone's attention. Dawnbringer and Sagrel were about to approach when Twilight roared. A wave of heat erupted from him. How could there be a scent of the abyss? The sensitive Dawnbringer immediately detected the mingling of abyssal energy with the power radiating from Twilight. Twilight, what has happened to you? Witnessing Twilight's sudden transformation, Dawnbringer's expression shifted dramatically, concern evident in his voice. Stay back. Keep your distance. There are other forces within me. I can barely control myself. Twilight urged, his face contorted in pain. Blocking Dawnbringer's approach to AT that moment, the corrosive force that had instigated his agony intensified, and a frenzied urge for slaughter surged into Twilight's mind. He could no longer contain himself. With another roar, he swung his longsword towards the nearby Justice Hammer Knight. Yet, at this juncture, Twilight retained a sliver of rationality, as his blade did not strike towards Dawnbringer. Clang! Twilight's strike was intercepted by Lanxus's great sword. However, the astonishment that flashed across Lanxus's face after blocking Twilight's attack dissipated quickly. The force behind this assault was not characteristic of a newly ascended 5th-tier individual. In response, Twilight raised his shield and charged at Lanxus, launching a frenzied assault. For a moment, Lanxus found himself in a precarious situation. Of course, part of this was due to Lanxus's reluctance to harm Twilight. I'll assist you. Seeing Twilight's frenzy, Deveria rushed forward, wielding her twin blades. Twilight turned to block one of Deveria's swords with his royal barrier, then viciously swung his Darius protector at her. Bang! Sparks flew as Deveria parried Twilight's attack with her other sword. Yet, the force of the blow pushed Deveria back a step, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Despite being an 8th-tier paladin, Deveria was surprised that a newly minted 5th-tier Twilight could force her back. Be cautious. Twilight's condition is unusual. Lanxus cautioned AT this moment. Not only Dawnbringer, but all the Justice Hammer Knights felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion emanating from Twilight. As Twilight pressed his attack, Lanxus and Deveria joined forces against him, attempting to subdue him. However, they soon discovered that Twilight's power was still on the rise, and the abyssal aura surrounding him grew heavier. Deveria even caught a glimpse of flickering flames within Twilight's eyes. His power is increasing, Deveria exclaimed in astonishment, a hint of fear lacing her words. Indeed, she felt a pang of terror, recalling a legend about abyssal demons descending into the world through human vessels. Holy chains! A voice rang out, and numerous golden chains materialized around Twilight, binding him. Dawnbringer had intervened. Locked by the suddenly manifested chains of holy light, Twilight began to struggle, yet the abyssal energy surrounding him noticeably weakened. Holy judgment! Seeing Twilight restrained, Lanxus feared he might break free and unleashed his own judgment upon him. At that moment, Twilight's struggles diminished, and his aura further waned. Observing this, Deveria exclaimed, Holy light! It has an effect on him. In response to Deveria's words, Dawnbringer intensified the holy light, suffusing the chains, while Lanxus and Deveria joined in, each channeling their holy powers. After a moment, Twilight, his face pale, lifted his gaze to Dawnbringer, managing a weak smile. I feel much better. Thank you, he said hoarsely, before collapsing to the ground. The corrosive force that had surged within him remained. Yet it was no longer as fierce as it had initially been. What has happened to you? Why did you lose control? Why did the sin of the abyss suddenly appear within you? As Twilight regained his composure, Dawnbringer rushed to embrace him, barraging him with questions. I am unsure. I merely sensed a surge of power that suddenly emerged, overwhelming me to the point of losing my sanity, murmured Twilight, shaking his head softly. He was aware that this had to be connected to the Dominion blood coursing through his veins, but he found it difficult to articulate this matter. Chapter 108. The gift of the sword. As they made their way back with the hammer of justice, Twilight and Dawn found themselves seated upon a single steed, with Twilight in the front and Dawn behind. Dawn had initially been reluctant to share a mount with Twilight, but he insisted he could not sit still, urging her to periodically bestow holy light upon him. This was Twilight's realization that the Dominion blood within him was still intermittently active, continuously bringing him a searing pain, though not as intense as it had been at first. Prolonged activity of the Dominion blood would inevitably escalate its intensity, leading Twilight to once again lose his reason. The holy light, however, was precisely what could counteract and suppress the rhythm of the Dominion blood. As they ambled along the path, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Dawn, Twilight smiled and remarked, "This must be our first time riding a warhorse together. How splendid it would be if you were in the front and I in the back. Do you still have time for idle chatter? If I were you, I would be contemplating how to explain this to your teacher," Dawn retorted, pinching Twilight playfully but with a hint of irritation. "How could I possibly explain this? It's a situation that defies clear explanation, Twilight replied with a wry smile, as his attributes materialized before him. Character: Twilight 0 level, 53 strength, 102 agility, 70 spirit, 85 endurance, 110 willpower, 30 rank, tier 5 talent skills, resilience. Resilience is a warrior's essential quality, enabling one to persevere even in the direst of circumstances. Fury: having consumed the blood of the destroyer, it renders you uncontrollably furious, compelling you to strive for control. It will ignite your potential, significantly enhancing your speed and strength, though you will be left weakened afterwards. Bloodlust: an unknown blood flows within you, instilling an extraordinary craving for blood, allowing you to fight unwearied, growing ever more valiant in battle. Half-activated: evidently, having slain the orc high priest Woga had catapulted Twilight from level 46 to 53, and breaking through to tier 5 had significantly augmented his attributes, with both strength and endurance exceeding 100. Remarkably, even his willpower had experienced an increase, likely tied to this unforeseen event, and his last talent skill, Bloodlust, had shifted from unactivated to half-activated. At that moment, Twilight was also under the influence of a state known as Dominion Rhythm. Dominion Rhythm: a severe conflict has arisen between your body and the Dominion blood. Although the Dominion blood is temporarily suppressed, it will not remain dormant for long. That it will continuously assault you, leaving you with two choices. Either the Dominion blood conquers you, or you subdue the Dominion blood. What a ghastly state this is. Is it not suggesting that a sword of Damocles hangs precariously above me, poised to claim my life at any moment, just as the war between man and beast was nearing its conclusion? And I had successfully reached tier 5. I had scarcely had the chance to rejoice before calamity struck, a veritable descent from paradise into the abyss. Feeling the intermittent searing pain within, Twilight could only let out a bitter smile. You may struggle to explain, but you must. Should they perceive a connection between you and the abyss, your fate is sealed, Dawn said, her brow furrowed in concern. If I declare that I have no ties to the abyss, would you believe me? Twilight suddenly turned to Dawn, his expression serious. Even if I believe you, what significance does that hold? You must convince others of your innocence, Dawn replied, avoiding a direct answer. Twilight yearned to hear Dawn affirm her belief in him with unwavering conviction. Yet he was disappointed when she did not immediately side with him. With a sigh, he turned back, feeling a sense of loss and melancholy. If even the one he cherished could not believe him instantly, how could he expect others to? The atmosphere grew heavy with unease, and Dawn, seated behind Twilight, attempted to speak on 2 occasions, only to swallow her words each time. Upon their return to the human coalition camp of the Fidiot Duchy, night had already fallen, but the council hall remained brightly lit. As Twilight and Dawn entered, they found that aside from Zinsane, Hunaville, and others, Taglisa and Mog Copperhammer had also returned, along with the relentless pursuers of the orcs. Parnsandro and Duke Provide. At that moment, they were met with the sight of Count Milda lying motionless on the ground. What happened to Milda? Dawn exclaimed, her expression shifting as she rushed forward to inquire. Upon hearing Dawn's words, Zinsane glanced at Taglisa beside him and briefly recounted the situation regarding the Royal Knights. As Zinsane's narrative unfolded, tears streamed down Dawn's face as she gazed upon Milda. Unable to fathom that this somewhat rigid older brother, who had been by her side since childhood, was now lifeless, Twilight approached and gently supported the grieving Dawn, internally lamenting. Although he had had disagreements with Milda, they were merely differing perspectives concerning the orcs. He never anticipated Milda's untimely demise. This marked the second heroic figure lost to humanity, following Grand Marshal Kurtla. The pot does not leave the well unbroken. A general is bound to fall in battle. Do not grieve too deeply, Twilight consoled Dawn softly. What is the situation on your end? Zinsane inquired about the Hammer of Justice. At that juncture, Rankus provided a brief report on the orc slaying. While Twilight guided Dawn to a nearby seat that asked the commander, it would typically be his duty to report, but given the circumstances of Twilight's recent turmoil, it felt inappropriate for him to do so. Rankus, mindful of the crowd, refrained from divulging Twilight's state directly. Thus, all members of the human coalition pursuing the orc forces had returned, marking a significant phase in the war between man and beast. This conflict, which had embroiled 4 human nations, had inflicted devastating losses on all but the Sinbora, which suffered relatively minor casualties. The kingdom of Kurtla had been completely annihilated, and the Fidiot Duchy of Smutuo had been severely crippled. The other 2 duchies had also faced substantial troop losses, while the Darius Kingdom, which had contributed the most, found its third legion nearly decimated, and the first legion predominantly comprised new recruits. The Royal Knights were reduced to fewer than 3,000. And the Hammer of Justice suffered losses exceeding half its strength. Managing to muster 5,000 was already commendable, yet Milda had perished in battle. Of course, compared to the orcs, the human losses were still relatively light. The orc army, which had crossed the Sunset Mountains, had suffered greatly following their defeats at the Red Earth Heights and Smutuo, compounded by previous attrition. Now, only around 20,000 could successfully return to the Sunset Mountains from an initial force of 150,000. The outcomes of this battle had dealt a crippling blow to Darius, significantly contributing to its eventual downfall under the undead onslaught. As the moon gradually ascended, the ritual hall was left with only Taglisa, Zinsane, Dawn, and Arankis. It was then that Dawn recounted Twilight's sudden descent into madness. Upon hearing her account, both Zinsane and Taglisa's expressions shifted dramatically. Zinsane approached Twilight, placing a hand upon him, allowing strands of holy light to flow into his body. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, his brow deeply furrowed. He indeed sensed within Twilight a peculiar power resonating with the essence of the abyss, stirring restlessly. "What is this anomalous power within you?" Zinsane inquired. "This power manifested abruptly after I reached Tier 5. I cannot fully comprehend it. Teacher, can you assist me?" Twilight gazed intently at Zinsane, his words carrying a double meaning, taken aback for a moment. Zinsane chuckled. "You rascal, as my disciple, of course, I will help you. How do you feel now?" Hearing Zinsane's words, Twilight smiled, feeling a flicker of warmth within. In the epic world, anything related to the abyss was taboo. Especially in a nation like Darius, which was steeped in holy light, the emergence of an abyss-like aura within him would undoubtedly draw ire, potentially leading to execution to prevent future repercussions, a fate not uncommon in human realms. Twilight's earlier inquiry was a test of Zinsane's trust in him, and he was relieved that Zinsane did not disappoint him. Twilight gathered his thoughts and articulated, "I can sense that this is an exceedingly corrosive force, somewhat akin to shadow power. Although it has stabilized considerably since its initial eruption, it continues to seep forth like a spring, and the power of holy light can dissolve it. So, you are saying you cannot be without holy light. If you are separated from it for too long, that unknown power will once again accumulate and drive you to madness." Taglisa interjected. "I believe that is the case," Twilight admitted, feeling a sense of helplessness. This predicament was indeed troublesome. Twilight could not comprehend holy light himself, yet required it to suppress the ever-emerging foreign power within him. After a moment's contemplation, Zinsane unfastened the sword from his back, the Campero Guardian's sword, and handed it to Twilight. "Keep this sword with you. It will provide sufficient holy light to stabilize your body. No, teacher, this sword is your personal blade. What would you do without it?" Twilight protested, refusing to take the Guardian's sword, a treasured artifact of the Campero family, symbolizing the highest honor of their lineage. "It matters not whose hands it rests in, once a solution to your affliction is found. Returning it to me will not be too late," Shinsai remarked as he thrust the sword of the Guardian into Twilight's grasp. Upon taking hold of the blade, Twilight immediately sensed a warm energy coursing through his body, considerably alleviating the persistent burning pain he had endured. The foreign power reminiscent of shadowy forces was also subdued. Gazing at the sword, which shimmered with golden light and bore radiant orbs akin to miniature suns at both the hilt and tip, Twilight ceased to hesitate. He was resolute in his quest to resolve his predicament and would return the sword once he succeeded. Meanwhile, Rankus and Daiwalia, witnessing their mentor relinquish his sword to Twilight, could not help but feel a pang of envy. Their hearts stirred with admiration and jealousy despite their composure. "Twilight must honor your teacher's earnest intentions. This sword represents the highest honor of the Campello lineage," Tigresa urged. "Your Highness, I shall honor my teacher, and I will not betray Darius." Twilight responded with a respectful bow towards Tigresa and Shinsai. He understood well the source of Tigresa's concern. It was likely that many connected to him feared he might succumb to the abyss. Chapter 109. The return journey. After Twilight, Rankus, and Daiwalia departed the council chamber, only Tigresa, Morning Light, and Shinsai remained. Morning Light, her brow furrowed with worry, inquired, "Do you think Twilight might be?" Before she could finish, Shinsai shook his head in denial, fully aware of her unspoken question regarding whether Twilight was a seed embryo for the abyssal forces. "No, if Twilight were a demon embryo, you would have been unable to stop him at that moment. From what you have described, while Twilight may have been deranged, he did not completely lose his sanity. At least he refrained from attacking you, who was closest. Hearing Shinsai's words alleviated some of Morning Light's anxiety. She had been troubled ever since Twilight exuded an aura of the abyss, but out of concern for his feelings, she had refrained from voicing her worries. We will ascertain the truth upon returning to the royal city, once we summon our teacher. All malevolent entities will be laid bare before him, Tigresa declared. His vigilance regarding the abyss was not deeply rooted. Despite having read extensively about abyssal demons, he had yet to experience it firsthand. And thus his understanding paled in comparison to those who had. Morning Light nodded. It was only by consulting their mentor, Sarian Vio, that they could ensure Twilight's well-being. The following day, Twilight lay in bed, cradling the sword of the guardian, his face marred by dark circles. At that moment, Sagriel entered, startled by Twilight's appearance. You didn't rest well yesterday, did you? Sagriel asked. Twilight shot him an irritated glance and retorted, What? Does it not look obvious? He had been tormented all night by the relentless burning sensation within him. Sleep had been a distant luxury. Why are you so free today, seeking me out? Twilight turned to inquire, noting that Sagriel typically had little time to spare for idle chatter. Well, Twilight, the war has ended, and I plan to depart. Sagriel hesitated before speaking. Depart? Where to? Twilight was taken aback by Sagriel's statement. I don't know yet. But I wish to travel a bit before returning to Simbaela, Sagriel replied. Isn't that all right? Twilight questioned. It's fine. But, am I not good enough to you? Am I not a true brother? Before Sagriel could finish, Twilight pressed on. You are indeed a true brother to me, but I wish, for all my brotherly support, you would leave me just like that. Old Sag, you are truly heartless. Look at me now. Who knows what tomorrow holds? And you choose to leave at this moment. Twilight lamented, his expression sorrowful. Sagriel opened his mouth to respond. No need to say more. If you wish to leave, then go. Consider me as good as non-existent, Twilight declared, his heart heavy with grief. Over time, Twilight and Sagriel had forged a deep bond, and even though Twilight was putting on an act, Sagriel felt that departing now would be somewhat disloyal. All right, you win. I was wrong. I will not leave, Sagriel capitulated. Hearing Sagriel's words, Twilight quickly responded. A man of honor must keep his word. Indeed, I shall keep my word. Now, I must take my leave, Sagriel said with a resigned expression. As Sagriel exited the room, a faint smile crept onto Twilight's lips as he maliciously thought. Humph, you think you can outwit me? You won't escape unscathed. Stay by my side. Having spent time together, Twilight had discerned Sagriel's temperament. He was infatuated with fire spells and valued loyalty. As long as Twilight played the emotional card, he could always count on Sagriel's support. Had Sagriel known Twilight's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a powerful fireball in response. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Twilight remained with the fearless army and Shinsai's encampment. He could distinctly sense that many members of the Hammer of Justice now regarded him with suspicion rather than the previous friendliness. Twilight was powerless against this shift. Meanwhile, Shinsai and the other commanders utilized these 2 days to regroup the troops and address lingering issues. On this day, the troops' return journey to Darius was finalized. The fearless army, tasked with escorting the injured, was the first to set out, with Istar among them. Following them were the 1st Legion and the troops responsible for escorting the orc captives, and lastly, the Hammer of Justice and the Royal Knights, the greatest contributors to the battle, were to arrive. Additionally, high-ranking officials from the other 3 kingdoms would also converge upon Darius, where the leaders of the 4 kingdoms would gather in the royal city of Danamachus. The magical and puppet forces of Simbaela had already returned 2 days prior, while the 5th Legion of Kurtla had directly returned to Kurtla to prepare for the impending reconstruction efforts. As Istar sat in the carriage, he observed Twilight with keen interest, noting the dark circles under his eyes. What has you so focused on me? Twilight, his weariness evident, inquired. I find myself curious about your condition, Istar replied. With a slight smile of resignation, Twilight asked, May I request something of you? Speak, Istar nodded. Once we arrive in the royal city, could you teach that oaf some combat skills? Twilight gestured towards Cetes, who was riding atop a war bear. Teaching you is one thing, but bringing along a lumbering giant. You certainly know how to plan, Istar remarked, turning to regard Cetes. However, that brute possesses potential. With proper training, he could stand on his own. When you come to me in the future, feel free to bring him along, Istar added, clearly impressed by the hulking figure that had sent the Bearfolk chieftain flying. Realizing that Istar had acquiesced, Twilight's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Minner. Seti's innate talent was not lacking. His physical prowess alone was enough to overshadow most. And with the guidance of a skilled teacher, even a small amount of instruction could lead to extraordinary growth that would surpass his past life. 4 days later, the returning troops first arrived at Black Sea City, where they were warmly welcomed by the Lord and residents. However, the troops did not linger long in Black Sea City. They merely regrouped before continuing their journey. 3 days later, the resplendent Danamakas came into view. Meanwhile, the main thoroughfare of the royal city was teeming with people eagerly awaiting the triumphant return of the troops. King Darius V had also appeared at the city gates, personally there to greet the returning heroes. As the fearless army and numerous wounded soldiers first arrived at the royal city, a cacophony of cheers erupted, a heartfelt tribute to the valiant warriors returning from the battlefield upon entering the royal city. Arrangements were swiftly made for the injured, and Twilight and the others were guided to the prearranged encampment. Before the fearless army could reach their designated quarters, an even more fervent wave of cheers erupted from the direction of the city gates. Interspersed with shouts praising Darius, Twilight understood that this marked the arrival of the First Legion and the Orc captives, and when the Royal Knights and the Hammer of Justice arrived, the cheers reached a fever pitch. As for the grand welcome ceremony in Darius, we shall set that aside for now. In the days that followed, the high-ranking officials from the 4 nations spent their time in meetings, primarily discussing the reconstruction of the Kurtla kingdom as well as issues of post-war rewards and compensations. Darius was particularly invested in the rebuilding of Kurtla, not merely due to their status as brother kingdoms, but also because Kurtla served as a defensive line to the northwest of Darius. As long as Kurtla stood strong, Darius had no reason to fear the enemies beyond the Sunset Mountains. As for the contentious issues surrounding the reconstruction of the Kingdom of Kultura, the Suntueo Federation undoubtedly stands at the forefront of criticism. They have epitomized the avaricious demeanor of the nobility, and in a bid to secure assistance from Suntueo for the reconstruction of his own kingdom, Payne Sandro has discreetly relinquished numerous privileges. Ultimately, Donis V pressured Suntueo into providing financial aid, leveraging his authority, for Suntueo is indeed a hub of commerce. Next arose the matter of compensation for the various military units. This issue, due to the distinction between private and public forces, was left to the discretion of each nation. However, when nations formulated their compensation plans, the Revenge Army, originally affiliated with Kultura, found itself in a predicament. The Suntueo Federation had entirely overlooked the Revenge Army when determining the compensation, as they had already come under Kultura's command, and Kultura, whether intentionally or not, failed to acknowledge the Revenge Army led by Dakris in their calculations. With so many lives lost and no compensation provided, the families of the fallen soldiers were left to ponder their future survival. Dakris, the commander of the Revenge Army, promptly sought a discussion with his superior, only to be met with the dismissive response, "You are a volunteer force, and you have been aiding Suntueo against the orcs. If you desire compensation, you should approach Suntueo." Thus rebuffed, Dakris turned to Marshal Gut of Suntueo, yet was similarly sent away with a reiteration of the same sentiment. "You volunteered for this battle and are now under Kultura's banner. You have no further ties to Suntueo." With Suntueo indifferent and Kultura unresponsive, this once valiant volunteer army found itself in a state of neglect. How could Dakris endure such indignation? He could forego rewards, but compensation was imperative, for the majority of the volunteers were retired veterans, each with families to support. Now that they had perished, their own nation refused to provide compensation, leaving their families in dire straits. Chapter 110. Reunion with Amaranth. On this day, Archbishop Sarian Vio arrived in the royal city of Danimarcas, where he was greeted by Xian Sain, Chensi, and Tigresa. Sarian's primary purpose for visiting Danimarcas was to attend the funeral of his beloved apprentice, Milda, and to reconnect with an old friend, Master. Upon witnessing Milda's lifeless form, Chensi's concern for her mentor was palpable, as she feared the toll this might take on Sarian, given his advanced age. Yet, contrary to her apprehension, Sarian appeared remarkably composed. At his age, he had encountered every facet of life, and had long since come to terms with the inevitabilities of existence. "Let us proceed," Sarian sighed softly, leading the way toward the Danimarcas Monastery. The Danimarcas Monastery, a smaller replica of the Sostantine Monastery, served as a congregation point for the paladins and priests of the royal city, where Twilight had been residing for several days. On the way, Xian Sain briefly updated Sarian on the situation concerning Twilight. Upon arriving, Sarian approached Twilight directly, channeling holy light from his hands into Twilight's body, witnessing the foreign energy within him dissipate like winter snow in spring. However, as Sarian's holy power waned, the foreign energy reemerged, indicating that he could not eradicate this force entirely. Sarian raised an eyebrow and spoke with a gentle tone. "Child, relinquish the sword of the guardian. Do not suppress the power within you. Instead, endeavor to release it fully." Heeding Sarian's words, Twilight did not hesitate to place the sword aside and cease to contain the corrosive energy surging within him. The familiar sensation of searing pain returned, intensifying with each passing moment until he was sweating profusely. As Twilight willingly released his energy, it surged forth more rapidly, pushing his body to its limits and clouding his consciousness. "Archbishop, I cannot endure this any longer," Twilight bellowed, striking Sarian with a fist. In that instant, a golden magical barrier enveloped Twilight, thwarting both his attack and the leakage of his aura. His blows only generated ripples across the barrier, failing to budge it. Moments passed as Twilight's strikes grew increasingly frantic, accompanied by anguished howls, bringing him to the brink of collapse. Sarian observed as a flicker of flame ignited in Twilight's eyes, a harbinger of demonic transformation. Without hesitation, Sarian summoned his holy light, initiating a clash of two powers within Twilight, who could not help but roar in pain. After a considerable duration, Twilight's eyes gradually regained clarity that he glanced at those present, then collapsed onto the ground. "Master, how is he?" Chensi inquired with concern. "Do not worry. There is nothing grave. The dark power within him is likely related to his physical condition, but his soul bears no connection to the abyss," Sarian reassured her. Through his brief examination, Sarian had not detected any direct link between Twilight and the abyss, for one must understand that abyssal demons would invariably establish a fleeting connection with the distant abyssal realm during their descent. "That is a relief," Chensi sighed. Her worries alleviated. Not only Chensi, but Exion Cyan and Tigresa also felt a weight lift, particularly Exion Cyan, for Sarian's judgment would prevent many from viewing Twilight as a heretic, at least with Sarian's endorsement. The Hammer of Justice would no longer regard Twilight with such disdain. "What shall we do now?" Chensi asked. Though they had confirmed that Twilight bore no direct connection to the abyss, his current condition could not persist indefinitely. "It seems to be a matter of his physique. We should take him to the Alchemical Society. I am curious to uncover the secrets within this young man's body," Sarian remarked with interest, for few things could pique his curiosity in these times. Before long, the unconscious Twilight awoke under the radiance of Sarian's holy light, and together with Sarian, Exion Cyan, and Chensi, they proceeded to the Alchemical Society, while the fourth prince, Tigresa, was unable to accompany them due to pressing official matters. The Alchemical Society in Daris served as a comprehensive research institution, primarily focused on developing new innovations. Guided by a specialist, the four soon arrived at an expansive courtyard, albeit somewhat secluded. There, Twilight encountered a familiar face, the witch Amaranth, accompanied by an elderly man. "Banks, I have come to see you," Sarian greeted the elder. The old man is Banks, a master of alchemy and a fervent researcher, Chensi quietly informed Twilight, recognizing his unfamiliarity with Banks. Upon hearing Sarian's voice, the elder turned and greeted him with a hearty laugh. "What brings you, old friend? Since you do not come to see me." "I must come to see you," Sarian replied, their camaraderie stemming from decades of friendship. "Enough with the pleasantries. What do you want?" Banks countered, well aware of Sarian's penchant for seeking him out for matters of import. Sarian wasted no time and began discussing Twilight's situation, prompting Amaranth to take notice of the young man. "Ah, young one, it seems we meet again," Amaranth said with a smile. "What brings you to the royal city?" "Elder," Twilight inquired, emboldened by Sarian's presence. "I have my own matters to attend to," Amaranth replied. As Twilight conversed with Amaranth, Banks approached, scrutinizing him with keen interest, soon leading Twilight to a solitary bed. "Never would I have imagined that upon our reunion, you would become my research subject," Amaranth jested, observing the young man reclined on the bed. Twilight felt a chill run down his spine at her ominous words, just as Amaranth produced a syringe and injected it into his arm. Before long, he felt a heaviness in his head, and soon after, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Not long after, Sarian and the others departed the Alchemical Society. On the way, Chensi could not suppress her concerns. "Master, do you think Twilight will be in any danger there? When did my little Chensi become so concerned for another? It seems your heart has taken a liking," Sarian teased with a grin. Master, what nonsense are you speaking? He is merely my subordinate, Chincy retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Twilight is still my disciple. I am not the one in a rush, Ensign chimed in, adding fuel to the playful banter. Do not speak recklessly, or I shall take offense, Chincy warned, her face growing warm from a blend of anger and shyness. Seeing her flustered demeanor, both Sarian and Ensign erupted in laughter, reminiscing about how, in her younger years, Chincy would often seek solace from Sarian whenever Ensign teased her, leading to Ensign receiving his just desserts. When Twilight awoke, it was already the following morning, still in the solitary bed. Early that day, Chincy and Amaranth sat nearby, engaged in light conversation. Awake, I never anticipated the potency of your blood. It rivals that of some formidable abyssal demons, Amaranth remarked upon his awakening, after their examination the previous night. They had confirmed that the blood coursing through Twilight's veins bore striking similarities to that of abyssal demons. Have you uncovered the truth? The Twilight inquired. Is that so? Your anomaly originates from your blood. It can be said that every circulation of your blood generates a certain amount of negative energy, which is incompatible with your surroundings, resulting in your current predicament. I truly cannot fathom how you have managed to survive thus far, Amaranth remarked. Is there any way to resolve this? Twilight asked with a hint of urgency, unwilling to rely on the holy light to suppress the power within him for a lifetime. There is no remedy, unless you allow your blood to cease its flow, Amaranth replied, shaking her head. The thought of blood ceasing to flow was tantamount to death. Twilight rolled his eyes in silence. That moment. Dawn, fearing that Twilight might lose hope, interjected, Do not despair. Banks and Sister Amaranth have developed a potion for you. It can inhibit the flow of your blood, which will alleviate your discomfort significantly. Upon exiting the Alchemy Association, Twilight found himself in possession of several vials of green potion, concocted by Amaranth and Banks to temper the speed of his blood flow. After consuming it, Twilight indeed felt a great deal better, at least free from the constant agony of his body's burning sensation. However, before parting, Amaranth cautioned him not to engage in combat lightly, for once he entered a battle state, the flow of his blood would accelerate once more. Twilight was acutely aware of his own physical condition. Previously, for reasons unknown, the blood of the sovereign within him had remained dormant, merely concealed within his body. Yet upon reaching the 5th tier, he inadvertently activated the sovereign blood, which, although merging with his own, created a conflict within his body. After all, he was human. Had he been an abyssal demon, such a conflict would not have arisen. The solution to this dilemma was quite simple. If Twilight transformed into a demon, the problem would be resolved. However, as a human, he would never choose such a path, not even in death. In the following days, Twilight accompanied Ceres to study under Ismail each morning. Although he was compelled to avoid physical confrontation due to his condition, he remained an attentive listener. During the afternoons, he spent his time in the monastery with Hazet and others. Yet he was not oblivious to the happenings around him. He learned of the differential treatment faced by the revenge army led by Docres, which had already erupted into minor conflicts in pursuit of their rightful status. Docres even sent envoys to seek justice from King Donasv, but they were met with rejection as Princess Sanaka dismissed them from the royal city, a fact Twilight only discovered later. Consequently, Twilight approached his mentor and the first Prince Drius, hoping to persuade Kultura to grant the revenge army a fairer treatment. However, both Nusane and Drius dismissed the matter, considering it an issue pertaining to another nation. Left with no choice, Twilight could only watch the situation unfold with a detached gaze. By this point in time, it was the dawn of a new era, and Twilight was aware that the revenge army would soon erupt into a full-scale rebellion, igniting the flames of insurrection across Delunris, New Urgulin, and Dagger Ridge, leaving Smudo and Kultura to deal with the aftermath. Upon returning from Ismail's, Twilight learned from Nusane that Hazet, Odison, Fred, and others were set to be officially knighted as members of the Hammer of Justice, a distinction he would not share. Are you somewhat disappointed? Nusane asked with concern, aware that Twilight's aspiration had been to join Hazet and the others as a Knight of Justice, a dream now dashed. Twilight lifted his gaze to his mentor, exhaling deeply before shaking his head. I wouldn't say I'm disappointed, but I do feel a sense of loss. However, I bear no ill will towards anyone. I am genuinely happy for Hazet and the others. Observing his favored disciple, Nusane recognized the unfairness Twilight had endured. With his merits, Twilight should have been more than just a Knight of Justice. He could have easily commanded a territory. Yet, the formal bestowal of the title was no simple matter. It required deliberation among the high-ranking members of the Hammer of Justice, typically involving a prince and culminating in a personal blessing from the archbishop. Twilight's exclusion from the title was a decision made by New Sane himself, who, as a bishop, could not show favoritism towards his disciple. Especially given Twilight's unique circumstances. You have indeed faced unfairness. Do you have any other requests? If so, let me know, and I shall assist you, New Sane offered, seeking to compensate Twilight in whatever way possible. Teacher, I wish to acquire a fief, even if it is in a remote area. Twilight considered his response carefully. Do you truly wish to go outside? Have you thought this through? New Sane inquired. Yes, Twilight affirmed with a nod. Which territory do you desire? New Sane continued. For an ordinary individual, the leap from commoner to knight or noble could be daunting, but Twilight was different. His exceptional contributions on the battlefields of the Red Earth Highlands and Smudo Offadite warranted such recognition. And with New Sane's assistance, acquiring a territory should be feasible. After a moment of contemplation, Twilight replied, the upper reaches of the Dallin River, specifically the area east of the wild marshlands, Prudolin, I believe, should still be available. And I wish to claim it. Listening to Twilight's choice, New Sane furrowed his brow, not due to the location's appeal, but rather its notorious chaos, as few were willing to venture there. Prudolin, situated south of the Black Sea City, boasted a favorable environment and geography, nestled between Smudo and Darius, not far from Simbora, with the Dallin River nearby, offering direct access to both Smudo and Kultura. However, its prime location, coupled with vast forests and mountains, had transformed it into a haven for bandits and rogues, far more formidable than those of Dagger Ridge. Furthermore, due to its position as a borderland, Darius had been reticent to intervene, resulting in Prudolin becoming a lawless zone. Have you truly considered this? New Sane asked, a note of concern in his voice. Indeed, I have, Twilight replied, having weighed his desire for the territory carefully. Beyond the resources he sought, the strategic significance of Prudolin was undeniable, if not for the alliance among the four nations. It would be a battleground of contention that he recalled how, during his time in the game, the third major guild, the Rose Legion, had steadily expanded its influence through that very territory, as for the bandits and fugitives. Twilight would not hesitate to deal with them. He was not one to show mercy. Of course, should New Sane object to this choice, Twilight had other locations in mind. His initial mention of Prudolin was strategic. There would likely be less resistance. And it was closer to Docry's stronghold, facilitating his efforts. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall speak with His Majesty and the Prince in the coming days. I trust His Majesty will not place obstacles in your path. New Sane affirmed, feeling reassured by Twilight's resolve. Thank you, teacher. Upon receiving New Sane's agreement, Twilight's face broke into a genuine smile. For the first time since returning to the monastery. As night fell, Twilight stood alone in the courtyard, slowly wielding the resplendent Campello, the guardian sword, while reflecting on the lessons imparted by Istil that day. At that moment, a cool voice echoed from behind him. I hear you wish to claim a fief. Twilight turned to see Dawn approaching and nodded. Indeed. You must have heard it from teacher. What prompted this sudden desire to venture out, especially to such a place? Dawn inquired, puzzled. What can I accomplish if I remain here? Twilight countered, feeling trapped as if he were a bird in a cage awaiting death. But your current condition is not suited for such an endeavor, Dawn argued. Twilight regarded Dawn for a moment before asking, I am curious. Are you concerned for my health or fearful that I might one day transform into a demon? You insolent fool, what nonsense are you spouting? I merely came to find you out of sheer boredom, Dawn retorted angrily, turning to leave. Realizing his words may have crossed a line, Twilight quickly stepped forward, grasped Dawn's hand, and pulled her close. I apologize. I did not mean it, he murmured, his gaze downcast. Let go. I wish to return, Dawn insisted, breaking free of his grip and making to leave. In response, Twilight called after her. Rest assured, I have a plan for my condition. I will find a solution. Hearing his words, Dawn paused briefly before hastily departing. As the dawn faded away, Twilight shook his head, reflecting on how the morning light would never have scolded him in the past, nor would he have spoken in such a manner. However, this was not necessarily a negative development. It indicated that the bond between the two had significantly deepened, evolving from the dynamic of an elder sister with her younger brother or a superior with a subordinate, into something akin to that of intimate friends or even romantic partners. Chapter 112. Preparation. The efficiency of the new scene was remarkably swift, within a span of fewer than 5 days. The matters concerning Twilight's domain had been finalized, awaiting only the formal decree of investiture from Decisive. Twilight also commenced preparations for his impending journey to his fief, to govern his territory effectively. It was essential to have capable individuals at his disposal. Thus, Twilight resolved to visit the slave market, accompanied by Sage Rel and Cetis. The trio made their way to the bustling commercial streets situated between the inner city and the outer district, where the grandest slave market of Darnamachas lay at the end of the thoroughfare, adjacent to a renowned arena that attracted many affluent and desperate individuals alike. "Good sir, are you in need of slaves? We have a plethora of varieties." A vendor greeted as Twilight entered the market. "What types of slaves do you possess?" Twilight inquired casually. "We have humans, ogres, kobolds, and even orcs and barbarians," the slave trader enthusiastically introduced. Upon hearing this, Twilight furrowed his brow slightly. Was it not said that orc captives were to be transported to Kultura for its reconstruction? How then did orc slaves appear on the market so swiftly? This fleeting thought crossed his mind as he asked, "How many of these barbarians do you have?" "Fewer than 500, just captured from a small tribe last month," the trader replied. "Show me," Twilight commanded. "Of course. This way, please." The trader gestured for Twilight and his companions to follow him to a large courtyard nearby. Upon entering, Twilight's eyes were immediately drawn to a series of iron cages of varying sizes, housing a number of listless slaves, ogres, kobolds, and predominantly humans. Most of these individuals appeared to be criminals, fallen nobles, or former personal slaves of the aristocracy, although some were undoubtedly abducted through illicit means. As they ventured deeper, they were led to a large iron cage covered with cloth. When the trader unveiled the black fabric, Twilight beheld hundreds of tall, yet emaciated barbarian slaves within. The barbarians were a fiercely combative race, with an average adult possessing nearly 5th-tier strength. Their fighting style bore a striking resemblance to that of the orcs, brutal and savage, easily losing their wits in a fit of rage, despite their imposing stature and formidable combat prowess. Most barbarians resided far north in the icy tundra, with few daring to venture into the realms of mankind. The 500 present were already considered a considerable number, yet to Twilight, it felt somewhat inadequate. "Have these barbarians been tamed?" Twilight casually inquired. They are mostly tamed." The trader hesitated for a brief moment. Noticing the trader's reluctance, Twilight approached the cage and addressed the barbarians. "I wish to procure your services for battle. Will you join me?" "Dream on." "Cursed human, barbarians will never bow to anyone," bellowed a robust barbarian, spitting as he spoke. Taking a small step back to avoid the spray, Twilight continued, "You appear to have been starving for quite some time. By following me, at the very least, you will have food and a stable home. I shall give you a few days to consider. Reflect on whether you would prefer to be mistreated here or to accompany me and ensure the survival of your tribe." With that, Twilight returned to the trader and asked, "Do you have any slaves who have served in the military or as guards?" "Apologies, my lord. We did have several recently, but they have all been sold," the trader replied. To acquire soldier or guard slaves, conflicts between territories would need to arise, yet under the leadership of Decisive, such conflicts had become increasingly rare in the kingdom of Darius. Moreover, with the nobility of Darius having sent their guards to the battlefield, any experienced combat slaves had already been purchased to replenish their ranks. Seeing no other option, Twilight said, "Then take me to see other human slaves. I require able-bodied men, preferably those with families. The more, the better." Upon hearing Twilight's request, the trader's expression brightened, recognizing the potential for a substantial transaction. "Right this way, sir." Under the trader's guidance, Twilight soon arrived at a series of larger iron cages, where he estimated around 2,000 human slaves awaited. These slaves were just delivered. They were originally private slaves of a baron whose family was exiled after his conviction, the trader explained. "Select the healthy ones for me to inspect," Twilight ordered with an authoritative tone. "Certainly." The trader complied swiftly, bringing forth all able-bodied adult males who were not overly weak. Twilight stepped forward to examine the selected men and asked, "Who among you has family here? Bring them out as well." Upon hearing Twilight's words, the chosen male slaves exchanged glances and quickly located their relatives from the rear of the cage. Soon, only about 300 women and children remained, gazing pitifully at Twilight. They desperately hoped that a noble lord or knight would purchase them, providing an escape from this hellish place in this grim setting. These slaves enjoyed no rights whatsoever. They faced daily hunger and frequent abuse, with those possessing even a hint of beauty often subjected to vile fates. Sold to brothels once they had outlived their utility. Twilight understood that acquiring them would serve no purpose for him at this stage, yet he found himself unable to harden his heart. He realized that if he bought the others and left these women and children behind, their fate would be undoubtedly tragic, as the callous slave traders regarded them as mere liabilities. Is this all the humans you have? What is the price? Twilight ultimately found himself unable to ignore his conscience. Adult males cost 2 gold coins, while women and children are priced at 1 gold coin each. The trader expertly quoted the prices. Such a paltry sum for a human life, Twilight mused internally, yet he stated, 1 gold coin for adult males, and 50 silver coins for women and children, that if you agree, I will purchase everyone in the cage. If not, I shall take my business elsewhere. Hearing Twilight's offer, the trader's face displayed a conflicted expression, realizing he was dealing with a knowledgeable buyer. Selling the slaves at that price would yield him only a meager profit. My lord, that won't do. Selling at that price would result in a loss for us, the trader lamented. Add 20 silver coins to the price of each adult male, and we have a deal. If not, I shall take my leave, Twilight replied. My lord, please add, the trader began, but Twilight turned to leave. Seeing this, the trader quickly acquiesced. Agreed, my lord, we have a deal. How many individuals are there in total? Twilight inquired, turning back. There are 1,200 adult males, 490 women, and 140 children, the trader responded. Calculating the total cost in his mind, Twilight produced a 500-coin banknote and handed it to the trader. Consider this a deposit. These slaves will remain here for now, and I will return to collect them in a few days. Understood, my lord, the trader replied promptly, accepting the banknote. After departing from the first slave trader, Twilight did not pause but continued on to another vendor. Determined to assemble a force of 5,000, he intended to personally train them, ensuring they possessed a certain level of combat proficiency before arriving at Praetorian. Upon reaching the second slave trader, Twilight lifted the curtain to enter, only to be collided with by a small figure. The impact caused no harm to Twilight, but the diminutive figure, a ragged little girl with wild black hair, tumbled to the ground. The girl's face was etched with terror, and upon regaining her feet, she attempted to flee without even glancing at Twilight. However, a large hand seized her by the back of her collar, lifting her into the air, revealing a bloodied man behind her. Little wretch, did you think you could escape? Fear not. I certainly won't kill you just yet, the man growled menacingly. Let me go, you pervert. The little girl struggled against his grip. The man struck her sharply across the face, reveling in his cruelty. Huh, indeed, I am a pervert. Just wait and see how I entertain you today. Hey, how much for this little girl? Twilight interjected, calling out to the man. Only then did the man seem to notice Twilight and his companions. Ah, sir, this little slave is still untrained. Step inside to see many other fine specimens. He leered suggestively as he spoke. It appears that this individual has mistakenly perceived himself as one who desires to purchase a female slave, as he coldly declared, I want this young girl. Name your price. My lord, you are putting me in a difficult position, the burly man replied. His face contorted with distress. With a disdainful snort, the protagonist produced the emblem of the justice hammer and placed it before the man's eyes, stating, I have witnessed illicit activities occurring here. Do you believe I won't dismantle this establishment? At this, the nearby Sethis let out a fierce roar in agreement. My lord, I mean no offense. If you fancy this little wretch, please take her as a token of my respect, the large man quickly conceded, his expression shifting dramatically upon seeing the badge in the protagonist's hand. I shall not take her for free. Here is 100 gold coins, which shall serve as payment for this girl. With that, the protagonist grasped the girl's hand and began to exit, the slave trader effectively extinguishing any desire the protagonist had to venture further inside. Chapter 113, Reunion with Belindicons. What is your name? The protagonist inquired of the small girl beside him. I'm Hikis Maso. Thank you for saving me. From this moment forth, I am yours. The little girl looked up with her large eyes, gazing adoringly at him. Her words brought a smile to the protagonist's face as he affectionately ruffled her tousled black hair, saying, See, we both have dark hair, which signifies that we are fated to meet. Destiny has guided me to save you. How did you end up in this place? And where are your family? He continued to question. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of sorrow crossed Hikis's eyes as she lowered her gaze and replied, "They are gone. They perished at the hands of robbers." Lifting her head, Hikis stated, "Since you claim it was fate that saved me, I shall follow you from now on, if that is all right." "Indeed, you shall stay by your brother's side from now on," the protagonist said with a gentle smile, pinching Hikis's cheek playfully. "Yes," Hikis nodded resolutely. And in that moment, the protagonist's warm smile etched itself deeply into her heart. With Hikis in tow, the protagonist and his companions continued their journey into the slave market. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of slaves, including female slaves from both the Sun Elves and Night Elves, two races that harbored deep resentment towards the enslavement of their kin. Soon after, the protagonist purchased 4,000 human slaves from a larger slave trader, comprising 3,000 men and the rest women and children. He reserved a portion as a deposit and arranged to return in a couple of days for the remainder, although the number of adult male humans fell short of 5,000. The protagonist decided to leave the slave market as his funds were beginning to dwindle. The remainder would be spent on armor and weapons for these individuals, for battles were inevitable upon arriving at his fiefdom. As the protagonist and his companions exited the slave market, they were called back by a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw a woman whom he recognized, Belinda Cons, the cherished jewel of Duchess Alexia, with whom he had crossed paths on 2 occasions. "I never expected to encounter you here, Miss Belinda." "It's a pleasure to see you, Miss Belinda," he greeted her politely, acknowledging her past assistance. "I only noticed you after I saw your guards." "What brings you here?" Belinda asked, gesturing toward the slave market. "I intend to purchase some slaves," the protagonist replied candidly. "Slaves?" Belinda's delicate brows furrowed slightly, recalling the protagonist's impending appointment to the fief of Pritorin. "Are you planning to acquire slaves to serve as guardians for your domain?" she inquired. "Yes, Miss Belinda." "Where are you headed?" The protagonist nodded in affirmation. "It has been a long time since I visited the arena. I happen to have some free time today, so I came here to take a look. Would you care to join me? The duels here are quite thrilling." Belinda extended an invitation. "That sounds wonderful. I would love to join." The protagonist accepted her offer without hesitation. Thus, the protagonist and his companions accompanied Belinda Cons to the arena. "Welcome, Miss Belinda. Your seat has been prepared." A servant approached her as they entered. Guided by the servant, they soon arrived at a room on the 3rd floor, where they had a clear view of the arena below. "Do you frequent this place often?" the protagonist asked as he gazed down from the window. "Roughly so, whenever I have the time. I come to watch. I enjoy the wild atmosphere here," Belinda remarked, standing beside him. Surprised by her response, the protagonist paused to inquire, "Does your Mandragora consortium deal in weapons and armor?" "Are you looking to purchase weapons and armor?" Belinda asked, realizing that this might have been the reason the protagonist accepted her invitation. "Since you are aware that my fief is in Pritorin, you must also know the circumstances there. I must prepare myself." "Mustn't I?" the protagonist explained, directing his gaze toward Belinda Cons. "I truly wonder why you chose that particular place. Tell me, what weapons and armor do you seek? I will sell them to you at 20% below market price," Belinda offered, unable to comprehend the protagonist's choice. "I am truly grateful, Miss Belinda, that I would like 3,000 one-handed swords, 3,000 half-body shields, 1,500 longbows, and 4,000 sets of chainmail." The protagonist specified his desired purchases. Upon hearing the protagonist's request, Belinda gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, that is quite a considerable order. However, truth be told, it would be wasteful to arm those common slave folk with such equipment. You should consider acquiring some gladiators. Their combat prowess would far surpass that of the commoners." "The gladiators here are far too expensive for my budget," the protagonist replied, shaking his head. The gladiators here were at least of the 4th tier, and with the protagonist's finances, he could only afford 30 to 50 of them at most. As they conversed, a raucous cheer erupted from below, signaling the commencement of a new duel. This was a 4-man battle, with only one permitted to survive, and the atmosphere immediately ignited with excitement. Each time a combatant fell, the audience erupted into wild applause. Standing by the window, the protagonist silently observed the primal violence unfolding below and the ecstatic crowd around them. It was undeniable that gladiatorial combat was an entertainment that ignited a bloodthirsty desire within the heart. As time passed and one duel after another concluded, just as the protagonist prepared to take his leave to discuss with Belinda Cons, the arena erupted into the loudest cheers of the day. Emerging from the arena were 10 individuals who quickly gathered together, and soon after, a man wielding a massive two-handed sword stepped forward. Betis, Betis, Betis. The crowd chanted the name of the man with fervor, creating a spectacular scene. Shortly thereafter, with the waving of flags from the high platform, the 10 individuals standing together embraced one another, while the man named Betis disregarded them entirely and charged forward with his sword. Observing Betis engage in combat against 10 opponents single-handedly, the protagonist's expression shifted for the first time. Betis exhibited formidable strength and exceptional swordsmanship. The protagonist silently compared himself and realized that if he faced this individual alone, he would likely suffer a devastating defeat. Not only would he struggle, but even Istar's disciple, Russell, would find their odds of victory against Betis to be roughly 50-50. Such a talented swordsman like Betis is wasted here, the protagonist remarked to Belinda Cons, who was captivated by the unfolding battle. His name is Betis the Holy Sword. Currently the most popular gladiator in this arena. It is said that he is of mixed heritage between the sun, elves, and humans. I am uncertain how the arena's owner came to acquire him. All I know is that Betis the Holy Sword chose to stay of his own accord, Belinda excitedly informed the protagonist. Upon hearing Belinda's words, the protagonist's expression froze momentarily. Betis the Holy Sword, a half-elf. These two phrases struck him like a bolt of lightning, revealing the identity of the combatant below. Betis the Holy Sword, a human and sun-elf hybrid, abandoned by his parents at a young age, had endured ridicule from the sun-elf community due to his mixed heritage. Upon arriving in the human kingdom, he faced relentless bullying. However, Betis possessed an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, achieving hero-level mastery through his insights gained in combat. Yet, the traumas of his childhood left him feeling no sense of belonging to either humans or sun-elves. And very few knew of the name Betis the Holy Sword. His most famous battle occurred when he inadvertently trespassed into the lair of a dragon, resulting in a siege by the dragon. Ultimately, he slaughtered several dragons to escape, becoming a mortal enemy of the dragon race and rising to fame as a result. The details of Betis's lineage and his past were later revealed through official channels. As the protagonist recalled the tale of Betis, a peculiar light sparkled in his eyes. The nearby Sagriel shivered involuntarily, uncertain of what schemes were now brewing in the protagonist's mind. Chapter 114. Baptiste the Sacred Sword and Belinda's Farewell. As Twilight contemplated how to recruit Baptiste the Sacred Sword, thoughts occupied his mind throughout the journey. Baptiste's current prowess was modest, merely at the 7th tier, presenting an opportune moment for Twilight to act. He was acutely aware of Baptiste's boundless potential for the future. However, securing the allegiance of such an individual would likely prove challenging. Although the details of Baptiste's arrival at the arena eluded him, it was evident that a character of his stature would not be easily persuaded to follow. Identifying his vulnerabilities was essential. But what could be Baptiste's weakness? Money. That seemed implausible, as Twilight himself was on the brink of financial ruin. Power. What authority did Twilight possess at present, especially since his territory had yet to be officially granted to him? After some reflection, he surmised that he could only approach this matter from the angles of strength and camaraderie. Over the next 2 days, Twilight diligently sought information about Baptiste the Sacred Sword. From a fellow staff member at the arena, he learned that the owner of the arena had once saved Baptiste's life, subsequently turning him into a gladiatorial slave. Remarkably, within just 2 years, Baptiste ascended from a 5th-tier warrior ranger to the 7th tier. During that time, many sought to purchase him, yet Baptiste remained indifferent, opting to continue his stay in the arena. Twilight speculated that Baptiste's reluctance to leave stemmed from the continuous battles that undoubtedly aided his strength enhancement. One day, Twilight ventured alone into the arena. After paying a sum of 30 gold coins, he was granted an audience with Baptiste in a dilapidated wooden shack. "Who are you?" Baptiste queried coldly upon Twilight's entrance. "I am the one who wishes to take you away," Twilight replied, stating his intention while scrutinizing Baptiste closely. This marked his first opportunity to observe Baptiste up close. Baptiste possessed the incandescent skin and elongated physique characteristic of the Sun Elves, though a prominent scar marred his visage, detracting from his allure. His brown hair was tied back, revealing pointed ears. "Take me away, just you." Baptiste scoffed at Twilight's ordinary garb, which included a shield and a large sword wrapped in cloth. "I would not have come without reason." "May I sit?" Twilight continued, disregarding Baptiste's disdain and finding a dark, rickety stool to settle upon. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Twilight Zero, an unestablished lord, soon to be granted a fief. Yet, these details are not the reason for my visit. I seek to form my own team, and I find myself in need of someone of your caliber. Not interested. Baptiste coldly interrupted, cutting Twilight off before he could elaborate, stifled by Baptiste's abrupt dismissal. Twilight prepared to respond, but Baptiste positioned his sword before him. Listen, my patience is limited. It would be wise for you to leave my quarters before I lose my temper. In the face of Baptiste's threat, Twilight raised an eyebrow, adopting a relaxed demeanor. You remain here solely to enhance your strength. I can offer you a superior path to achieve that. As Twilight anticipated, his words piqued Baptiste's interest. You, a mere fifth tier, what could you possibly offer to elevate my strength? Baptiste questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Are you familiar with Istar? I can procure his training methods and swordsmanship insights, Twilight replied, maintaining his composure. Istar. Baptiste recognized the name, having heard of the legendary figure even while entrenched in the arena. Moreover, before long, I will lead my team to explore the ruins of an ancient sage. I believe this endeavor might intrigue you, Twilight continued, revealing his genuine intentions, as exploring the sage's ruins was a matter he had resolved upon over the preceding days, directly linked to his own health issues. I wonder if these two conditions might pique your interest. Additionally, I am aware of certain aspects of your past. I must emphasize that my team includes individuals of mixed heritage and foreign races, yet they coexist harmoniously. Should you join us, I cannot guarantee anything else, but I assure you they will treat you well. After articulating his proposition, Twilight fell silent, observing Baptiste intently. As Baptiste processed Twilight's words, his expression shifted, revealing a flicker of menacing intent in his gaze, likely a painful reminder of past experiences. After a prolonged silence, Baptiste finally spoke. I do not trust your words, unless you can present Istar's swordsmanship insights. That was the sentence Twilight had been waiting for. A smile graced his lips as he replied, It's a deal. I shall return tomorrow without fail. Rising, he made his way toward the exit, only to hear Baptiste's voice call out behind him. Sick possesses my slave contract. You would do well to retrieve it. Upon hearing Baptiste's words, Twilight paused, nodding before exiting. After 2 days of inquiries, he was well aware of Sick's identity as the owner of the arena. However, judging by Baptiste's tone, the slave contract in Sick's possession was likely a standard one. Otherwise, Baptiste would not have spoken so nonchalantly, nor would he enjoy such freedom within the arena. The creation of a contract necessitated the acknowledgement of the laws, which granted it binding authority, standard contracts, while imposing significant constraints on ordinary individuals, wielded considerably less influence over powerful beings. Indeed, a strong slave could potentially turn against their master. Therefore, the more valuable the slave contract, the more precious it became, albeit with more stringent requirements for its execution. Twilight speculated that the contract between Sick and Baptiste was a low-tier agreement established when Sick saved Baptiste. Upon leaving the arena, Twilight made his way directly to Istar's residence. At that moment, Ceres was training under Istar's guidance. Having discarded his black iron greatsword at Istar's behest, Ceres was now unarmed, as Istar believed that Ceres's formidable strength and explosive power would be better channeled without a weapon in hand. Upon arriving at Istar's home, Twilight first observed Ceres's training before seeking out Istar. Master, I wish to request a favor from you. Twilight addressed Istar upon their meeting. Oh, what is it now, young one? Istar inquired, having already invested considerable effort into instructing the somewhat simple-minded Ceres. May I share the swordsmanship insights you provided me with someone else? Twilight hesitated before asking. The insights in his possession were specifically prepared for him by Istar. In truth, had Twilight covertly shared them with Baptiste, Istar would likely have been none the wiser. However, Twilight adhered to the principle of treat others with sincerity, lest I be treated otherwise. If others were genuine with him, he reciprocated in kind. Despite Istar's strict demeanor during training, he genuinely cared for Twilight, making it impossible for Twilight to betray his trust. Istar's response caught Twilight off guard. He paused momentarily, then asked with a hint of severity, Who do you intend to share it with? Upon hearing Istar's question, Twilight recounted the details concerning Baptiste, emphasizing his extraordinary talent. Istar fell silent, contemplating the matter for a time. Finally, his expression remained impassive as he stated, Isn't the swordsmanship insight already in your possession? You may share it as you see fit. No need to consult me. The swordsmanship insights are yours. Master, without your permission, how could I dare to pass them on? Twilight replied with a smile. You rascal, the insights were specifically prepared for you. Since I have given them to you, you possess the right to manage them. Go on. Istar waved his hand dismissively, feeling a sense of satisfaction knowing that Twilight held him in high regard, affirming that his efforts in teaching were not in vain. With Istar's approval, Twilight assured him, "Rest assured. Master, Baptiste the sacred sword will not tarnish your swordsmanship." Chapter 115. Parting the following day, Twilight returned to Baptiste the sacred sword, bearing Istar's swordsmanship insights. Upon receiving the insights, Baptiste's rare display of excitement was evident. He became engrossed in the material, momentarily disregarding Twilight's presence. Having fulfilled his promise to Baptiste, Twilight sought out Sick, the owner of the arena. When Sick learned of Baptiste's willingness to leave, his expression was one of astonishment. However, when Twilight expressed his desire to purchase Baptiste's slave contract, Sick flatly refused, indicating he had no intention of relinquishing Baptiste. It was understandable. Baptiste had become Sick's golden goose, and he was unlikely to part with him so readily. Yet, with Baptiste's determination to leave, Sick found himself at a loss. The threat of the slave contract loomed, but as a standard agreement, its binding authority had diminished significantly for Baptiste. Now a formidable 7th-tier warrior at most, it would only inflict minor injuries upon him. Ultimately, Sick did not impede Baptiste's departure, though the slave contract remained unyielded. 3 days later, the decree of Twilight's domain was officially issued, and on that day, Twilight personally received the document symbolizing the ownership of the Paladin territory from Prince Darius. The situation in Prado is quite intricate. I will allocate 2,000 fearless soldiers to accompany you. Work diligently there, for I shall be watching your progress from the royal city, Darius said, assisting Twilight, who had half-kneeled before him. Thank you, your highness. I shall not disappoint you, Twilight replied, having already heard from his mentor, Nusane, about some of the fearless soldiers joining him, and he did not delay. This decree for the Paladin territory has not come easily. It involves the interests of many nobles. Your teacher has exerted considerable effort in this matter, so be sure to express your gratitude to him, Darius added, patting Twilight on the shoulder. I understand, your highness, Twilight softly responded. If there was one decision Twilight deemed most prudent, it was indeed choosing Nusane as his mentor. The challenges posed by the Paladin affairs were far greater than he had anticipated, for Prado was rife with interests, with many bandit factions backed by noble influences. Twilight recognized the immense effort Nusane had invested, and his feelings toward him were solely gratitude. With the decree in hand, Twilight proceeded to the next step and returned to the monastery, where he found Nusane and Morning Light Falsmity. Subsequently, Twilight and Morning Light exited the monastery one after the other. Morning Light was headed to the fearless army camp to muster soldiers, while Twilight made his way to the slave market to retrieve the slaves he had purchased. Upon exiting, his contingent comprised over 5,000 human slaves, along with nearly 500 barbarians, who had evidently succumbed after prolonged hunger and the need for their tribe's survival. Having accomplished this, Twilight ultimately sought out Belinda Cons at the Mandala Trading Company. Miss Belinda, I have come for the weapons and armor we arranged, Twilight stated directly upon seeing her. They are ready for you. Please follow me, Belinda said, leading Twilight to the warehouse at the rear of the Mandala Trading Company. Opening the storage door, she gestured towards a vast array of wooden crates, saying, Your items are all there. Go take a look. As Twilight approached, he was taken aback to find that the box contained not ordinary weapons, but rather exceptional ones. He examined another sword, which too was of exceptional quality, and upon inspecting the other crates, he found them all to be of superior grade. Miss Belinda, I fear I cannot afford these weapons and armor, Twilight remarked with a wry smile, as even the basic equipment had already strained his finances. These are prepared for you. If funds are insufficient, you may defer payment. Additionally, I know you need to procure food, and I have arranged that as well, Belinda replied with a beaming smile. Well, Miss Belinda, you are quite thorough in your considerations, but I am curious as to why you are being so generous towards me, Twilight inquired, aware that this shipment of equipment was of considerable value. Oh, do not be so suspicious. Consider this an investment. I have high hopes for you, Belinda replied, gazing at Twilight with a smile. Since you are investing, might I inquire if you could extend that investment to include additional provisions? Twilight asked casually. Oh, do tell. What else do you require? Belinda responded. 2,000 spears, just basic ones will suffice, Twilight said, intending these spears for the barbarians, who, endowed with natural strength and a background in archery or spear throwing from their forested habitats, he aimed to train as versatile combatants. No problem, I will have them prepared, Belinda instructed a middle-aged attendant who stood nearby. The attendant cast a glance at Twilight, hesitated, but ultimately complied and went off to make the arrangements. Seeing Belinda agree without hesitation brought a smile to Twilight's face. Though I am unsure where your confidence stems from, I accept your goodwill and assure you that your investment will not be in vain. Upon hearing this, Belinda understood that Twilight's probing had concluded. She brushed a strand of hair from her face and said, "Since you accept my favor, I believe these items will be better placed in your hands." With that, she produced a scroll, and Twilight's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized it as the slave contract of Baptiste the Holy Sword. "Miss Belinda, you truly possess remarkable capabilities. Nothing escapes your notice," Twilight marveled. Aware that to control such a vast arena, the CK family must wield considerable power to avoid causing trouble for his mentor, he had refrained from escalating tensions with CK, yet unexpectedly, the contract of Baptiste had landed in Belinda's hands. "This is nothing, in the capital of Danimarcus. Nothing can remain concealed from the Mandala Trading Company," Belinda said nonchalantly, though a hint of pride graced her features. Internally astonished by the immense influence of the Khan's family, Twilight said, "I accept this item. The time is drawing near, and I must first visit the military camp." "Very well. I await the day the Mandala Trading Company establishes itself in Prado," Belinda replied with a chuckle. Shortly thereafter, as Twilight departed, a procession of carts loaded with equipment and provisions rolled out from the Mandala Trading Company towards the city gates. Observing the departing carts, the middle-aged attendant standing behind Belinda could not help but speak up. "Miss, Prado is too chaotic. Is this decision not hasty? If the lady were to find out, it might displease her." "Feat. It is nothing to worry about. Do you think a man known as the Fox of Darius would choose a territory he cannot control?" Belinda inquired, not awaiting an answer before turning and heading back inside. As for the title of the Fox of Darius, Twilight himself did not accept it. It originated from a jest made by Prince Darius at a gathering at the time, while discussing Twilight's strategies. Darius had casually remarked that Twilight was akin to a fox born of Darius, and thus the moniker spread. Emerging from the Mandala Trading Company, Twilight made his way to the military camp in the inner city, where the 2,000 soldiers selected from the fearless army awaited him. These soldiers were all individuals whose homes had been destroyed, with little left to lose. "What is the meaning of this?" Twilight asked upon spotting Celeria, Phylos the Swift Arrow, and Reyna the Ice Spear among the ranks. "They all wish to accompany you to Prado. I hope you do not mind," Morning Light explained. "Of course, I welcome their presence. But you must be aware that Prado is a tumultuous place," Twilight cautioned, looking at Celeria and the others. "Do not worry. We are well aware of the situation in Prado," Celeria assured him. "Very well," Twilight nodded, glancing at the 2,000 selected soldiers, all of whom were above the 3rd tier in strength. "Let us set forth. Others await us outside the city." At that, the 2,000-strong contingent exited the camp, making their way towards the city gates, with Emilio, Morning Light, Hassett, and others following closely behind. Once outside the city, Twilight instructed the male slaves and barbarians to don their equipment. He then gathered all the slaves together. Observing the gradually quieting crowd, Twilight declared loudly, "Before I purchased you, you were all slaves. However, I have bought you not to serve as slaves but to be my soldiers, my people, from this moment forth. There are no slaves here, only soldiers and civilians. I shall burn your slave contracts today, and from now on, you are free men." With that, he produced a bundle of slave contracts, which quickly turned to ash in the flames of Sagrel. As Twilight's actions unfolded, Baptiste the Holy Sword, who had been standing silently behind him, could not help but smirk slightly. The sight of their binding contracts being destroyed prompted a spontaneous cheer of "Long live" to erupt from the crowd. And many women began to cry tears of joy, not for themselves, but for their children, knowing their offspring would no longer be slaves. Raising a hand to quell the ongoing cheers, Twilight continued, "My territory is Prado. We shall go there to build our new home. Let us depart." "Yes," echoed the resounding reply from countless voices. Allowing the troops to advance, Twilight approached Emilio, Hassett, and the others to bid them farewell. Finally, he stood before Morning Light, took her hand, and smiled softly, saying, "I truly have a way to resolve my physical condition. I did not deceive you that day. When I return next time, I shall present to you a wholly transformed self." He then kissed her hand gently before turning away, leaving no room for lingering thoughts as he strode towards the awaiting army. Watching Twilight's retreating figure, Morning Light felt her vision blur, recalling the words of the witch Amaran from days prior. Twilight and Morning Light. One symbolizes the day, the other the impending darkness. You are destined to be a pair, entwined by fate, unable to exist apart. Chapter 116. The Gift. The grand procession led by Twilight, consisting of 7,500 individuals, set forth with great momentum. Yet, the march was not swift. As Twilight busied himself with the organization of his troops, among his ranks, the most formidable were undoubtedly Sagriel and Battis the Holy Sword, both possessing the prowess of the 7th tier. Following them were 3 others, Celia, Phyllis, and Reyna, along with the newly recruited barbarian chief, Zydo, all of whom were of the 6th tier. Although Cetis was also 6th tier, his capabilities could not be measured by conventional standards that AS for the military forces. Twilight had officially designated his troops as the Fearless Guard. Over the course of 2 days, he had made preliminary assignments among his subordinates. From the original slaves, Twilight selected 3,000 as shield warriors, with 1,000 merging into the ranks of the Fearless Army, commanded by Celia. The remaining 2,000 were placed under Battis the Holy Sword's command. However, Battis was currently preoccupied with enhancing his own strength. Leaving Celia to oversee daily training, Twilight did not express discontent, as long as Battis could hold his own in battle. Additionally, Twilight appointed 1,500 individuals as archers, training them alongside Celia's 600 archers from the Fearless Army. Although a portion of these lacked armor due to the acquisition of only 4,000 sets, Twilight also allocated 500 individuals to Reyna the Ice Spear, expanding her reconnaissance unit to 1,000. Reyna was somewhat displeased, not due to the number being insufficient, but because the size of the scouting unit was excessive for a regular army. Consequently, she resolved to train the newcomers in the manner of rangers. The barbarian recruits were organized into an independent unit of spear throwers, typically commanded by Twilight himself, but in times of conflict, they would be led by Chief Zydo. Initially, Twilight intended to separate the Fearless Army from his own forces, but the lack of a leader posed a challenge. Sagriel, when tasked with bookkeeping, found it a bothersome chore, let alone leading troops. Battis the Holy Sword was entirely focused on studying Istar's swordsmanship. Who else could Twilight rely on? Cetis? That was out of the question. Twilight was not insane. Although the fool had become somewhat sharper, he could not shake off his gluttonous nature, and Twilight did not wish for his army to be filled with a horde of gluttons. One fool was quite enough. Ultimately, Twilight had no choice but to integrate the other forces into the Fearless Army, thus naming it the Fearless Guard. Simultaneously, he began contemplating the need for a true commander for his legion. He recognized his own limitations, while he could strategize and formulate overarching plans. He lacked the capacity to command large-scale battles in the heat of the moment. Thus, it was essential to find a capable leader who could adeptly direct combat operations. The progress of the Fearless Guard was marked by a consistent routine. Marching began after breakfast, halting to set up camp at sunset, followed by training after dinner that continued until late into the night. This was the rhythm by which Twilight led his forces. 3 days later, they arrived at Black Sea City. Twilight directed his troops to bypass the city while he, accompanied by Sagriel and others, entered. His purpose was to visit little Anissa. Upon seeing Twilight again, Anissa was visibly elated, eager to showcase her recent achievements. However, Twilight keenly observed a hint of discomfort on the face of Anissa's aunt, Rona, when she noticed his presence. Gently stroking Anissa's hair, Twilight spoke softly. Is Big Brother Docrees about to take action? Hearing this, Rona jolted, her expression momentarily betraying her composure. What do you mean? What action? She feigned ignorance. Twilight merely smiled, choosing not to confront her directly. Please inform Big Brother Docrees that if he has indeed made a decision, he should proceed, but it would be best not to involve the Darius Kingdom. In his previous life, Docrees' rebellion had met with failure not only due to attacks on Smateo and Kurtla, but also due to the reckless assault on the borders of Darius, which had summoned Darius's forces. This time, Twilight was determined to prevent Docrees from repeating such a grave error. Casting a glance at the pale-faced Rona, Twilight turned to Anissa. Come, niece, extend your hand. Uncle has something for you. What is it? Anissa asked curiously, extending her small hand. With a grin, Twilight produced a gray crystal from his pocket and placed it in Anissa's palm. This soul crystal was one he had obtained after slaying the orc high priest. Voga. This is a soul crystal. You actually gave her Voga's soul crystal. Sagriel exclaimed in surprise, knowing full well the value of a hero-tier soul crystal. Soul crystal? Anissa cannot accept such a thing, Rona interjected. Astonished, even she, having never experienced it firsthand, had heard tales of the soul crystal's renown. This object holds little value for either of us. The girl is still young, and her path is yet to be determined. It is far more fitting for her than for us, Twilight explained to Sagriel, noting that if the attributes did not align, it would merely be a waste. Uncle, is this thing really precious? I cannot accept it, Anissa said, offering the gray soul crystal back to him. Do not heed your aunt's words. It is a gift from Uncle, so you must accept it. Your father will know how to use it after I leave. You and your aunt should seek him out, understand? In his previous life, Twilight had seen Anissa ultimately take command of Dakri's rebel forces, yet her own strength had been lacking, prompting his decision to bestow Voga's soul crystal upon her. After advising little Anissa, Twilight rose and addressed Rona. Well, I came here to see you both. It is time for me to depart. Uncle, please stay a little longer. Do not rush away. Anissa pouted as she pleaded. Uncle must return to his own territory, where there are many matters requiring my attention, Twilight replied. Twilight uncle has his own territory now. Does that mean you are a noble? Anissa asked, looking up at him with admiration. Twilight nodded. One could say that. My territory lies in Prueto. In the future, little Anissa may visit uncle's land, yes? Yes. Anissa responded eagerly. After ruffling Anissa's hair once more, Twilight exchanged farewells with Rona and departed from Dakri's home but on the road out of the city. Sagriel inquired, You gave that little girl a hero-tier soul crystal just like that. Do you not feel regret? Dakri saved my life and regards me as a brother. What is a hero-tier crystal in comparison? Twilight replied casually. Reflecting that, without Dakri's, he might have perished in the jaws of wolves in the Emerald Forest. One should always remember those who have shown kindness and favor, no matter the time. What did you mean earlier about Dakri's planning something? Sagriel asked, already aware of some of Dakri's circumstances from Twilight's previous discussions. The revenge army of Kurtla has suffered great losses against the orcs, and now they receive no compensation at all. Do you think they will be content? Those who lost the pillars of their families will certainly not be at ease. Twilight turned the question back at Sagriel. From Twilight's words, Sagriel discerned that Dakri's and his associates were likely to incite unrest, prompting a sigh from him. Every family had its own burdens to bear, though he could scarcely imagine the scale and impact of Dakri's revenge army's potential uprising. Twilight brother, who was that little girl? At this moment, Hekis Masso, who had been following closely behind and had remained silent upon seeing Anissa, finally spoke up, his tone tinged with discontent. Since Twilight had taken him in, Hekis had become his devoted shadow. Hearing Hekis' slightly envious remark, Twilight chuckled. She is my brother's daughter, a very clever little girl. Humph, I don't think she is all that great. Hekis huffed, scrunching his little nose. The adorable expression of Hekis in a pout elicited laughter from both Twilight and Sagriel, who found amusement in the little one's antics. Twilight held a fondness for Hekis, often enjoying light-hearted banter with him. Chapter 117. The ins and outs of Prueto following the course of the Darren River. Twilight's company took 5 more days to finally enter the Prueto Forest. The Prueto Forest is vast, yet it can also feel small. It is expansive in terms of area, but the land south of the Darren River, stretching past the Nopasala mountain range, is a disputed territory between the Darius Kingdom and the Smeteo Federation. Twilight's domain lies only north of the Nopasala Mountains. However, the most chaotic and conflict-ridden interests reside just north of the Prueto Forest, primarily due to the Darren River, which facilitates rapid travel among the 4 human nations. The origins of the Prato issue can be traced back to the reign of Darnassus III, a time when the human alliance was still basking in the glow of its honeymoon phase. In order to preserve mutual trust and affection, the sagacious Darnassus III halted his expansion after extending the kingdom's borders northward to the Nopsara Mountains, establishing the area south of the mountains as a buffer zone between the Darius Kingdom and the Smetoa Federation. Subsequently, he bestowed the title of Prato upon a young Marquis named Lof Colin, whom he greatly admired. Despite his youth, Marquis Lof was an astute and capable leader, leveraging the extensive network of the Darren River. He swiftly transformed Prato Aglaven into a thriving stronghold. It could be said that he was the architect of Prato. However, as the saying goes, a hero's son may be a fool. Upon Lof's demise, his successor, the inept Baroli Colin, proved to be an absolute lightweight, self-indulgent, extravagant, and insatiably greedy. His reign commenced with a significant increase in taxes, mercilessly targeting merchants and commoners alike, while he allowed his subordinates to exploit passing traders. In a short span, Prado became a hotbed of discontent. On a dark and stormy night, an unidentified band of robbers stormed the Marquis's estate, resulting in the complete annihilation of the Collin family. Rumors later circulated that the leader of the robbers was, in fact, the husband of a woman Baroli had recently abducted, aptly illustrating the adage, "Those who seek trouble shall find it." With the Collin family's rule extinguished, lawlessness quickly ensued in Prado, leading to the emergence of several large gangs that brazenly robbed civilians and plundered merchants, creating an atmosphere of rampant audacity. These gangs even dared to extort and vandalize larger merchant associations and trade groups, which typically boasted substantial backing. Initially, these powerful associations tolerated the gangs' antics in the spirit of maintaining peace, but the persistent encroachments soon pushed them to their limits. Ultimately, several merchant associations from Darius banded together, hiring a multitude of mercenaries and enforcers to eradicate the criminal factions entrenched in Prado. Following this purge, the participating merchant associations convened and agreed to jointly utilize the Darren River and the significant trade hub of Eglaven. Soon after, some proposed imposing fees on smaller merchant associations and those from other nations for using the Darren River. This arrangement not only relieved them from paying taxes, but also allowed them to levy taxes on other merchants, a situation that tasted sweet to the large Darius merchant associations. However, their enjoyment was short-lived, as the Darius kingdom dispatched another noble marquis. Merchants, inherently driven by profit, were reluctant to relinquish their newfound gains, leading to inevitable conflict between the newly arrived marquis and the merchants of Eglaven. One fateful night, this marquis also met his demise at the hands of a band of robbers. The fact that two marquises from the kingdom had perished at the hands of brigands incensed Darnassus IV, who promptly sent troops to eliminate the bandits. Yet, the vast expanse of Prado made locating these elusive robbers a daunting task. Even if found, they could easily retreat into the Nopsera Mountains, and pursuing them would risk crossing borders. Ultimately, Darnassus IV had no choice but to withdraw the troops and send a closely related noble viscount instead. Unfortunately, this viscount encountered numerous obstacles in Eglaven and faced constant threats from greedy merchants, forcing him to retreat in a state of disarray for the sake of his own life. At this juncture, everyone understood that the large merchant associations were the puppeteers behind these events. Nevertheless, Darnassus IV lacked concrete evidence to act against them. Shortly thereafter, a proposal emerged in the Kingdom Council to recommend a capable noble to Prado, confident that they could resolve the issue of the elusive robbers. Was Darnassus IV foolish? Certainly not. He understood that sending a council member to Prado would likely result in collusion with the merchant associations, given that one envoy had died in Prado and another had been frightened back. It was doubtful anyone would volunteer for the task. In a fit of anger, Darnassus IV decided against sending anyone further. It was not until the coronation of Darnassus V that Prado remained lordless. Over this extended period, the situation in Prado underwent yet another transformation. The catalyst was the sight of Prado, devoid of a lord and under the control of merchants, which stirred discontent among other nations, particularly the Smutoa Federation. They questioned why merchants should have the right to levy taxes upon them. With this mindset, the Smutoa merchant associations employed tactics reminiscent of those used by the Darius merchants, launching a surprise raid across the Nopsera Mountains and striking Eglaven, swiftly dismantling the merchant stronghold there. Upon learning that their own associations in Prado had been attacked, the Darius merchants hastily appealed to Darnassus V. However, the king harbored no sympathy for them, harboring a deep-seated resentment. Left with no choice, these merchant associations had to rely on their own strength, leading to a tumultuous period in Prado. After a prolonged struggle, the Darius, Smutoa, and a faction of the later joined similar merchant associations each claimed a portion of Prado. The three factions, though often at odds, refrained from disrupting the operations of the Darren River. It was during this time that the Mandric Association of the Kang's family seized the opportunity to rise. Throughout these years, Darnassus V made several attempts to send envoys into Prado, all of which ended in failure. Faced with this situation, he found himself at a loss. He sought to address the merchant associations but lacked evidence. Compounded by the constraints imposed by the council, ultimately he had no choice but to set aside the complexities of Prado and redirect his focus toward reigning in the increasing power of local nobles within the kingdom. The situation in Prado was thus intricately complicated, which explains why many were skeptical of Twilight's intentions. However, This sentiment did not extend to the Crown Prince Dreas and Sheensai, both of whom eagerly anticipated Twilight's performance in Prado. The only other individual harboring confidence in Twilight was the ambitious Belinda Kings, who had placed significant stakes on Twilight's success. "General, we spotted someone lurking behind us." Lena approached Twilight, reporting that the Undaunted scouts had soon detected individuals secretly surveilling them upon entering the Prado territory. "Just a bunch of clowns. Ignore them. We shall proceed directly to Aglaven," Twilight replied nonchalantly, fully aware of the situation in Prado, which was precisely why he had brought such a large contingent. It is known that a baron with real power could command a maximum of 1,000 troops. The march continued steadily towards the pivotal stronghold of Aglaven. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of thunderous sounds echoed from ahead. Seasoned soldiers recognized it as the unmistakable sound of hooves and approaching cavalry. Soon, a column of approximately 2,000 knights on majestic steeds appeared, charging down the main road towards Twilight's forces without any reduction in speed. Upon witnessing this, a cold smile crept across Twilight's lips as he issued the command. "Undaunted archers and spearmen, prepare yourselves. Engage when the enemy cavalry approaches within 100 meters. Do not hold back." As Twilight's orders were swiftly relayed, the seasoned soldiers of the Undaunted immediately drew their arrows, while the newly recruited archers hurriedly readied their bows. The rapidly closing distance between the cavalry and the Undaunted forces sparked a wave of unease among the inexperienced recruits. Just as the cavalry was about to breach the 100-meter mark, they suddenly split into two flanks, racing past the Undaunted on both sides, much to the relief of many recruits. Yet, witnessing the brazen cavalry racing past them, Twilight raised his hand and resolutely commanded an attack. In an instant, the seasoned soldiers of the Undaunted unleashed a volley of arrows, while the new recruits lagged behind, only managing to release their arrows after the seasoned soldiers had already launched their second round. The barbarian cavalry, in contrast, exhibited superior coordination. Hurry! The arrows and javelins rained down upon the cavalry, eliciting a chorus of screams and the frantic whinnies of horses. Those cavalrymen passing by the Undaunted were clearly unprepared for Twilight's decisive action. A stark contrast to the previous lords, and soon found themselves overwhelmed, with countless knights falling to the ground. After two waves of arrows, the cavalry left numerous corpses in their wake on either side of the Undaunted forces. At that moment, under the leadership of Celia, the Undaunted warriors began their countercharge against the oncoming cavalry. "Join in the assault, leave no survivors, and aim to slay as many as possible," Twilight instructed Sagrel, Battis the Holy Sword, and Cetes, who were at his rear. Upon hearing Twilight's command, Cetes grinned broadly, charging forth on his war bear like a small tank. Following closely was Battis, who let out a derisive snort before barreling forward with his greatsword. And lastly, it was Sagrel who joined the fray. Observing the dazed cavalry, Twilight maintained a stoic expression. Clearly, these knights intended to intimidate him, yet the question of who was truly instilling fear in whom remained uncertain. Twilight was unequivocally conveying to the so-called merchant guilds that he was not to be trifled with. Unlike the previous soft-spoken lord, he would never tolerate others treating him with such disdain. At that moment, some cavalrymen attempted to distance themselves from the fearless guard, while others turned to attack the nearby fearless soldiers. Witnessing this, Twilight waved his hand decisively, instructing all troops to join the offensive formation. Soon after, the remaining knights fled, and those who could not escape became mere specters under the command of the fearless soldiers. Twilight did not pursue the fleeing soldiers, nor did he pay heed to the thousands of corpses littering the ground. Instead, he directed his army to continue advancing towards Aglaven. His expression darkened, not due to the audacity of the provokers, but because he was profoundly disappointed by the performance of these new recruits. As Twilight drew closer to Aglaven, the fleeing knights returned to a grand estate within the town. There, a middle-aged man clad in a luxurious robe pointed and berated the bloodied knight commander kneeling before him, exclaiming, "Incompetence! You were defeated by a mere few thousand new recruits, a bunch of useless fools. Get out of my sight." Upon hearing the man's words, the kneeling knight commander wiped the sweat from his brow, nodding hastily as he hurried away. A pack of worthless wretches," the middle-aged man scoffed, turning to an elderly figure seated behind him and coolly remarking, "Did you not assert that the new lord's subordinates were merely newly acquired slaves? Is this what you refer to as slaves? They have cost my knightly forces more than half their number. Arthur, this information has been relayed from the royal city. It cannot be erroneous. And I did not instruct you to send cavalry to intimidate anyone," the elder replied, sitting back with an air of indifference. Umph. Arthur huffed in anger, while he had not ordered anyone to be dispatched. Neither had the elder prevented it. The cunning old fox clearly wished for him to test the mettle of the new lord. Well, this newly arrived baron is likely no ordinary individual that it is said he is not only a disciple of New Sane, but also enjoys the utmost trust of both Prince Drius and Prince Tigrisa. Continuing with prior methods may no longer suffice, remarked a man in his 30s seated lower down, his complexion slightly pallid. A mere baron, regardless of how remarkable, if he keeps to himself, the affairs of Purito do not concern him. Arthur expressed disdainfully. He has already involved himself. Come, it is time. We should go out to greet our lord, the seated elder proclaimed, rising to his feet. From this simple test, it was evident that the new lord was not one to be trifled with. Perfect. I shall inquire who dared to attack the Merchant Guild's escort cavalcade. Arthur declared. As Twilight's forces arrived at the significant town of Eglivin, the three men had already gathered with a dozen others at the entrance. Naturally, Twilight's troop of over 7,000 drew the attention of many within the town. From a distance, Twilight surveyed Eglivin, which, as the most renowned large town within Purito, had long surpassed the scale of an ordinary settlement. Had it not been for subsequent upheavals, it might have already been upgraded to Eglivin City. In terms of defenses, Eglivin's walls stood an impressive 6 meters high, a commendable height for a town. Originally, the stone walls were merely 3 meters high and 30 centimeters thick, but following the outbreak of conflicts among the various merchant guilds, they were raised to 6 meters, with a thickness of 50 centimeters. While this height and thickness may not compare to true city walls, it ensured that individuals below the 5th tier could not easily scale them. Even those above the 5th tier would find it a considerable challenge. This was the sole beneficial alteration the merchant guilds had made to the town of Eglivin. Gradually guiding his steed to the gates, Twilight regarded the dozen or so merchants clad in fine robes standing before him and inquired, "Are you all citizens of Eglivin?" Upon hearing Twilight's question, the elder stepped forward and bowed, saying, "You must be the new lord. I am Anthony, the mayor of Eglivin, and also the representative of the Maple Leaf Guild in Purito." "Oh, Maple Leaf, the Golden Maple Leaf. And what of them?" Twilight casually asked, having gathered some knowledge about these guilds before his departure. "I am Banges, the president of the Windwalker Guild in Purito." The pallid-faced man stepped forward, nodding to Twilight's gaze, then shifted to the final of the three leading figures. The middle-aged man. "He is Arthur of the Dawn Guild," Banges interjected, noticing Twilight's scrutiny. The Golden Maple Leaf Guild, the Windwalker Guild, and the Dawn Guild were the three major guilds controlling Eglivin. Among them, the Golden Maple Leaf and the Dawn Guild were well-known prominent guilds in Daris. With the Golden Maple Leaf backed by the Dennis family and the Dawn Guild being a venture of the Green family, both families had representatives in the council and were large families. While the Windwalker Guild was relatively smaller and had risen to prominence more recently. Having identified the leaders of these three guilds, Twilight lost interest in the other merchants. He dismounted and turned to the elder of the Golden Maple Leaf Guild, asking, "I recall that the kingdom has yet to appoint a mayor. Did you self-appoint?" The seemingly casual inquiry concealed an underlying sharpness, causing Anthony's previously cheerful demeanor to falter that he knew that a poorly chosen response could lead to dire consequences. "My lord, as Eglivin has been without governance, the common folk elected me to oversee the affairs of Eglivin. Now that you have arrived, my old bones are no longer needed," Anthony replied. Twilight's face betrayed little emotion. Yet internally he recognized Anthony as a cunning old fox capable of bending as needed. "Your title of lord is perhaps premature. From start to finish, you have yet to present us with any royal documents or proclamations. Perhaps you are merely an impostor." Arthur, the middle-aged merchant who had remained silent until now, remarked with a hint of derision. Twilight's brows furrowed slightly as he regarded the middle-aged merchant and responded slowly, "You are merely a merchant. On what grounds do you question my proclamations?" Despite his words, Twilight produced the documents that proved his identity. Upon seeing Twilight present the documents, Arthur suppressed his ire and asked, "If you are indeed the lord, may I inquire why, as a baron of the kingdom, you ordered soldiers to recklessly attack my escort?" "Attack your escort? When did I ever command such an act?" Twilight replied, feigning confusion. "This occurred half an hour ago. Surely you have not forgotten, my lord." Arthur pressed through gritted teeth. Listening to Arthur's words, Twilight feigned sudden realization, exclaiming, "Oh, you refer to that cavalry of 2,000? My apologies. It is well known that Purito is rife with bandits at the time. Those cavalrymen bore no banners to indicate their identity and displayed hostility towards my forces. I assumed they were bandits and thus ordered my troops to engage them. Twilight continued nonchalantly. It turns out they were your escort. This was a complete misunderstanding. Next time, ensure they display the merchant's banner to signify their identity. You. Arthur's face flushed with anger upon hearing Twilight's words. Just then, Banges from the Windwalker Guild stepped forward and tugged at Arthur's sleeve, preventing him from escalating the situation further. Smiling at Arthur, Twilight turned to Anthony, saying, Mayor Anthony, should we not proceed into Eglivin? Of course not, my lord. Please, after you. Anthony replied, leading Twilight forward. Chapter 119, Violence resolves all, my lord. Do your soldiers require assistance in being arranged at the military camp? Anthony inquired, observing the throng of soldiers accompanying Twilight into Eglivin. No need. The military camp will be established behind the Lord's manor. I wish to proceed directly to the manor, Twilight stated. Hearing Twilight's intention to head to the manor, Anthony cast a discreet glance at the middle-aged merchant, Arthur. The Lord's manor was the first construction any newly arrived lord would undertake upon reaching their domain. After the previous lord's departure, the manor had been occupied by Anthony, Arthur, and Banges as a guild residence. Just days prior, Anthony and Arthur had deliberated on whether to relinquish the manor, but Arthur had firmly refused. Having successfully expelled 2 previously appointed nobles, the well-established Arthur felt no fear of the newly arrived lord. Twilight at this juncture, Anthony found himself in a predicament, ultimately leading Twilight to the tallest building in the town, which housed the Lord's manor fortified by imposing walls. Is there anyone else residing in the Lord's manor? Which lord is it? Twilight inquired curiously at the entrance. My lord, this. Anthony began to respond, but Twilight interrupted him. Regardless of who dwells within, I am the lord here now, and I demand that the occupants vacate within a quarter of an hour. I'm afraid that is not possible. My lord, we have resided here for over 20 years and possess de facto residency rights. You have no authority to evict us. At this moment, Arthur spoke with a mocking expression on his face. According to the kingdom's laws, if a dwelling is unoccupied by its owner and someone resides there for more than 15 years, they acquire de facto residency rights, which are protected by the kingdom's laws. Oh, is that so? I am quite curious as to when a Grand Lord's mansion became a place where one could simply move in without the king's appointment of a lord, and further, audaciously claim it as their own. Who grants you such rights? Twilight said with a smile. The Lord's mansion is meant for habitation. It is only natural that someone would move in after so many years of vacancy. And the kingdom's laws do not explicitly state that de facto residency does not apply to the Lord's mansion, the middle-aged merchant Arthur replied smugly. The previous lord had been stalled by this very excuse, ultimately leaving in disgrace without ever having resided in the Lord's mansion, even for a single day. However, he was clearly unaware that Twilight was different from other noble lords. Twilight wasted no time with idle chatter. He retracted his smile and coldly declared, 15 minutes. I will grant the occupants merely 15 minutes to vacate the premises. After that, my troops will enter the Lord's mansion, and anyone remaining will be deemed an intruder and killed without mercy. Upon hearing Twilight's words, a trace of derision appeared on Arthur's face. He could hardly believe that a noble, especially a newly appointed lord, would dare to blatantly disregard the kingdom's solemn laws. Should Twilight act in such a manner, he would face widespread condemnation and become an enemy to all the vested interests of Eglivin and even the entire Purito. Unlike the sneering Arthur, Anthony sensed a chilling murderous intent in Twilight's dark eyes, causing him to shudder. His relatives still resided within the Lord's mansion, although he did not truly believe Twilight would ignore the laws of the kingdom and forcibly seize the Lord's mansion. The fear of the unknown loomed large. Yet, as a decades-long ally, Anthony could not betray the Dawn Chamber of Commerce and the Windwalker Chamber of Commerce. He could only grit his teeth and endure. While the pale-faced Banges of the Windwalker Chamber of Commerce remained an indifferent observer, time passed slowly amidst the silence of the crowd, seeing Arthur and Anthony showing no intention of evacuating the occupants. Twilight snorted softly and turned, issuing a loud command. Fearless Guard, prepare for battle. Following Twilight's order, Syria commanded, and the fearless warriors swiftly readied themselves. Soon after, the fearless archers led by Phyllis Swift Arrow, and the fearless scouts and rangers led by Rena Ice Spear dispersed. My lord, shall we not discuss this? Anthony, witnessing the movement of the fearless army, hastily interjected. Bluffing. The middle-aged Arthur continued to mock the actions of the fearless army. Drawing hatred, brazenly drawing hatred. This remark nearly caused Anthony to lose control of his anger. What defined a pig teammate? Arthur was clearly years of being high and mighty had blinded him, and Anthony had hoped to first placate Twilight, intending to take his time in dealing with him later. As they were far more familiar with this place than Twilight, however, thanks to Arthur's provocations, even if Twilight himself wished to refrain from attacking, he would find it difficult to back down now. Without giving Anthony a chance to speak further, Twilight unleashed a war cry, shouting, "Fearless warriors, fearless javelin throwers, heed my command. Attack the Lord's mansion and slay any humans that come into sight." With Twilight's command, Ceres, wielding a bloodthirsty battle axe, charged into the open doors of the Lord's mansion, followed closely by the barbarian javelin throwers led by the savage Ceto, and lastly, the fearless warriors led by Syria. As the fearless army truly entered the Lord's mansion, the faces of those present turned pallid. Anthony exclaimed, "My lord, please allow your soldiers to emerge. Everything can be negotiated. The occupants inside are innocent." No sooner had Anthony's words fallen than a blood-curdling scream erupted from within the Lord's mansion, followed by a chain reaction of increasingly anguished cries. At this moment, the middle-aged merchant Arthur leaped up, pointing a trembling finger at Twilight, and shouted, "Have you lost your mind? You dare to attack? You are making an enemy of all the Darius merchants of Peredo." I swish. Before Arthur could finish his sentence, a flash of swordlight sliced through the air, severing the middle-aged merchant's hand at the wrist, causing it to fall to the ground. In the next instant, Twilight's cold voice echoed, "Mind your tone. Should there be a next time, I will take your life." Upon seeing his severed hand, Arthur finally reacted and began to wail, "My lord, do not kill him. We will all vacate. The Lord's mansion is yours." Hearing the sounds of battle and screams from within the mansion, Anthony grew anxious. Not only were there skilled members of the chamber he had trained for years, but there were also relatives he had brought along. Most importantly, the majority of the chamber's forces were stationed at the military camp, leaving them without any means of resistance. "Too late," Twilight replied nonchalantly, not even looking back. Before coming to Peredo, he had already resolved to make an example of someone to establish his authority, and the middle-aged merchant Arthur was the perfect candidate. In truth, after his initial attempt to persuade the three major chambers to relinquish the Lord's mansion had failed, Twilight had made up his mind to cleanse the Lord's mansion. He was unperturbed by the fact that his actions would irrevocably offend the Darius merchant group led by the three major chambers. Having come here, he was destined to stand in opposition to these merchants. Twilight was eager to see how many would rise to oppose him, and his intention was to eliminate one after another until Peredo was finally at peace. As screams echoed in his ears, the other merchants, who had no stake in the matter, stood frozen in fear, shocked that such an event would unfold on the very first day of the Lord's arrival. Meanwhile, Ben Jess, the pale-faced member of the Windwalker Chamber of Commerce, remained quietly standing, as if the deaths occurring within were of no concern to him. The middle-aged merchant, who had just lost a hand, glared at Twilight with hatred, while Anthony, adorned with the emblem of the golden maple, gradually calmed down after realizing persuasion was futile. At that moment, Twilight was keenly observing the expressions of those around him, particularly focusing on Ben Jess and Anthony, who had shown little presence throughout. "Father, save me." A cry for help rang out as a young man in his 20s dashed out from the Lord's mansion, calling out frantically, "Son!" Upon seeing the young man emerge, the hamless Arthur exclaimed in shock and rushed towards him. At that moment, a short spear whistled through the air from behind, piercing the young man's chest. He stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground, witnessing his son fall before him. The hamless Arthur wailed as he rushed to the young man's side, cradling him and calling out desperately. After a moment, the middle-aged merchant Arthur released his lifeless son and turned, glaring at Twilight with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth as he said, "Twilight, I will fight you to the death." With that, the middle-aged merchant charged at Twilight. The series of provocations from Twilight, coupled with the trauma of witnessing his son's death and the loss of his hand, had driven Arthur completely mad. However, Arthur had barely taken 2 steps when a large hand reached out from behind and grasped his head, lifting him off the ground. It was Ceres, who had just emerged from the Lord's mansion. Having overheard Arthur's words, "What do you intend to do, Arthur?" Ceres asked, tightening his grip, causing the middle-aged merchant to scream in agony. Yet, his cries were short-lived. In an instant, Ceres crushed Arthur's head like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Upon witnessing this scene, Several merchants felt nauseated, nearly retching. "My lord, do you not think this is a bit excessive?" Anthony, his voice heavy, remarked as he watched the father and son perish before his eyes. "What? Are you questioning my decisions?" Twilight turned to look at Anthony, his tone calm and collected. "I would not dare. Since you have found a place to reside, we shall take our leave," Anthony replied, his expression somber as he prepared to turn away. "Wait, since you have been appointed mayor, I assume you have been collecting the taxes of Agraven all along. I will give you 1 day. You are to deliver the taxes of Agraven by tomorrow," Twilight called after Anthony, his tone unhurried. Upon hearing Twilight's words, even the seasoned Anthony felt a flicker of anger cross his face. He begrudgingly acknowledged Twilight's demand and then departed with quick strides. Is it truly wise to let them leave like this? As Anthony and the other 10 merchants began to exit, Sagrel inquired. Understanding that Sagrel was concerned about potential retaliation from the merchants, Twilight replied, "It matters not. If we were to kill them, it would only drive the influence of the 3 major chambers underground. After today's events, they have only 2 options, either to confront us or to submit." Chapter 120. The coming storm. As time passed, the sounds of screams and battle from within the Lord's mansion gradually diminished. At this moment, Syria emerged with a group of women and several children. "What is the meaning of this?" Twilight frowned as he looked at the group. "These are their families," Syria replied, her resolve wavering in the face of the unarmed individuals before her. Casting a fleeting glance at the woman and child trailing behind Celia, Twilight spoke softly, "This is the only time. I do not wish to witness such events again." Upon hearing Twilight's words, Celia offered a faint smile and hurriedly urged the woman and child to depart. Watching them hastily retreat, Twilight added, "Do you realize, by letting these dozen or so individuals go, I have acquired several potential adversaries. Perhaps one day I shall meet my demise at the hands of one of those children. I apologize. I truly cannot bring myself to do it," Celia replied apologetically. For the women and children were innocent subjects of Darius, and Celia found it impossible to act against them. "There is no need for apologies. They are free now, but let this be the final instance," Twilight said with a shake of his head and a smile directed at Celia. Although Celia's partial execution of his orders irked Twilight, he could not express his anger towards her, not merely because she was a girl, but because Celia had always been by his side. Twilight regarded her more as a companion than a subordinate at that moment. Seeing the forces of the Lord's Manor had assembled, Twilight summoned Phelas and Reyna to commence the allocation of tasks. "Celia, you shall lead the fearless warriors to seize control of the 2 gates of Eglivon. Should there be any dissenters, eliminate them on the spot," Twilight instructed Celia first. "Understood," Celia replied, her demeanor shifting back to that of a soldier upon discussing serious matters. Twilight then addressed Reyna I. Spear. "Reyna, I require you to dispatch individuals to Eglivon to gather any and all pertinent information." "Yes," Reyna responded, turning to carry out the task. "Phelas, ensure the announcement of the new Lord's arrival is posted. And I entrust you with the defense matters of the Lord's Manor," Twilight concluded with Phelas. "No problem." Phelas nodded in agreement. After issuing instructions to the 3, Twilight did not hasten to enter the Lord's Manor, but instead gathered all remaining soldiers. Observing the assembled fearless recruits, Twilight took a moment of silence before saying, "Today you have profoundly disappointed me. As soldiers, where is your expected valor and ferocity? All I witnessed in you today was hesitation, diminishment, and fear." After a brief pause, Twilight continued, "Since you have chosen to be soldiers, you must embody the essence of one. Henceforth, I shall establish a new rule. Should anyone falter in the face of battle or hesitate to confront the enemy, I will reduce them to slavery once more." Upon hearing Twilight's proclamation, murmurs arose among the ranks, prompting him to add, "Listen well, those who fail will face the consequences of enslavement. However, those who excel will be rewarded and promoted. The choice of who you wish to become rests with you. In short, I do not desire cowards in my ranks. Cowards are only fit to be slaves." With that, Twilight left the new recruits to reflect on their actions while he led the others into the Lord's Manor. The Lord's Manor, a place where lords had resided for generations, was often constructed as a small fortress, and the manor built by Count Rolf was no exception. Initially, it spanned only 5,000 square meters. But subsequent expansions increased its area to 10,000 square meters. As Twilight entered this manor that would one day belong to him, he meticulously surveyed the entire estate. It was divided into 2 sections. The front hall, 3 stories high, boasted a grand hall, guest rooms, a training ground, recreational facilities, and even a watchtower, from which one could overlook much of Eglivon town. The rear hall, also 3 stories, was intended for family habitation, separated from the front hall by a landscaped area and a fountain, though a corridor on the second floor allowed for interconnection. Additionally, 2 rows of single-story buildings flanked the side of the front hall, presumably serving as quarters for attendants. Twilight examined each room of the manor to gain a general understanding. At this juncture, Philas had already dispatched individuals to clear the remnants of battle and arranged for patrols, given that this location had previously served as the base for the 3 major merchant guilds. Nearly every room had been in use, and a significant amount of goods and wealth accumulated by the guilds remained, undoubtedly presenting Twilight with a lucrative opportunity. After instructing Sagrel to consolidate the goods and currency, Twilight took a turn around the manor's perimeter. To the left of the manor lay an expanse of open land. Twilight contemplated transforming this area into a military camp in the future, though that was a matter for another day, as the soldiers could only reside in tents for now. As evening descended, the entire town of Eglivon was abuzz with news of the new lord dispatched by His Majesty, King Darnassus V, who had aggressively taken over the lord's manor from the 3 major merchant guilds. Reactions among the townspeople varied. Some applauded the development, while others shook their heads in dismay. Yet, many harbored hopes that the new lord might drive out the blood-sucking guilds, for the thousands of soldiers who had entered the town earlier were undeniably real. Most were simply awaiting the unfolding of subsequent events. Aware that the merchant guilds would not simply acquiesce to that moment, Reyna I. Spear, who had ventured out to gather intelligence, stood beside Twilight atop the watchtower of the lord's manor, engaged in conversation. You say the 3 major merchant guilds are quite unpopular in Eglivon? Twilight inquired after listening to Reyna's account. Indeed. The tax rates in the vicinity of Eglivon are 10-7, meaning that nearly every year, aside from what the common folk consume, all they possess must be surrendered, were it not for the town's proximity to the Darren River. Yielding bountiful harvests annually, the townspeople would have long since succumbed to hardship, Reyna explained in detail from behind Twilight. Nodding, Twilight acknowledged that such a state of affairs was inevitable. Merchants pursue profit without regard for the welfare of the common people under their dominion, which aligned with Twilight's intentions. The more unpopular the 3 major guilds became, the better it would serve his control over Eglivon. What is the current population of the town? Twilight further inquired, as this was a matter of considerable concern for him. The populace's size would ultimately impact his strategic arrangements for the entire Pretor region. At present, Eglivon likely has between 7,000 to 8,000 households. Reyna provided an approximate figure. 7,000 households, equating to less than 40,000 individuals, is a reasonably substantial population. Twilight remarked. 40,000 residents is considerable for a town, nearly comparable to a small city. Twilight was somewhat taken aback by the fact that Eglivon had retained such a population over the years that in truth, the town had experienced notable population decline. At its peak, Eglivon boasted over 50,000 inhabitants, but years of conflict and the merchants' heavy taxation had driven many to abandon their homes. Nonetheless, the town's advantageous location had enabled the survival of a significant number. Have the arrangements for monitoring the guilds and military camp been completed? Twilight continued his inquiries. Yes, they have already begun surveillance, Reyna confirmed. Twilight nodded approvingly. Having capable subordinates alleviated a great deal of concern. After giving Reyna a few more instructions, he turned to quietly admire the darkening Eglivon, the place where he intended to establish his roots. Meanwhile, the 6 most powerful individuals from the 3 guilds convened in a large courtyard in the northern part of Eglivon. They had been seated there for an entire afternoon. Do share your thoughts on our course of action, spoke a man with a goatee. The second in command of the Dawn Guild in the Pretor region. Following the death of their leader, Arthur, he had ascended to the guild's highest authority at this moment. A bearded man leaning against the wall glanced at the silent elder, Anthony, before turning to the man seated in the corner, Banshees of the Windwalker Guild, and asked, "What is your perspective?" The bearded man, named Ruaf, was the fleet supervisor of the Golden Maple Guild, overseeing all of its vessels in the Pretor region, and he was a formidable 7th-tier expert. Upon hearing Ruaf's question, Banshees pursed his thin lips and replied, "You may proceed as you see fit. The Windwalker Guild has always followed your lead. In my opinion, we should take action. The 3 guilds have been intertwined for years, and to allow Arthur's death to pass without retribution is simply unacceptable," declared a man clad in silver armor. He was the highest commander of the merchant troops in Eglivon, also a 7th-tier expert. Indeed, we have always been united. Arthur's death is a tremendous disgrace to our 3 guilds, and we cannot tolerate it, echoed the goateed second-in-command of the Dawn Guild, who had his own motives behind the statement. If he could help the Dawn Guild reclaim its honor following Arthur's death, it would likely secure his position as the leader of the Pretor region in the future. United we stand. Then, very well, prepare for action. Anthony, who had remained silent until now, sighed deeply at the goateed man's words. Internally, he did not quite agree with the haste to confront Twilight. His pronouncement prompted a variety of reactions among the other 5, most of whom were predominantly excited, while only Banshees of the Windwalker Guild displayed a glimmer of inscrutable light in his eyes.